2016. River City. Dawn is breaking in the sky and the morning dew is not yet dry. Zhou Xing stood on the balcony, feeling the breeze that brushed against his face in the early morning, but his brows were slightly furrowed in confusion. He was born again, back to the summer of my senior graduation year. What he can't figure out is, this world is not any different from what he remembers, so why has his family been turned upside down? His father, Zhou Jianping, who sold fish for a living, jumped to become a leading figure in the field of heavy industry, started from scratch and built up Jianghan Heavy Industry Group Company. The company's paid-up capital of $100 billion. It encompasses steel, metallurgy, machinery, energy, a well-deserved steel behemoth in the brick-and-mortar industry. Zhou Jianping has never been on the Forbes list, though he is unassuming, but he's worth, conservatively, more than $300 billion, far more than the nominal richest man. The money chain is even hanging a bunch of internet tycoons. Her mother, Zhang Lanfeng, who runs a kiosk during the week, has become an elite lawyer with a very high reputation in the country. More than that, he is the founder of Junhe Firm, one of the top law firms in the country. Should have been crowded in the old town less than 100 square feet within the old broken smalldom. Zhou Xing looked at the Lakeview Villa in front of the 2 acres of land, fell into silence. Outdoor heated pool, thousands of square feet of yard, detached garage big enough for a dozen cars. These luxurious facilities that Zhou Xing could not have imagined in his previous life were all available. His bedroom, alone, was over 100 square feet, larger than his entire home in his previous life. The room is equipped with a check room, separate bathroom. The floor was covered with expensive wool blankets. Everywhere you look, you see imported big-name furniture that Zhou Xing couldn't name. As luxurious as it gets, the trajectory of the parents' lives carried out a great diversion. The only thing that hasn't changed is his high school grades. Still, with her outstanding appearance, she was accepted by the Shanghai City Music Academy through the art examination. A family like that might not count for much on the internet, and in reality, he has just reached the peak of his life. The status is one of the most important in the country. He is the top-of-the-line rich kid. What the hell happened? Can it be that it was because I was reborn that caused a butterfly effect? Zhou Xing didn't understand, even though no one doesn't want to have a rich family. For Zhou Xing, who was used to an average family for more than 20 years, one time, somewhat indigestible. God is fair. He got rich. Also lose your worries. Detection of host background has been optimized. Life optimization system activated. The system is dedicated to helping the host to continuously improve himself and optimize his life path until perfection as its mission. At this point, a burst of cold, mechanical sounds without the slightest emotion suddenly sounded in his mind, interrupting Zhou Xing's thoughts. He lifted his head, and a pale blue curtain of light floated in front of him. Host, Zhou Xing, age, 18, height, 185, face value, 83, physical fitness, 80, durability, 99, skills, elementary driving skills. Zhou Xing's brows stretched, and all his doubts dissipated into clarity. It turns out, it all came from the system. The system is what started it all. Zhou Xing gazed at the attribute panel and couldn't help but nod slightly. The data is easy to understand and not difficult to comprehend. It should be percentile. So far it looks like he's still got great attributes, and he's quite a bit ahead of the passing line in every category. It was the durability that kept Zhou Xing from asking for more. He thought for a moment, his face shifting as he suddenly realized he had never had a girlfriend until he was 18. The weapon has not yet been opened and there is no talk of wear and tear. Zhou Xing's gaze was a bit complicated. In his previous life, he'd had a few girlfriends during college, but they'd all started but never ended with an ordinary family. Even if his appearance is outstanding, it doesn't help. It wasn't so obvious when I was in River City. It wasn't until he stepped into college and met classmates from all over the world that he saw the jagged nature of society. For the first time, I realized that the gap between people can be so big. It's like a chasm, especially in art school like the Huchun Conservatory. There are countless handsome men and beautiful women, and there are many rich kids. Zhou Xing's tuition for a year might not be enough for them to spend one night in a nightclub. Inferiority complexes fester and grow uncontrollably, resulting in 4 years of college. He was a marginalized and unremarkable figure within the school. After graduating from college, Zhou Xing only wanted to make money, nay wasted years, nothing to show for it. Approaching his 30s, no longer young and long numb inside, he reluctantly got a girlfriend. That's how you get to sheathe your weapon and upgrade your fight. But the cruelty of society dealt him another blow. Facing the sky-high price of bride price, house and car, these completely crushed the last vestige of Zhou Xing's dignity. Zhou Xing had to accept that he was just an ordinary man who had problems even making ends meet. And some, at birth, are in Rome, standing at the top of the mountain overlooking him as if he were an ant. Zhou Xing shook his head and lost his smile a little, not thinking that one day I would be them. Rebirth is the pinnacle. Lost the struggle. People will all turn out to be what they hate eventually. Nor did he know what it would be like for those who had once despised him to meet again. Should be interesting, right? Zhou Xing let out a light laugh, dispersing those not-so-fond memories and attempting to communicate with the system. As far as he was concerned, his life, as it stood now, was perfect enough. How else can it be optimized? System? Zhou Xing called out several times, but his voice sank like stone into the sea and received no response. When he was almost ready to give up, the voice in his head sounded again. Newbie rewards have been loaded and are being sent. Reward sent. Please be careful with the novice rewards. The way you use them, the system will make a judgment based on the host's behavior. Thus, after 3 months, the system automatically upgrades to provide the host with the most suitable life. The words fell. The system resumed its silence once again. Newbie bonus? Zhou Xing's eyes were bright, flashing with anticipation. The system's capabilities, he had long appreciated. Not only did the rebirth come from him, but it also made him the top rich kid. I'm sure the newbie rewards, too, aren't extraordinary. Zhou Xing waited patiently. After a long time, he was impatient. What's going on? Newbie rewards. Where did it go? He didn't feel his body being strengthened, and a sliding shovel was enough to defeat the large gold taper layer and become a little superhuman beyond human limits. The brain is also not developed to the extreme of having skills such as unforgettable. Zhou Xing was dumbfounded. It shouldn't have been some kind of system error that went down in the middle of the day, caused his newbie reward to be swallowed. I think. Zhou Xing was a bit anxious. Buzz. The cell phone in his pocket abruptly vibrated twice. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and looked at it. It's a text message. Your account 2963 was credited on August 3rd, 6:59. WA 3472. 5000. 00. Merchants Bank. 3,472,500,000. According to the exchange rate, exactly $500 million. Chapter 2. I'll only give you $100,000. Zhou Xing taps on the recruitment bank app. Total assets column. Heck, it's listed in 10 digits. Although they are just numbers, the impact they give is tremendous. Even Zhou Xing, who had lived 2 lifetimes, could not help but be a bit dazzled. After a long time, that's what tends to calm down. $500 million. It's not a small amount, and it's still cash. It's not so easy to get those billionaires on the Forbes list who are worth hundreds of billions of dollars to come up with $500 million. Assets are assets and cash is cash, they are not comparable. $500 million puts him instantly ahead of 99% of the people in this world. Even without the system and the current context, the money would also allow him to spend the rest of his life clothed, fed, and wantonly. In his previous life, he had probably never seen such a large sum of money in his entire life, except during the Qingming festival. Zhou Xing came to the bathroom and turned on the Hansgrohe faucet. The water flowed out with a crash. He cupped his hand with water and poured it over his face. The coolness of the touch made his spirit jolt. Zhou Xing gazed up at the mirror. A clear, handsome face emerged from the mirror, full of teenage sensibilities. The sunrise reflected off the floor-to-ceiling windows onto pale skin, like a neighboring brother, sunny and full of vigor. Zhou Xing was thinking about how to go about spending the $500 million, or what path he was going to take according to the system. The bathroom was silent for a few minutes. Zhou Xing abruptly laughed. He appears to have been taking the bull by the horns. A second life with the best family as well as system. If it is not possible to live at will, then what's the point? Following your heart and listening to your primal desires is the way to go. When you have money, of course you go and spend it. Enjoy a little bit of money spinning, paper-obsessed living. Big deal. Come back and inherit the billion-dollar family business. After thinking it through, Zhou Xing pulled off a face towel to dry his face, then walked out of the room. Take the elevator to the first floor. The dining room was set up with a round table seating 12. To his surprise, busy parents, actually sitting there eating breakfast. The memory of the silent Zhou Jianping, dressed in a privately tailored black suit. Between the eyebrows is all the majesty of the long time and power. Awake? Zhang Lanfang, who wore light makeup and was dressed in a competent lady's suit, saw Zhou Xing and immediately spoke out. If you're awake, come over for breakfast. Zhou Xing nodded and pulled out a chair to sit in front of Zhang Lanfang. In the face of their changes, although Zhou Xing would be uncomfortable, they were still essentially their parents, so there was no such thing as being unable to fit in. Zhang Lanfang smoothly pushed the breakfast made by her aunt in front of Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing picked up his chopsticks, picked up the whole fried egg, and just swallowed it in one bite. Then he picked up the milk next to him and took another big gulp. Eat slowly. No one is stealing from you. Seeing this, Zhang Lanfang said with a complaining face, how grown up you are. Still so fussy. Where is the word to walk out? Hey. Zhou Xing also just smiled and didn't say anything. When you are young, you may feel impatient with your parents nagging. It is only as I get older that I am able to appreciate the preciousness of this. Zhang Lanfan was at her wit's end about Zhou Xing's cheekiness, and could only put down her chopsticks and say, "You guy, is it possible that you're not ready to stay at home for a summer vacation? I don't know who your personality really resembles. And it's even if you were dead set against going to school abroad as a child. It's 18 years old now, and you're still staying home every day." Zhang Lanfan looked helpless. This is looking less than a month away from the start of the school year. Don't you think of going out for a walk, moving around, and getting a little bit of air? People's turtles know to move a nest when they've been on their backs for a long time. You're going to rust if you stay any longer. Zhou Xing blinked. He was curious earlier. Like when his worth had reached such a level as Zhou Jianpei's, the children in his family had invariably gone to study abroad. Why is he still the same as he was in his previous life? After all, the family business that these people of theirs were going to inherit was too huge to be managed without a good enough ability. The reason for this is surprisingly still on their own. I'd like to take a trip to Shanghai. Zhou Xing had originally thought to ask for their permission to go out for a trip, but he hadn't thought that Zhang Lanfang had taken the initiative, which was just what he wanted. Shanghai? Zhang Lanfang nodded. That's fine. There are quite a lot of things going on over at my office this time, so I don't have much time to take care of you. It just so happens that your university is there, so it's good to go over and familiarize yourself with the environment ahead of time, so that you won't be too rushed when school starts. Zhou Jianpei, who hadn't said anything, also agreed. Need an escort? Zhang Lanfang asked. There are quite a few of my company's employees there, so you can have them show you around. The firm has offices all over China. It's not surprising that there are branches in a metropolis like Shanghai. No need. Zhou Xing shook his head repeatedly, not to mention the fact that he had a nearly 30-year-old soul in his body and that he was going to Shanghai with a goal in mind. The ability of the system, he did not doubt. There is absolutely no problem with the source of funding and it has stood up to scrutiny. But if you're exposed in front of others, explaining it to your parents can be a bit of a headache. Zhang Lanfang didn't force the issue. Shanghai City is a metropolis of international finance. Safety is unquestionable. At the same time they did an excellent job of keeping Zhou Xing's information secret. Basically, not many people knew about Zhou Xing's identity. You don't have to worry about safety. She looked at Zhou Xing and asked again, "How long are you planning to stay in Shanghai City?" "Half a month or so," Zhou Xing said thoughtfully, though it's not really realistic for him to want to stay out longer. Still have to make a trip home before school starts. Otherwise, with his parents' character, it was very likely that they would kill to Shanghai to bring him back. Zhou Jianpei also equipped with a private jet. On. More convenient. Zhang Lanfang gave a sound, picked up the cell phone on the table, and operated it. After a while, she put down her cell phone, and her face abruptly became serious. Although it's a trip, you can't be generous. You have to know how to be thrifty. Now that you're still young, we won't ask too much of you. But when you graduate from college, even if you don't want to take over your father's company and are just a small director, you should understand that you need to be careful in everything when it comes to governing the company. The bigger the company, the more you can't be lax. The slightest mistake will be the end of everything, especially in industry. The money is not every cent. If there is a problem it will be a devastating blow. Zhang Lanfang paused and said, "So in order to develop your habit of saving, and also not you outside to catch any bad habits, I only transferred 100,000 to you. Airfare and accommodation all need you to take care of yourself. Half a month a little saving is enough. Don't think I'll transfer it back to you after you've spent it. Be honest and come back then." Zhou Xing looked odd. Listening to these words always felt that something was not quite right, and he didn't know where. $100,000 is dispensable for him now. However, he didn't reject Zhang Lanfang. A mosquito is still a piece of meat even if it's small. Hear that? Zhang Lanfang's tone intensified a few more points. Yes, all at the command of the Mother Superior. Zhou Xing saluted with a smile on his face. Zhang Lanfang was also amused by Zhou Xing's quirky action and pinched his face without any good humor. "Don't play these tricks on me. I'll be thankful if I can listen to half of my words. I'm going to go ahead. There's a meeting at the office later at 8 o'clock. Zhou Jianpei wiped his mouth and turned his head to Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang also glanced at the wristwatch on her hand when she heard this, and hurriedly took out a makeup mirror from her bag to touch up her lipstick, and also got up. "I'll go with you." Before leaving, he didn't forget to bark at Zhou Xing, "If you board the plane, remember to give me a call and send the flight information to my cell phone." Zhou Xing stood in the doorway after the duo left in the customized bulletproof version of the Maybach. That's when he took out his cell phone and looked up the earliest flights to Hucheng. Business class, fare 4,083. Fill in the information to purchase the ticket and pay in one go. Chapter 3, Anya. Hello Mr. Joe, you can board the plane now. Do you need to go there directly? Airport. Quiet VIP room. Dressed in a navy blue uniform with a red belt accessory around her waist, the young stewardess stood in front of Zhou Xing with a smile and elegance. The stewardess bowed slightly and spoke softly. She's got a nice appearance. And with the makeup, she's internet goddess level to say the least. In his previous life, with such close contact, Zhou Xing would have blushed and been at a loss for words. Nowadays he just looked calm, got up and stood, and faintly returned. Then go straight over there now. Money strengthens a man's courage. Apart from his family background, the $500 million lying in his card was enough to make him cope with most things. Okay. The stewardess moved forward half a length. Please follow me. Always with a smile, he led Zhou Xing towards the boarding gate. After passing through the specialized boarding channel, Zhou Xing quickly found his place. 2A by the window. Lying down on the comfortable and even lie-flat seats, legroom is fully released. Zhou Xing suddenly understood why the rich and wealthy like to pay several times the price to travel in business class. At least he didn't want to recall scenes from his previous life where he couldn't even put his legs down in an economy class seat at his height. Just sat down not long ago. The tall flight attendant whose looks were even better than the one before greeted her. Her long hair was coiled up, revealing her delicate features. Instead of the traditional melon face with a slight baby fat, the face adds a bit of dainty and cute. The most striking thing was the long straight legs wrapped in black silk underneath her. Who should have a height of about 1.7 meters, well proportioned and shapely. She straightened the hem of her skirt and half squatted next to Zhou Xing, tilting her fair face to gaze at him, her big bright eyes as if they could speak, moist and bright. Hello Mr. Zhou, welcome to this flight. I'm the flight attendant Anya. You can wipe your hands with a towel first. Anya handed over the hot towel. The voice was soft and sticky, drilling into the ears like a spring breeze. Zhou Xing took the towel and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder flight attendants are sought after. Any man seeing this scene would be extremely satisfied with his inner sense of conquest. This flight takes off at 10:08, and is expected to arrive in Shanghai City at 12:40 p.m. The entire journey will take 2 hours and 32 minutes. A meal will be served at noon. Since you are a business class customer, you can order a la carte. The menu is on your right-hand side. Just let me know if you need anything. There's still some time before takeoff. I'll serve you some fruit first. Please wait patiently. Anya's voice came. Zhou Xing waved his hand at his words and said, fruit is not necessary. Bring me a bottle of water. Okay. A short while later, Anya brought a bottle of Paris water. Thanks. Zhou Xing took it, unscrewed it and took a sip. You're welcome. Anya pursed her lips and smiled. Then I won't bother you anymore. You can look for me anytime you meet any problems on this flight. As long as it's within my duties, I will do my best to serve you. And what if it's outside of duty? Zhou Xing raised his eyebrows and came to be interested. Without changing her color, Anya ruffled her hair and laughed. That depends on what your problem is. Zhou Xing put his hand on the armrest, his fingers gently tapping, his expression calm. For example, add a contact? Anya was slightly stunned. Flight attendants are asked for their contact information from time to time. In their training, they are taught how to politely decline a guest's request without making them angry. As a flight attendant with outstanding looks, she wasn't really surprised when faced with Zhou Xing asking this question. She was surprised at the other woman's attitude. Most unusual people are unnatural when they ask her for contact information. Stammering, a little hard to say. Zhou Xing, however, is dry and direct, and his demeanor is calm and relaxed, like he is just talking about an ordinary small matter. No ripples could be seen on his face, and his gaze was unapologetically locked with it. It looked out of place with this young face of his. Instead, it was Anya who was the first to lose the battle, quietly inclining her head and moving away, her cheeks feeling a little hot. It's my first time in Shanghai, and I want a guy to familiarize me with the city, and you fly there a lot, so you must know the city like the back of your hand. Zhou Xing laughed. How about I treat you to dinner and you show me around? Anya was a little hesitant. She bit her lip, words notwithstanding. But we're all adults and we all know what the purpose of asking for contact information is. Zhou Xing's words like this were nothing more than decent words. She subconsciously wanted to refuse. But just looking at Zhou Xing's clean-cut side face, the words of refusal failed to come out for a while. Being asked for contact information by a balding, big-bellied, greasy middle-aged man and a young, handsome boy like Zhou Xing, the senses were definitely out of the ordinary. Although Zhou Xing was direct, his gaze was quite clear and did not cause her to resist in her heart. Inwardly, he recoiled with a little glee. Zhou Xing didn't look too old, and was estimated to be around 20 years old. He had a calmness about him that didn't match his age, and he was traveling in business class, so his family must have had an extraordinary background. The fact that people like this are taking the initiative to ask for contact information towards themselves also proves once again that they are attractive. She suddenly recalled her usual conversations with the crew stewardesses. Those stewardesses said to them meaningfully every time, "Our profession is all about youthfulness, and at the same time, we are often shuttling from city to city, so the circle itself is small. If you can meet the right person, then be bold and don't hesitate. Once an opportunity is missed, it's gone." Anya hadn't taken any of those words to heart, until now, when she actually began to waver. "If it's inconvenient, forget it." As she hesitated, Zhou Xing suddenly spoke, his face calm and still so cloudy, not caring in the slightest. Anya froze at Zhou Xing's interruption, and then, not knowing what to recall, her face flushed red, and her slightly invisible fluffy hairs stood up, extraordinarily red. One moment, Anya looked around and realized that the crew chief wasn't paying attention to this side, so she took out a signing pen and swished a series of numbers on a notepad. Tearing off a page from the notepad, he shoved it into Zhou Xing's hand. "Here's my number. I'll be in Shanghai for 3 days." Anya's voice was like a mosquito, and regardless of whether Zhou Xing heard her or not, she blushed and walked away without looking back. Leaving Zhou Xing, he looked at the elegant handwriting on the note. The corners of his lips rose slightly in a smile. 2.5 hours went by in the blink of an eye. With the plane landing smoothly, Zhou Xing got up and walked towards the exit. As a business-class passenger, has the right to be the first to leave. Traveling light, he brought only 2 sets of clothes and his acceptance letter. Trying to visit the school is a bit difficult to get in without a notice. As for the other items, just buy them again. The crew had already been waiting in a line at the door. "Welcome to this flight. Have a nice trip and we'll see you next time," the flight attendants said in unison. Anya was among them. She pretended as if nothing had happened, waving at Zhou Xing with a smile on her face. Only the roots of her crystalline ears were a little red. Zhou Xing just smiled and didn't say anything more. As she watched Zhou Xing's back disappear, Anya sighed in relief. The cheeks were still a little hot. In fact, after giving Zhou Xing her contact information, she had some regrets. Fear of being mistaken for a random woman. Just recalling Zhou Xing's tall and handsome figure, young but filled with a calm and steady temperament. Some anticipation rose up inside again. After getting off the plane, Zhou Xing came to the cab lane. "Get in the car," he said lightly. "Master, please go to the Ferrari Center in Jingen." Chapter 4, Netflix. Little Barbara. "Handsome, the destination is here." The cab pulled up to the front door of the Ferrari Center. Zhou Xing paid the fare and got out of the car. "I can't help but look at the galloping horse on the building." Before departure, Zhou Xing had already thought that the first thing he would do after arriving in Shanghai was to buy a car. Beautiful cars and beautiful women have been the pursuit of countless men since ancient times. Shaoxing is no exception. Maybach, Bentley, Rolls-Royce. These business-oriented brands were not on his radar. After all, there are a lot of them in the house today. His only goal is the supercar. Young people, no need to be stoic and understated. Flair is what they are synonymous with. Streamlined body, with the beast-roaring engine sound. That is enough to release the passion of young people completely. He's a bit more of a Ferrari fan than a Lamborghini, which has a lot of personality. As the originator of the sports car, a well-deserved first in both history and bloodline. Excellent tonality. The first car in life is always significant, so Zhou Xing had to pick his favorite. As for the others, he would consider them later. It's not like he's going to buy just this one car anyway. The Ferrari building has only 2 floors, covers a huge area and is filled with modernization. Look around. Everywhere you look, all are curtain walls formed from glass, enough to give anyone passing by a clear view of the scene inside the store. Inside was a Ferrari. Perfect curves, red paint, lying there quietly. Once activated, it's going to turn into a raging beast. Ravaged the highway. When Zhou Xing arrived at the door, the hall automatically sensed it and it opened. The cool air under the air conditioner hit his face, dispelling the sweltering August heat of Shanghai. Inside the hall, it seemed a little cold. Apart from the parked cars, it is the staff. They all had their heads down and were busy with their own things, so it caused it to be extremely quiet inside. It made people shy away from coming forward. Chao Xing is clearly not in this category. He was not surprised. After all, supercars, such brands, belonging to the top luxury goods. The selling price of several $1 million is not something that ordinary people can afford to spend. And in his previous life he didn't even have the courage to approach the store. Sparse clientele is the norm. A packed house is not. It also invariably lifts the tone of the brand. This is the method used by many luxury companies. Even if there are many guests, only one as well as fellow guests are allowed in the store. All the rest will need to wait in line at the door. When this guest has finished purchasing, move on to the next one, and so on and so forth. ostensibly claiming one-on-one in order to better serve guests. It's also marketing to create a high-end brand image. Otherwise the store is as crowded as a food market. The brand image is also not high-end. Hello sir, welcome to the Ferrari Center. Do you have an appointment? Zhou Xing had just gone in when a tall young woman wearing golden half-rimmed glasses was ushered in front of him. Black suit, wrap skirt, black stockings, high heels, ordinary sales wear, but it draws out her perfect curves. The body is plumped up just right, clearly not very old, but with an aura of maturity to the extreme. The rhyme scheme is quite adequate. Little Barb? Zhou Xing's gaze flickered slightly. How did she get here? Despite being considerably younger than he remembered, Zhou Xing recognized it at once. The woman in front of her is the netizen Xiaolan Lan Lan, who will later burst into flames with her Shake Shack short videos. In the era of white, thin and beautiful, the slightly plump little Lan Lan killed a blood road with her perfect S-curve figure. She has become one of the most popular female internet celebrities in the short term with the title of Beauty Sales. 3 days hit 1 million fans achievement. The whole network fans is more than 10 million. How did she get here? Zhou Xing was surprised, but on second thought, he was relieved. After all, before she exploded onto the scene, little Barbara was just a regular salesperson for a bit of furniture brand. Now in 2016, the universal popularity of the short video jitterbug has not yet made a home. The founders, because they do not have enough money, repeatedly almost have to terminate. No one knows anything about what happened before the little Barbara. It's not surprising that she would be here, as a Ferrari salesman. Sir? Seeing that Zhou Xing didn't reply, little Lan Lan looked at him with some confusion. Zhou Xing immediately gathered his thoughts and shook his head. There is no appointment. Okay. Little Barb pursed her lips and smiled. May I ask your name? Sir? Exempt, your name is Zhou. Little Lan Lan bowed slightly and said, Hello Mr. Zhou. My name is Lan Qian. I'm a sales consultant for Ferrari. You can just call me Little Lan. You should be the first time you come to our Ferrari Center. Mr. Zhou, please sit down first. I will introduce you to the models of Ferrari for sale. You understand a little bit and see which one is more suitable for you. How? After little Barbara said that, she was going to lead Zhou Xing in the direction of the meeting area. No need. Zhou Xing waved his hand and said, Take me directly to order a car. I already have a target model. Little Barbara's footsteps stalled at the words and she turned around, covering her mouth in some disbelief. I'm sorry, did you mean to order the car directly? She had been at Ferrari for less than a month as a salesperson. As a premium brand, the commission on vehicles sold is high, but the turnover rate is also frighteningly low. It is a typical example of not opening for 3 years, but opening and eating for 3 years. She didn't really have much hope when Zhou Xing came. For one thing, Zhou Xing was too young to have an appointment, and the clothes on his body were not revealing. The second is that even if a customer wants to buy a car, the time spent before and after can take half a month or even longer. Those veteran salesmen are so experienced that they can basically take one look and determine if this is a target customer. Neither of them made a move, so it was clear that Zhou Xing was not very hopeful. As a newcomer, little Arishur had no qualifications to pick and choose her guests, and could only choose to receive them. Zhou Xing's decisiveness instantly left her a bit at a loss for words. It's been less than 5 minutes total, I think, since I entered the store. What? You can't just order a car? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Sure. Little Lan Lan only felt like she was hit in the head by a huge elation. The smile on her face grew even bigger as she hurriedly said to Zhou Xing, This way please, Mr. Zhou, I'll take you to the optional room. Zhou Xing nodded and followed little Lan Lan's footsteps to the optional room. In his previous life, this was the first time he had set foot in such a place. Instead of rushing to order a car, he surveyed the place with interest. Carbon fiber steering wheel, seat leather, embroidered hot stamped emblems, Celine bags outlet. Zhou Xing also scared a bit. He didn't care about showing his cowardice in front of little Lan Lan. It was the first time he came to such a place. After all, it's only when you can't afford to spend that you're afraid of being seen by sales. When there is enough money, it's called honesty and simplicity to show weakness. Little Lan Lan also waited patiently behind Zhou Xing, and after a while, she took out her iPad and inquired, Mr. Zhou, which one of our Ferrari models are you going to order this time? Zhou Xing smiled faintly. La Ferrari. Chapter 5. Now can we talk? Ferrari Rafa. Along with the McLaren P1, the Porsche 918 is known as the 3 great luxury cars. It's limited to 499 units worldwide, with a starting price of $22.5 million. Options for customization as well as luxury car taxes, import taxes, a host of fees, able to reach $50 million, $500 million class luxury cars. In his previous life, he could only be seen on the news occasionally. Zhou Xing has enough capital in this life, and of course to pocket the $500 million of big toys. though it's a handful of Ferraris on the internet comment section. But the truth is that there are only a handful of Ferraris that can be sold in China each year, and all the models combined will not exceed 200, not to mention models like the Rafa. It was only sold in 2014, and sales in those 2 years combined have not yet reached 30 units. Not that you have to worry about Rafa being sold out and not being able to purchase it. La, Rafa? Little Arisher was a little hesitant after hearing this, and looked like she was about to say something. What's the problem? Zhou Xing asked. Mr. Zhou is like this. Lafa as our Ferrari's limited model. It purchase is conditional. Little Arisher explained. I know this one. $50 million in capital inspection and no bad driving skills, right? Zhou Xing looked at Xiao Lan Lan, all of which he had already seen on the news in his previous life. Yes. Little Arisher nodded. Then added, but not only that, it's slightly different from what you know. Want to buy Lafa? The premise is our Ferrari's old customer case, but also must have a minimum of 2 Ferrari limited edition models or 5 flagship cars under its banner. In this case, as long as the capital inspection of $25 million, you can place an order to buy Lafa. Zhou Xing frowned tightly. There's such a thing? Yes sir, because the Rafa's outing is all about giving back to the loyal Ferrari customers, and it's normal for you to not remember much about that on your first visit. Little Arisher laughed. Her words were already very euphemistic, trying her best not to make Zhou Xing feel uncomfortable. Even so, Zhou Xing still felt a bit speechless. He almost wrote the word layman on his face. Even if you are a top-ranking second-generation rich person, the value of your parents has gone up, and your education and vision have increased along with it. After all, it's a personal struggle, one step at a time, and it's only been a day since he was reborn. Where can I get so much insight? In his previous life, he had never seen these requirements even when he was browsing the news. The marketing number is wrong. Then it seems I don't know much about it. Zhou Xing returned. Zhou Xing, who had made a mess, didn't feel so embarrassed. In his former life, with his low self-esteem, he might have been embarrassed. Now that he can afford to buy a Lafa, or even 10 of them, it's not a problem. So naturally he won't be so sensitive. That's okay, you'll know all this naturally when you become a subscriber to our Ferrari. Little Lan Lan smiled like a flower and winked at Zhou Xing. Would you like to consider our Ferrari's flagship model, which is also very good? Unusual movements that flowed with extra flirtatiousness and were all over the place. It made the young and vigorous Zhou Xing's blood rush a little. It's almost like a natural charm. No wonder it can be a fire on Shakeology. If I want to buy Rafa, is there any other way than these conditions? Zhou Xing digressed and asked. While the other Ferraris were not bad, he didn't want to settle. If that's not possible, then the only option is to buy 5 Ferraris at once before ordering the Lafa. Some of it is a bit of a struggle. This, after pondering for a few moments, Little Arisher confirmed. Are you really going to order the Rafa? In fact, when Zhou Xing said that he wanted to order Rafa, she had little hope for this sale. He is simply too young. Regular Ferraris, there's still a slight chance, but faced with a Lafa of more than $20 million, even in Shanghai City, where the second generation of the rich are piled up, few people can afford it. Sure, Zhou Xing didn't think twice. Shouldn't there be a problem on your end with the capital inspection? Little Arisher was a little less assured and cautiously asked again. Don't worry, I can still afford to pay for a Lafa in the district. Zhou Xing smiled faintly and didn't mind. Little Lan Lan looked at Zhou Xing, although the confidence revealed in his tone did not seem to be faked. Then please wait a moment while I find our supervisor. But I can't guarantee that. Only consult. When Little Arisher finished speaking, she just turned around and left the optional room. Such a situation was clearly not something she, a newcomer who had been on the job for less than a month, could handle. Not a moment too soon, Little Arisher came in again, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He stepped forward with a smile on his face and shook Zhou Xing's hand. Hello Mr. Zhou, I am the supervisor of this store. My name is Luo Ming. When the handshake is over, Luo Ming glanced at Little Lan Lan, then said to Zhou Xing, I heard from Little Lan that you were ready to order the Rafa. You just didn't fulfill the ordering conditions. Is that right? Zhou Xing nodded. Luo Ming also said, in the purchase of the car before, we need you to cooperate with the inspection of the capital. Of course, is not for your distrust, just have this process. Zhou Xing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Luo Ming's attitude. There's drama. If he couldn't close the deal, Luo Ming wouldn't have wasted so much effort and even had to check the capital. Apparently he has a way of being able to get him to avoid the conditions to shop for a Ferrari. Sure enough, Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. The rules were all laid out for ordinary people to see. Real rich people. Where is the need to follow so many rules? My rules are the rules. Understood. Zhou Xing said lightly. It's all about work. It's an honor that you understand. Luo Ming bowed slightly. Then please, on your side, please show the professional report that has proof of your assets. Don't bother. Zhou Xing directly took out his cell phone. Then opened the merchant's app in front of them. Tap on the total assets column. The balance is shown after the verification is approved. He casually handed his cell phone to Luo Ming. Luo Ming picked the phone up and then looked towards it. Used to seeing rich people, his eye muscles suddenly twitched and his hand shook slightly. Almost dropped the phone. It was obviously just a cell phone, but he felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. It's a bit overwhelming. Curious, little Erisher glanced that way as well. Moment. Pupils are dilated. Hold your breath. That's how many digits it is. Individuals, tens, hundreds, husband, dad, grandpa, ancestors. Zhou Xing took in all of their expressions into his eyes. A playful smile. Now, can we talk about how to order Rafa? Chapter 6, accompany me outside. When? Sure. Zhou Xing's words caused the two to wake up as if from a dream. Luo Ming even nodded his head repeatedly. The smile on his face grew even wider, and his tone carried a bit of respect. Over 3 billion. He had never seen so much money in his life. Not to mention buying Rafa. Even buying the store out would be more than enough. That's all cash. Having a lot of cash doesn't just mean having money. It's more of a status symbol. Those who were able to take out so much money with their hands could be said to be a handful in the whole of China. Zhou Xing was so young, yet he was able to hold such more than $3 billion in his hands. With the background behind him, one can imagine just how terrifying it is. It simply wasn't something that someone like him could afford to offend. Those rich second generation that they had seen in the past, compared to Zhou Xing, were completely the difference between a beggar and a king. Little Erisher rubbed her eyes, after realizing that it wasn't a blur, but a real 10-figure number. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. With his mouth wide open, he looked at Zhou Xing with 10,000 astonished eyes. What was the origin of this handsome boy who looked excessively young and was dressed in ordinary clothes? Even the son of the richest man, Wang Xiaosong, couldn't come up with that much money, could he? I'll go ahead and do that for you right now, if you'll just wait a moment. Luo Ming was ready to leave when he finished speaking, but he didn't take a few steps before turning back. Patting himself on the head, he handed his cell phone to Zhou Xing. I'm really sorry, I almost forgot. This is your cell phone, please keep it. The hand was still shaking as he handed it over. As a supervisor, especially of a Ferrari, he is unlikely to make such a low-level mistake. Most of all, that balance gave him a really big shock. It's all still haunting me. Zhou Xing took the phone and slipped it into his pocket smoothly. You mean I can order Rafa now without having to comply with those conditions? Exactly. Luo Ming bowed, as humble as he could be. In fact, ordering the Rafa is to place an order from us, and then send the configuration to the headquarters, and then the headquarters into the production. And when the production is completed, then mail it over, and finally send it to the hands of the customer. But in the middle of the process, there is always someone who waits too long, or for some other reason desperately needs money, thus abandoning the order and not paying the final amount. Luo Ming explained, the order is required to deliver a deposit. This is non-refundable. The customer, in order to avoid the consumption of funds for no reason, will choose to give the order to resell. It just so happens that we have, in our store, an order that has just been vacated and that the customer has entrusted us with full authority. So it is. Zhou Xing understood. Booking a car is a tedious act in itself, especially a luxury car like a Ferrari, basically hand-built and configured differently for each individual, thus creating an independent and personalized vehicle for the customer. One way or another, time is stretched out dramatically. Months are the norm. It's possible to wait a couple years for some limited, more demanding models. These cars are not small. When they meet financial problems in the middle of the process and need to work out, they will choose to cancel the order. But, Mr. Zhou, you don't need to worry. Although it's an order that has changed hands out, this order has just been placed less than a month ago, and the headquarters side has not yet proceeded with the production. Luo Ming seemed to be worried that Zhou Xing had a dislike for other people's orders. After all, everyone who orders a car wants to go for their favorite configuration and create a sports car with their personal style stamped on it. Rafa is even more so. It was normal for a top tycoon like Zhou Xing to have some special taboos. Immediately, he added, so it's actually no different than if you were to place the order yourself. As long as you want to, you can add configurations or subtract configurations to the car. And it's also okay to have your initials printed on the body. Does this look okay to you? Zhou Xing nodded. Okay, let's have Blue over here choose a configuration for you. Luo Ming stood aside. I'll modify the order for you after the configuration is finalized. Little Barbara also tapped a few times on her iPad in a hurry. With the stereo erupting with the roar of the Lafa's engine, A scissor-door red lava drove into the middle of the crowd's line of sight like a bolt of lightning on the large LCD TV at the back. Joe. Mr. Joe, look at the exterior color of the vehicle on your side. Little Lon Lon opened her mouth, but for some reason, she inexplicably felt a sense of oppression when facing the young Zhou Xing. Red. Zhou Xing did not hesitate. This color is the soul of the Ferrari. Carbon fiber steering wheel, you see. Choose. Where are the wheels? Choose. Calipers. Choose. Xiao Lan Lan is a little numb. So the rich life are so simple and unassuming. Configurations that can easily be tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhou Xing did not even blink an eye. Directly to the selection. There is no such thing as a personalized order. Some are just all pulled full. She wasn't as casual as Zhou Xing when she bought discounted items at the supermarket. When the configuration sheet results are available, she looked at the numbers on it and was taken aback. Mr. Zhou, a total of 49,300,000. This is the configuration list. Take a look. Little Lon Lon handed the configuration sheet to Zhou Xing. With a starting price of over $20 million, the options are hardwired to add another 20 million. It was optioned out to Arafa. By then, with the addition of customs duties as well as various taxes, the total value of such a car might be more than $60 million. Truly a $500 million luxury car. Because of the resale order, you need to pay $2 million for the purchase order on your side along with a $2 million deposit. For a total of $4 million. Romain stood next to him and warned. Zhou Xing just roughly scanned the configuration list and immediately took out his card. Swipe it. Okay. Luo Ming took the card, then took out the POS machine that had been prepared long ago and swiped it. Please enter your password. He handed the POS to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing was about to enter his password, but he looked at little Lon Lon next to him and hesitated slightly. Luo Ming, as a Ferrari supervisor and a man of the people, instantly understood Zhou Xing's thoughts. He explained with a slight smile, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, the entirety of this order is in the hands of Xiaolan, and all the commission and rewards afterwards will be handed over to her. Zhou Xing tapped his chin, then entered the password. Zip zip zip. After a second, the POS machine spits out the debit voucher, which also represents a successful payment. I'll go over here and prepare the contract for you and then amend the order. So please wait here for a moment. Romain respectfully left the optional room. Inside the room, only Zhou Xing and little Lon Lon were left. After a few moments of silence, little Lon Lon raised her head and looked at Zhou Xing. Thank you. She had also watched Zhou Xing's actions just now. As a newcomer to sales, if it wasn't for Zhou Xing stepping forward, there was nothing she could do about her performance even if the supervisor swallowed it. The commission on Alafa is a few $100,000 at least. This was already considered a huge amount of money for her. Little things. Zhou Xing looked flat and didn't pay too much attention on this issue, but asked, how did you think of doing sales? That must be about making money. I just graduated from college and I don't have any specialties. The only thing oops. Anyway, do sales to feed myself first. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh as he looked at little Lon Lon. It seemed that she was still self-aware about the matter of her good looks. In the absence of specialties, there is nothing wrong with relying on beauty to attract more customers. It was the same as in her previous life. She initially burst onto the scene with shakeology, but without any other abilities. It's a bit of a step down. I still have to thank you. With this bonus, I can survive in Shanghai City. Otherwise next month's rent would be a problem. Little Erisher spat out her tongue, looking blithe in the face of her situation. With your qualifications, there's really no need to be in sales at all. Find a rich boyfriend and it'll totally take care of all that. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and said, how? Little Erisher reacted a little too loudly. Wouldn't that be getting bagged? When she said it, her face reddened a bit, and she didn't look at all like she did on the short video in the latter part of her life. Zhou Xing just smiled and didn't say anything else. Little Lon Lon, on the other hand, peeked towards Zhou Xing and suddenly realized something. What does he mean by that? Is it hard to believe that he has this in mind? Little Erisher was taken aback by the thought, and immediately shook her head, feeling a little ridiculous. Zhou Xing is so young and so rich. It's also very gentle and even takes into account her feelings for such a small sale. Good looking too. Very sunny and clean. Totally the look of a dream man. On the one hand, she told herself that it was unrealistic, but on the other hand, she couldn't control her rambling thoughts. If she asked Zhou Xing to be her boyfriend, would she say yes or postpone it for a while before saying yes? A few moments later, Luo Ming walked in with a thick stack of contracts. Mr. Zhou, the order has been modified. Luo Ming placed the contract on the table. Next, all you need to do is sign the contract, then wait until the vehicle arrives, pay the final payment, and you'll have that Lafa in your hands. After Zhou Xing finished signing a whole bunch of contracts, he looked up and asked, "This car of mine, how long will it take to receive it? I'll check on this side for you." Luo Ming picked up the IPAD and looked at it carefully before saying, "According to the system, it will only take 6 months before it is mailed to our store." 6 months, Zhou Xing frowned. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, 6 months still felt a bit long to him. It's always a bummer on the inside when you can't get the first crack at driving this fabulous car. He suddenly turned to look at Arisher. "Do you have anything else to do this afternoon?" "Ha!" Barb snapped back. "I need to work this afternoon. I'll sign such a big order. A half-day vacation shouldn't be too much, right?" Although Zhou Xing was looking at little Lan Lan, his words were with Luo Ming. "Of course there's no problem. As long as Blue agrees, I can give her a day and a half vacation on my end and come back to work the day after tomorrow." How could Luo Ming not understand Zhou Xing's meaning? Naturally he agreed with his mouth full and would not offend this great young man. "In that case, come out with me this afternoon," Zhou Xing said to little Lan Lan. "Where to?" "Buy a car." Chapter 7, Buying a Big Bull for Transportation. Lamborghini Gate. Little Arisher standing there. It took a long time to come back. She twisted her head to look at Zhou Xing beside her, originally thinking that he was joking, but not thinking that he was actually coming for real. "Just ordered a $500 million luxury car from Ferrari. Twist and turn and here comes the Lamborghini again. Rafa's been waiting too long, so he'll have to buy a replacement car first to start with," Zhou Xing explained. "Buy a Lamborghini instead. Or you can hear for yourself what's being said." Is this human language? Little Arisher wanted to go so far as to say that, but she didn't have the guts to do so, and was only able to swallow all the words. Had she known she'd be here, she should have changed her clothes. Still wearing Ferrari coveralls. It also has the Ferrari logo on it. It didn't seem like much outside, but when we got to the front of this Lamborghini store, it was a bit harsh, but Zhou Xing didn't give her a chance to change her clothes. "Go." Zhou Xing stepped forward and the gate opened automatically. Little Arisher had to follow suit. "Sir, you are." The Lamborghini staff looked at a young guy with a girl in Ferrari overalls and were a little confused as to what they were up to. "Do you have any cars in stock at your store?" Zhou Xing did not answer the other party's question and asked straight away. The staff was also stunned, although he wasn't quite sure what exactly Zhou Xing was going to do. He nodded and said, "Yes." He said that he was pointing to the location of the exhibition hall. There were 3 Lamborghinis set up there, 2016 Huracan in green and white, and the 2016 Aventador LP 700-4 hardtop in Tiffany blue. All 3 of these are current cars. Zhou Xing nodded slightly. Huracan, which translates to hurricane, is also commonly known as Maverick, and the Aventador, is the Big Bull. He scanned over the 2 calves before settling his gaze on the big one. The Tiffany blue color reflects an unusual texture when illuminated by the light. The low-profile body and scissor doors are raised high. The huge air intakes all around the body and the V12 engine visible under the glass remain in the familiar Lamborghini style. The body styling is as powerful as ever with sharp lines. The front face is angular. If Ferrari is a graceful galloping horse, then Lamborghini is a fierce and violent fighting bull. The exterior brings out the personality as well as the arrogance. Impressive. The first time Zhou Xing saw it, he set his sights on it. Thankfully it's not the convertible version. The convertible version of the Big Bull, which does not support electric power, needs to be manually removed by yourself. The thought of a rainy day, pouring into a soupy mess and scrambling to pick up the lid and put it back together sends a chill down my spine. The big bulls are open and the dogs don't even drive. He skimmed his head and said to the Lamborghini staff, "This Big Bull, full price, transfer and license the car, and then hand it over to me. Can it be done in an afternoon?" Shanghai licenses are not as hard to get as they are in later years, but they are no better today. But those are for the average person. Like a store like Lamborghini, Zhou Xing knew they had more than enough ways. The staff also did not meet Zhou Xing like this at the drop of a hat to buy a car. Froze for a long time before subconsciously returned a sentence, "You want to buy this car?" Then realizing instantly that the question was a bit redundant, he immediately said, "If you're looking for a car, an afternoon is no problem at all." "Okay, then swipe the card." Zhou Xing took out his bank card. The staff looked at this bank card in front of him but did not take it. This car, because it is ordered by the store, so its configuration is relatively high. The price of the body color is as high as more than 100,000 yuan. The price of the vehicle will naturally be higher than the ordinary Aventador. I do not know if you can accept it. How much? The price of the car is $8,800,000, counting insurance, licensing fees, and taxes, which translates to breaking $10 million. Swipe. The staff froze for a moment. Then a delighted smile appeared on his face and he took the bank card with a respectful expression. "I'll go through it for you." Boom! The entire exhibition hall, too, then exploded. All the staff at the Lamborghini store were looking this way. There was shock in his eyes. Zhou Xing instantly became the center of attention. They were all incredibly curious as to what this person's origin was, and they had all seen those who were able to buy a Lamborghini. Most of them were rich second generation. It reeks of money and power. It wasn't until he ran into Zhou Xing that he realized what it meant to be a little witch. Cars that break $10 million on the ground. Just take it at full price. Not a single superfluous word was said. Little Arisher stood unusually calm, because this is the kind of scene she's seen a long time ago. If you tell these people that Zhou Xing just ordered a Lafa close to $500 million earlier, I wonder how they will feel about it. On the money. The Lamborghini clerk was extremely efficient. Taking the list, he came to Zhou Xing's face while holding the POS. Various miscellaneous expenses add up to a total of $10,711,000. Bank of Chow enters the PIN directly at the POS. The deduction was successful. The salesman in charge could no longer contain his delighted smile. 2 hours later, the sale actually had the site all set up for the handover ceremony. The sale handed over the 2 keys as well as the vehicle certificate to Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your support of Lamborghini and welcome to the Lamborghini family. Zhou Xing took the key, then lifted the cloth covering the car with one hand. The big blue bull rested quietly. Press the unlock button. White headlights flashing. Zhou Xing opened the scissor door and sat in the cockpit that was filled with a fighting atmosphere. Like an airplane room. Hit the brakes. Open the lid. Hit the start button. Rumble. The majestic sound of the V12 engine explodes at this moment. Deafening. It was as if a beast of burden was poised and ready to strike. In Zhou Xing's ears, it was a wonderful sound, and he only felt a rush of blood upstream. Sports cars are what make a man romantic. It didn't live up to his mental expectations to drive the Rafa though, but it's a big bull, and it's not too bad. What are you doing frozen? Zhou Xing said to little Lan Lan who was still standing there. Get in the car. It was only then that little Barb opened the scissor doors clumsily and sat in them together, fastening their seatbelts. Zhou Xing kicked the gas. The car then burst into endless power and drove out of the gates of the Lamborghini. After traveling for a while, little Arisher realized something wasn't right. This isn't the way back to the Ferrari Center, is it? It's about time. So I'm going to buy you dinner as a thank you for accompanying me to buy a car. Zhou Xing held the steering wheel and said with a calm expression, it should be me who should be thanking you. It's obvious that you signed the order for me, and I didn't do anything in the afternoon. I just watched from the sidelines. Where is the reason for you to buy me dinner? Little Arisher opened her mouth at that, but the words didn't come out. Having graduated from university, she had long known the attitude revealed by Zhou Xing in an era where the internet was so advanced. She lowered her head and didn't reply, obviously acquiescing to this decision of Zhou Xing. Chapter 8, Stay Here Tonight. Townhouse Fondue. Brand new Lamborghini Bulls. In and out in front of the parking lot. It caused a crowd to stop and watch. A city like Shanghai. Big bulls are not a common presence either. The security guard of the Ocean House Hot Pot looked at Zhou Xing who was operating the Lamborghini to park the car, and was a little anxious in his heart. Wanted to go up and park for him, but then he looked at this big, cranky bull and was deterred. Only able to keep commanding. Yes, 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 yes. Kill the steering wheel to the right. Pour. Get back on the wheel. After 10 minutes, Zhou Xing finally got out of the car, locked the car. Rao couldn't help but feel a little bashful on his face at this point. The Lamborghini is equipped with a 360-degree full car view, but it's just too low on the chassis. Limited line of sight. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing himself is a novice. In his previous life, he had basically never touched a car after getting his driver's license. Approaching 30, neither had been able to buy their first car. Caused his technique has been rusty. When he drove up, he didn't feel much of anything, because all those cars on the road voluntarily moved out of the way when they saw him. Like driving in your own living room. Parking was a bit of a challenge. Zhou Xing, who didn't have any cash, could only take out 200 cash from Xiao Lan Lan and handed it over to the security guard. Thanks buddy. The security guard took the cash and smiled broadly. No need to thank the boss. You will drive out later. Just tell me, or when the time comes, I will help you in advance to give the other cars out first. You then drive out on the line. Zhou Xing, do you really think he's a cripple? Parking is a bit of a challenge. Driving out of that is not something you can do with your eyes closed. He didn't say anything, just nodded his head faintly, and then took little Arisher into the private room inside the Ocean House Hot Pot. This was a time when Townhouse Fondue wasn't quite as hot as it was in the latter days, but it's become little known for its flavor, high-end ambience and cuisine. There were also quite a few people sitting in the lobby at this time. I didn't realize you were so rich and your car skills were so average. Just after sitting down in the box, little Arisher finally couldn't help herself and let out a pft of laughter. Zhou Xing looked at her expressionlessly. Do you think you're humorous? It's okay. Little Lan Lan wasn't shocked by Zhou Xing's expression either. Instead her eyes curved into crescent moons and she gestured with her hands. I think I'm humorous. Still a little bit. After an afternoon of contact, Zhou Xing's character had long been figured out. It's very warm and fuzzy for people. Generally, no angry flip-flops, so she could also feel free to joke with Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing picked up the menu and started to order. There was no questioning of the little barbarian. Little Lan Lan didn't think anything of it, but instead thought that Zhou Xing was a bit more attentive with this macho look. The food here is way overpriced. I've only heard of it before and never been here. Ask her to order it, and she doesn't really know what to order, as the dishes are served one by one. Fondue mist steams. Little Barbara was also a bit emotional. You finally showed me today what it means to be truly rich. So the life of a rich man can be so arbitrary. The short half day of following Zhou Xing completely refreshed her worldview. It was also an eye-opening experience. Seeing a lot of things I never knew before. Zhou Xing picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and put it in his mouth. Chewed it a few times and then swallowed it and said with a smile, Then do you want to live this kind of life? Of course I want to. Little Barbara beamed. Who doesn't want to live a rich life? In a city like Shanghai, being rich is what makes you feel like you belong here. Those without money will only feel isolated from the city. She muttered, as if she was airing out the resentment she felt at Hucheng. Still, it's easy to have money in your condition. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. After reading the intent of his words, little Arisher remained silent for half a day. Zhou Xing didn't continue either. Instead, fill your stomach first. A fondue meal lasted almost 2 hours. Check out. 3621. Little Barbara called out the exaggeration straight away, but Zhou Xing didn't think it was anything. When Zhou Xing and little Lan Lan came out, it was already close to 9 o'clock at night. Shanghai is still lit up. The townhouse fondue is also getting more and more lively. Zhou Xing took out the key, unlocked the car. Then little Barbara got in the car too. Fragrant cars and beautiful women. Under the envious gaze of a crowd of pedestrians, Zhou Xing kicked the gas and drove the car smoothly. The security guards, who had been waiting for a long time, were made to feel nothing but pity. The big bull unleashes its performance on the city's roads. Little Barb was able to tell that this was not the road to take her home. Because Zhou Xing pressed the question of where exactly her family lived. Rumble. The car drove straight into the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Lujiazui. Just as he got out of the car, a porter came over, took the keys, and went to park his car. Little Lan Lan followed Zhou Xing inside the hotel together. Zhou Xing stood in front and said to the sweet-looking little receptionist, Please open a presidential suite for me. The small receptionist glanced at Zhou Xing's excessively young face, then asked, Okay, one presidential suite in our hotel is 68,000. May I ask how many days are you going to book? Let's book 15 days first. Zhou Xing handed the card over, counting the discount over here. The total cost for 15 days is $720,000. Now swipe your card for you. Please enter the code. Xiao Lan Lan watched Zhou Xing swipe another $720,000 without thinking. And even after feeling the wildness of his car purchase in the afternoon, she couldn't help but be shocked again now. Buying a car is buying a car, while housing is pure consumption. But remembering the 10-figure sum in Zhou Xing's bank card, he could probably live here until the end of time if he wanted to. Not only little Barbara, but even the little receptionist who worked here was faced with the shock of the situation. Very few people would choose to stay in the presidential suite for half a month. That's $720,000, all enough to buy an entry-level Porsche. So young, good-looking, and tall, he's the perfect man to dream about. She moved, only when he saw little Lan Lan beside Zhou Xing. His gaze dimmed again. There was definitely no shortage of girls around a quality guy like Zhou Xing. Little Barbara's looks were quite a bit more outstanding than hers. This side of the room has been opened for you. This side will be someone special to take you up. At the same time, the suite contains a 24-hour private butler who will provide one-on-one personalized and customized service. There is even a separate and private spa room that allows guests to enjoy a full-body relaxation spa service without leaving their room. We welcome you to the Ritz-Carlton and hope you enjoy your stay and have an unforgettable and supreme experience. The small receptionist forced back her inner disappointment and smiled as she handed the room card into Zhou Xing's hands. Zhou Xing picked up the room card and turned around, ready to walk towards the elevator. However, he was suddenly stopped by little Barbara. Since you've already gotten a room and it's getting late, I'll go home and rest first. The words just fell. Zhou Xing then grabbed her hand. Little Barbara looked a little flustered. You don't have to give me a ride. I'll just take a taxi back myself. And Zhou Xing just gazed at her, then faintly said, Stay here tonight. Chapter 9, What is our relationship? Zhou Xing's words were calm, yet it gives the impression of being unquestionable. Little Lon Lon didn't mention the matter of going back again. She just let Zhou Xing grab her hand like this, and then walked towards the elevator. I just don't know when it went from grasping to holding. Specialists were waiting at the elevator door early. Hold down the elevator. The Ritz-Carlton's presidential suite is on the 51st floor. The elevator is fast. It took less than 30 seconds to reach the 51st floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. At the doorway stood a man in his 60s or so, with graying temples. He was dressed in a butler's uniform, white gloves, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, hair brushed up and rooted. It was filled with cleanliness and meticulousness. Upon seeing Zhou Xing and Little Lon Lon come out, he bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am your personal butler. You can call me Butler Wang. Welcome to stay at the Ritz-Carlton. During your stay, you can contact me with any questions you may have, and I will do my best to serve you, striving for a perfect experience during your stay at the hotel. Here are your car keys." Butler Wang handed over the keys of the Lamborghini to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing took it and slipped it into his pocket. "I'll show you to your room on my side." Butler Wang stepped aside and made a gesture of guidance. Zhou Xing nodded and led Little Lon Lon towards the room. "Swipe your room card. Push open the door." The Bund and the Oriental Pearl television tower are magnificent sights to behold. It looks gorgeous at night in neon. The rooms have a contemporary Art Deco theme and are designed with spaces such as a living room, dining room for 10, private study, library, walk-in closet, master bedroom with marble bathroom, and a spacious lounge with guest bath. The area is more than 400 square feet. However, at this moment, Zhou Xing did not appreciate the Shanghai city at night, but instead focused his attention on Little Lon Lon. Butler Wang was also very sensible. "I won't disturb your rest on my side. If there is anything you can call me anytime through the guest room phone." With that he backed out and closed the door. The room immediately fell silent. Little Erasure just felt inexplicably a little nervous. She gulped, raising his head. He happened to lock eyes with Zhou Xing, different from the clear eyes before. At this time, his eyes had some red threads in them. Little Erasure immediately inclined her head, not daring to meet her eyes. Zhou Xing, however, stepped forward and gave him a hug. She tried to break free, but found she couldn't muster the strength to do so. Zhou Xing's hands were like iron hoops, firmly binding her. After a while, Little Erasure also stopped struggling. The room was dead silent again. The only sound was the sound of their hearts beating faster. "I'm going to take a shower." Little Lon Lon gently patted Zhou Xing. "No need." Zhou Xing domineeringly refused. "I just like your outfit." Snap! Zhou Xing pressed the rest button in the room. The room lights went out at once. Only the hallway, as well as the bathroom, remained dimly lit. The curtains slowly closed automatically. Shanghai city at night, still lit up. Blinding sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Xing was in a daze, only feeling that there was something heavy pressing down on his body. He opened his eyes. What came into view was the sleeping Little Erasure, sleeping soundly, with just a slight frown on her brow, obviously from exhaustion. Grabbing my cell phone. It was past 11 in the morning and soon to be 12. He couldn't help but marvel at the energy of youth. He is still in high spirits now. Draped in his robe, he made his way to the living room, hungry and ready to dial for room service and have the restaurant send up some meals. That's when he saw the pants thrown on the floor. A sticky note leaked out of his pocket. Zhou Xing rubbed his brow, almost forgetting about it. "No wonder I always felt as if I had forgotten something last night." After picking up the notepad and jotting down the phone number on it with his cell phone, he instantly crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. A call to the front desk followed. "Hello, this is the front desk. How may I help you?" A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. "Send up a lunch for me. For two, and just see what you can do as far as variety and whatnot." Zhou Xing said. "Okay, we have the Supreme Double Deluxe package over here. The package price is 26,600 in total. Do you think it's okay?" "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll inform the restaurant to prepare it on my side, and it will be delivered to your room in about 30 minutes. Thanks." "You're welcome." Zhou Xing hung up the phone, but suddenly she felt someone behind her hugging her. "I woke up and you were suddenly gone. I thought you had disappeared." Little Arashi's sultry voice rang out. "How is that possible?" Zhou Xing turned around, gave Little Lon Lon a hug, and smiled. "It's getting late. I'm just asking the restaurant to send up some lunch. You must be hungry too?" Little Barb nodded and pouted. "I just woke up hungry." After a night's time, Little Lon Lon transformed greatly and began to cling to Zhou Xing a little. Okay. Then after lunch, it's always okay if I take you shopping to make it up to you." Zhou Xing smiled faintly. "No need." Little Barb shook her head and said, "I'm so weak right now. Where do I have the stamina to go shopping?" "Then wait until you're rested." Zhou Xing didn't force himself. "What is our relationship now?" At this point, little Lan Lan, however, tilted her head, her bright eyes staring at Zhou Xing with an extraordinarily serious expression and said, "It should be a boyfriend and girlfriend, right?" Zhou Xing's expression stagnated at his words, and he was silent for a moment. He lives again, enjoys a life of wantonness and is unlikely to be tied down by a girl. Of course, but Zhou Xing didn't refute it. A boyfriend-girlfriend relationship is all. It's not like the law says you can only have one girlfriend. Xiao Lan Lan, who got a definite answer, didn't have a happy look. Instead she said to herself, "I know, a man like you, handsome, and so rich, and young and vigorous, and great at playing games at night, there are more than enough women to get close to you." Zhou Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. "You're so perfect. I can't keep it all to myself, but you have to at least give me a name so I can feel slightly better." Little Arisher bit her lips tightly. This request shouldn't be too much, right? Of course it's not too much. Zhou Xing smiled. "I knew it. You must not be that honest." Little Lan Lan glared at Zhou Xing with a grim gaze. "Bah! Scum man!" Zhou Xing didn't get angry, but instead wrapped his arms around little Lan Lan and gave her a kiss on her smooth and tender cheeks before moving her head to face him. Zhou Xing gazed at her. "I can give you a promise that you can stay by my side as long as you want. A house, a car, whatever you want. I'll give it to you. When the time comes, if you want to leave, then I'll give you a sum of money as well and we'll get along. As for love," Zhou Xing paused for a moment then said, "I can give it to you just the same. It's just that my heart is broken into many times, so there might be more love as well. I'm sure you can understand that." "I understand, you big head." Little Lan Lan clenched her back teeth. Furious, grabbed Zhou Xing's arm and was about to bite down, but when he bit down, the force had become light, like a tickle. She then let go of Zhou Xing's arm, and as soon as she dove into his arms, she murmured in a low voice, "I won't leave you." Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 10, My Woman Can't Be Measured in Terms of Money. Barbara put on her clothes and went up to open the door to the room. Butler Wang was standing respectfully at the door. Behind them were two waiters pushing a food cart. "Hello, ma'am." Upon seeing little Lan Lan, Butler Wang smiled and gave a greeting. "Is it lunchtime?" Zhou Xing's voice came from inside. "If you've arrived, just send it in." Butler Wang had no doubt. Personally take over the dining room and push straight into the parlor. Zhou Xing was sitting on the sofa, playing with his cell phone in boredom. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, this is the lunch you ordered. It was made by our restaurant chef. I hope you like it." Butler Wang bowed slightly, and then he was opening the meals in turn. The aroma of food suddenly filled the entire parlor. Private rare sunflower chicken, cherry foie gras, ancient method yunsheng steamed long pontoon balls, fish handmade pasta with truffle sauce, toffee lobster soup with rice, and the final dessert of Yangji manna. The exquisite dishes, one by one, were presented in front of Zhou Xing and little Lan Lan. Celine Bag's outlet. The portions aren't huge, but each one is just enough to satisfy two people. Little Arisher was surprised. The hotel's Chinese food, too, is able to be done so luxuriously. Looking at the colorful dishes, she unconsciously gulped. The stomach was already protesting. Butler Wang smiled and said, "Since I'm not quite sure of Mr. Zhou and this lady's tastes, the meals prepared over here are all Chinese. If they don't meet your tastes, feel free to talk to me and I'll have the chef change them for you. There's nothing wrong with it. That's all." Zhou Xing said indifferently, "By the way, match me with another bottle of table wine." "Okay." Butler Wang inquired, "May I ask if there are any requirements for the year? You watch to come on the line. Do not have to be too good. Ordinary tens of thousands of dollars red wine on the line." Zhou Xing responded. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to consume a few $1,000,000 a bottle of red wine. It was just that this kind of wine usually appeared on more solemn occasions. An ordinary lunchtime selection of this red wine, that's not rich. Instead, they will be given a shame. The restaurant happens to stock an '09 red wine from Chateau Latour, priced at 51,000, which I'll prepare for you right away over here. Butler Wang whispered into his headset. Not a moment too soon, the waiter came up with a bottle of Latour. After receiving the red wine, Butler Wang showed the label as well as the brand in front of Zhou Xing, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he opened the wine. Pour into a wine shaker. The fragrant aroma of oak barrels begins to emanate as the purplish-red liquid is poured in. Mesmerizing. Butler Wang poured the wine for the two of them, and then set the goblets in front of them, followed closely by leaving the place without disturbing their meal. "Let's eat." Zhou Xing picked up his chopsticks, but found that little Lan Lan, who was sitting beside him, did not respond. "I can't help but be a little puzzled. Why don't you eat? Weren't you starving just now and secretly gagging there?" Little Arisher blushed prettily. She hadn't thought that her small movements had actually been discovered by Zhou Xing. "I've just never seen Chinese food done like this before. It's just so beautiful that I just kind of couldn't resist. Little Barb explained. Spending so much money on one meal, that's a bit too extravagant. I'm a bit less down on it. What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. As a Ferrari salesman, you deal with rich people. You should have seen a lot of these scenes. Any more money? It's theirs. It's not like I have anything to do with it. Little Barbara chirped. Just because I work at Ferrari doesn't mean I can afford a Ferrari and step into the rich class. Zhou Xing was surprised that little Barbara was so awake. After all, many employees who have worked in luxury or high-end establishments for a long time will start to think highly of themselves. Thinks he has to be superior because he works here. Even many of the guests looked down a bit. Don't think so uselessly. Zhou Xing scraped Xiao Lanlan's nose and laughed. It's just an ordinary meal. It's not that big of a deal. Money put there is just numbers. It's what you eat in that belongs to you. A 50,000 plus bottle of red wine as a table wine does seem a bit ordinary. Little Arashi's gaze was haunted. Zhou Xing was dumbfounded. But he didn't say anything. Just nodded. Let's eat. Wait. I'll take a picture first. Little Barb took a dozen or so pictures in a row, and then took an unintentional picture of the scenery outside the window. Another offhand display of the Ritz-Carlton location. Then click send. Only then did little Barb put down her cell phone in satisfaction. Women are mouthy creatures after all. People are vain. And Zhou Xing didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After the wine and dinner, little Barb lay on the couch, her perfect body suspiciously revealed under her robe. Zhou Xing came to his senses and bullied his way forward. You should be well rested. The little game you played last night, you're a little too rusty. I'll help you practice again. Don't. I'm going to fall apart if I play anymore. Little Arisher was scared out of her wits. However, he couldn't argue with Zhou Xing and had to continue playing the minigame. An hour later, after playing the game to the point that her back ached, little Lanlan gave Zhou Xing 1,000 charming blank stares, covered her mouth, and went into the bathroom to shower and brush her teeth. Not a moment too soon. Little Barb walked out. What made Zhou Xing a little surprised was that she had actually put on all of yesterday's clothes. Hair was also pulled back and slightly straightened. It's your fault I can't wear some of these clothes. Little Lanlan sat down next to Zhou Xing and pointed at her Ferrari uniform and said in a bad mood, It's covered in dirt. I still have to go to work tomorrow, and I don't know if it will be dry in the morning after I wash it. Zhou Xing smiled. Then don't go to work. That doesn't work. The supervisor just gave me a day and a half off. Little Barb shook her head and said, If I don't work anymore, you'll support me? I'll feed you. Zhou Xing didn't think twice. Little Arisher gazed at Zhou Xing for a moment, and she didn't really want to leave either. When we first got together, we always wanted to be together 24 hours a day. Little Barbara was no exception. But eventually she said, If I don't go to work, I'll feel like a canary you've raised. And it's only when I go to work that I can be slightly more myself in front of you. So I have to go back now. Little Lanlan stood up and looked at Zhou Xing with a grumpy face. It's just the right time to give you private space, so that you have a chance to womanize outside, and I can't see what I'm seeing. Zhou Xing thought for a moment and felt that little Lanlan also had a point, so he didn't object. Okay, then I'll take you back. Little Lanlan sniffed and got happy again, hugging Zhou Xing just to give him a kiss. Dear, you're so nice. A rich man like him. Zhou Xing just laughed at this. The duo went to the hotel's underground garage and opened the Lamborghini. With a roar, the car pulled out of the basement and headed toward the place where little Arisher was renting. Half an hour later, Zhou Xing arrived at his destination. The place where little Barbara lives is in the old part of Shanghai City. The road was a bit muddy, which was not kind to the extremely low-floor Lamborghini. Turn on the chassis lift before the car drives smoothly to the entrance of the neighborhood. Can't get in anymore though. The front position was too narrow for the car to drive into. Just stop here. It's only a short walk. I'll just walk back. Barbara is in a good mood. Zhou Xing was so rich, yet he was still so considerate to her and personally sent her back, which made her happy all the way. Thanks, honey. Little Lanlan came over to Zhou Xing's face and gave him a kiss, then opened the scissor door and prepared to get out of the car. Wait. Zhou Xing, however, called out to her. Unbidden, he took her phone and opened the banking app to look at it. Then face to face, he transferred $1 million to little Barbara. After returning the phone to little Lanlan, he looked at this neighborhood in front of him and frowned. The environment here is not very good. It's not very safe for you to live here alone. Go rent a slightly higher-end neighborhood. It's also secure, and it's closer to where you work, so it's easier to get to work. Little Barbara looked at the transfer of the $1 million. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with this $1 million? The leg is on you. If you want to go, is it hard for me to stop you? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically. But it's $1 million, and even if I were sold, I wouldn't be worth that much, little Barb said with a deflated mouth. Zhou Xing smiled. My woman can't be measured in terms of money. Xiao Lan Lan gazed at the young and handsome boy in front of her, and she suddenly realized herself completely in love with last week's line. Sure. Zhou Xing's words changed. If you take my money to go out and meet a gigolo, I won't be able to spare you. Put. Little Lan Lan was amused by Zhou Xing's words, and her fist gently smashed on Zhou Xing. Hate it. People were obviously quite moved just now, and it was instantly ruined by giving it to you. What a bad thing. After Little Lan Lan finished speaking, she turned around and hugged Zhou Xing's arm again. Zhou Xing is almost a perfect man. Handsome and tall. He treats girls with generosity and consideration. She basically can't find any faults except for being a womanizer. If only he wasn't such a womanizer. Even though she had only been in contact with Zhou Xing for a day, she had the inner urge to marry the other party and give birth to several big fat boys for him. But she also found herself a little too greedy. If Zhou Xing wasn't a womanizer, this opportunity wouldn't have come her way. After figuring this out, Little Barb nodded and said, I'll go home later and call the agent to check out the house. That's always a relief, isn't it? Zhou Xing nodded. Even though Little Arisher said she was leaving, she was still reluctant to leave before she left, until Zhou Xing's hand was placed on her body. Eyes were about to get into the groove of the trivia game when it started. It was then that Little Barb got out of the car in a panic. Little Arashi's hair, which had just been pulled back, was a bit disheveled at this point. The clothes are also wrinkled, especially the headlight positions. Bad stuff. Little Lan Lan couldn't help but spit, then looked at Zhou Xing sitting in the car and laughed again. It was as sweet as it could be inside. I'm leaving. Little Lan Lan waved at Zhou Xing, and Zhou Xing waved back in response. She walked down the muddy path on her heels, smiling, but in a better mood than ever. Lan Qian, you disappoint me too much. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Chapter 11, Do you think you're deep in love? A young man appeared in front of Little Arisher, blocking the way. About 24 or 25, wearing a white tank top and gray shorts. About 1.7 meters tall, slightly fat, not ugly, but also belongs to the more ordinary kind of looks. When Xiao Lan Lan saw the man, the smile that was overflowing on her face gradually dissipated, and she asked in a flat tone, Li Yilin, do you have something to do? Aren't you supposed to give me an explanation? The man named Li Yilin, however, was gazing at Little Lan Lan with anger contained within his gaze. What explanation do I need to give you? Little Arisher looked impatient. It seems like we don't have any relationship with each other, and we're not very familiar with each other, right? I've been chasing you for 6 whole years and you're saying you don't know me well? Li Yilin looked at Little Lan Lan with a face of disbelief. I've been chasing you since freshman year, but you said you just wanted to study hard and not fall in love before graduating from college. So I waited for you to get to college graduation, and then you said you had to wait for your job to stabilize before you would consider a relationship. I moved here for you and waited for you for 6 whole years. The more Li Yilin said, the more agitated he became. As a result, just a few days without meeting, you found a rich boy. This is what you say you don't want to fall in love? He was just coming home from work when he heard the deafening sound of the Lamborghini's engine. It stood out in this rundown neighborhood. Not many people can resist the charm of a Lamborghini when confronted with it. Li Yilin also couldn't help but stop and watch. And then he saw a scene that broke his heart. His unattainable goddess, Xiao Lan Lan, who claimed to have no romantic intentions for the time being, was in the car being all intimate with Zhou Xing, and offered a kiss. Li Yilin only felt that the sky was collapsing and the earth was spinning. That's why he rushed out in anger to stop Little Arisher, hoping to get a reasonable explanation from her. All of this is wishful thinking on your part. I never asked you for anything and I never took anything from you. Little Barbara completely lost her patience. And I talk about my boyfriend. That's my freedom. I don't even need to explain to anyone. Especially you. If you don't have anything to do, get out of my way and don't delay me. Little Lan Lan glanced back at Zhou Xing in the car, fearing that the other party would misunderstand her. She was ready to go around Li Yilin. Li Yilin, however, once again blocked her way. What the hell do you want? Little Arashi's face went cold and she looked at him expressionlessly. I had thought that you were different from the other girls. Li Yilin's face was filled with loss. I didn't think that you were also that materialistic. It's really too disappointing to me. Have you said enough? Before Little Arisher could reply, a voice came from the back. Right after that, Zhou Xing got out of the car and stood in front of Little Lan Lan, eyeing Li Yilin. Honey, when Xiao Lan Lan saw Zhou Xing appear, she hurriedly explained, he and I were college classmates. Obviously neither of us majored in the same field, but since freshman year, he's been stalking me. I've turned him down countless times and he's indifferent. Actually, I don't know him well at all. Not at all. Zhou Xing patted Little Lan Lan on the back. It's okay, I heard everything in the car. Let me handle the rest. Aha. Little Lan Lan nodded obediently. then pulled the corner of Zhou Xing's coat a little less assuredly. Be careful. I'm afraid he'll do something out of the ordinary. Don't get hurt. The duo's conversation clearly reached Li Yilan's ears. Seeing the two of them hugging each other was hard enough for him, and little Arashi's words were even more of a stab in his heart. Don't worry. Zhou Xing smiled faintly and turned his head to look at Li Yilan, unable to help but shake his head. Dog licking has been around since the beginning of time. He didn't have the time to pay attention to such a person, and immediately said to Li Yilan, we're all adults. There's no need to make a scene. Stop pestering my girlfriend. What do you mean your girlfriend? Li Yilan's eyes instantly turned red. I chased her for 6 whole years, during which time I took care of her with no care and concern. And where were you at this time? Zhou Xing was a bit helpless, unable to communicate with this kind of person at all. Come on, I'll walk you up. Zhou Xing wrapped his arm around Xiao Lanlan's waist. Continuing to argue was just a waste of time and completely unnecessary. It is a philosophy of life not to compete with fools. Besides, little Lanlan is also moving out soon and will not have any more interactions with Li Yilan. Aha! Naturally, little Barbara had no objections. Get out of the way. Zhou Xing came to Li Yilan's front, and at a height of 1 meter 8.5, he looked down at the other party. The tone was flat but extremely oppressive. Li Yilan subconsciously stepped aside. Zhou Xing led little Lanlan towards the front, but Li Yilan suddenly reacted, feeling that he had lost face. He shouted at little Lanlan, where exactly am I not better than him? You fancy his money. When the time comes we'll only let you two empty. This kind of person at most is to play with you. Tired of it will be after you give a foot kick away. I'm the only one who is true to you. I'm able to give everything I have to be good to you. Lan Qian, you wake up. Don't be obsessed anymore. The duo didn't stop. Li Yilan became more and more hysterical at the sight. Lan Qian, you'll regret it. Hanging on to me while going to find a rich man. Don't come back to me crying when you're abandoned. Zhou Xing's footsteps gave way. Zhou Xing, who had wanted to refrain from arguing with Li Yilan, his face sank as he let go of little Lanlan and turned straight to Li Yilan's face. When Li Yilan saw Zhou Xing coming, he was also a bit nervous and unconsciously took a step back, his complexion changing for a moment. What are you going to do? Don't do anything. Zhou Xing glanced at him. Are you feeling deep in love? Li Yilan was stunned. Zhou Xing, however, didn't care about him and continued. Being poor is not your fault, but being poor and incapable, yet preventing others from looking for a better life, that's a big mistake. Who doesn't live a life of reality? What can you give her when I can give her the life she wants, the clothes she wants, the bags, the house, the car, the trip she says she'll take and the capital to quit whenever she wants? Li Yilan clenched his fists and said defiantly, I can give her love. Is love so cheap now? Zhou Xing smiled contemptuously. People are valuable to have self-knowledge. Before there are no conditions, should think about how to improve themselves, with the efforts to strive for the desired life and girl, rather than complaining about the sky here, accusing others of material love. Do you really think this is in the middle of a fairy tale, where girls can skip meals and live a romantic life with you? You can't even feed your girlfriend. Who are you to talk about love? Zhou Xing's words were word for word. Li Yilan's face kept changing and his expression was somewhat unnatural, but he was still unwilling to give in front of Zhou Xing. Then why did she keep hanging on to me? Not rejecting me outright, but telling me that she would not fall in love for the time being, and constantly giving me hope. You're so old and yet you're still so naive. Don't you know that in adult life, isn't a quick yes a refusal by implication? Zhou Xing said disdainfully. She just wanted to leave you with the last shred of decency, but you don't know how to cherish it yourself. What are you? What makes you think that she'll hang on to you? Li Yilan was furious. His fists were clenched, his eyes were full of red filaments, and his back teeth were about to be clenched. What did you say? What? Want to make a move? Zhou Xing didn't care in the slightest. I beat you. I can walk away in one piece. And you? Zhou Xing looked at him with a smirk. If you touch a hair on my head, your grandchildren won't be able to afford to pay for it. This is reality. You can try if you're not convinced. Li Yilan's nostrils were heavy and he was panting heavily. His finger bones were pinched white. Even though his chest was raging with anger, he still didn't have the guts to take action against Jolie, because he knew that Zhou Xing was not someone he could afford to mess with. Snap! Next moment, Zhou Xing slapped him across the face. Li Yilan did not anticipate Zhou Xing's sudden move at all, and froze in place, feeling a fiery pain coming from his cheeks. The smile on Zhou Xing's face had long since disappeared, and was replaced by an icy coldness. Give you face? And you have to learn to put it away. Don't give a fuck. Chapter 12, Becoming a Villainous Villain. You should be glad that it was me you met. Zhou Xing drew his hand back and shook it off as if nothing had happened. I'm just giving you a good lesson. If it were anyone else, I guess they wouldn't have been so nice. I know you're not convinced, but I don't really care. You're welcome to visit me anytime. I won't be so polite next time. Zhou Xing said indifferently. It's your right to be a licking dog, but stay away from my girlfriend. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Li Yilin standing there lost in thought for a long time. Get the house booked as soon as possible. Don't care about the money, and try to move in tomorrow if you can, Zhou Xing said as he wrapped his arms around little Lan Lan. Okay, honey, I'll get right on it. Little Arisher also realized that continuing to stay here was clearly not a good option. She hugged Zhou Xing's arm and looked at his face with a foolish smile. Honey, you looked so handsome just now. Little Lan Lan did not expect that Zhou Xing, who usually looked warm and gentle, would suddenly launch his temper and move so much. But the thought that all this was for her own sake filled little Arashi's heart with sweetness. Zhou Xing smiled. He originally didn't want to do anything to this Li Yilin either. Dog licking is not abhorrent. Poverty is not his fault either. The Zhou Xing of this life would not discriminate against anyone even if he had $500 million in his hand because of this. In his previous life, he was also a bumbling young man. That was why he had calmly gone to explain to Li Yilin, hoping that he would understand the reasoning. But Li Yilin apparently has no sense of self-awareness. He is to blame for the latter outcome. I'm kind of like a domineering villain in a novel. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. This kind of villain inside a novel doesn't end up too well. But this isn't fiction. It's in reality. Zhou Xing sent little Lan Lan back to the rental house and then stayed here for a while. After watching her contact the agent and find a moving company, that's when she chose to go downstairs and leave. Come to the parking place. Li Yilin was nowhere to be seen. But in front of his car, there was a girl standing, sitting on the hood of the car taking pictures. The girl was young and good-looking. Just the face looks to have a very obvious technological power. The mink yarn chambray cardigan was paired with beige pants and a pair of Gucci slippers, sunglasses on her head and a small black Chanel bag in her hand. It's just like a celebrity dress. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and didn't go forward to urge her. Instead, he stood aside and watched her take pictures with interest. The girls didn't change their faces when they saw people around them. Still doing what I do. At this point, Zhou Xing's phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was an unknown caller. Connect immediately. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Zhou? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone in a polite manner. It's me. What's wrong? Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm the president of the Jiangcheng branch of the China Merchants Bank. My name is Lin Yusheng. This side detected that you have stored $500 million in the savings card you opened in the China Merchants Bank. Lin Yusheng said. This side is very grateful for your support for our China Merchants Bank. You are able to remit such a large sum of money into our bank. It is a trust in our bank. Because Mr. Zhou's storage amount is somewhat huge. It has long reached the requirements of our bank's VIP private bank. So this side I would like to invite you to join at the same time. It is also convenient for you to formulate an exclusive VIP service. I don't know what Mr. Zhou would like to do? Zhou Xing wasn't much surprised after hearing this. $500 million. That's more than 3 billion Chinese dollars. He bought 2 cars in a row yesterday, both of which are a drop in the bucket for this deposit. A profit-oriented being like a bank will naturally try to keep this money, as much as possible, in their bank. If you're rich enough, banks are grandchildren. It's fine. Except that I'm currently in Shanghai City and not in Jiangcheng, so I guess I'll have to postpone dinner for a while. Zhou Xing didn't refuse either. The behavior of banks that usually only add flowers to the cake and never send charcoal to the snow, and even drop stones, is disliked, though, but there are some services they offer as well as privileges. Zhou Xing still has a need. For example, when he wants to buy a Rafa or any other divine car, he can go ahead and get him a place from it with the privilege of the bank. In the absence of resources, this is not relevant, as I am also in Shanghai on business, so as long as it is convenient for you, I can arrange it from my side at any time. Lin Yusheng replied. After Zhou Xing heard this, then there was no reason to refuse. Then, Governor Lin, you see to the arrangements. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has time tonight? Lin Yusheng's tone was unhurried, but the words that came out still revealed that he was somewhat eager. Yes, Governor Lin, just send me the address. Zhou Xing picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time, realizing that it was already almost 6 o'clock at this point, but it might be a little late is all. That's okay. I'll text the address to your cell phone later and await your arrival. Lin Yusheng's tone carried a hint of weakly inaudible joy. Then I won't bother Mr. Zhou. We'll see you later. Bye. Zhou Xing hung up the phone. He frowned and looked at his right hand, remembering how inconvenient it was to check the time just now. It was time to find an opportunity and buy himself a wristwatch. Nor was there any further delay. Straight towards his car. Nowadays this time of day coincided with the evening rush hour, and he didn't want to go to dinner and spend hours driving. That would be more than worth it. It's better to get there as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, just as Zhou Xing approached the female celebrity. The other party glanced at Zhou Xing lightly. No contact information will be added. Also, you just pretended a little too much. To pretend well, at least pretend to be a little more real. Not moving is the governor. I've seen you in this way so many times it's outdated. Totally like a clown. Zhou Xing was stunned. He hadn't thought that he had just made a phone call that was actually mistaken by this female celebrity as a pretense, and had gone through with it in order to ask for her contact information. Zhou Xing didn't explain anything either, and just said lightly, "You've misunderstood. I merely have to leave first." He took out his car keys and pressed the unlock button. The lights of the big Lamborghini Bull underneath the female celebrity suddenly lit up. Zhou Xing pulled open the cool scissor door and sat in. The female celebrity's color changed when she saw this. "Brother, I'm sorry." The female celebrity came over to the left driver's side window and apologized. "Because there are too many people looking for people to get their contact information. That's why I misunderstood. I didn't expect that you, brother, are actually the owner of this car." "Okay, I got it." Zhou Xing nodded his head indifferently, then prepared to close the car door, only to be stopped by the female celebrity again. "Brother, what kind of car is this? It's not as handsome as you yourself, but it's still pretty cool." The female celebrity did her best to stare wide-eyed and create a shibboleth-like adorableness. "I'm also here to take a few pictures of the car because it looks a little different." Zhou Xing looked at her with a smile in his gaze and did not respond. What kind of car it really is? I'm sure such a celebrity would have to know more about it than she does, and it would have been etched into her DNA long ago. "It just so happens that I'm leaving too. I wonder if my brother could give me a ride. It should feel great sitting in this car." The female celebrity was still talking to herself. "To apologize? Wait until. I'll treat my brother to a meal. You can go to my house. My handiwork is still very good." "No." Zhou Xing directly refused. "I'm still occupied with important matters, so I'll leave first." For this kind of famous woman, although he had something to diabolize, he was not so bad as to tear his face off. Even if his offended the other party, it had no effect. "So, does brother want to add a contact?" The female celebrity took out her cell phone with a smile on her face. "Come back to my house when your brother has time. I'm free. Next time." Zhou Xing waved his hand, not giving the female celebrity a chance to continue talking, and closed the car door. Started the car. With a kick of the gas, the car sped out, leaving a trail of dust and smoke in its wake. The female celebrity stood still and couldn't help but stomp her foot in chagrin. All their lives these people have dreamed of marrying into a rich family and catching a golden son-in-law. I never thought that the opportunity was in front of her, but she missed it herself. Taking out his cell phone, he was just about to send the pictures he took of the car to the Shanghai City Celebrities Group, then stopped moving, just took these photos, refined them, and then sent them to a circle of friends. This should be the latest model of Lamborghini Big Bull, right? Where did sister find such a high-quality boy? Introduce me to him too. The goddess is beautiful. This Lamborghini should be your own goddess, not your boyfriend's, or I'd be heartbroken. Not a moment too soon. There are just a lot more comments below from the celebrity group sisters as well as the dog lickers. The dog licking comment went right over her head. Looking at the envious tones of those sisters, she felt a satisfaction she had never felt before. She looked at the license plate on the photo, recalling Zhou Xing's tall and handsome figure. Such a top-quality boy. She must find a way to get her hands on him. Zhou Xing drove the big bull on the highway without the slightest idea that he had been targeted by a famous woman. It hadn't been open for long before he received a text message from Lin Yuxing. It has the address of tonight's dinner party on it. Tertullian set up a night feast. The name seems pretty good. After all, as the president of China Merchants Bank, you will not choose a place that is too low-end after all. It wasn't very far from his current place. It's less than 10 kilometers away. Even with traffic jams, you'll only be able to arrive in half an hour. At this point, he recoiled and was in no hurry. Find a place to stop the car. Whether or not there were cameras on the side of the road was not his concern. Then taking out his cell phone, he just dialed a number. Chapter 13, an assist from a best friend. Jingle bells. A pleasant ringtone came from the cell phone. After a few moments, the cell phone connected, and a pleasant and familiar voice came from there. "Hello, how are you? Who is it please?" It was Anya. The flight attendant Zhou Xing met on the flight. "Chao Xing." On the other end of the phone, Anya was silent for a moment. Then her tone was a bit stiff. "Mr. Zhou, may I ask what's up?" Even if Zhou Xing wasn't too good at dissecting a girl's psychology, he could clearly hear it. "Anya, this is pissed off." He rubbed his nose in it. It couldn't be helped. Xiao Lanlan's sudden appearance caused Zhou Xing to forget about such a thing and let someone else off the hook. Said he was going to invite her to dinner. It turned out to be a whole day apart before she was called. "Isn't this what we agreed on the airplane? You take me on a nice tour of Shanghai City and I'll buy you dinner." Zhou Xing said with a smile. I don't think Mr. Zhou needs a tour guide too much. After all, after arriving in Shanghai City for so long, a day is almost enough to get acquainted. And I almost have to fly back to Jiangcheng. Through the phone, one could feel Anya's thick, sultry tone. So there isn't much time. Let's talk about it later. Isn't it because I have things to take care of in Shanghai City? I'm too busy. Zhou Xing explained. I've only been free now and thought about treating you to dinner, which is why I contacted you in the first place. So I haven't even eaten at this hour. Really? Anya was a little shaken by Zhou Xing's words. Of course it's true. Zhou Xing smiled faintly and didn't give Anya a chance to refuse. Where do you live now? I'll go over to pick you up. Let's just forget about it. Anya looked hesitant. I'm staying with a coworker and I'm all set to go downstairs for dinner. She was a little heartbroken, but torn, agreeing too easily. Would it make Zhou Xing misunderstand that he was a random woman? Give me the address, and consider this dinner my way of making amends. Zhou Xing's words easily dismantled Anya's psychological defense. Okay then, I'll send you the address. Anya's voice was much lower. Okay, I'll call you when I get there. Zhou Xing hung up the phone. The address soon arrived on his cell phone. He looked away. All Seasons, a 4-star hotel. It wasn't as luxurious as the Ritz-Carlton where Zhou Xing lived, but it was still pretty good. The airline is still very good in arranging this aspect of accommodation. Inside the hotel, Anya put the phone down and bit her lip, rubbing her hair in chagrin. She still hadn't been able to hold it together. Zhou Xing, as the first person she gave contact information to, was still full of anticipation on the day she arrived in Shanghai. Even started washing up when we arrived at the hotel, putting on delicate makeup. As a result, she waited until 10 o'clock in the evening without receiving a call from Zhou Xing. It made her angry. It seems that Zhou Xing's words on the airplane were just a lie. After arriving in Shanghai, she was all but forgotten in the back of her head. When I learned that it was Zhou Xing's call just now, I was surprised to feel elated again inside. The anger of being stood up was again dissolved by Zhou Xing's 3 words. While secretly cursing herself for not being competitive, the other side was hurriedly getting up, sitting in front of the mirror, and starting to straighten up her makeup. The colleague who was in the same room as her couldn't help but be curious when she saw this scene of Anya. Anya, it's time to go down for dinner. What are you doing here with your makeup? The eyebrow pencil in Anya's hand stalled, and she stammered for half a day without being able to say a word. Instead, the roots of her ears were the first to turn red. I don't suppose you have a date? As if the coworker had discovered some shocking secret, he asked with both eyes glowing. Is it with a boyfriend? No. Anya was made a big red face and said with a shy face. Just an ordinary friend. Male or female? Male. Male. Anya's voice grew more and more breathless. We all agreed to go down to dinner together. And you betrayed us at this point in time and said you weren't a boyfriend. The coworker looked disbelieving. Not a boyfriend, just a regular friend really. Anya stomped her foot. How do you know each other? Is he handsome? What does his family do? He must be very rich. Otherwise how can he pick the prettiest little flower of our crew? Introduce it to us and get to know it too. I'm quite curious. The coworker directly ignored Anya's words, and the soul of gossip burned brightly. Oops. Tina. Anya's face had long been flushed red. If you keep this up, I'm going to ignore you. My coworker rolled her eyes and didn't press the issue further. Turning to take out his cell phone, he sent a message in the group. Shocking big news. Anya is actually in love. Her boyfriend will be coming to pick her up later. Should we go down to get acquainted later and see what her boyfriend looks like in the end? This piece of news was immediately like a deep water bomb. Numerous messages immediately popped up in the quiet group, all coincidentally talking about going downstairs together to see what the man who could give them what they recognized as the prettiest looked like. Anya, however, was oblivious to the fact that she was just silently applying her makeup. At this point, the phone rang. Anya looked at it and saw that it was Zhou Xing's call, and hurriedly connected it. Hello? I'm already downstairs. Just come straight down. Oh good. I'll be right down. Anya hung up the phone, only to realize that the girl called Ting Ting was listening with her ears perked up next to her. After being discovered by Anya, she didn't feel embarrassed, but instead said cheekily, calling this, is the boyfriend who went out on a date with you, right? It's just a simple dinner, and it's not a boyfriend. Anya reiterated. What kind of dinner out is it if you're not a boyfriend? Or if you're going out alone? Tina asked rhetorically. Anya was speechless and couldn't answer for a moment. There was no way she was going to be able to talk about what happened on the plane or she was going to be laughed at by them for a long time. The face reddened again. Go, 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 hurry downstairs. Don't keep people waiting. Tina didn't give Anya a chance to argue and pushed her just to leave the room. Are you going down there too? Anya asked in surprise. Geez, I'll just go down and take a look. It's nothing to worry about. Just to keep an eye out for you, Tina said. Anya was also a bit anxious at this time, and couldn't let Zhou Xing wait too long, and there was nothing she could do with Tingting, so she could only agree. It's okay to go down there, but don't talk nonsense, I really don't have anything with him, Anya admonished again. Okay, I get it. Hurry down. Tina pushed Anya. Anya was also only able to walk towards the elevator, only to find several of her colleagues standing there as well, chattering away. When they saw Anya arrive, their eyes instantly lit up and they gathered around. Where would Anya not know what was going on at this point? Turning toward Tina, he glared at her in dismay. Ting knew she was in the wrong and spat out her tongue, not saying anything. A group of co-workers muttered about going down together, and Anya could do nothing to stop them but sigh. Resigned, the face stood expressionless in the elevator. Mentally, I prayed silently that these guys, later on, wouldn't talk nonsense. Otherwise she was going to die of shame and probably have to find a hole in the ground on the spot. Ding! The elevator managed to reach the first floor. Ting then probed her neck towards looking around. Anya, where is it? Why don't I see it? Anya also frowned, searching for Zhou Xing's figure. Anya, this way. Zhou Xing's voice came out from the doorway. The crowd looked up and gasped. The eyes were filled with shock, only to see the 1 meter 8.5 Zhou Xing standing in the doorway, wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of black sweatpants on the lower half. It looked simple and clean. Youth paired with a sunny and handsome appearance. Like a crane in a flock of chickens. One could not help but notice him. To top it off, he was standing in front of a brand new Lamborghini Bull. More than that, it gives an extremely strong visual impact. Lamborghini, eh? This brand of car must cost at least several $1 million, right? It's more than that. It's like a big bull with a starting price of at least $6 million. It's not enough that he's so handsome, he's also so rich. Anya, where did you find a boyfriend with such good conditions? I'm really envious. After a brief silence, the co-workers looked excited, and their eyes kept sizing up Zhou Xing as well as the big bull. Anya was also not expecting Zhou Xing to actually come in a Lamborghini. It's a little less nice though, but looking at the envious eyes of my co-workers, I couldn't help but feel a sense of elation inside, greatly satisfying vanity. She came in front of Zhou Xing and said somewhat shyly, "These are my co-workers, they all said they wanted to come down to see you. I couldn't stop them no matter how I tried. There was no way." "It's okay." Zhou Xing also just smiled and turned to greet them. "Hello, my name is Zhou Xing. Hello, you're Anya's boyfriend, right?" Ting stood out, with a big personality. She smiled and said at Zhou Xing, "My name is Gu Ting. I'm Anya's co-worker and good best friend. I'm so handsome. No wonder I was able to get our little Anya." "Tina, shut up." Before Gu Ting could finish her sentence, Anya became anxious, hastily stepping forward to cover Gu Ting's mouth. She explained to Zhou Xing with a red face, "She just likes to talk nonsense. Don't listen to her nonsense. There is no such thing." Anya rushed at Gu Ting in a bad mood. "I've already said that we're just ordinary friends." "A common friend?" Gu Ting looked at Zhou Xing and said with a smile on her face, "That proves that it hasn't been chased yet. Zhou Xing, you have to work harder. Why don't you bribe us? Take us out for the evening, and as girlfriends we'll help you blow off some steam. And won't things work out?" Anya was just about to continue covering Gu Ting's mouth to prevent her from continuing. Other co-workers chimed in. "Exactly. If you make us comfortable, you'll get twice the result with half the effort, and little Anya will be a handful. By the time Anya disagrees, we'll all tie you up." Anya was overwhelmed and could only stomp her feet. "If you guys keep this up, I'm really going to get angry." "Okay." Unexpectedly, as soon as her words left her mouth, Zhou Xing's voice came over. He smiled and said, "When Anya and I finish dinner, we'll make a reservation at the bar then, and we'll go over and sit together." Anya was speechless. She buried her head in her raging headlights, half afraid to look up. The crystalline earlobes had long been reddened. Stealing a glance at Zhou Xing, with those words, wouldn't he have acquiesced in pursuing himself? Is that true? Gu Ting and the girl's eyes instantly lit up. Those who can be flight attendants are young and naturally have a fun-loving heart. "Sure," Zhou Xing said. "I'll ask Anya to send you the location when the time comes. Then it's a deal." Gu Ting pushed the shy Anya to Zhou Xing's side with one hand. "Since you're so generous, then I'll leave Anya in your hands. You must take good care of her." "Tina." Anya was anxious. Why was this Gu Ting getting more and more shy? Gu Ting, however, came over and bit her ear and whispered, "Stinky Anya, I'm helping you. You don't look at how handsome Banker Joe looks and how rich he is. Don't you see that several of your colleagues' eyes are red? If you slack off a little, someone else might get the upper hand. Make the most of it. Don't miss out on meeting such a quality boy, or you'll regret it." Anya was reticent as she looked around. Sure enough, there were a few co-workers who kept their eyes fixed on Zhou Xing, unable to look away. As a girl, how could she not understand the meaning? Each one of them looked like a hungry wolf, itching to eat Zhou Xing alive, but they just didn't act because they were present. The heart tightened. She also had a crush on Zhou Xing, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to Zhou Xing's request. It's just that with her character, it's hard as hell to take the initiative. All she could do was bite her lip and get in the car in silence. Seeing this, Zhou Xing also waved at Gu Ting and the girls before starting the Lamborghini. The sound of a surging engine. The car pulled out of sight. Chapter 14, This Smells Right. Car. Anya was fidgety and rushed. It was only then that Zhou Xing had the time to survey Anya. Without her airline uniform, she looked more youthful and pretty with her balled-up hair. The gray jersey is lined with white lace. Delicate collarbones are visible. A full career line, hidden in the dimly lit car. Underneath the women's hot pants, a pair of round, straight thighs with glowing skin as smooth as milk. At over 5'7", even in her flat white shoes, the body is still tall and shapely. With light makeup, she is both cute and innocent, yet sexy. While Zhou Xing was surprised that Anya was so well endowed, his gaze frequently fell on her legs. These legs could be said to be the best looking ones Zhou Xing had met in his 2 lives. Enough to be able to play with it for a year and not get tired of it. Anya was already shy, and when she felt Zhou Xing's gaze constantly roaming over her body before landing on her legs, she somewhat unnaturally gathered her legs together and adjusted her sitting position. She clenched her lips in silence, but Zhou Xing's line of sight was as if it possessed substance, making her feel as if there was a pair of invisible hands on her legs, slightly caressing them, secretly reveling in the excellence of her charms. The already shy woman was physically uncomfortable. Have you seen enough to drive properly? Anya couldn't help but rant, her tone more of a blush. I thought you were a righteous youth, but I didn't think that you were also a lecher. Zhou Xing, who was dismantled, couldn't see half a bit of embarrassment on his face, and said with a faint smile, in the face of beautiful things, all of them will hold appreciative gazes, which is a common human condition. It looks good. That doesn't look good all the time. Anya's body trembled and lowered her head. You're still driving and it's the evening rush hour. What if you meet danger? Just look up and see. Zhou Xing inexplicably returned a sentence, causing Anya to raise her head in some confusion. Then came a sight that surprised her. During the evening rush hour, the traffic is all slow moving. However, in front of Zhou Xing, a clear situation was always maintained. Cars on both sides unconsciously stayed away from the Lamborghini, creating the sight of an inexplicably empty area on a congested road. Being plugged into a car won't be found in Zhou Xing's body either. The Lamborghini is just too recognizable. Passing cars don't want to touch the mold. The slightest touch of carelessness. It would be fine if Zhou Xing was solely responsible. If it was their problem, even with insurance, it would be a big burden on them. This is still in the financial metropolis of Shanghai. If it were a smaller city, the situation would only be more exaggerated than this. Anya couldn't help but shake her head. And sure enough, when you have money, you will realize that everything around you is beautiful. This car, did you buy it? After a moment of silence, Anya asked. That's right, just bought it yesterday. After getting Zhou Xing's definite answer, Anya was puzzled. Didn't you just come to Shanghai City for a visit? And you're going back to Jiangcheng soon. What about this car that you bought? Zhou Xing drove the car and looked ahead. I start school in September, and the school is in Shanghai City. What? Anya lost her voice. You're still just a college student? Zhou Xing looked young, but when he came into contact with him, Anya could clearly feel the calm and steady temperament in his body. One would easily overlook the teeny-bopper look. Anya mistakenly assumed that it's supposed to be about the same age as herself. In any case, it couldn't be younger than her. It didn't occur to me that Zhou Xing was actually still in college. That age was ironically younger than her. Freshman year. Zhou Xing was rather bland. So you're, this year? Anya asked tentatively. Just turned 18. Zhou Xing smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. Anya's mind fell apart. She was 25 years old and had long since graduated from college, or she wouldn't have been able to get into the airline. Women are actually somewhat sensitive at this age, just in the best years for girls, but in so many years, it's going to be the older years. The urging of her family and the crisis brought about by her age gave her the idea of falling in love, which led her to give Zhou Xing contact information. Where could she have imagined that the first time she gave contact information to a customer, he was actually only 18 years old. A woman is a big girl, and she's holding a gold brick. She was a full 7 years older than Zhou Xing. How many golden nuggets does that have to hold? By the time Zhou Xing graduated from college, she was almost 30. Day after day, he flirted with some flight guests who wanted to eat young grass with old cows, and who could have imagined that he would become an old cow one day? Anya was discouraged. If she let all those colleagues of hers know that Zhou Xing was only 18 years old, how is she supposed to face all these people? Inside, though, there was some reluctance. After all, Zhou Xing such a condition. Only a freshman, Lamborghini such a luxury car. Said to buy. When he was able to afford business class, Anya knew he was from a good family. Now it seemed that Anya had underestimated it a bit. If you give up, maybe you won't be able to meet another one like Zhou Xing in the future. She recalled how those colleagues of hers looked when they met Zhou Xing. It was believed that even if they knew Zhou Xing's age, they would have no choice but to jump on him. Those rich middle-aged uncles have countless beautiful women swooning over them, not to mention the rich and handsome Zhou Xing. Among the rich, it's also the top of the line. Does age matter? Zhou Xing asked. Not important? Anya asked rhetorically. If the two keep going with the aim of walking down the aisle of marriage, then age becomes important. If you think it's important, it's important. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. If you don't think it's important, then it doesn't matter at all and doesn't have any impact. Anya was silent for a while, and instead of continuing on this topic, she looked at Zhou Xing and said, "Where are we going to eat? This time of the day is the mealtime, so I guess a lot of places are full and need to queue up, right? It's okay, it's someone's treat this time. He's got a reservation waiting for us to come over." Zhou Xing glanced at the navigation and was able to arrive in about 10 minutes or so. You're lying to me. Anya's gaze was haunted. This isn't even an invitation to dinner. It's just because someone invited you. Just going to talk about things. Zhou Xing explained. That person had something to talk to me about, and was invited. There was no way to refuse, and it just so happens that I need female company to attend with me. So I'll take you there with me. I don't even have anything with you. How does that make me your date? Anya was a little shy. Zhou Xing didn't explain, and just naturally placed his hand on Anya's leg. Warm palms, accompanied by a slight roughness. Anya's face instantly turned red. Her small hand pushed Zhou Xing's hand, trying to move him away. Don't be like this. We've only just met not long ago. Zhou Xing had a smile on his face. The smell. Quite right. A faint aroma of green tea wafting through the air. It's just that Anya's tea kung fu doesn't appear to be on point, and can only be considered a novice. The hand didn't move away. After Anya tried repeatedly to no avail, she was only able to bite her red lip and acquiesce to this behavior. Not a moment too soon, the Lamborghini pulls into the destination of Rio's nightly banquet. After parking the car, two get out of the car. Zhou Xing directly held Anya's small hand, and after feeling the struggle behind him for a moment, he immediately quieted down again. Only then did he head toward the store. Chapter 15 Micro and Small Enterprises. The night banquet is located on the first floor. The exterior building looks quaint with atmosphere. At the doorway stood a young woman in a bank uniform. At that moment she was pacing back and forth in the doorway, glancing now and then at the lady's watch on her wrist. Raising his head, he abruptly realized that Zhou Xing was walking towards the side, and his eyes abruptly lit up with a delighted look on his face. Hello, you are Mr. Zhou, right? The girl greeted her. I am. Zhou Xing nodded. Hello Mr. Zhou, I'm Zhang Yan, the account manager of China Merchants Bank. The woman introduced herself. It was Governor Lin who specifically ordered me to wait at the door. Anya stood by the side and listened to Zhang Yan's words with a slight surprise in her heart. All she knew was that Zhou Xing was talking to people, but I didn't expect it to be with the president of the bank. As the president of the bank, the status is no longer within the reach of ordinary people, but to take the initiative to host a banquet, waiting for Zhou Xing to come. Zhou Xing, what exactly is his identity? Zhou Xing sniffed while taking a look at the woman in front of him. Zhang Yan was about 1.6 meters, quite a bit less tall than Anya, but well proportioned. Her long, thick hair was coiled up, revealing her full forehead. The small face is somewhat rounded, a pair of black and white eyes that appeared clear. The corners of his eyes rose slightly, even when his face was expressionless. His eyes curved up like crescent moons with a smile. Delicate fair complexion makes her look girlish. Innocence with a hint of spirituality. The only downside is that the top half of the uniform is mediocre, especially sending Zhang Yan to wait at the door. Lin Yuxing also gave Zhou Xing a very sufficient amount of respect. The governor is inside, and since you're already here, why don't I show you in? Zhang Yan inquired. Zhou Xing had no objections and led Anya towards the inside. Just got in the front door. There were two young women with graceful figures, wearing classical cheongsams, bowing slightly toward them. Welcome to the Liangshi night banquet. Enjoy your meal. After they entered, the two women stepped forward and closed the door behind them. Zhang Yan was explaining at the side, the Liangshi night banquet only has one seat for 12 people each night, sharing 1,000 square meters of private space, and will no longer wait for guests once it is full. Today, because the governor had something to talk to Mr. Zhou, he took this seat. Anya stared wide-eyed. 1,000 square. In one night yet only 12 guests were entertained. This is too much of a luxury. Zhou Xing, however, looked as normal. He had looked up the information on this Liangshire night banquet before he came. This restaurant is an immersive cultural sensory restaurant. The design is in accordance with one of the 10 most famous paintings in China. Han Shizai Night Banquet as inspiration. To restore the flourishing Tang dynasty, the nightly feast is a fixed 18-course meal, each course being a corresponding fusion of food, sights, images, music, flavors and emotions. Through the gate, gorgeous lighting. The raised main stage resembles an ancient pavilion. Antique colors. There was a wonderful woman dressed in a large red Chinese dress, her hand stroking a lute. Panoramic projection in the rear paired with music. Something else. Arriving at the hall, at the 12-seat dining table, there was a middle-aged man in a black suit. Governor, Mr. Zhou has arrived. Zhang Yan stood in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man. Lin Yuxing stood up with a smile on his face and extended his hand rather respectfully. Hello Mr. Zhou, I'm Lin Yuxing. Hello, Banker Lin. Zhou Xing shook his hand. I've kept Lin Xing waiting for a long time. Though the words were said, he nevertheless had a flat face and could not see a trace of apology. The bank president was an unattainable existence for ordinary people. But for him, it was nothing. Not to mention the fact that he has $500 million in his hand. His family, his father's worth over $300 billion was there. When the country looks around, even the head of the head office has to be courteous when facing him. Not to mention a mere governor of a branch in Jiangcheng. Where would I be? This time of day coincides with the evening rush hour, and there will inevitably be delays on the road. Lin Yuxing smiled without minding it, and I was rather rushed in making the appointment with Mr. Zhou. I still hope that Mr. Zhou won't blame me. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yuxing was again looking towards Anya, facetiously greeting her as well. Looking at Anya's looks and the fact that he would be brought by Zhou Xing, he also knew that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. It's unlikely that any of them will be left out in the cold. In this regard, Lin Yuxing is still impeccable. Otherwise how could he become the governor? Anya looked a little nervous and rattled when she realized Lin Yuxing's identity. Sit down, both of you. Lin Yuxing politely asked them to take their seats. Zhou Xing also pulled out a chair and sat down. Sitting across from Lin Yuxing, Anya followed suit and obediently sat beside Zhou Xing without saying a word. When they just sat down, the waitresses dressed in flowing palace dresses leapt in with the dishes, serving them food. A wide array of dishes were placed on the table and the lighting changed, each dish taking on an unusual color. Dry ice is dense. It's like being in a Yaoji wonderland. Leaving aside how the food tastes, the exterior is gorgeous. Anya, who had never seen such a scene before, looked at the dishes and was already thinking of taking out her cell phone to take pictures. If you take these photos and send them back to your coworkers, wouldn't coworkers be so envious that their eyes would turn red? Just because Lin Yuxing and Zhang Yan were in the way, she could only suppress such thoughts for fear of revealing herself. I'm old and don't really understand your young people's fashion, so I let Zhang Yan help book the restaurant. I don't know if this restaurant is still to Mr. Zhou's liking. Lin Yuxing said smilingly. Governor Lin has a heart. Zhou Xing was not surprised. Like his information, when he ran the bank card, it was all clear. As a key customer of their bank, Lin Yuxing had probably already looked over his information quite a few times. Mr. Zhou is truly young and talented. To be in possession of such a large sum of money at such a young age really makes me feel inferior. Lin Yuxing lamented. It's not worth it. It's just a little money left over at home. Zhou Xing said with the same smirk. Oh, Lin Yuxing's eyes flickered. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Zhou's family is in? It's just a small micro-enterprise that's not very well known. Zhou Xing responded. Zhou Giant Paints Company, though an industrial giant, is not listed. It's not too much of a stretch to call it a sentence on micro and small businesses. Lin Yuxing reacted instantly. The family that can give Zhou Xing $500 million at will. The scale of this kind of business can be imagined. If you can get acquainted and open an account with him, then he'll have no problem leveling the playing field. No wonder someone as smooth as him lost his temper a bit for a moment. Like this level of rich people, was extremely concerned about privacy, and the words he had just said had been somewhat offensive. In the place of some bad-tempered people, they would probably roll their eyes and walk away on the spot. So he also apologized in a hurry. I'm sorry Mr. Zhou, it's me who's been a menglang. No harm done. Zhou Xing waved his hand and didn't mind. Lin Yuxing, on the other hand, chimed in. Mr. Zhou didn't expect to be so young and actually so humble, but you have a full $500 million laying around in your account. A business that can casually come up with $500 million is not something that a small or micro business can do. As far as I know. Anya, who was quietly eating on the side, but her eyes widened, almost choked. More. How much? $500 million? Chapter 16 Private Secretary. $500 million. According to the exchange rate, How much Chinese currency is it? Anya pondered for a moment and realized that the number was just too huge to convert for a moment. Their airline, for domestic flights, is only a few tens of millions of dollars a plane. The most expensive ones are Boeing, Airbus and Gulfstream. The most heavily loaded of these, the Boeing 747 airliner, costs $150 million apiece, and $500 million. Enough to purchase 3 frames. Anya's gaze fell on Zhou Xing with an incredulous look on her face. She knew that Zhou Xing was rich, but did not think that so young the card has a full $500 million. What exactly does his family do? Is it hard to print money? This was completely beyond Anya's knowledge. It's more than rich, it's totally super godly. She only felt that there was a thick veil of mystery shrouding Zhou Xing, make it imperceptible. Not only Anya, but even Zhang Yan, who was sitting next to Lin Yuxing, heard the amount. It was also shocking. Only out of professionalism, she didn't show any demeanor. Lin Yuxing just said that he needed to entertain a VIP client of their China Merchants Bank on this visit, and that the client was important to them at the same time. However, no details of the other party were mentioned. It was only then that she realized that the handsome young boy in front of her had enough wealth in his hands to make any bank fall for it. Zhang Yan looked at Zhou Xing with intense curiosity in her gaze. Zhou Xing was bland in the face of Lin Yuxing's flattery. He had long since gotten over the initial excitement of getting the money and didn't feel much inside at this point. Mr. Zhou, I believe you already know the purpose of this invitation. Lin Yuxing smiled slightly and said, one is to thank you for your support as well as trust in our China Merchants Bank. The second is that I unilaterally also want to get to know a brilliant young talent like Mr. Zhou. Finally, Lin Yuxing paused. It's that I want to invite you, Mr. Zhou, to join our China Merchants Bank and become our bank's private VIP. Zhou Xing nodded, signaling the other party to continue. Our VIP customers of China Merchants Bank are divided into 50,000 gold cards, 500,000 gold sunflowers, 5 million diamonds, 10 million private banks, and 50 million ultra-high-end private banks. Lin Yuxing introduced. With Mr. Zhou's assets, it naturally belongs to a super high-end private bank. As ultra-high-end private banking clients, each and every one of them is indispensable to us at CBI. As long as you join our ultra-high-end private bank, China Merchants Bank will make every effort to ensure the rights and interests of customers, and forge your supreme status. You and we, China Merchants Bank, make mutual achievements and progress. Zhou Xing gently tapped his fingers on the table and said expressionlessly, with all due respect, none of what you're talking about, Governor Lin, is very attractive to me. In business, on top of business, there was no need to be polite with Lin Yuxing. The other side is representing the bank. With his parents behind him, Zhou Xing has a status that no bank can give him. Those ordinary privileges may seem like distinctions in the eyes of ordinary people. He just has to want it. It's too easy. A little communication with your parents is enough. Lin Yuxing seems to have long been expected. Face did not change color. I know. The bank provides privileged services on the status of Mr. Zhou. Naturally, there is no shortage of, and do not see, but our bank offers a private subscription program for customers like Mr. Tao. You can absolutely put your claims forward and we'll discuss them together, aiming to make each client unique and provide the most suitable service. Lin Yuxing said, not only that, we will also integrate our bank's customer resources to provide you with an exclusive communication platform. Customer resources. Merchants are just private banks, whereas if I go with one of the big four, their client resources will only be stronger, right? Zhou Xing let out a light laugh and drank the tea in his cup. Seeing this, Zhang Yan immediately got up to add tea for him. Anya was sitting next to her a little less than kindly, having shown a little bit of cowardice after all. Pouring the tea should have been done by her. As a flight attendant on weekdays, she had no shortage of training in this area. It was only because the content of Zhou Xing's conversation with Lin Yuxing was truly shocking that she didn't react for a moment. This Mr. Zhou would not know. Lin Yuxing shook his head and said with pride, we, China Merchants Bank, are currently all the banks in the country? The number of VIPs is the largest. Private banking customers have 70863. Ultra-high-end private clients. Nearly 10,000. That number, as far as I know, is way ahead of any of the big four banks. Zhou Xing's eyes flickered. No doubt about it. Networking and resources are what he wants most. In today's society, only money, that's not going to cut it. Without connections and resources, it's almost impossible to move an inch. Zhou Xing had relived his life and had a top-notch background in system. He can't just muddle through, and likewise has a plan of his own. This is the time when contacts and resources play a decisive role. My college is in Hucheng, and I'm afraid I'll be staying there for the next few years. Zhou Xing didn't answer Lin Yuxing's words. but suddenly mentioned his university. Lin Yuxing's eyes brightened slightly, and with a smile, he said, "This Mr. Zhou can rest assured. I brought Zhang Yan here just to dispel Mr. Zhou's worries. In her capacity as Mr. Zhou's personal secretary, she is based at the branch in Shanghai City to solve any problems you may need for Mr. Zhou. Just contact her directly whenever you have a request." Zhang Yan also stood up at the right time, handing over her business card. "Mr. Zhou, if it's convenient, you can add a friend, and if you have any problems to find me, I'll be available 24 hours a day for you." Zhou Xing did not refuse, took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. He would be dealing with Zhang Yan for a long time to come. "The friend request has been sent over from my side. Please pass it if you have time." Zhang Yan smiled and sat back down. Equipped with a private secretary, there are also very few ultra-high-end clients in our China Merchants Bank, and only the highest quality clients like Mr. Zhou can have such treatment. Lin Yuxing explained. Zhou Xing didn't say anything. The two of them just looked at each other and then smiled at each other. We're all smart people, so there's no need to say a lot of things outright. "Mr. Zhou, would you like to have a few drinks?" Lin Yuxing picked up his chopsticks, savored the dishes, and asked Zhou Xing. "I'll have the waiter serve a bottle of red wine on my side, or try the Mao Tai that they've had in the store for quite a few years?" "No need." Zhou Xing waved his hand and said, "I'm an average drinker, lest I lose my temper in front of the governor later." The culture of drinking is the norm in China. It's just that Zhou Xing doesn't need to rely on drinking to please others. In the whole of China, there were only a handful of people who were worthy of being ingratiated by him. Lin Yuxing lingered on Anya for a moment, instantly understood, and immediately just smiled. "Then Mr. Zhou, taste the dishes here. Charm does not meet your appetite. I do not know if you young people like it. The flavors here are similar to those in Zhangchang. After all, it's close by." Governor Lin is also from Zhangchang? Of course, a native of River City. Then we're still old folks. As old folks, Mr. Zhou will have a cup of tea instead of wine. The meal lasted 2 hours. Guests enjoyed themselves. By the time they came out of the Tertullian setting night banquet, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The excitement of night Shanghai City has just begun. Lin Yuxing personally sent Zhou Xing down to the parking lot, holding his hand, full of smiles. This time the preparations were rather rushed. When Mr. Zhou returned to Jiangchang, I will make arrangements to ensure that Mr. Zhou tasted the most authentic Zhangchang dishes. Zhou Xing was also smiling. Governor Lin is too polite. We are all from the same hometown. When I go back to Jiangchang, Governor Lin, don't mind my nagging. Don't worry, the door of my house will always be open for Mr. Zhou. After a few moments of pleasantries, Zhou Xing pressed down the car key, opened the door of the Lamborghini, and took Anya into the car. "I'll go first." Then, Zhou Xing lowered the window and said to Lin Yuxing and Zhang Yan. Lin Yuxing nodded while Zhang Yan said playfully, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhou." The two just stood still. He watched Zhou Xing's car drift away and eventually disappeared from their sight before calling it quits. Anya was full of doubts. Is this how rich people talk about things? In the front, they were obviously still talking about inviting Zhou Xing to join the VIPs, but suddenly they started chatting about family matters again. Zhou Xing, this is the answer or not? She felt a little clouded and embarrassed to ask. After all, today she looked like she hadn't seen any of the world at all. As a flight attendant, she was courted by quite a few people on a regular basis, also because of their status and occupation. They seem a bit unattainable in the eyes of some people, but in front of Zhou Xing, she in turn felt a bit inferior. "What are you waiting for? Message your coworker. It's time to go out," Zhou Xing suddenly said. "Ha?" Anya didn't look back for a moment. "Didn't we promise your coworkers that we'd invite them out for the evening? So we're going over there now and they're almost ready to go," Zhou Xing said indifferently, inviting them to sit at the bar. This expense was nothing to Zhou Xing. Most of all, he was more interested in seeing it too. What the top bar in Shanghai City was really like was something he had never experienced in his previous life. "Oh." Anya nodded and took out her cell phone, just about to send a message to her group of co-workers. Then he looked up again, blankly at Zhou Xing. "Which bar are we going to go to? TAX exit." Zhou Xing pondered for a while and realized that he didn't know much about the bars in Shanghai City either. Just that his memory was more impressive for this one. Because of this store, the Star Cheetah has a stake in it. A lot of celebrities go there to play. The expensive price tag, paired with the celebrity effect, leads to this bar being relatively famous. Chapter 17, Double It. TAXX. Would that be too expensive? Anya was a little hesitant. She'd also heard great things about the bar. TAXX bar in Shanghai City can be said to be the largest bar in terms of area. 3,000 square feet. There are 70 seats. Industrial-style decor with a 12-meter long bar. The opening was once the hottest in existence. It has set the record for the most expensive nightclub booth in Asia. It's hard to get a deck for $100, 000 low cost. Even now, it takes 20, 000 to 30, 000 low spends to keep a station, and 40, 000 to 50, 000 low spends on Friday and Saturday to lock in a card. She has a lot of co-workers. There were nearly 10 flight attendants in a whole crew. If you go to TAXX, you'll spend at least $100,000 a night. They're just kidding. Even if they go to a bar, just choose a slightly cheaper price. Anya said. And it's the weekend. This is the time of year when TAXX is on fire. So I guess there's no room left for a long time. It's okay, just send them the address directly. Zhou Xing parked the car on the side of the road, and naturally placed his right hand on Anya's rounded thighs, gently caressing them. In his left hand, he picked up his cell phone. WeChat page with a new friend request. It is from Zhang Yun. Adopted. Ding dong. Not long after it passed, Zhang Yun sent a message. Mr. Zhou, please take care of me in the future. You can call me for any financial issues and I'm always available for life's needs. Living on demand. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. Let's talk about this later. Without hesitation, he dialed Zhang Yan's phone. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Zhou, what can I do for you? Zhang Yan, as Zhou Xing's personal secretary, had apparently long since deposited his phone number into her address book. Please make a reservation for me for the TAXX card tonight. Zhou Xing himself did not expect that he would actually deal with Zhang Yan again so soon. It's a little tough for the average person to TAXX book a deck at this time of year. I believe that with the energy of the banks, there is definitely a way. Anya was on the sidelines, her red lips slightly parted. $500 million in deposits for ultra-high-end VIP service, which he then uses to book bar tabs? Maybe that's unusual for rich people. Okay. Zhang Yan, however, appeared calm. May I ask if there are any requirements for the location? Just find a slightly larger place for a booth. I know. Zhang Yan replied. My side will deal with it right away. It will take about 5 minutes or so to book a place. Mr. Zhou, when you arrive, just report your name and phone number directly. Thanks. You're welcome, Mr. Zhou. It's all part of my duties. Zhou Xing hung up the phone, then navigated TAXX and started the car again. Instead of moving his hand from Anya's thigh, he asked with a calm face, Did you send them an address? Sent. They should be here in half an hour or so, Anya said while enduring the strange feeling coming from her thighs, though a little less than kind. A joke from his coworkers made Zhou Xing book TAXX, but when she sent the message to her group of coworkers just now, it sparked a frenzy. I can't believe it's TAXX, where the low consumption is tens of thousands of dollars. It's Saturday. I don't think we can get down without 100,000. I didn't expect Anya's boyfriend to be so generous. Rich and handsome. Anya's luck is too good. Thanks, Anya. I've always wanted to visit there. It's just too expensive to spend. I wonder if we'll see any baby cheetahs in there. Today is another day of envy for Anya. Looking at their messages, Anya rarely bothered to retort. Skimming his head and looking at Zhou Xing, who was driving quietly, his vanity was greatly satisfied. After seeing Zhou Xing's strength, what she was considering now was no longer whether or not to agree to Zhou Xing and become a boyfriend and girlfriend. Rather, it's whether Zhou Xing will go all the way with her and step into marriage. The big blue bulls cut through the sky like blue ghosts under the dark night. Traveled less than 20 minutes. The car then arrived at the TAXX gate. Before we even stepped into TAXX, deafening, mind-blowingly dynamic DJs were emanating from inside. Here, at this time, it has long been overcrowded. Luxury cars are even more everywhere. BMW, Mercedes, no longer in the mix here. It took Porsche to become mainstream. And of course we're able to see a couple of Ferraris. Zhou Xing's Lamborghini Big Bull is still the absolute star of the show. He swept the parking lot in front of the entrance. The seats are largely taken. Zhou Xing frowned. Even if there was a spot, it would be difficult for him, a novice, to park in it. Isn't this making things difficult for him? Mr. Chow. He didn't bother with that much and parked right next to the front door. The security guard, who had been directing traffic, glanced at the car. Then silently, he brought a couple of traffic cones and surrounded his car. Zhou Xing got out of the car, then shoved the keys and a few red bills into the security guard's hand. Thanks. When there's a parking space later, please help me park in it for a bit. To avoid the last townhouse fondue, he'd taken some cash and left it in his car today. Smoke builds bridges, wine paves the way, but nothing is as real money. The security guard looked at the wad of banknotes and busily took it, saying respectfully to Zhou Xing, Boss, don't need to go to so much trouble. Don't worry about it, just park it here directly. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Zhou Xing didn't force himself and stuffed the key into his pocket. At this point, Another black Mercedes, following suit, also parked next to Zhou Xing's car. Seeing this, the security guard rushed forward to block the way. Sir, I'm sorry, you can't park here. The same young man in the Mercedes pointed somewhat defiantly at the Lamborghini and said, why does he get to park here? The security guard glanced at the Lamborghini, then at the Mercedes. Don't you know why others can park here? People are many times richer than you, and they treat security guards like them with such politeness and generosity. You don't give a dime and you want to park here, and don't see if you're qualified or not. I don't know how many times I cursed in my heart, but the security guard kept a smile on his face. Sir, this is a special case. According to our rules here, you can't park here. Please find a parking space to stop. The security guard stood there with an oily look on his face. The youngster had to drive off cursing too. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xing let out a light laugh, then led Anya towards the gate. The marketing had long seen that Zhou Xing was driving a Lamborghini over, and came to Zhou Xing with an attentive face. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Yes, my last name is Zhou. Zhou Xing then reported the last number of his cell phone. Marketing inquired for a moment, then looked up with some surprise. You are Mr. Zhou? He bowed several times in a row, then said with a smile on his face, this way please, Mr. Zhou, the card seat is ready. I'll take you there. Just now, the owner of the bar suddenly sent them a message. Someone booked a deck at TAXX, and they were instructed never to be neglected and to serve them well. It doesn't say why, though, but the staff all knew that the one who could be treated by the boss by such a name was definitely not someone they could afford to mess with. Each one was pumped up. I didn't think that it was actually this young man in front of me. Marketing was 10,000 times more respectful in leading the way for Zhou Xing, although Zhou Xing was a little puzzled by marketing's attitude. He probably guessed that it must be Zhang Yan's side that had used some contacts and resources to book this card seat. That's why marketing treats it that way. Enter the TAXX gate. What came into view was a wall all set with the ace of spades. The colorful ace of spades. It's a real shocker. Marketing led the way all the way across the dance floor and the card table to the innermost seats. He pointed to the centermost card seat and said, this is where you made your reservation. Zhou Xing looked at the most spacious card seat inside. No. 000. In front of it is the DJ stage, which occupies the best sightline of almost the whole bar, and it's not a problem at all to accommodate dozens of people at the same time. It's almost like sitting back and watching the whole thing. In addition to the private rooms, it is the best location of the booths. However, the atmosphere of the bar is better felt in the booths as opposed to the private rooms. Rubbing his brow with some headache, he told Zhang Yan to just book a random card seat, but I didn't expect it to be number 000 at first, but it was nothing. He turned to the marketing, drew out 6 red bills and handed them to the other man. Okay, I got it. Thank you Mr. Zhou, have fun. Marketing took the bill, the smile on his face growing more genuine. After bowing repeatedly, he left the place. Zhou Xing and Anya sat down. A man wearing a white shirt and black suit pants was the one who moved forward. Hello Mr. Zhou, I'm the supervisor here. You can just call me Xiao Wang. The supervisor finished, then took out the drink list and unfolded it and placed it in front of Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, this is the drink list. What do you need to see? He didn't mention anything about the low consumption of cards from the beginning to the end. Those who were able to book this position and were also named by the boss for special attention would not care about that so-called low consumption at all in their eyes. Zhou Xing swept a glance at the wine list, and not being very knowledgeable about this, he directly closed the wine list. Turning to the supervisor, he said, you watch and set me up. About 10 people. Okay. The supervisor took the drink list and then inquired, I wonder what approximate amount of drinks is being prepared. How much do you think is appropriate? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically. He hadn't been to the bar much in his previous life, and this was his first time here in this life. Not so sure about the spending here. The supervisor pondered for a moment. Around 100,000. It's enough. I'll give you some of the various kinds on my side. You can see which wine is more satisfying to you. Just call me again when the time comes. 100,000. Zhou Xing frowned, then faintly said, double it, according to 200,000. Chapter 18, Mr. Zhou, I'll drink to you. When things go wrong, they don't decide. Then double it. This won't be too bad after all. Okay, then I'll go over here and make arrangements for you. The supervisor was too busy to respond, then left the deck. It's a bit too expensive. In fact, just order some random drinks. Those co-workers of mine are just coming over to check it out. Anya grabbed Zhou Xing's hand and said, we don't even go to bars much. This is my first time. It's okay, it's my first time too. Zhou Xing smiled. Since you're out to play, then have fun. Anya looked at Zhou Xing, surprised. He actually came to the bar for the first time as well. Originally, I thought that Zhou Xing was so rich that he was definitely a bar regular. Anymore, it's been in and out quite a few times. Just looking at the way he looked just now, the words didn't seem to be forged. In his heart, he was curious as to what kind of family Zhou Xing was. Mr. Zhou, there are a few girls outside. They say they are your friends. Should I bring them in? The supervisor once again came to Zhou Xing and bowed before his ear and inquired. It should be my co-workers arriving, Anya voiced. Zhou Xing nodded. They are all my friends. Let them come in. Okay. The supervisor went out again. In a short while, it led Gu Ting and the girls, with 7 or 8 girls coming in. All of them are clean-cut, beautiful in appearance and tall in stature. As a flight attendant, the looks, even if they were not as outstanding as Anya's, were at least on the level. And when it came to the internet, it was a goddess level to say the least. It's also extremely rare to see so many pretty girls in a bar at the same time. It caused a lot of people to gather around. Gu Ting and the girls surveyed the interior with some curiosity, of which an exclamation of surprise was issued from time to time. Soon they were led to the card table. Mr. Zhou, I've brought all your friends. You can call me again if there's something. The supervisor left. Gu Ting cheekily greeted Zhou Xing. Hello, we meet again. Zhou Xing also waved his hand in a gesture. Sit down, all of you. Gu Ting was the first to sit down, and the rest of the stewardesses sat down together. Only that compared to Gu Ting, they appeared a bit formal. Zhou Xing, oh no, it should be Zhou Xiao. Gu Ting said with some surprise. Zhou Xiao, you should come here often, or else how did you even book the number 000? That supervisor I see treats you respectfully as well. The other flight attendants, too, looked at Zhou Xing and Anya curiously. There was a look of envy in his eyes. Zhou Xing smiled and didn't explain. A row of waiters, carrying drinks, headed this way. The supervisor stood at the front. Mr. Zhou, here's your order for 200,000 drinks. He made a point of giving out the price. The purpose was to be heard by all present. After all, Zhou Xing came and brought so many girls with him, even without the boss's orders. With that $200,000 to spend, in both sense and reason, it was enough for Zhou Xing to make such a splash. What people come to the bar for? Drinking is secondary to making a splash in front of a beautiful woman. Wow! Many of the flight attendants present, their gazes changed, looking at Anya's eyes again. Amidst the envy, there were some other emotions. 200,000. Although Zhou Xing was driving a Lamborghini. However, they have also contacted a lot of rich second generation, and clearly know that there are many rich second generation on behalf of the face driving luxury cars. But in fact, there is not much in the pocket, all controlled by the family. Even money for gas is a bit of a stretch. Not only can Zhou Xing afford to drive a luxury car, he is also so generous. Order $200,000 worth of drinks off the top of your head. It had already proved that Zhou Xing's family was, well, not ordinary. They were not convinced in their hearts. Why should Anya be able to find such a wonderful boy? Instead, they were only able to be accosted by some short, ugly, middle-aged men. The mind had already made up its mind. Zhou Xing and Anya, too, have not yet established a relationship. Even if they have, without a license, they still have a chance. At the supervisor's gesture, a wide array of drinks and fruit plates filled the entire table. Mr. Zhou, are all these wines open? The supervisor asked. Zhou Xing glanced at the supervisor and had to say that this person was still very smart. Know how to take the customer's experience, but it also belongs to the normal. As a bar, the main thing is to keep customers. How to make the guests have fun here, comfortable and happy is their aim. Open them all, Zhou Xing said indifferently. One by one, the waiters came forward to open them. Then I'll leave Mr. Zhou alone. The supervisor left. At the card table, silence returned. Only after a while did Gu Ting say, $200,000 of wine. This is too extravagant. I'm a little less daring to drink it. What's there to be afraid to drink? Zhou Xing laughed. Come here to have fun. Don't care about the rest. He picked up a glass of wine. Gu Ting also stood up at the right time and raised her wine glass. Then I won't be polite. I'm here to toast to Zhou Xiao first. Thank you for your hospitality. The other stewardesses followed suit and stood up together. The first cup is to Xiao Zhou. Thank you Xiao Zhou. Inside the card table, there was a flurry of warbling. Zhou Xing also had no choice but to hold his wine glass and clink glasses with them. A glass of champagne downed. He didn't feel much of anything, and he had to say the drink still tasted pretty good. And then the second glass. It's going to be to our Anya. Gu Ting poured herself another cup and looked at Anya with a bad smile on her face. We've all benefited from Anya's light. To Anya. The rest of them spoke in unison. Anya waved her hand in a hurry. A little less than kindly. There's no need for that. But in the end, I couldn't resist them. so I stood up and clinked glasses with them. A glass of wine. Anya's white face flushed a little red. It looked redder and redder in the dim light. Sitting there, outwardly motionless, inwardly he was greatly satisfied. In the past, she was also just a newcomer to the crew, where these flight attendants would be so polite to her. The reasons all came from Zhou Xing. She looked at Zhou Xing with a firm gaze. No matter what his age was, she must hold on to him. Zhou Xing was also happily watching them drink, and his right hand smoothly wrapped around Anya's waist. Gradually it probed up towards the back. Anya struggled and pushed Zhou Xing's hand away. Zhou Xing, don't do this. It's too fast. She and Zhou Xing had only been in contact for one night. Even if she's heartbroken, that can't be too being easy to get. Otherwise men don't know how to appreciate it. Zhou Xing glanced at Anya, and the familiar smell of tea wafted out again. But he's no Yilin Li. Anya's appearance was top-notch and moved him, but it wasn't a reason for him to be a lickspittle. He drew his hand out without moving, looking indifferent. The stewardess next to her had already taken it all in. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Here's your chance. One of the melon-faced, wide-eyed stewardesses came over, her body almost glued to Zhou Xing's. Squeezing his arm with her upper body, the voice daintily said, Zhou Xiao, I'll toast you alone. Chapter 19, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Xiao Zhou, my name is Luo Qianqian. Luo Qianqian reported her name, and then raised the champagne in her hand and drank it all in one go, and after drinking it, she also licked her red lips and swallowed all the remaining alcohol. The almond eyes are soulful and charming. I'm dry. Make yourself at home. Young Zhou. Zhou Xing didn't squirm and gave the wine a gulp. Seeing this, Luo Qianqian used the name of pouring wine for Zhou Xing, but her body got closer and closer to him. Seeing that Zhou Xing did not object, she became even bolder. With his head leaning on Zhou Xing's shoulder and his body pressed tightly against it, he kept bumping Zhou Xing's arm with his headlights. Zhou Xing smoothly wrapped his arms around Luo Qianqian's soft waist. Zhou Xiao, you are so bad. Luo Qianqian came close to Zhou Xing's ear. Her red lips slightly opened and giggled. A strand of hair fell on Zhou Xing's face, tickling him a little. However, she didn't break away from Zhou Xing. Instead, she twisted her waist and her whole body just lay in Zhou Xing's arms. Zhou Xing twisted his head to look at Luo Qianqian, and under the dim light, her face was still off the charts. Slightly inferior to Anya though, but in the campus, it is also able to rank the school flower level. The Zhou Xing of his previous life had no chance of crossing paths when faced with a girl of this level. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Luo Qianqian's behavior. If you come out to play, then you have to be aware. Luo Qianqian obviously has a big pattern. Doesn't it smell better to throw yourself in the arms as opposed to green tea? Luo Qianqian's actions. These stewardesses who had all their eyes on Zhou Xing were clearly in their eyes, while mentally chiding Luo Qianqian for being shameless. At the same time, they were afraid of missing out on the opportunity and scrambled to get up and toast Zhou Xing. After the toast, he didn't return to his seat, but naturally sat next to Zhou Xing, unwillingly showing Zhou Xing his goodwill. Stiffly squeezed Anya to the periphery. Anya clenched her fists and looked towards Luo Qianqian with some anger. In her opinion, the originator of this scene was Luo Qianqian. The other party clearly knew that Zhou Xing and himself were the pair. They are all co-workers. They spend their days as girlfriends and are extremely close. But when they met this kind of thing, not only did they not choose to help, but they instead chose to backstab one after another. Without hesitation, Luo Qianqian felt Anya's gaze and raised her own white neck with a slight smile on her face. The heart was quite disdainful. This is typical of Anya to be in the middle of a blessing and not know it. They were all envious to be able to cross paths with Zhou Xing. Boys like Zhou Xing are 1 in a million within the rich. How rare and precious. They all knew it by heart. When he came across the likes of Zhou Xing, of course, he was the first to seize the opportunity and go with the flow. Anya, however, was still vainly trying to hold Zhou Xing in a firm grip, constantly hanging on to the other party's appetite. Would a rich man like Zhou Xing like girls? The answer is obvious. Even if he didn't have an idea, he was still incredibly conspicuous like a firefly in the middle of the night. Those girls will flock to it. Anya is so naive. Thinking of monopolizing the weekly walk. Zhou Xing was not the kind of person who couldn't walk on the road when he saw a beautiful woman. The last thing he needs is girls. Anya took the initiative to create the opportunity and didn't know how to cherish it. So don't blame them for taking advantage of the situation. Anya, you're just going to stand by, indifferent and watch them go throw themselves at Chao Xing? Gu Ting sat next to her, looking at the forlorn Anya, and couldn't help but feel anxious for her. A man chasing a woman is a mountain apart. Women chasing men, as long as the girl is willing to go out of her way. It's not too easy. It's not like Zhou Xing and I have anything to do with each other, and I have no right to care what he wants. Anya deflated, still mouthy. Instead, his eyes kept falling on Zhou Xing and never moved away. Are you sure? Gu Ting asked. That. Definitely. He and I were never much, just regular friends. Anya was reluctant to show her vulnerability in front of her best friend. If you put it that way, then I'm on. Boys like Zhou Xing are so rare that even I'm tempted. When Gu Tingting's words fell, Anya was instantly anxious. Tina, you. Anya did not expect that even her most trusted friend would betray her. She turned her head, but found Gu Ting looking at her with a derisive face. Simply no more disguises. How could they? Anya was so aggrieved that tears were about to come out. As a good best friend, it's not enough that you don't help out when things go wrong, you even fall on your sword. The mind is also a little unbalanced. His own mind was definitely clear to Zhou Xing. She has acquiesced. It was just that she was a little shy with so many people, thinking that it was moving too fast, and that a slow development would be the way to go. Her legs were also touched and her hand held by Zhou Xing. It was so close to poking through the window and confirming a relationship. At that time, what does Zhou Xing want? Then it's still all up to him. Just for refusing Zhou Xing's further movements. Zhou Xing turned to her person without any lingering at all. A come hither look. Could it be that Zhou Xing not have any feelings for himself? Don't blame Zhou Xing, it's just that you don't know how sought after he really is. Seeing this, Gu Ting spoke out to comfort. Although we are as flight attendants, in the eyes of some people, possessing a professional aura, thinking that we have a superficial scenery, but only we know for sure that we're really just ordinary waiters. Nothing at all. All our youth is wasted on airplanes, and we have nothing to show for it but this face. When we really want to get married and marry someone, we realize that we are old. Gu Ting smiled to herself. Being able to marry a rich, middle-aged, balding man already counts us as lucky. Like Zhou Xing, you basically have to have saved the galaxy in your last life for that to be possible. And don't blame them for being realistic. Who wants to end up as an old, disliked person? They're also just trying to find a better future for themselves. Gu Ting looked at Anya with a sincere face. Seriously, if it weren't for the fact that you're my best friend, and if it were any other unfamiliar stewardess, I would have met Zhou Xing and similarly flown up without a second thought. Tina. Anya froze, looking at Gu Ting in front of her. For the first time she felt that the other party was so strange. People are realistic. Gu Ting, however, said to herself, don't treat Zhou Xing as an ordinary person. A rich man like him is not a cutie pie. Don't look at him as young. He's seen more tricks than you've ever eaten. These tactics of yours are worthless in his eyes. Don't ever think of playing any petty tricks in front of Zhou Xing. Just be good and obedient. This way your chances are the best. Gu Ting sighed slightly and said, your looks and figure are your biggest capital and your advantage. But nothing is absolute. You'd better think about it yourself. If you miss it, you'll regret it. After a moment of silence, Anya raised her head and said, I know. Thank you Ting Ting. Her words were sincere. Gu Ting's words were realistic though, and for Anya, it was a bit hard to accept for a while, but she knew that the other person was genuinely looking out for her own good and wanted her to have a good life. If I were you, I'd hurry over there right now and take back the spot that belongs to you, Gu Ting said, and there was another sentence she didn't say after that. Use your looks and body to make them feel inferior. Anya looked towards Zhou Xing's side, and the other party didn't even have the intention of glancing towards this side. Although his heart was a little low, he still said with a smile on his face, no need Ting Ting, Zhou Xing is just annoyed with me right now. I'll just find a chance to apologize to him later. It's simply impossible for them to snatch Zhou Xing. After all, I'm the one who first met Zhou Xing, and it was also Zhou Xing who took the initiative to pursue me. Anya looked confident. She knew all about her looks and body, too. It was this that gave her absolute confidence. Gu Ting's expression was a bit complicated when she saw this, but she didn't continue to say anything. She had said all that needed to be said, and she couldn't decide for herself what Anya really thought. The deck was still hot. It was accompanied by dynamic music, and girls swarmed on both sides of the room with smiles on their faces. Zhou Xing lifted the wine glass, and the wine inside radiated a colorful glow under the light. He instantly understood somewhat why rich people like to hang out at bars. It's not that the drinks here are outstanding. It's just a place where their vanity, as well as their desire to conquer, can be infinitely satisfied. The paper is the most depraved. It's also the most emotionally charged and happy way to be. Zhou Xiao, it's your turn to drink. A delicate voice came from the side, and Zhou Xing came back to his senses and smiled faintly before drinking the wine inside the cup. The other card holders, seeing this scene, were so jealous that their back teeth were about to be clenched. The heart is extremely unbalanced. From the moment the group of stewardesses fishtailed in, they noticed, all tall and beautiful. At the card table, Zhou Xing was the only boy who didn't say anything. These were also unrivaled beauties in their eyes, and one by one, they actually threw themselves at Zhou Xing, even competing to get jealous. Eyes instantly red. Why should Zhou Xing be able to enjoy the blessings of all men, while he called a few girls out, crooked and unwilling for the moment? Rumble. At this point, the lights suddenly became brilliant. Colorful confetti drifted and surged down from the sky, accompanied by the loud roar of the carbon dioxide cannon. A group of waiters carried bottles of Ace of Spades toward Cardinal 005. The music stops. The lighted sign was raised and cheers rang out. The DJ cried out passionately, "Thank you for the 2 sets of 58,888 small divine dragon sets of Mr. Huang from Cardinal 005. With your greatest enthusiasm, rock and shout to your heart's content." The heavy metal music resumed, deafening. The whole atmosphere of the venue was taken to another level. The bar's big screen also showed a live feed of Cardinal 005. In the center stood a young man wearing an LV t-shirt and a gold Rolex. The body is somewhat rounded and full of opulence, but that still didn't stop him from being the center of attention. A bottle of Ace of Spades laid out. Although it was only a small divine dragon, 2 sets would be more than $100,000, which was not a small amount of money. On the screen, the number, 117,776, was extremely conspicuous. As the Ace of Spades was placed, the young man was carrying a bottle of wine, and walked straight towards card seat 000, crossing over Zhou Xing and looking at the girls, holding the Ace of Spades high in the air. He deliberately displayed his Rolex with a smile on his face and said, "I just ordered a couple of bottles of Ace of Spades, and I was wondering if I would have the honor of inviting a couple of ladies to sit in my card table and have a drink and play a game together?" Chapter 20, Throwing Millions Away. The appearance of a man with the name of Huang. The lively card table was quiet. The stewardesses didn't say anything, but looked at Zhou Xing. A little over $100,000 for a small godly dragon set. Very attention-grabbing indeed. Yet they all knew that Zhou Xing had just ordered $200,000 of drinks without showing any signs of weakness. And yet none of them are as flamboyant as this. Both looks, strength and character. This man with the surname Huang didn't even have any qualifications to compare with Zhou Xing. Anya was even more unabashedly disgusted. However, none of them chose to make a sound, as this was the card table Zhou Xing had booked, and it also belonged to his territory. The other party skipped the circumambulation in this way and invited them straight away. It already counts as a provocation. They were a little curious as to how Zhou Xing would handle it. Zhou Xing, on the other hand, looked calm, with not much expression visible on his face. Spend money, show financial strength, and attract the attention of the entire room. Then in this case, go ahead and invite the girls. Any girl who was a regular at the bar would have a hard time resisting this array of tactics. It seems that this man, Huang, does this kind of thing all the time. Zhou Xing didn't say a word. Spinning around, he waved toward the supervisor standing in the distance. The supervisor immediately ran all the way over, slightly glancing at the man surnamed Huang. He then bowed and came in front of Zhou Xing. "Mr. Zhou, I wonder what my orders are. What kind of prices do you guys get for the Shunran sets here?" Zhou Xing asked indifferently. The supervisor looked at the Ace of Spades in the yellow man's hand. His heart was suddenly clear, and he hurriedly introduced, "We have the small divine dragon set here, 58,888. And then there is the ordinary divine dragon set, a total of 6 bottles of Ace of Spades, 98,888. And then on top of that there is the Ice divine dragon set, 88,888. Zhou Xing interrupted. "Just this frozen divine dragon set. Give me 10 sets. 10 sets. The supervisor froze. He had worked in bars for many people, and was used to seeing people waving money around, but he had never met someone as generous as Zhou Xing. The stewardesses sitting beside Zhou Xing, one by one, also covered their mouths and looked at Zhou Xing in astonishment. Frozen dragon set, $128,000 a set. So 10 sets is $1,280,000. This could already be a down payment on some small-sized house in Shanghai City. What's the problem? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically. No. The supervisor shook his head repeatedly. 10 sets, totaling $1,288,000. Swipe. Zhou Xing took out his bank card. The supervisor took the card respectfully, and the waiter, beside him, had long since brought the POS machine. Please enter your password. The supervisor put the POS in front of Zhou Xing. After the password is entered, the machine spits out a receipt. The supervisor's face grew more and more respectful with a joyful look. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare for you right away. With these 10 sets of frozen divine dragon sets, his commission was not bad. He already knew that Zhou Xing already had an extraordinary background when he could be named by his boss for special attention. But I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Millions of dollars of wine, said Swipe like it cost $100. Knock. the music of the bar, produced a change, along with the lights, gathered together in one place. The guests' dancing bodies stalled slightly, then grew more and more excited, as if anticipating something. Next moment, the house lights dimmed. Then the servers moved quickly to the various booths of the decks and brought out the coverings ahead of time and placed them over their drinks. A spotlight reflected backstage. A dozen or so waiters, holding flowers and bottles of ace of spades of various colors, walked straight towards the side of the card table. On the big screen, it suddenly lit up. 1,288,008. The 7 digits, leaping across the screen, give endless shock. CO2 cannon. 9 shots in a row. Golden ribbons fell from the sky. A rabbit girl with bunny ears on her head, a hot body and glowing white skin stood on top of the card table and danced to the music to her heart's content. Card seat 000, Zhou Xiao, ordered 10 sets of frozen god dragons, and the entire bar is giving away a Heineken beer each. So let's cheer his name to our heart's content. Zhou Xiao, have fun with him. The DJ's uplifting voice resounded, and everyone in the bar, too, shouted out the name Zhou Xiao. The atmosphere almost breaks through the arena and goes straight to the clouds. The big screen digits freeze, and then the picture appears, and the waiters all appear in front of the card table, placing this gold, pink, black and gold, ace of spades of all kinds on the table. Zhou Xing's figure, presented on the big screen. The crowd also saw the owner who had ordered the frozen god dragon set. That young, handsome face, the bland air. It made the girls in the room go crazy, handsome and young, and throwing away millions. To be on this card would be the center of attention at TAXX tonight. A lot of girls already rushed towards this card seat. There was no regard for the fact that on the card seat, there had long been nearly 10 girls sitting there, wanting to befriend Zhou Xing and climb up the ladder. As if the bar hadn't already anticipated it, security regiments surrounded the card table. Then Zhou Xing was probably going to be overwhelmed by the wave of girls at this point. Even so, those girls were like star chasers, incomparably frantic, fighting their way out of the security guards' defenses and shouting, "Zhou Xiao, make a friend. I won't let you down. Young Zhou, you are so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Zhou Xiao, let me in. I'm yours tonight." These girls' bold statements caught Zhou Xing off guard as well. He didn't bother with the girls, but said to the supervisor, "Open all these drinks." All open? The supervisor was shocked too. It was millions of dollars of wine. "Zhou Xiao, you people simply can't drink all of these. All of them are open. It's really a bit of a waste. Why don't I open some for you first, and then if you have any left, you can just save them," the supervisor kindly reminded. "I'll get you a platinum membership card for our bar later. Just come back next time." With Zhou Xing spending, even without the boss greeting him, he could apply for the highest specification platinum membership card here. Throwing away millions in one night is a total gold mine. "No, if you can't drink it all, open it up for me and bear the ground." Zhou Xing's calm speech, however, made the flight attendants present look excited. Instantly, he clenched his legs. As long as Zhou Xing hooked his hand at them, then they would not hesitate to pick themselves up on Zhou Xing's body and never come down again. Anya was also staring at Zhou Xing with a mesmerized gaze. She had to admit that the current Zhou Xing was simply bursting with charm. "I can't help myself. I want to throw in the towel." And the yellow man standing there had just become a clown. The ace of spades in his hand was even more worthless in front of these 10 frozen divine dragon sets. Zhou Xing just glanced at him faintly, then never bothered with him again. Arguing with people is the most foolish behavior. Arguing with someone like that would only bring him down a notch. The two sides are simply not on the same level. Just need to get him to know what's going on. The stewardesses, however, all wore a slight smile on their faces and surveyed the man surnamed Huang with interest, wondering what he was thinking in this situation, trying to ignore Zhou Xing and trying to hit on them by relying on the district's small divine dragon set. Zhou Xing, however, did not move and ordered millions of drinks, and all open. From start to finish, no particular look was displayed. Both the highs and lows. The man surnamed Huang's face changed for a while, becoming extremely ugly. His name is Huang Mingyuan and he is a regular at TAXX. In here inside and outside consumption also has a million, counted on the bar inside the more well-known rich second generation. He was used to being the center of attention everywhere he went, but today at the bar, he met Zhou Xing. The other party, alone, had nearly 10 girls with them. Each one of them was outstanding in looks and compared to the ones he'd played with before. He admitted that he was jealous, hence the scene just now. The other man was not impressed, even though he was cardinal number 000. Zhou Xing was dressed in a nondescript way, not even a wristwatch on his hand, and his body was clean. It's not so common, but it's no match for him. With his hooching locals' eyes, This was definitely another one of those country bumpkins who had a little money in their hands and thought to show it off. I'm guessing it was booked for who knows how long in advance for the deck. That's why it did its best to bring every girl it knew and show off here. Stealing his thunder. Drinking a little wine, some drifting. He was in the peer friends of the flurry. Naturally cannot agree. Just ignored Zhou Xing is intentional. He was, from the bottom of his heart, disdainful of this kind of unseen turd. Behaviorally, it also carries the implication of provocation. What he didn't anticipate was that Zhou Xing didn't pay any attention to him at all, and turned his hand to ordering 10 sets of frozen divine dragon sets, make him lose face in public. He's considered decent. In this Shanghai city, there were heads and faces, and they were so humiliated by Zhou Xing, or in a bar, his friends could be watching. Especially the gazes of the girls in these decks made him feel more humiliated than he had ever experienced in his life. What do you mean by that? Huang Mingyuan gazed at Zhou Xing and said in an unkind tone. He didn't fear Zhou Xing in the slightest, even though he had just spent millions. So what? What can the countryside's burgeoning wealth do against him? The snake of the land? Zhou Xing was smiling and chatting with the girl beside him, originally thinking that Huang Mingyuan would leave wisely, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. The smile on his face instantly dissipated and became calm. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you if I order my wine, does it? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. This is my card seat. Please go back to your own seat. After all, I ordered the little god dragon set. It's better to hurry up and drink it. Don't waste it. Chapter 21. Put. Luo Qianqian, who was closest, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard it. The rest of the stewardesses beside him were also smiling. If it hadn't happened before the millions of drinks, Zhou Xing's utterance of these words would have been more of a compliment. But by now, the implications are quite different. Are you laughing at me? Huang Mingyuan took another step closer. His face grim as he stared at Luo Qianqian dead in the face. He's honorable, and the girls in the bar meet him with all the respect in the world. In front of him, this Zhou Xing who came out of nowhere. It was even if he mocked him with his words. Even a female, stinky bitch accompanying him dared to laugh at him. He had already suffered humiliation and had a belly full of anger in his body. Anger is in the air at the moment. No. Luo Qianqian had an innocent look on her face and shook her head. I just remembered happy things. Bitch. Huang Mingyuan clenched his teeth and looked around the room, finally landing on Zhou Xing. I'll remember all of you. A mere country bumpkin dares to ride on my head. Even a gang of bitches who come out to accompany me dare to laugh at me. I'm telling you, this isn't over. If you have the ability to reveal your name, I'll make it completely impossible for you to stay in Shanghai City. Huang Mingyuan completely exploded. With his furious appearance, Luo Qianqian also leaned towards Zhou Xing's side with some trepidation, holding Zhou Xing's arm, her hand unconsciously exerting force. Annoyed? Zhou Xing snorted and sat in place, just looking at him. He had an easy temper, but that didn't mean he didn't have one. You have to act like everyone else. Spend a little crap and think everyone has to spoil you and give in? Zhou Xing stood up, stomped his foot on the table and gazed at Huang Mingyuan. What do you think you are? You run the bar? No one is allowed to order drinks over you? Earn that face back yourself if you can. It's a matter of spending a little money. And you have no money. And you like to pretend. And you have to flaunt it at me. Zhou Xing's expression was ice cold. You're pretending to be your mother. Poor bastard. Zhou Xing's words were like a needle that pierced into Huang Mingyuan's heart. Huang Mingyuan's eyes instantly turned red. He was a rich second-generation man with a reputation in Shanghai City, and he had always been the one to count others out. But now he was being scolded by Zhou Xing pointing his nose at the poor bastard. Huang Mingyuan, who grew up with everyone treating him kindly. Where could he stand this kind of anger? Nima. Huang Mingyuan clenched his fist and swung it down hard at Zhou Xing's face. Zhou Xing's movements were faster than his. With one hand, he copied the ace of spades on the table and smashed it against the head of Huang Mingyuan, who was rushing up. Boo! The glass exploded. Accompanied by Huang Mingyuan's screams, the vaporized wine gushed out, sprinkled throughout the deck. Huang Mingyuan looked pained and covered his head as he lay on the ground, blood flowing from his forehead. Ah! Screams rang out. The security guard rushed towards the side, round them up. Zhou Xing, however, calmly picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped his hands, overlooking Huang Mingyuan on the ground. Originally, I was too lazy to take care of a little person like you, but you had to jump in front of me. I'll kill you. Huang Mingyuan was in a rage and struggled to get up to charge towards Zhou Xing, but he was blocked by the security guards. He had long since lost his mind. Don't leave if you're capable. I'll make you regret being born in this world. I'll wait. Zhou Xing's face was expressionless. I'll go along with whatever you want to spell out. I just hope that you won't be like today again. where you can't shell out any money and will only be impotent and furious. Spell background. Spelling money. He hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. He didn't light up his background before because he didn't feel the need to. If someone wanted to make a move on Taeyuyu, he didn't mind playing with them. The son of the richest man wouldn't even dare to speak so loudly in front of him. What is this Huang Mingyuan? Huang Mingyuan yelled. He couldn't wait to beat Zhou Xing to death in front of him. Blood flowed down his forehead, and the whole person looked, with a hideous face, truly terrifying. On the contrary, the security guards were here to maintain order and did not give him a chance to meet with Zhou Xing at all. He just felt so angry he was about to explode. Mr. Zhou, what happened? The supervisor, on hearing the news, also jogged all the way over, glanced at Huang Mingyuan, and then rushed to Zhou Xing to inquire in a low voice. It's time for your bar to screen its customers properly. Don't let in any cats and dogs. Zhou Xing didn't explain, but just said lightly, after drinking some wine, you really think you're the king of heaven. Although he had a conflict with Huang Mingyuan. However, it was Huang Mingyuan who took the initiative to come to the door to look for trouble. He is perfectly qualified to say such things as a customer who has just spent millions of dollars. Yes. The supervisor nodded his head repeatedly. I'll take care of this matter right away. No matter how things are, it's ultimately our bar's fault. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. It's a dereliction of duty on all of our parts for failing to allow you to have a pleasant evening at the bar. Aha. Zhou Xing would not blame the supervisor for this problem, then sat down. What happened? The supervisor immediately came to the security guard and inquired about what had happened. The security guards who knew the situation were the ones who told the whole story. The supervisor kind of got it when he heard it. It turns out that everything is out of this Huang Mingyuan. He had noticed the other party just now when he was on the Frozen God Dragon set, only that Zhou Xing hadn't opened his mouth, and he hadn't taken the initiative to ask. I thought I was just coming over to toast, but I didn't realize I was looking for a fight. Are you fucking blind? I got hit with a bottle by this guy and you guys stopped me but not him. Huang Mingyuan was slow to break through the security guard's defense line, and also took his anger out on the security guards and supervisors, pointing at their noses and cursing. I spent so much money in your bar, and this is how you treat me? Hurry up and let me in. I'm going to beat this dirtbag to death. The supervisor lightly glanced at Huang Mingyuan, not caring about the other party's insults. Huang Mingyuan, as a regular at this bar, he also recognizes it. Spending power is not bad either. Just compared to Zhou Xing, it was a world of difference, especially with Zhou Xing's identity. He was also specifically named by his boss to take care of him. Huang Mingyuan also took the initiative to look for things. Either way, the supervisor is unconditionally biased in favor of Zhou Xing's side. This place had just ordered more than $1 million of Frozen God's Dragon sets, and it was supposed to be the place where the crowd paid attention. It's happened again in such a big way. It drew a crowd. The supervisor also came in front of Zhou Xing. Zhou Xiao, there are many people here. The private room is still empty. Do you want to go into the private room first to take shelter? I'll finish the rest of the work. You can just have fun in the private room. He wanted Zhou Xing to go to the private room first and wouldn't be disturbed. Then come back and let Huang Mingyuan over here calm down. It's best not to make too much of a fuss. It's not doing the bar any favors. No need. Zhou Xing waved his hand and pointed at Huang Mingyuan. He claimed that he wanted to make it impossible for me to mix in Shanghai City. I'll have to see how capable he is when the time comes. The supervisor had a headache as he watched the crowd of onlookers grow. Some don't know what to do with it. Are you guys deaf? I'm talking to you. Don't you hear me? Huang Mingyuan was still cursing over there. That supervisor, get your ass over here. If you don't let go of me today, have a good time with this hick. You, the bar, don't want peace either. Offend me. I'll tell all of you to get lost. At this point, a voice suddenly came from the back. Who's got such a big mouth to make my bar uneventful? Chapter 22, Little Yakuza. Boss. The supervisor sniffed and turned around, then watched a young man of about 27 or 28 years of age walk towards this side, tall and thin. From a distance, it looked like it was nearly 1 meter 8. Weight, however, is estimated to be around 100 pounds. With a wide t-shirt, it looks like a bamboo pole. Anytime a gust of wind can blow it away. When Huang Mingyuan, who had been clamoring just a moment ago, saw this young man, he couldn't help but stutter in his tone and his neck subconsciously shrank back. It took a few moments before his face returned to its normal color. Old Chang, you're here just in time. Huang Mingyuan said loudly to the young man. Look at what kind of people you've recruited in this bar. I got my head handed to me. Huang Mingyuan pointed to his head. Your security guard stopped me without saying a word. And that hillbilly in turn didn't do anything at all. And that supervisor, his ears are as good as deaf. The young man heard Huang Mingyuan's voice and looked towards him, then frowned and took a few more steps closer. It was only after careful observation that a smile appeared on his face and said, "Yo ho, you're Huang Mingyuan, with so much blood on your face, I almost didn't recognize you." Huang Mingyuan showed a look of indignation and was just about to open his mouth. But the young man ignored him and turned to the supervisor's side, asking with a bland look, "What's going on here?" The supervisor was instantly the one who told the whole story. At the same time, in order to avoid any misunderstandings, he also mentioned, "This Mr. Zhou is the guest that you specifically instructed us to treat well, and he just ordered 10 sets of Shenlong sets at the bar." When the young man heard this, he immediately glanced towards Zhou Xing's side, and when he saw the other party's excessively young face, he was also a bit surprised. "So it's him. Okay, I know. Go about your business and leave the rest to me." The young man nodded, then barked, "Remember, evacuate the onlookers first, then don't let them take pictures and circulate them. Once found, memorize his face and immediately blacklist this man and never let him in again." The supervisor bowed slightly. "Okay boss, I got it. Go on." The young man waved his hand and the supervisor chose to leave immediately. "Little Yellow, how did you get beaten up like this? It's not like your style." The young man circled around and came back to Huang Mingyuan with a flirtatious face. "I don't know where a redneck came out of nowhere, thinking he can do whatever he wants just because he has a little money." Huang Mingyuan was furious. "As long as he still dares to stay in Shanghai City, then I'll make him suffer." After the young man heard Huang Mingyuan's words, his face but suddenly sank. "If I remember correctly, you should be the third time you've caused trouble inside the bar." Huang Mingyuan's face changed, wanting to defend the young man but continued, "The previous 2 times, I have wiped a lot of ass for you, did not pursue your responsibility, but also warned you, if the next time there is still this kind of thing, I will not be so polite." The young man patted Huang Mingyuan's shoulder, his tone morose. "It seems that you really didn't put my words in your heart. Really think that I, Chang Wenyu, can't do anything about you, right?" At this time, Huang Mingyuan no longer had the arrogant and domineering attitude he had before, and smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother Chang, the previous 2 times, I know that it was my fault, and I have apologized for all of it, but this time, I have no way to endure. I was humiliated by a country bumpkin 3 times, and even had my head smashed by the other party with wine. If I don't take out this bad anger, how can I continue to mix in Shanghai City in the future? Chang, we're all from Shanghai City. You can't possibly help a country bumpkin, can you?" Huang Mingyuan again hurriedly said, "This is something between me and him. You can rest assured. It definitely won't affect the normal operation of the bar. You just need to stay out of it." "You mean, you want me to voluntarily hand over the bar patrons?" Chang Wenyu said with an amused expression. "Are you alright? Who will dare to come to my bar in the future if I can't protect my bar's customers?" Huang Mingyuan's face was also a little less than pleasant. "Chang brother, you mean you're ready to bail out that country bumpkin and not give me this face? I'm a regular at your bar, and I spend a lot of money with you throughout the year." Chang Wenyu laughed. "Correction, he's not a hick, he's a first-timer, and your total combined is not as much as he got in one night." "And," Chang Wenyu said with disdain on his face, "this time, it was you who took the initiative to pick a fight. It's already good enough that I didn't find you in trouble. What kind of face are you still thinking of having? You really think you're a big shot in Shanghai?" Chang Wenyu turned to the staff and said, "This person, cancel his number for me and never be allowed to step foot in the bar again." Chang Wenyu, you. Huang Mingyuan also did not anticipate that Chang Wenyu not only did not help himself even if, actually also completely tear his face off with him. "Get out of here before I get mad now." Chang Wenyu nonchalantly said, "Get out of here. If you don't like it, you can choose to call the police or get your family to handle this matter. I'm all next. When the time comes, I'll see how tough your family is, enough to be qualified to play with me." Huang Mingyuan stared angrily at Chang Wenyu, but in the end, he didn't even dare to put in a harsh word, and was only able to let out a cold snort and turn around to leave. He clearly knew that in terms of family status he was not even worthy of lifting Chang Wenyu's shoes. Really get offended. What little he has is not enough to pay for it. As for calling the police, Huang Mingyuan couldn't do that either. There are quite a few unspoken rules among the rich kids. That is, if you meet a conflict, solve it alone, without involving the family as well as the police. Breaking the rules is no longer as simple as being shamed into a bad reputation. More than that, there was no more room for him inside the Huqing circle. Just a little yakuza who has to pretend to be the emperor of Shanghai. Chang Wenyu sneered, no longer paying attention to what's going on here. He turned to the front of the card table and said with a smile on his face, "You're the Zhou Xing who booked a place through the China Merchants Bank site today, aren't you?" "I'm one of the shareholders of the bar. My name is Chang Wenyu." Zhou Xing also stood up and shook his hand. "Although the bar has the shares of the Star Little Cheetah, He also understands that a bar like this one is not something that can be run by just one star. There's definitely this guy behind it, just letting the little cheetah get a little bit of light and a little bit of his fame. That's why it's going to be publicized so much. Now, as it turns out, the barkeep is someone else. You've kind of opened my eyes to the fact that you're actually using a bank's VIP service to open a bar tab, which is the first time I've come across that in the years I've been running a bar. Chang Wenyu said with a smile. Isn't the VIP service just for use? It's the same for ordering anything. If you don't use it, won't it be cheaper for those people at the bank? Zhou Xing looked calm. Ha ha ha. You're right. Chang Wenyu smiled. You're very much to my liking. I was wondering what kind of a person it was when I got the call from the bank and had a chance to get to know him. Now that I've seen it, you're younger than I thought. But also, it's not young people who can't do this kind of thing. Chang Wenyu asked. Want to make a friend? With pleasure. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Stretching his hand is not a problem. And besides, today's matter is not his problem. It has nothing to do with him. Chang Wenyu took out his cell phone and added Zhou Xing's WeChat before looking at him. You look a little face raw. Otherwise like you so one person I am sure to have an impression. Just now Huqing not long? Aha. Zhou Xing nodded. School starts in September, and the university is here. So I came over early to take a look. Exempt? Only 18? Chang Wenyu was a bit surprised. It looks like he should have just been unbanned. So he wants to come out and release it, right? Rich kids are more tightly controlled by their families until they are 18. Zhou Xing didn't deny it. Your family has a mind. You're only 18 years old. And your family is so rich that you spend millions of dollars in the bar in one night. Chang Wenyu was truly shocked by this. Even with his family's wealth, when he was 18, he couldn't be as dashing and unrestrained as Zhou Xing. $1 million at your fingertips. It's just a small micro-enterprise. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. You're going to say that there are mines, right? Under my family's corporate name, there are indeed mines as well. Being the leading heavy industry company, it's a lot of mines. That's a lot of mines. And the number is counted in the hundreds. Then I really didn't make a mistake today. Chang Wenyu said, brother with a family background like yours, I guess it won't take long to make a name for yourself in Shanghai City. That Huang Mingyuan, I don't know where he got the nerve to want to shine a light with you. Seeing Zhou Xing's puzzled expression, Chang Wenyu explained, it's the one whose head was just blown off by a bottle of wine by you. Only then did Zhou Xing realize Huang Mingyuan's name. What's his story? Zhou Xing asked. It's not much really. The family does construction earth moving, picking and pulling the trash inside the buildings to make some money. Chang Wenyu, a face of disdain, said, together, only 300 or 400 million worth. The hands of a group of people. His family on his one. So usually give a lot of pocket money. Huang Mingyuan arrogant and domineering used to. In my bar trouble is not 1 or 2 times. I thought it was some big shot. Letting slip that I wouldn't be able to stay in Shanghai City. So this is it. Zhou Xing also snorted. I want to see what he has up his sleeve next. I've thrown the kid out and he'll never be allowed in this bar again. As a way of taking the heat off of you. Chang Wenyu, quite a bit of gloating, said, but even if he is not thrown out, encountered you also counted him unlucky. Really think that a little bit of value can walk in Shanghai City, sooner or later to be finished. I also did not say you are the China Merchants Bank ultra high-end private banking identity. Otherwise even he is expected to be scared out of his wits. Even his father did not have this ability. Where would he dare to mess with you? Usually this guy gets annoyed with me for hooking up with me. And it's just as well that he's learning a lesson. He was also not used to seeing this Huang Mingyuan. So he also hid his hand and did not choose to remind him. You will too, Zhou Xing said with a smile. Chang Wenyu laughed. You're too right for my temper. The environment here is too noisy. Let's come out for a meal next time and have a good chat. Not here for a drink? Zhou Xing asked. No. Chang Wenyu glanced at the nearly 10 stewardesses on top of the card seat and stifled a bad smile. I won't bother you with your flush, but you have to take it easy. Even though you're still young, don't mess up your body. Fuck off. I won't even break if you break. Zhou Xing didn't have the good sense to say. Chang Wenyu smiled. Okay then, you continue to play. My phone number has been sent to you on WeChat. Just call me if there is anything. Before Chang Wenyu left, he recruited the supervisor again. Remember, serve Zhou Xing well, don't upset him, and remember to keep things like Huang Mingyuan from happening again. Understood. Chapter 23, Are you wearing Pinru's clothes? Zhou Xing watched Chang Wenyu leave, wine in hand, thoughtfully. He wasn't going to be naive enough to think that the two had met at first sight and then become friends. People are realistic, and this type of rich kid is even more so. If you don't show value in your body, you won't be able to get into their eyes at all. If Zhou Xing hadn't chosen to let Zhang Yan book the bar's card seats today and spend millions at the same time, Chang Wenyu's attitude would have been diametrically opposite. Chang Wenyu's questions, too, were always centered around prying for information about him for the purpose of prying, while revealing a little bit about itself. Huang Mingyuan, who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, was similar to a rag collector in his eyes. The words were full of scorn. Zhou Xing chose to cooperate with him, showing what a young and foolish man should look like, while showing off his muscles. The two of them knew what was going on, and neither of them gave the words away. When the two can reach the same level of conversation, then they can become friends. So it seems to an outsider. Zhou Xing and Chang Wenyu talked to each other and were on excellent terms. Drinking the wine in his hand, Zhou Xing had a smile in his eyes. That's more like it. It seems that in the Shanghai city circle, a dude like Huang Mingyuan is only a minority, and most of them are still smart people like Chang Wenyu. When one's strength reaches a certain point, one does not need to integrate oneself. The circle will come to one's door of its own accord. Like Chang Wenyu today, Zhou Xing believed that it wouldn't be long before Chang Wenyu would find himself again. That time, it's not just him. There were also the characters within his coterie. Today, it was just a few words of rough chit-chat, and at that time, Zhou Xing's ability to stay would prove that he was truly recognized. On the card seat, with all that had happened, the atmosphere had long been less than before. Luo Qianqian, however, had a drunken look, and her soft body fell into Zhou Xing's arms. Seems to be a little too drunk for his own good. Ding dong. Zhou Xing's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone to see that it was actually from Anya. Zhou Xing, I was wrong. Don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Zhou Xing raised his head, just in time to meet Anya's line of sight. Anya didn't choose to evade this time, but bit her red lips in a pitiful manner. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. Without replying to anything, he casually slipped the phone back into his pocket. When Anya saw this, she immediately became a bit anxious. Holding his wine glass, he hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards Zhou Xing, not moving to squeeze out a spot beside him. Chao Xing. Anya leaned her body against Zhou Xing, her pretty face flushed red, and whispered, "Will you send me back later? I had been drinking and had to get a substitute driver. Couldn't deliver." Zhou Xing shook his head. The big Lamborghini Bull. There are only 2 seats in total, and the valet takes up one of them. Then it means he can't deliver anyone. And chauffeurs don't seem to be all that easy to find after all. Supercars like the Big Bull have limited interior space in addition to their handsome appearance. That little capacity in the front trunk might not be able to fit the valet's folding bike. Zhou Xing didn't think about it that much. If it's not convenient, then leave the car here for a while and come back for it when you have time. It's okay, we can take a cab back. Anya came together next to Zhou Xing's ear, her soft and sticky voice accompanied by her breathing, making Zhou Xing's ears a little itchy. When the time comes, I'll let you touch my legs again. By the time the words were out of her mouth, Anya was blushing. Haven't you always had a thing for my legs? Zhou Xing glanced down at Anya's round, glossy legs. Very attractive indeed. Okay, I'll take you back later. Zhou Xing didn't refuse. Really? Joy surfaced on Anya's face. Zhou Xing, you're so nice. She hugged Zhou Xing's arm and shook it slightly, then asked again with some caution. Then you shouldn't be angry with me, right? Zhou Xing placed his hand on her thigh and rubbed it, asking with a smile on his face, when have I ever been angry with you? Anya's body moved slightly, not to avoid Zhou Xing's hand, but to make it more convenient for him. That's fine. I'll wait for you later then. After leaving those words, Anya didn't continue to sit here, but left to return to her original position. These actions just now had long since drained all her courage. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh and didn't think anything of it. Anya, the primary segment is really a little less than enough to see, and it is true that only the green tea after stir-frying, the flavor will be a little more mellow. Zhou Xiao, you can't be thick-skinned here. Anya has just laughed. Luo Qianqian, who has long been drunk in her arms, suddenly opened her eyes and said quietly, people. Anya pampered 2 sentences. You promised to send her back. What about me? But I'm drunk. Luo Qianqian opened her big watery eyes and said with a soft face, it's not safe for a girl to get drunk so late. Zhou Xing didn't dismantle her pretending to be drunk. He just said lightly, I'll send Anya back first. You take a taxi to the hotel I'm staying at. I'll talk to the hotel. When the time comes, you can just report my name directly. They'll take you up. Zhou Xiao, there's no such thing. People want to go back with you. Luo Qianqian spilled the beans. Listen. Zhou Xing patted her rounded shoulders. Okay. Luo Qianqian was only able to nod her head obediently, while inwardly she was a little disappointed. Originally, I wanted to shortcut and take advantage of Anya's opportunity. At the moment it seems, his own position in Zhou Xing's heart was still inferior to Anya's. She knew she couldn't have it all to herself, but she was still lost when it actually happened. After all, who wouldn't want to dominate a boy like Zhou Xing and then eat him alive? Do you need me to go back to the hotel I'm staying at? Luo Qianqian asked. What are you doing back at the hotel? Zhou Xing couldn't help but wonder a bit. Take my work uniform. Of course. Luo Chanxian was also inevitably a little shy and lowered her head. Zhou Xing was dumbfounded. Are you wearing Pinru's clothes? What? Luo Chanxian didn't understand. It's okay. Zhou Xing didn't explain. But looking at this charming Luo Chanxian in his arms, he couldn't help but feel a little stirring inside. Their work uniforms, I have to say, are really attractive for their own sake. He looked toward Anya. I wonder what kind of view Anya will have when she's in uniform by then. Anya sensed Zhou Xing's gaze and smiled sweetly at him. Luo Chanxian beamed with some dissatisfaction at the situation. People are in your arms, yet you're still looking at Anya. Isn't that too biased? Zhou Xing just smiled faintly. Then go back and get your clothes. Chapter 24, Drunkenness. TAXX entrance. The wind carries coolness in the early hours of the morning. Zhou Xiao. Then I'll leave first. With a smile on her face, Luo Chanxian waved her hand at Zhou Xing before throwing a look that only the two of them could read. Turning around and pulling a well-connected co-worker, he disappeared from sight after stopping a cab at the curb. Anya looked skeptical. Luo Chanxian was in the bar and couldn't wait to bury her entire body in Zhou Xing's arms, not moving an inch. Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. How did you suddenly change your nature and choose to leave so dryly? Could it be because Zhou Xing clarified with her that it was just a conflict in me just now, and now that the relationship has been repaired, she knows that there is no chance, so she knows what's going on? The odds are definitely in Anya's favor. After all, what Zhou Xing cared about the most must be himself, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to invite them to TAXX to play. Fake love with Luo Chanxian is also done to himself in anger. Anya was instantly happy at the thought. This is good. She would be able to enjoy her time alone with Zhou Xing for two, even if it's just to send her back. Anya stepped forward with a smile on her face and hugged Zhou Xing's arm, her body clinging to his body as she followed suit. A hot couple look. What's wrong? Zhou Xing scowled. It's okay. Anya shook her head and hemmed and hawed, unable to see that Zhou Xing was still a cold person on the outside and hot on the inside. Himself is so important in his heart. On the surface, it looks like he doesn't care about himself, but in reality, he has driven Luo Chanxian away behind his back. The thought of it filled Anya's heart with happiness. For someone like Zhou Xing to be able to do this for her, she was already satisfied. At this point, a black Rolls-Royce Gusto stopped in front of Zhou Xing. The supervisor got down from the car and opened the door for Zhou Xing. Young Zhou, our boss specially instructed us before he left, because you've been drinking, I'm afraid it's not very convenient for you to drive, so he left his car to take you back. Your favorite car, if you don't mind, please let me have it and I'll drive it back. Zhou Xing sniffed. This Chang Wenyu was rather complete in his consideration. He was still thinking about how to get back. No need to take a cab now it seems. Okay. Zhou Xing didn't make any pretense and handed the key to the supervisor. I'll be polite then. It's all what we're supposed to do. The supervisor smiled. Mr. Zhou, you can get on the bus first. Just talk to the driver about the destination. Zhou Xing nodded, then turned to look at Anya. Go, I'll send you back. Anya responded obediently, then got into the car under the envious eyes of her co-workers. Zhou Xing personally sent it back, an honor that among so many people, was something that only she had. Zhou Xing also got into the car. The car door closed automatically, and the young driver in a suit in front of him turned his head and asked respectfully, Mr. Zhou, where are we going first? Go to the All Seasons first. Okay. The driver said no more, then pressed the button. A flap was slowly lowered in the center. The seats in the back became private and the driver could no longer see anything in the back. The car drove calmly out the front door of the bar. The supervisor, also in a Lamborghini, followed. The car was quiet. Anya folded her legs together and quietly looked at Zhou Xing, but found Zhou Xing looking out the window, not knowing what he was thinking about. The quiet Zhou Xing seems to have more charm. Of course, it would have been better if Zhou Xing had kept his hands off his legs. She'd gotten used to it all. 2. Zhou Xing, do you have something to be busy with tomorrow? Anya turned her head and looked at Zhou Xingdao. What's wrong? Zhou Xing withdrew his eyes from the car window. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to show you around Shanghai? Anya ruffled her hair and laughed. I'm returning to Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow, and I still have a day's vacation tomorrow, so I thought that if it's convenient for you, we can go to the Bund to take a look. It's too late today, and as beautiful as hooching is at night, I still think it's more fun during the day. Zhou Xing looked at Anya, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Anya was a bit uncomfortable by this gaze from Zhou Xing, and a hint of redness rose on her face. Is there anything wrong with what I said? It's okay. Zhou Xing smiled, then withdrew his gaze. Okay, I don't have anything tomorrow, so it's a deal? Good. Anya clung to Zhou Xing's arm with some flutter, as if she was looking forward to tomorrow's trip. Of course she knew that Zhou Xing was drunk for asking her to help as a tour guide, but both tacitly refrained from cracking the window pane. Mr. Zhou, we're here. In the early morning hours of Shanghai, the roads are clear. After traveling for 10 minutes, the car steadily stopped in front of the All Seasons Hotel. The driver's voice came from behind the flap. So I'll go first? Anya looked a little bit saddened. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the ride back. But I don't seem to see the sincerity of your thanks. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Anya sat in her seat, looking a bit torn, and looked at Zhou Xing. With her eyes closed, she kissed towards Zhou Xing's side face. But the next moment, Zhou Xing, however, hugged her. The direction of the kiss to the side face changed quietly. The teeth were pried open. Zhou Xing's overbearing movements caused Anya to lose her mind to resist as well, her gaze gradually drifting away as she just murmured in a low voice. A good few minutes passed. Anya felt Zhou Xing's hands undoing her clothes when this instantly sobered her up. Patting Zhou Xing. Don't. Not here. Zhou Xing let go of her. Anya took a big breath of air, and then again looked towards the position of the fender, and found that the fender was so tight that the driver couldn't see the backseat scene at all, and only then did she breathe a little sigh of relief. Lifting her head, she found Zhou Xing looking at her with a smile on his face. Not in the car, so somewhere else will do? Anya's small face turned red all of a sudden and bit her own lip. I didn't say that. The other party's soft and feeble appearance made Zhou Xing's blood immediately rise a little. He was tempted to not let Anya out of the car and just have the driver take them back to the Ritz-Carlton, but after much hesitation, I gave up. Tasting tea still requires patience. Too much haste is counterproductive. Besides, Luo Qianqian was still staying in his room, which was obviously not a wise decision. Anya's fist rose high and fell gently, smashing into Zhou Xing, lowering her voice. I knew that you didn't have good intentions from the beginning. The tone was angry and shy. Zhou Xing didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Good. Anya straightened her wrinkled clothes, but she was busy getting out of the car. It only felt that her legs were a bit weak, and her body seemed to still have Zhou Xing's touch lingering on it. The thought of lingering in the car for so long that the driver, though he couldn't see it, should probably have guessed what they were doing made Anya want to find a hole in the ground. Zhou Xing watched Anya enter the hotel, then said to the driver, "Please drive to the Ritz-Carlton." Okay. The driver's tone was as smooth as ever, and there was no impatience because of the long wait. The car started again. The Rolls-Royce drove towards the Ritz-Carlton with a blue Lamborghini behind it. The deafening sound of the engine stood out in this dark night. It took less than half an hour. Zhou Xing then arrived at his destination. He got out of the car, and the supervisor parked his car in a parking space in the hotel's paved lot, handing over the keys with both hands. Zhou Xing took the key, then took out a pile of cash from the car and split it into two. One of them was handed to the supervisor. Thanks. The supervisor, however, didn't dare to take the cash, and said with a smile on his face, "You are a guest of our bar and a friend of the boss, so this kind of small thing is all I should do. Take it. You deserve it. We're one size fits all." Zhou Xing said indifferently. The supervisor also had no choice but to take the cash and thanked again. "Thank you, Zhou Xiao. In the future to come to our bar, just talk to me in advance. I guarantee that I will leave you the best position, so that you can have a good time." Zhou Xing nodded, then came to the front of the car and put the rest of the pile of cash. Despite the driver's continuous waving, "Just put it in the car. Say thank you to your boss for me for the hard work." After Zhou Xing finished speaking, he was walking towards the hotel. Just entered the gate. Butler Wang was standing there, bowing slightly to Zhou Xing. "Mr. Zhou, your friend is already waiting for you up there." "I know." Zhou Xing rode the elevator to the 51st floor, opened the room. Inside, it was pitch black. There was silence. There's no movement. This makes Zhou Xing frowned. Luo Qianqian people where to go? Next moment. Instead, the lights in the room suddenly came on. Then Luo Qianqian walked out of the room wearing a stewardess uniform and stepping on high heels. With a fawning look on her face, she approached Zhou Xing in style. Then she wrapped her arms around Zhou Xing, stood on her tiptoes, and came up to Zhou Xing's ear. "Hello Captain Zhou. I'm Luo Qianqian, the flight attendant for this flight. I'll be working with you throughout this flight. I hope Captain Chow will be satisfied with my service on this flight." Chapter 25, A Two-Way Run. A flight attendant uniform of Luo Qianqian. Looks like, be more glamorous than you would normally dress. Zhou Xing backhandedly hugged Luo Qianqian. "Then you have to fasten your seatbelt. But the plane is about to take off." "It's okay Captain. I've been a flight attendant for many years and as long as the captain can get off the ground smoothly and the plane doesn't get bumpy then I won't be affected." Luo Qianqian giggled. "I just don't know how the captain's driving skills are. Is he better at long-distance flights or short-distance flights? I'm physically fit and basically fly cross-country." Zhou Xing responded. That's not necessarily true. The captain would be disgraced if he crashed in the middle of the flight. Luo Qianqian was full of delicate smiles. You'll know it when it takes off. Zhou Xing stopped talking nonsense, picked up Luo Qianqian and walked towards the bedroom amidst the other party's voice of shock. After a long time, Zhou Xing looked at Luo Qianqian with a somewhat complicated face. Luo Qianqian seems to be very experienced and playful, with a lot of tricks and patterns. But it didn't occur to me that Luo Qianqian was the same as Xiao Lanlan. Why? Is that weird? Luo Qianqian frowned, but still forced out a smile and said, is it because you think that like me, you've already been in 100 battles? Aren't you sorry? Zhou Xing asked after a moment of silence. What's there to regret? Luo Qianqian shook her head and said, I think it's okay, at least I've reached my goal. Target? Luo Qianqian nodded. That's right, my dream is to find a rich man and live a rich life. It would be nice to be a little more handsome, and you meet all my requirements perfectly. So what am I not satisfied with? Zhou Xing did not say anything, but Luo Qianqian smiled self-deprecatingly. Is it because you think that women like me are too materialistic, and are drilled into the eyes of money? Luo Qianqian didn't wait for Zhou Xing to open his mouth, so he said to himself, I'm 26 years old this year. The business of flight attendant is pretty much over at my age, leaving me with very little opportunity or time. If I lose this job, I really don't know what I'm going to do. There's no other choice but to find a normal guy to marry and start raising a child, and fight every day over wood and rice. I don't want to live that life, Luo Qianqian said with a calm face. The industry of flight attendants may seem to have unlimited scenery, but we are all ordinary people, and after we are accustomed to seeing rich people, it is very difficult for us to return to our usual state of mind. I understand that I don't really have any value other than my body, so I protect it well. Luo Qianqian reached out and wrapped her hand around Zhou Xing's neck, pretending to be relaxed and said, Fortunately, the Emperor's heaven is not responsible for my heart. When I was about to give up, I bumped into you, and Anya gave me the chance. So I didn't hesitate to get on it. Would you look down on someone like me? Luo Qianqian looked at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing gazed at Luo Qianqian until a smile appeared on his face when she was a bit jittery behind him. Of course not. You like money, and it just so happens that the last thing I need is money. Zhou Xing laughed. Wouldn't this be the best of both worlds? Running in both directions. Luo Qianqian was also a bit speechless by Zhou Xing's phrase running in both directions, but still asked, Then will you give me the life I want? That depends on your sincerity. The sun is shining 3 times. Zhou Xing got up and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He headed to the bathroom to use the toilet and then rubbed his lower back. Traveling long distances for 2 days in a row is really demanding on the physique. Zhou Xing opened the attribute panel. A light blue curtain of light presented itself before his eyes. Host, Zhou Xing. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 83. Physical fitness, 79. Durability, 92. Skills, elementary driving skills. He wasn't surprised when the durability fell off. It was just that his physique had actually dropped a little bit as well, which was a little hard for him to accept. Does it turn out that as durability decreases, physique fluctuates? Zhou Xing pondered for a moment. Looks like a fitness program needs to be on the agenda. He was still young, but he couldn't afford to be overworked. The body is everything. Otherwise, even if you have a lot of money, it won't help. When you get older, you won't be able to fly an airplane and ride through the blue sky and white clouds. It was something he couldn't accept. Zhou Xing returned to the bedroom and found that Luo Qianqian had also woken up. She propped up her chin, revealing a large portion of her pale skin, and looked at Zhou Xing with a big smile. Good morning, Lord Captain. Looks like you rested well? Zhou Xing glanced at Luo Qianqian. Aha! Luo Qianqian responded. After all, it's a presidential suite, and in every aspect, it's countless times better than the hotel I stayed in. Although she was staying in a 4-star hotel arranged by the company, that's just a regular standard room. 2. Compared to the Ritz-Carlton, or the presidential suite, that's no comparison at all. Now that you're rested, it's time to get ready and start your shift. Zhou Xing stepped forward. You and I worked well together during yesterday's flight, so you'll be with me on the next return flight. The smile on Luo Qianqian's face was gone. Lord Captain. No, Zhou Xing, Zhou Xiao, Luo Qianqian said. You spare me. The long flight is really too tiring. I haven't recovered until now. Didn't you question my piloting skills? Fearing a crash? I was wrong, Captain. I shouldn't have questioned you. Your piloting is absolutely top-notch. I've never seen a captain as good as you. A crash could never happen. Luo Qianqian begged for forgiveness. It's just that yesterday's continuous long-distance flight made me really a bit haggard. Let's take a little rest and return to the ship on a later date? If it's really not possible, I'll trick Anya into coming over then as well, and the two of us will cooperate with you together? When Zhou Xing heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. The sight of Anya and Cynthia Law in their airline uniforms at the same time, having an image like that in his mind made his heart flutter. Still, the thought was quickly shaken out of his head. With Anya's nature, it was still unlikely, at least for now. Won't work. Only wait until later to see if there's an opportunity to consider such things. He laughed and didn't continue to dwell on the topic, picking up the clothes on the ground and throwing them towards Luo Qianqian. Pack up, get up and let's go out. Where to? Luo Qianqian curiously said. Go out to dinner and then I'll show you the life you want to live. Chapter 26, Parisienne with Valentino. Zhou Xing drove the big bull and left the Ritz-Carlton with Luo Qianqian. It soon came to a giant building of streamlined glass, Plaza 66. It is called the No. 1 shopping mall in Shanghai. Luxury goods are everywhere here, with the largest LV store in all of China. Undoubtedly a shopper's paradise for luxury goods. Luo Qianqian looked towards the building somewhat yearningly. Been here before? Zhou Xing saw this and asked. No. Luo Qianqian shook her head. It's just that I've passed by here before, but I didn't dare to go in. It's not something I can afford to spend money on. Zhou Xing didn't say anything, but drove the car into the underground parking lot. After the flameout, took the elevator to the first floor of the place. The mall, which covers a full 788 square meters, is a bit cold inside. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Dior, Chanel, these hot luxury brands, both domestic and international, are spread across the first floor. The signage dazzles. The name alone makes you want to go in and find out. When Luo Qianqian arrived on the first floor, she was attracted by the signs and couldn't stop staring at them. I'm sure not many women could say no to this place. What are you missing? Zhou Xing asked. Luo Qianqian looked at herself from head to toe. She seemed to be missing everything, yet nothing. Places you once dreamed of coming to, but when you do enter, you don't know what you should buy. I don't know. Luo Qianqian shook her head. Seeing this, Zhou Xing immediately proposed. Let's play a game then. What game? Luo Qianqian looked a little confused. Zhou Xing opened his palm. How about 5 stores? Whatever you want to pick, and then for each store, you can pick up to 3 items for any amount? Luo Qianqian was shocked by this game of Zhou Xing's and gulped. Are you serious? Sure. Zhou Xing's words changed. But I have a condition, and that is that these 5 stores must have Valentino and Balenciaga in them. Why? Luo Qianqian was a bit puzzled. Both seem to be places that sell women's clothing. If the conditions hold, then this game can begin. Zhou Xing didn't explain. Valentino and Balenciaga. The combination of this look. In a previous life. I don't know how many people have been charmed, and countless men have fallen head over heels for it. It's just that in 2016, people don't know much about this combination. Yet, Zhou Xing had the opportunity, but of course he chose to try it. Good. Luo Qianqian nodded although she was a bit uncertain. In that case, game on. The corner of Zhou Xing's mouth rose slightly. The first store. Which one are you going to choose? Chanel. Luo Qianqian looked around the week, and instantly firming up her thoughts. No girl can resist Chanel. Okay, let's go then. Zhou Xing led Luo Qianqian towards the Chanel store. Welcome to Chanel. The duo just went in, and a young Chanel shopper greeted them with a professional smile. I wonder what you two are going to look at. Zhou Xing appeared calm and said to Luo Qianqian. Go pick it. Luo Qianqian, on the other hand, was here for the first time and was relatively a bit formal. Carefully, he looked around the store. When her eyes landed on a pale yellow dress, the guide smiled and said, Ma'am, you have a good eye. This is our S16 blended 5-minute short-sleeve dress that just hit the market this year. Although it's a blend, it balances comfort with extreme breathability. It won't feel stuffy at all when you wear it in the summer. Would you like to try it on? You have such a good figure. I think this one is very suitable. Luo Qianqian looked at the dress and it was indeed beautiful. Wearing it on your body will certainly not be bad either. How much? Luo Qianqian asked. The guide said without changing her face, Ma'am, because it's a new model, the price will be a bit higher. The price of this dress is $28,888. 28,000. Nearly $30,000. A dress. Luo Qianqian was also taken aback. She smiled sarcastically. I'd better take another look. Although Zhou Xing promised her an unlimited amount of shopping here, but she wasn't the kind of woman who was insatiable. Please take this one in the right size and try it on her. Zhou Xing turned to the guide and said, No problem. The guide came forward and picked out the size for Luo Qianqian. Luo Qianqian, however, came to Zhou Xing's side and waved her hand in a small voice. No need. I don't really like this dress either. Zhou Xing could see that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. It's just a trial to see if it fits. What does it matter? At this time the guide also took the clothes to Luo Qianqian's front. The fitting room is over here. You come with me. Luo Chanxian had no choice but to respond and follow the guide into the fitting room. Not a moment too soon, Luo Chanxian walked out. Zhou Xing's gaze moved slightly, and he had to say that this dress really suited her. The clothes showed Luo Chanxian's body to the fullest. The textile fabric is paired with a pale yellow color and the exposed white thighs add a bit of summer freshness. Cute and sexy all at once. Ma'am, I think this dress really suits you. We have so many customers in our store, but it's rare to find one who can dress as beautifully as you do. The guide also praised it heartily. Luo Chanxian looked at herself in the mirror and also kind of liked this dress. Still, the nearly $30,000 price tag made her hesitant. Immediately, he sent a pleading look towards Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, however, ignored it and nodded his head to the guide. Just this one. Okay. When the guide heard this, the smile on her face grew a few points richer. I'll wrap it up for you over here? Wait. Zhou Xing, however, frowned at Luo Chanxian. The dress was nice, but it always felt like something was missing, and as he looked around, he saw the bag hanging on the wall. You get another bag to go with this dress. Yes sir. The guide expertly pulled a pale yellow bag out of it. The bag is small but looks sophisticated. Luo Chanxian took it and hung on to it. It creates a bit of playfulness. The guide introduced on the side. This is also our Chanel's new model. The 16-piece spring summer collection of sheep leather chain element makeup bag. Currently priced at 86,000. Does that sound right to you? 80,000. Luo Chanxian heart jumped. Did not think on the body of this simply cannot be loaded what? The name of the small bag. The price is actually so expensive. A $40,000 dress is paired with an $80,000 bag. Together, the two have added up to more than $100,000. That's a bit too extravagant. She secretly waved her hand frantically towards Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, however, nodded. Yes, pick another pair of shoes. Since you're going to buy it, why not just buy the full set? The guide brought out another pair of Chanel chukkas, which happened to go well with the dress. Compared to clothes and bags, shoes are much more affordable. Just 13,600. Okay, so that's all three. Wrap them all up. I'll get right on it for you. The guide was all smiles and quickly walked towards the counter, not forgetting to compliment before leaving. Ma'am, your boyfriend is really generous to you. You'll be blessed in the future. Luo Chanxian sniffed and was a bit vain. She didn't know if Zhou Xing was considered her boyfriend. Should he be? Hello sir, these three items total 128,488. How do I pay? Swipe. Zhou Xing handed over his bank card. The duo walked away from Chanel. Luo Chanxian carried the goods in her hand, feeling like she was stepping on a cloud. Nothing seems so real. Just three items cost nearly $130,000. Basically, she didn't pick them, but rather, Zhou Xing made the decision, and she couldn't even say anything. Zhou Xing's macho behavior, however, did not make her feel any discomfort, but on the contrary, she was quite touched. Extremely popular. I think that's enough. Why don't we skip the rest of the stores, or show you the dress shoes? Luo Chanxian took the initiative to propose. She's a gold digger, but it also knew the difference, especially since Zhou Xing had bought so many things for her without hesitation. She was content. Shop around some more. Zhou Xing looked indifferent. Luo Chanxian opened her mouth, but also had to look at other store doors again. Bought a Cartier bracelet for over $60,000. A pair of Gucci's daddies for a little over $10,000. In total, it came to nearly $200,000. Luo Chanxian carefully carried the things in her hand, only to feel that it weighed 1,000 pounds inside. So that leaves Balenciaga and Valentino next. Zhou Xing came to spirit. Under Luo Chanxian's puzzled look, Zhou Xing came to the counter of Parisian family. Take out all the stockings in your store and take a look. Luo Chanxian finally understood. This strip wraps it up for me, Zhou Xing said, pointing to the most classic black stockings of the Parisian house. Then was looking at the other one. Wrap this one too. And this one. Whether it's black and white silk. Wrap it all up. Enough is enough. Luo Chanxian was shocked by Zhou Xing's general behavior of buying cabbages and hastened to stop it. With so many stockings, she'd have to wear them until the end of time, especially when a random one sold for more than $1,000. Where had she ever seen this kind of array? After buying a dozen or so stockings, Zhou Xing only chose to call it quits somewhat unfulfilled. Turning to Luo Chanxian, she said, stockings are consumables after all, and they belong to disposable consumables in my case. Where are these enough? Disposable consumables. Luo Chanxian's small face went white, recalling last night's scene. Her legs were a little soft. She'll probably die there. Swipe the card for the bill. In total, it cost over $40,000. Zhou Xing put the bag into Luo Chanxian's hand, and turned to dive headfirst into Valentino again. After buying 3 pairs of Valentino high heels for Luo Chanxian, that's what finally put an end to it. Luo Chanxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Continue this way, her heart will not be able to stand. Zhou Xing followed suit and went into LV and Gucci to get himself some clothes. Almost head to toe. Buy it all. Like a warehouse sweep. Because there were so many of them. The only option was to leave a phone number and hotel address and have them delivered to your door when the time came. Luo Chanxian was on the sidelines, not daring to take a breath. Just buying clothes alone cost over $500,000. She didn't even dare to go shopping like this when she spent her joy beans. But Zhou Xing didn't even blink an eye. Zhou Xing was about to go out after buying something, but suddenly glanced at a brand. Richard Miller. His mind moved, and he walked in at once. Chapter 27, Am I Being Adopted? Richard Miller. The No. 1 Billionaire's Ticket. A brand that was only founded in '01 has made the leap to being the face of the top sports watches. All of their watches are very expensive, with an average price of around $1.2 million. It's $600,000 just for the entry model. Expensive price. Even the century-old brand Patek Philippe. It is difficult to look at its back. Unique and recognizable design. The material is superior, using nano TZP ceramics and graphene to give the watch better performance as well as quality. The top-class movement. The precision tourbillon. The intricate mechanical beauty at a glance. The meticulous polishing of the details are breathtaking. It's a series that creates Richard Miller's expensive bottom line. Plus the limited edition. It led to Richard Miller becoming sought after by countless rich celebrities in his latter days. A watch can increase in price to double the exaggerated level in just a few months. Owning a Richard Mille becomes an irreplaceable status symbol. Zhou Xing was not very concerned about this. He had always wanted a watch, and when he saw Richard Mille he went in with the flow. It just so happens that Richard Mille's youthful and sporty style also suits Zhou Xing better. Just stepped into the store. Athletic style is in the air. Carbon fiber, precision tourbillons, various formulae, and elements of supercars are everywhere in the store. This is definitely unique among watch brands that are known for their high-end elegance. Sir, welcome to Richard Miller. I'm shopper Wen Sherman. Do you have an appointment? The store guide greeted them. It was a girl, but she was dressed formally. The black suit was paired with white gloves and her hair was all up in a bun. Zhou Xing shook his head. No. May I ask what the gentleman's name is? My last name is Chow. Wen Sherman still had a professional smile on her face. Okay, Mr. Zhou, may I ask if you've learned about our brand before? Heard some of it. Zhou Xing faintly said. In his previous life in the internet era, even if he didn't really care about this, he could often brush up on which celebrities or tycoons were wearing millions or tens of millions of Richard Mille. Since Mr. Zhou has heard of our brand, I won't belabor the point too much. I believe Mr. Zhou is aware that our brand is based on breaking the traditional constraints of watchmaking to create watches that are comfortable, shock-resistant, durable, accurate yet lightweight, also better known as the Formula 1 on your wrist. When Sherman smiled and said, I don't know if Mr. Zhou came here this time and wanted to order a watch, or did he have a target model in mind? The target phenotype is not available, so you can introduce me to it. Zhou Xing doesn't know much about Richard Mille's phenotype, either. No problem, Mr. Zhou, can I have a look at your needs on my side, as well as the track of your daily activities? When Sherman asked softly, only in this way will I be able to recommend a suitable watch model for you based on Mr. Zhou's daily needs. Zhou Xing frowned and scanned the counter. I was just about to open my mouth when I saw a watch stored separately inside, locked up in a small clear box. It was quietly placed there, but it instantly grabbed Zhou Xing's eyeballs. The orange strap, the undulating lines of the gray and black striped case and the mechanically charismatic dial blend perfectly into one. It looks more like a work of art than a wearable watch. What kind of watch is this one? Zhou Xing asked, pointing to the watch in the box. This is our RM50-03. A limited edition type watch co-branded with McLaren this year and limited to 75 pieces worldwide. McLaren F1 takes elements of inspiration from the racetrack and uses graphene, a material that is 200 times stronger than steel, yet 1/6 the weight. Its movement is only 7 grams. The whole watch down is only 38 grams, is currently the world's lightest of all the watch inside a watch. When Sherman smiled and introduced, this watch, although light, but the technical craftsmanship inside, but extremely complex, is equipped with our brand's pride of the tourbillon, in the lightweight at the same time. It can meet most of your sports scenes. Can you take it out and try it? Zhou Xing glanced at RM50-03. He was lucky. Limited to 75 pieces worldwide. It's amazing to be able to meet them in a store. If he remembered correctly, the latter-day Richard Mille was not only the most a watch, but also extremely collectible, especially the limited edition models, which are basically hard to find. But it's normal when you think about it. Richard Miller wasn't very well known in China in 16, and not many people had heard of him. By 17, the star Pandasha was in the middle of the program. After showing off his wristwatch, the name Richard Miller has only begun to appear gradually in the public eye. And then one thing led to another. It makes sense that there is such a watch in the store today. It's okay. When Sherman opened the counter, then took out the small box. Carefully, he placed it on the counter, then pulled out a small, delicate golden key, opened the lock on the inside. Mr. Joe, please let me put it on for you. When Sherman held the watch with both hands and said with an apologetic face, please don't mind Mr. Joe, because this watch is rather expensive, so for safety reasons, it's more appropriate for me to operate it. Zhou Xing nodded his head in understanding and immediately stepped forward, extending his right hand. When Sherman undid the strap, then gently put it on Zhou Xing's hand, and only after confirming that there was no mistake did she release her hand. Zhou Xing raised his right hand and took a closer look. The more I look at this watch, the more I like it. It's also so light to wear that you can't even feel a watch on your hand without paying attention. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and asked, how much is this watch? Currently our RM50-03 is selling for $6. 737,000. Luo Chanxian was in the back, her eyes wide. She didn't hear right, did she? It was just a small watch, plain looking, or a brand she hadn't heard of at all. I can't believe it's over $6-7 million. For that price, you can already buy a very nice house in Shanghai City with full payment. She had thought that the prices of the clothes and bags she had bought were exaggerated enough, but she hadn't expected this to be even more astonishing. It's totally small in comparison. Swipe your card. When Zhou Xing heard the price, he pulled out his bank card with a normal expression. He felt that the price was already considered more appropriate and conscientious. By the time this brand has completely exploded, buying an RM watch at its original price will be essentially impossible. Premiums in the tens and millions of dollars, that's the norm. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. There is nothing wrong with that statement. There is no upper limit to the price of something like a watch. It can be said to be the luxury of luxuries. The rich also aim to own a limited edition watch. The bank card was handed to Wen Sherman, but the other party froze and hesitated to take the bank card. Over $6 million in watches. It's not a small amount of money for the rich either. Zhou Xing, on the other hand, was on cloud 9 and was going to buy the watch. Her first reaction is that this Zhou Xing is not to play with herself, but on second thought, to be able to appear here and consume, that are not ordinary people. It instantly felt like an unparalleled surprise hitting me over the head. Please hurry up, I have things to do. Zhou Xing prodded. Only then did Wen Sherman slow down, and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face as she respectfully accepted the bank card. Excuse me, I'll do it for you right away. Just a moment, please. Wen Sherman busily brought Paris water for Zhou Xing and Luo Chanxian. You sit here for a moment. I'll finish printing the list on my side and wrap up your wristwatch. No, just pay the bill. Zhou Xing waved his hand. This watch he happened to wear directly on his hand. Okay. Wen Sherman turned around and headed to the counter, and after printing the slip, she held the POS machine and half-kneeled in front of Zhou Xing. Please enter your password. After the password has been entered, the machine spits out a debit bill. Wen Sherman and Luo Chanxian exhaled at the same time. It looks a little out of place in this store. The two looked at each other and both laughed a little awkwardly. Luo Chanxian is shocked at the price of this watch. The hand is simply wearing a sweet, and Winsome is glad the watch deal worked out. Thank you very much for your support of Richard Mill. And you can come into the store, or call, with any questions you may have about your subsequent use. When Sherman brought the box of this watch, put it in a bag, and handed it to Zhou Xing with both hands, Zhou Xing took the bag and then walked towards the outside of the store. Luo Chanxian hurriedly followed. The duo walked out of Plaza 66. Zhou Xing lifted his wristwatch and glanced at the time. It was nearing 12 noon. It was to take Luo Chanxian to find a restaurant. After fixing lunch, Zhou Xing drove Luo Chanxian back downstairs to the Ritz-Carlton in his Lamborghini. Luo Chanxian opened the car door, but when she saw that Zhou Xing had no intention of getting out of the car, she asked suspiciously, "Aren't you going up? I have things to do this afternoon, and I promised Anya yesterday that I'd hang out with her." Zhou Xing had no intention of hiding it. Although Luo Chanxian was psychologically prepared, she still inevitably revealed a look of disappointment. Soon, however, she said with a well-behaved face, "I know. For your dinner, you can call room service and have the restaurant make it and bring it up. Or if you want to go out to eat, that's fine. Or not." Luo Chanxian shook her head and said, "I was already tired enough last night, and I bought so many things in the morning. Now I just want to go back and have a good rest. Anything." Zhou Xing took out his cell phone and transferred 100 000 to Luo Qianshan. Anyway, you look after yourself. I'm sort of being adopted by you? Luo Qianshan looked at the transfer in her cell phone. What do you think? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically. Definitely. If you were a proper wife. How dare you tell me so blatantly that you're going to meet another girl this afternoon? Luo Qianshan spoke in a sultry tone. Isn't this the life you wanted? Zhou Xing looked at her with a smile. Love and bread. You chose bread. So be prepared to be a canary and be kept in a cage. Is it hard to believe that you regret it? Luo Qianshan recalled the frantic spending she had just done inside the mall. Some dreamy, but it's a bit addictive. And once you've experienced it, it's hard to take it back. No, Luo Qianshan said. It's just that people are a little bit greedy and want a little bit of love along with bread. That way you won't get rid of me so fast. Zhou Xing smiled faintly and said, as long as you don't think about leaving, then I won't abandon you. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Luo Qianshan, however, did not quite believe Zhou Xing's words. That's what I said. But when I get tired of playing and lose the freshness, I guess I'll have to be kicked away and find another new love. That's what I say to all my women. Zhou Xing calmly said. Luo Qianshan looked at the man in front of her and suddenly froze. She realized that Zhou Xing had become even more handsome in her eyes. And at this moment, she couldn't care less about the fact that Zhou Xing had other women, and came forward to kiss his cheek. Suddenly, being a mistress isn't so hard to accept anymore. Thank you, Zhou Xing. Meeting you is really the biggest luck in my life. Luo Qianshan gazed at Zhou Xing with a touched face. Can I substitute a slightly excessive request? That is, at least when there are only the two of us, can I call you my husband? Why not? Honey. I love you. Chapter 28. Where to buy a digital watch. All seasons. Tiffany Blue's Lamborghini was parked in the doorway. In the sunlight, it refracts a sapphire luster. Next to the Lamborghini, Zhou Xing leaned against the car. After shopping at Plaza 66 he was long refreshed. The top half is a white printed Burberry bodysuit paired with a pair of black drawstring sweatpants from Gucci. On his feet, he wore white and black panda-style board shorts from LV. On the right wrist, a personalized Richard Mille is revealed from time to time. Through the sunglasses, the handsome young face and 5'1" height were enough to attract attention. It's a luxury brand, though, inside and out. However, most of Zhou Xing's choices are simpler, casual sport-oriented models. There is no full-body logo. It looks clean and refreshing and makes the heart grow fonder. Come to Hucheng. It has been 2 full days. After a large amount of money was invested into it, Zhou Xing's own temperament began to change. He is absolutely confident and calm in the face of everything. The aura is strong. Zhou Xing also understands that these are all things that need to be accumulated over time, and that there is still a lot of progress he has to make on the road of how to learn to be a rich man. Little brother. Alone? A strong scent, accompanied by a somewhat delicate voice rang out. There was a young girl standing in front of Zhou Xing, 1'6" or so, wearing a Chanel chambray maxi dress and Chanel heeled sandals. On his head was a white Gucci hat. At this moment, he was looking at her with a smile on his face, and when he realized that Zhou Xing had turned around, he even lowered his head in a shy manner. In reality, he was not moving to survey Zhou Xing's outfit. Lamborghini latest model. Doesn't look like a rental. The clothes on the body are also away from the basics that are full of logos. When the eyes rested on the wristwatch on Zhou Xing's wrist, her pupils shrank at once. A look of shock appeared on his face. Richard Mille. This is a watch that few people know about. But she's not quite the same. A lot of the weekdays are spent drilling big names. Some of the cooler but more expensive brands are more of a priority for her. It's all about avoiding looking away. The watch, which she had likewise seen, was at the time intimidated by its unique appearance and expensive price. I didn't realize that the one in front of me was wearing one of these. Obviously not a basic model. More like a limited edition. At least 2 to 3 million or more. She was instantly thrilled to be able to drive a luxury car and wear luxury goods. None of which proved to be rich in their own right. But if you have a watch on your hand, it's worth millions. That's a real goddamned hoe. The corner of Zhou Xing's mouth rose, and the other party's small movements were all caught in his eyes. Watching that gaze travel over and over on his body, he came to his senses. This one is the same as the one I met at the door of the Little Arboretum. It's also the classic Shanghai City celebrity. It's just that the segment is obviously quite a bit higher than that one. But in 2016, the term had not yet been developed and popularized. So people don't have that concept. It's not a man. Is it hardly half a man? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically. Ha 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 ha. A plain sentence. But the girl cooperated by covering her mouth and snickering. Little brother, you're so humorous. It just so happens that I'm alone. The girl looked at Zhou Xing with a smile like a flower. Would little brother like to sit down together for a cup of afternoon tea and make friends? Next time. Zhou Xing refused outright. That's okay. So friend me and I'll ask you to join me the next time I'm out with my girlfriends. Those girlfriends of mine, they're all big beauties. It might even help you guys foster a relationship. The girl, however, was still a bit insistent. There was no way she could just watch such a top-tier godly man just slip away from her. Zhou Xing shook his head. For these Shanghai city celebrities, people have their own way of life. Say they are gold worshippers or hypocritical, although he does not despise it in his heart. But there was no desire to hand it over. Zhou Xing, just when he was a bit impatient and ready to reject it outright, Anya's glutinous voice sounded from the back. Anya waved happily towards Zhou Xing. Then he quickly came to Zhou Xing's side, wrapped his arm around him, looked a little wary of the girl in front of him, and asked Zhou Xing, who is she? Zhou Xing shrugged his shoulders towards the girl, then glanced at Anya beside him. No words were spoken. Everything was unspoken. The smile on the girl's face froze in place as well. Anya was 5'7" and wore a small white dress, revealing those straight thighs that were a little blindingly white. The small, pink face, with just a slight application of light makeup, was far more delicate than her heavy makeup. No doubt, she was completely down. Then I'll talk about it next time I get a chance. The girl did her best to keep a smile on her face, but it still looked a little less than stellar. Zhou Xing nodded and didn't say anything more, only saying to Anya, "Get in the car." "Good," Anya responded playfully, fanning the wind continuously with her small hands. "It's too hot here in Shanghai City. I just came out for a while and my body is starting to sweat." Instantly and skillfully, he opened the scissor door and got in. The girls looked at the cool and handsome scissor doors, and envy filled their gazes. Zhou Xing was also in the driver's seat. "Start the car." The air conditioner blows a cool stream of air. Anya then breathed a long sigh of relief. Feeling alive, Zhou Xing saw the situation, but also a slight smile. The so-called luxury car air conditioning is not very good. That also points to the person. Like Anya obviously doesn't have that kind of awareness. And that girl just now, I guess when she got in the car, she was already screaming about the heat. It is an adaptive air conditioner. "Hey, you bought a watch?" Anya noticed the Richard Mille on Zhou Xing's wrist. "Where did you buy it?" "It's kind of like a little genius watch. It's quite good looking. I didn't think that someone like you would buy an electronic watch. I'll go and buy one when the time comes." Zhou Xing sniffed and laughed. Anya was a stark contrast to the girl from earlier, but he liked Anya's unseen look, and instead of explaining, he just rattled the paddles above the steering wheel. The gas pedal was pressed. The car roared like an angry pit bull and left the all seasons. The girls were left standing there. With some reluctance, she took out her cell phone, which had a picture of Zhou Xing in the Lamborghini and the license plate taken from a distance. Immediately opened a WeChat group called Shanghai City Celebrities. Click. Send. Gatherers? I found another quality broad who is not only very well endowed, but also very good looking. People definitely need to be on the lookout if they meet one. Don't say I'm treating you guys badly, sharing such a great resource. After the girls are done posting, the quiet group immediately came alive. She smiled slightly as she watched the group members all post their thanks. Zhou Xing's Lamborghini is extremely eye-catching everywhere. The people in the group, each with a good eye, were spread out in various parts of Shanghai City at the same time. Being noticed by them, with their character, they would absolutely not be able to resist showing off in the group. Then she just has to base it on the location and get there. This looks like it. It can create quite a few chance encounters. She didn't believe that she couldn't take down Zhou Xing. So what if Anya is pretty and has a great body? Is she as forthcoming as she is? And will she be wearing Pinu's clothes? Chapter 29, Restaurant on the Sea. Once again, the car arrived at Plaza 66. Zhou Xing stopped the car. What are we doing here? Anya wondered. As a flight attendant who often flew to Shanghai City, she had naturally heard of Plaza 66, which was a shopping paradise. I thought you said you wanted to buy a couple's watch with me. So this is the only place to come. Zhou Xing had his hands on the steering wheel and turned his head to look at Anya. Who's going to wear a couple's model with you? Anya blushed, then covered her mouth again and pointed at the Richard Mille on Zhou Xing's wrist with a shocked expression. Did you buy your watch here? Luxury from Plaza 66 is still the king of luxury. The value of this watch can be imagined. Anya instantly asked with some embarrassment. How much does this watch cost? Less than $700, I think. Zhou Xing looked indifferent. $700? Anya hesitated. What do you think? Anya lowered her head, feeling a little ridiculous at the question herself. How could Zhou Xing, who threw away millions at bars and drove tens of millions of dollars in luxury cars, buy a watch worth $700? So that means the watch is worth almost $7 million. Despite knowing that the watch was worth a lot of money, Anya still had some difficulty accepting it. What's it like to wear a sweet on your hand? Thinking back to when she had just talked about the Zhou Xing watch in the car and blurted out that she wanted to buy one as well, Anya felt her cheeks burning. Go. Zhou Xing opened the car door and prepared to get out. Just don't make fun of me. Anya hammered Zhou Xing's arm in shame and annoyance. It can easily cost several $1,000,000. Where can I afford it? Selling me is not enough. She thought that Zhou Xing was teasing her and enjoyed seeing her make a fool of herself. Zhou Xing smiled and looked at Anya's white and clean but empty wrist. Since you're here, then buy a watch by the way. I see that you don't seem to be wearing any watch either. Isn't a stewardess watch a must? As a flight attendant, when you can't use communication tools on an airplane, then the watch becomes the most frequent tool in their professional life. Anya was naturally equipped with a watch, except that it cost only a few $100s and was only worn at work. It's not a brand name watch. It doesn't play a decorative role, so naturally there's no need to wear it when you go out. It's too expensive here. I can't afford it, Anya said pitifully. She probably couldn't afford the cheapest watch here on a year's salary. Let's go see it first. Zhou Xing dragged Anya out of the car without a second thought, then walked straight into Plaza 66. Once inside the square, when the guides of the major brands saw Zhou Xing, their gazes then lit up and they became incredibly enthusiastic, welcoming him from afar. A young tycoon has appeared in Plaza 66, been here less than an hour, just went on a shopping spree and bought over $7 million worth of merchandise. Messages are circulated among the guides. As they looked at the photos in the group, they were all incredibly envious of Luo Chanqian, who was traveling along with Zhou Xing. To their surprise, the afternoon, Zhou Xing actually came again. How could they miss the opportunity when faced with a godly man like this? The luxury goods guide, who had always been high and cold, looked like a real estate salesman in front of Zhou Xing. Contribute your greatest passion in this life. Anya was also shocked by the battle, tugging at Zhou Xing's arm with tension on her small face. Zhou Xing ignored these guides and walked straight towards the Cartier store with Anya. He had enough strength though to buy Anya any of the top 10 brands of watches, several in a row without any problem. But it's not necessary. It's not a good thing to put girls on too high a pedestal. All human desires are not filled, so it's better to take it one step at a time. Cartier is not very famous in the watchmaking industry, but with its fancy appearance, it is deeply loved by girls. Hello sir, welcome to Cartier. What can I do for you? Cartier's guide only felt patronized by the goddess of fortune, and with a joyful look on her face, she enthusiastically greeted Zhou Xing and Anya. Zhou Xing pointed at Anya and said to the guide, "Find her a suitable watch." "No problem sir, you can rest over here for a few moments and I'll take the lady to pick out her watch right away." The guide guided Zhou Xing to sit down and then brought him Parisian water, before taking Anya and heading towards the watch counter. Anya was racked up and was too embarrassed to refuse outright, had to follow the guide to the counter. She had intended to just look at it and then find a way to reject it. She could not take her eyes off the counter a little when she saw it, with a wide array of watches of new shapes and diamonds. From one of them, the guide took out an exquisite lady's watch and placed it in front of Anya. "Ma'am, what do you think of this watch? This watch is from our Cartier's most classic blue balloon collection, and the strap is made from classic, hard-wearing crocodile leather, which is both beautiful and not stuffy to wear. The checkered sapphire dial, sword-shaped hands, and a total of 26 diamonds set in the front and back of the watch. And your hands are beautifully shaped, white and slender, and will definitely add to your looks when you wear it." The guide enthusiastically took the watch off. "Let me put it on for you and you can see the effect." Anya looked at this watch on her wrist and wanted to refuse, but the words never came out. Because this watch, it's just so beautiful. Even though she knew she couldn't afford it, she wanted to see more. "This watch, how much?" Anya turned to look at Zhou Xing and found that he was sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone, not paying attention to this side. Then she asked the guide in a low voice. The guide said with a smile on her face, "The public price of this watch, currently at 136,800. Anya's body trembled and subconsciously tried to take this watch off. Next moment, one hand fell on her shoulder instead. She turned around and Zhou Xing appeared behind her at an unknown time. Zhou Xing glanced at his watch with a bland expression, then asked, "Do you like it?" Anya hesitated for a moment, then tried to figure out what was wrong with the watch. "The band seems to be a little tight. It's uncomfortable to wear." Zhou Xing looked at Anya's white wrist with the watch worn just right. After all, the guide had commissioned the strap in advance. He didn't tear Anya apart. "It's okay, I just like it tight. It's loose with use." Anya listened, and while that was the case, something didn't feel quite right. Abruptly blushing, she glared at Zhou Xing and snapped, "Rascal!" Even if she didn't have much experience, it was impossible for her to know nothing in this era of extremely advanced internet. "Swipe your card for the check." Zhou Xing ignored Anya and directly handed out his bank card. "Yes sir." The guide gladly took the bank card. "I'll do it for you right away." "Don't, Zhou Xing, this is too expensive." As soon as the guide left, Anya looked at Zhou Xing prayerfully. "Over 130, $000. She can't afford it. If you like it, then keep it. You can think of it as a small gift from me to you. And of course I don't mind if you think of it as a token of love between us. Zhou Xing's smile rose, and his gaze carried a promising look. Who's settling with you? Anya's small face reddened and she muttered in a small voice. I haven't promised you yet. Instead, his hand covered his watch, his eyes were curved into crescent moons, and his brow was full of joy and leaps of joy. Zhou Xing didn't bother with Anya anymore, but entered the password on the POS machine. The deduction was successful. The guide took out the box as well as a small gift and put it in the bag. Thank you very much for your support of our Cartier. You are welcome to come back next time. The duo walked out of Plaza 66. Anya looked at Zhou Xing with a grumpy face. Didn't you say I'd take you to have fun? How did it turn into buying me a gift? But you seem to know Shanghai much better than I do, and you don't need me to lead at all. Without waiting for Zhou Xing to reply, Anya said to herself, definitely has no good intentions, harboring bad intentions, ready to plot against. Halfway through her sentence, Anya realized something was wrong and stopped. Doesn't that mean that it was himself that Zhou Xing was scheming against? How do you know I'm upset? Zhou Xing smiled and asked rhetorically. Anya was instantly silent, unable to speak. The duo then didn't choose to go to another upscale place, but instead went to a place where Anya would often hang out and relax. Bund. Eating some ordinary snacks, blowing the wind off the river. It feels great too. Soon, nightfall, the banks of the Huangpu River came alive. The skyscrapers are lit up. On the river, countless cruise ships made a whining sound, about to set sail. Anya, who had consumed a lot of energy after playing all afternoon, couldn't help but let out a gurgling sound from her stomach. Anya covered her stomach and looked at Zhou Xing with some embarrassment. Zhou Xing didn't say anything and looked at his wristwatch. It's almost time. Let's go. Where to? Boarding for dinner. Now that you've come to the Bund, it's only natural that you should experience the Pujiang River Night Cruise, which is known as one of China's 3 golden waterways, along with the Heron River Night Cruise and the Pearl River Night Cruise. Pier 3, 99 Weimar Road. A giant cruise ship docked, totaling 4 floors. It has an elegant and atmospheric appearance. White hull with the words Crystal Princess printed on it. Crystal Princess. Luxury 5-star cruises. Different from the ordinary river cruise, Crystal Princess investment of about 50 million yuan, to become the first ship on the Huangpu River to accept the 5-star cruise ship rating, but also the best configuration on the Huangpu River, the most complete facilities of the excursion ship. Crystal Princess cruise ship integrates fashionable technology, not only has the functions of sightseeing and entertainment, but also can hold activities such as water show, water wedding, etc., which is a veritable water showground on the Huangpu River. All of this was told to him by Zhang Yun and booked the place for him. Taking Anya aboard, he ascended to the 2nd floor and made his way to the dining room location. Being a water show place, meals are of course served inside, and they are of very high-end ingredients in comparison. They can choose from a buffet, or order individually, and Zhou Xing undoubtedly chose the latter. Take a window seat and enjoy the sweeping view of the Huangpu River, under the brilliant lights. Ordering Western food with red wine. The gentle river breeze is blowing and it is refreshing. 7 o'clock. The Crystal Princess set sail on time for a night cruise on the Pu River. Oriental Pearl Tower. The Bund, Universal Architecture Exposition Complex. A series of beautiful views to take in. Anya, for once, didn't miss the look and stood on the deck, taking pictures for a long time before she gave up. Stay back in your seat and look at the wine in your glass and the food on the table. Her gaze was a little misty. Is the life of a rich man so plain and simple that you live every day so wonderfully? Of course not. What were you thinking? Zhou Xing said with some amusement. I'm also an ordinary person. How can I be so luxurious at all times? It's because of you. That's why I purposely picked such a place. I heard them say that girls love romantic places like this. That way, I'll have a higher success rate. Anya Zhou Xing. So you prepared all of this specifically for the purpose of rating me. And may I ask if you were successfully rated? Guess. Anya said with a smirk, a mischievous look on her face. Zhou Xing also smiled slightly. Feel the river breeze. Wine doesn't make you drunk. Chapter 30, What is Love? Butler Wang, open another room in my name. Zhou Xing didn't move and sent a message to Butler Wang. At the same time, he opened Luo Qianqian's WeChat again. I've asked Butler Wang to open another room, so you'll go ahead and stay there for the night today. To be with Anya? Luo Qianqian returned in seconds. She was smart and guessed Zhou Xing's purpose in a flash. Exactly. Zhou Xing responded truthfully. There's really no need to go to all that trouble. And Anya and I know each other. Why don't we get together tonight? Luo Qianqian sent another tweet. Zhou Xing looked at the line of messages and then at Anya's pretty face. The offer. Tempting indeed. Just, it's not the time yet. Later on, if you have the chance, you can buy a lot of Parisian house in Valentino for Anya as well. Cynthia Law is with Anya. Later, Zhou Xing tapped his finger quickly on the screen. Okay, I know, Luo Qianqian hurriedly said. I'll pack up and go down now. Really heartless. In the morning he also said that he wouldn't get tired of me, but as a result, now after having a new love, he's going to kick me away. Really a heartless man. Zhou Xing looked at the message and knew that Luo Qianqian's words were nothing more than a joke. Worshipping gold won't repel him, but it's easy to be disgusted if you're uneducated and don't have self-awareness. Cynthia Law does this very well. She's smart and at the same time puts herself in the right place and knows exactly what she has to do. But who asked me to like it? Luo Qianqian's words turned, Anya's sister first time to cooperate with your long-distance travel. Surely cannot withstand. Want to consider the next half of the night to come to me. I then cooperate with the captain of the Lord return to the flight? Zhou Xing's finger lingered on the screen for a moment, and he had to say that Luo Qianqian was indeed very good at capturing his heart. He was moved. We'll see what happens then. Zhou Xing replied. Okay, then I'll leave the door open for you. Yo, Chao Xing. Luo Qianqian's pattern is indeed not ordinary. He loved it. Who are you talking to? Anya's voice came. Zhou Xing put his cell phone back in his pocket. Nothing. With a friend. Oh. Anya nodded uncertainly. Zhou Xing watched as the crystal princess had returned and was docked at the pier, and also stood up. Let's go back. Good. Anya was also busy getting up. After getting in the car, Anya looked at Zhou Xing. Will you take me back to the hotel now? No. Back to the hotel where I'm staying. Zhou Xing looked calm. Anya was silent and didn't say another word. Ritz-Carlton. Dimly lit. Anya hugged Zhou Xing and looked at his face with love in her gaze. Zhou Xing, do you love me? What do you think is love? Zhou Xing asked. My ideal love is two lovers with an okay deal. With someone who loves me, and we just go on to the rest of our lives. Anya replied. The one you're talking about is called exclusive restraint, not love. The so-called love is nothing more than a moment of hot-headedness between two people. Zhou Xing retorted. So according to you, love at first sight is just love at first sight? Anya looked at Zhou Xing. Isn't it obvious? I had the idea when I saw you on the plane. Zhou Xing was frank. Then you don't love me at all. You just crave my body. Anya wrinkled her cute little nose. Relationships don't need material things, but life does. Zhou Xing said. I can give you enough material security, as well as the care you want, and I will be the bottom of your rejection of everything when you meet a difficult situation. You said, am I loving you like this? Anya pondered for a moment. Then a smile blossomed on her face as she wrapped her arms around Zhou Xing. Count on it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xing sat on the sofa and looked at the long-sleeping Anya, who revealed a sweet and happy smile in her sleep. Took out his cell phone again and glanced at WeChat. Luo Qianqian's message is still listed. Reason told him that he couldn't do this, though he never denied that he was a scumbag. But having just been with Anya, sneaking away to sneak into Luo Qianqian's room was a bit too scummy. Available at. Zhou Xing still ghosted downstairs to Luo Qianqian's room. The door to the room opened automatically with a slight push. There's no lock at all. Luo Qianqian really didn't say it as a joke. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xing sent Anya to the airport. At this time, Anya had long been dressed in the attire of a flight attendant, looking dignified and cool. No more of last night's scene. Just a slight frown as she walked in her heels. The rest of the flight attendants were packed up and ready to embark on their return flights. Zhou Xing, I'll leave first. Anya no longer cared about her co-workers at this time, and took the initiative to hug Zhou Xing, extremely reluctant to give up, but she still needed to go to work, and there was no way around that. Zhou Xing also tells her that if she doesn't want to work, she can totally buy her a house and settle down to do what she wants to do. Anya hesitated, but refused. Zhou Xing, as a student, was usually required to stay in school. It also means that most of the time, she's going to be left alone in her own room. It wasn't the life she wanted. Anya is out there and doesn't feel like traveling with Chao Xing. Once it's on campus, then it's a bit of an old cow eating young grass. So she ultimately decided that she would keep her current job. Good. Zhou Xing also hugged Anya. Call me if anything happens. Got it. Anya delicately said. During the time I'm not in Shanghai City, you have to be a bit more honest, or if I find out what's wrong, you'll be finished. Zhou Xing smiled. Just kidding. From the time he was reborn, the word honest could not possibly appear to him. I'm leaving too. Don't you want a hug? Luo Qianqian followed her example and daintily came to Zhou Xing's front, unfolding her hands. Sin. Anya was mortified. With a smile on her face, Luo Qianqian winked at Zhou Xing before turning to leave. She likewise did not choose to resign. There was no other reason. Simply because Zhou Xing liked her for who she was. Since Zhou Xing liked it, there was no need to change it. Zhou Xing stood still and watched as a group of flight attendants entered the airport. Ding dong. The cell phone suddenly rang. It's from Cynthia Law. People want to cuddle too. It was followed by a pathetic emoji. Zhou Xing couldn't help but smile and returned. Wait for your next visit to Shanghai City. Then it's more than just a hug. Eyes heart poof emoji. Luo Qianqian was obviously there last night desperately begging for forgiveness. But on the internet she started to be arrogant again. She knows how to capture Zhou Xing's heart. Zhou Xing didn't reply and instantly turned around. Opening the car door. Started the car. Thinking briefly, he then drove towards the place where little Arisher had rented a room. Chapter 31 Returning to the Sea. Little Barbara's new rented place. It is located in the busy area of Gingan district. A 2-story high-end condo. The environment is much better compared to the past, especially the law and order. Meanwhile, the price also seems to be more expensive. $15,000 a month rent is enough to put many people off. Zhou Xing drove the car straight into the neighborhood and parked it downstairs. Take the elevator to the 16th floor. The door to the room was a fingerprint combination lock, and little Lan Lan had told Zhou Xing the password in the first place. Enter your password. The door to the room opened. At the door, Xiao Lan Lan, who had long been dressed and ready to go out to work, was looking at Zhou Xing with some consternation. Honey, why are you here? Zhou Xing wrapped his arms around Xiao Lan Lan's waist. Came to see you. But, I have to go to work. Little Arisher looked at the time. It was almost close to 9 o'clock. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Take the day off today. Zhou Xing didn't give little Lan Lan any chance to retort and said domineeringly. Then he was taking little Arisher towards the bedroom. Morning. It's a good time to work out. 2 hours later, little Arisher took a big breath of fresh air. Her body was soaked with sweat, and she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Neglecting to exercise, it was really a bit difficult for her to keep up with the pace of the line. Honey, please let me go. Let me rest for a while. I just can't work out anymore. After resting for a while, he felt that his body had slightly regained its strength. What kind of a person is you? People have to come early in the morning when they obviously have to work. Little Barbara lay on top of Zhou Xing, her eyes grimacing. Is it bad to work out in the morning? Zhou Xing smiled and asked rhetorically. That won't stand up to you working out all the time. Little Barb said. What if I overdo the workout and it causes problems with my body? Are you questioning me? Zhou Xing instantly rolled over. Looks like I'll have to give you another private lesson. Honey, I was wrong to question you. Little Lan Lan admitted her mistake on the spot, and hastily changed the topic. It's almost noon now. Are you hungry? I've bought quite a few ingredients at home, and I have the cooking tools as well. Why don't I cook you a midday meal? And you can cook? Zhou Xing raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Why didn't I know? There's a lot you don't know. Little Arisher blinked mischievously, then went into the bathroom first and briefly washed up. After getting dressed and coming out, he walked towards the kitchen while tying his apron. The ingredients in my refrigerator. They're all rather ordinary. I don't know if you're used to eating them or not. Well, you'll have to eat it to find out. To Zhou Xing's surprise, little Lan Lan's cooking skills were quite a bit better than expected. Ordinary meals can be made delicious. It made Zhou Xing's appetite go into overdrive. After eating and drinking, for a time, Zhou Xing was a little reluctant to leave. It was decided at once that I was going to stay here for a few days. Over at the hotel. Just ignore it for now. With his arm around little Lan Lan, sitting on the sofa in the living room, Zhou Xing pondered. Looks like it's time to buy yourself a house. He can't just live in a college dormitory for 4 years of college. But, buying just one set doesn't seem to be enough. Anya, Luo Qianqian and the little Barbara in front of her. At least 3 sets are needed. Zhou Xing didn't care. Then if there was time, he would go and buy a few more sets. After all, the houses in Shanghai City will only appreciate in value without any loss when you buy them. In 16. The price of housing in Shanghai was not that exaggerated, just the right time to get into it. A week went by in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xing also stayed with little Lan Lan for 7 whole days, occasional visits back to the hotel. During that time Anya and Luo Qianqian also flew back once again. It's just that their vacation time was shorter this time, and the company only gave them 1 night off. After a short break, another return flight is required. This made Zhou Xing a little regretful, but after not seeing Zhou Xing for a week, Anya's longing for him was going to overflow. Shy and bashful, she seemed extraordinarily forthcoming. Under Zhou Xing's persuasion, she actually agreed to show off the instrument she had just learned to play not long ago. After Anya went to sleep, Zhou Xing hoofed it towards Luo Qianqian's room again, while lamenting that he was so diligent and laborious. Zhou Xing was happy to be so. After they went back, Zhou Xing's life became a bit boring again. So. 3 more days passed. Chang Wenyu never showed any signs of contacting Zhou Xing. Since that day when they finished meeting at the bar and added their contact information, the two have not had any further communication. This made Zhou Xing wonder. It was hard to believe that he had guessed wrong. This has been going on for over 10 days now. Seeing that he was about to return to sail back to Jiangcheng, if Chang Wenyu didn't get in touch, it would be a bit too late. But after dwelling on it for a while, Zhou Xing no longer bothered about that. These were circles that he was just curious to get in and see, not really wanting to melt into. To enter or not to enter had no effect on him. If Chang Wenyu called before returning to Jiangcheng, then he would simply stop paying attention. The big deal is to wait until school starts. Zhou Xing began to live a deep life. Occasionally go over to the little Barbie side, in and out of her house. 15 days passed. Zhou Xing didn't hesitate, opted to book a flight back to River City, after the checking of votes is approved. Arriving at the entrance of the airplane, among the crowd of flight attendants, Zhou Xing saw a familiar figure, Cynthia Law. Zhou Xing had just sat down when Luo Chanqian greeted him and handed over a towel and slippers. Why are you here? Zhou Xing couldn't help but ask. I'm not welcome, am I? Luo Chanqian skimmed her lips. Then I'll leave and call another stewardess to serve you. No. Why didn't you tell me? Zhou Xing was a bit surprised. That's because someone told me yesterday that they were going to book a flight back to Jiangcheng today, so I purposely applied for a transfer, purposely wanting to give someone a surprise, and I didn't think that someone would actually be ungrateful at all. Luo Chanqian didn't have a good mood. You're here too. Then, Zhou Xing looked toward the crew, but was interrupted by Luo Chanqian. Don't look, Anya. She flew other flights and didn't have time to come over. Luo Chanqian stood there. Is it disappointing that I'm the only one? Of course not. Zhou Xing for Luo Chanqian this kind of behavior. Or some touched, wait until the Jiangcheng. We live a little two people in Jiangcheng. As compensation. What do you think? Really? Luo Chanqian asked. How can that be a lie? When have I ever lied to you? Luo Chanqian nodded her head, and in her heart, she made a slander. It's true that you haven't lied to me, because you've gone to other girls in front of me. Sure, it's just with me and no other girls? Luo Chanqian stared at Zhou Xing with a suspicious face. Okay. After Luo Chanqian received an affirmative answer, she then smiled joyfully and leaned over to give Zhou Xing a kiss on the cheek. Hubby, you're so nice. Then remember to wait for me when you get off the plane later. No problem. Luo Chanqian turned away cheerfully. The economy class guests in the back, whose seats were more forward, saw this scene, but their eyes went straight. Flying business class and having this kind of perk? The beautiful flight attendant offered a kiss. How come I've never heard of it before? At that moment, the intestines are repenting. If they had known this way, they also bite the bullet and buy business class. Chapter 32, Hubby, let's watch a movie. Honey, here, airport. Luo Chanqian waved at Zhou Xing, then dragging the small black box, like a swallow returning to its nest, it rushed towards Zhou Xing's arms. A fragrant breeze hit the room, and a soft body entered his arms. Zhou Xing wrapped his arm around her waist, and Luo Chanqian didn't care about other people's gazes as she hugged his arm and walked towards the outside with a smile on her face. In the absence of Anya, Luo Chanqian looked extraordinarily different, even though she knew she was being adopted by Zhou Xing, and there was more than just Anya around, but she also still wanted to spend time with Zhou Xing in a two-person world. In the eyes of others, they are the young couple in the throes of love. Hit the car. Zhou Xing found a local restaurant in Jiangcheng that had a decent flavor. Finish eating. Luo Chanqian, however, suggested, Hubby, let's go to the movies this afternoon. I've never seen a movie with the opposite sex before. Go see a movie with me, okay? Luo Chanqian spilled her guts. Zhou Xing thought about it and didn't reject it. Okay, I'll listen to you today. Anyway, I promised you. What you say is what you say. That's very nice of you, husband. Reward you with an aroma. Luo Chanqian barfed on Zhou Xing's face, then came to his ear and whispered, at night, whatever you want, I'll listen to you. Oh, aha. Luo Chanqian shyly lowered her head, came to the studio. Zhou Xing took a look at it. Although it was the summer season, there didn't seem to be any more attractive movies on in August. Seemingly, these days, movies and TV are also a windfall. The next domestic movie will be a blowout. Countless movies that break $1 billion, $2 billion or even more will be freshly released. Inside Entertainment has seen an unprecedented boom. It would also be a great year to start an investment company. Honey, shall we watch this movie? Luo Chanqian's voice interrupted Zhou Xing's thoughts. He glanced up and had no impression at all. But by the name, you can tell it's a rom-com. Could be. Zhou Xing nodded. It didn't matter to him what the movie was about. It's not like you're running to see a movie anyway. I'll get the tickets then. Luo Chanqian went to the counter in a hurry and bought 2 tickets, or a couple's hall. Got another big handful of popcorn and 2 large cokes. Wait a little more than 10 minutes. The movie then starts checking tickets into the theater. Luo Qianqian led Zhou Xing towards the movie hall. Their position, which is 8 rows, is relatively far back. Luo Qianqian put the popcorn and coke on the seat, then hugged Zhou Xing and waited with great interest for the movie to start. As the hall lights dimmed, images appeared on the screen. The movie started immediately afterward. Luo Qianqian was able to focus her attention on the movie screen at first, but after half an hour, she was red in the face. Opening her watery eyes, she said somewhat aggressively to Zhou Xing, "Hubby, watch the movie. Don't touch it. You've been touching for half an hour." Zhou Xing turned a deaf ear. Luo Qianqian crossed her heart and grabbed Zhou Xing's hand. "Hubby, let's go?" "Not looking?" Zhou Xing asked in surprise. "Not looking." Luo Qianqian shook her head. "So where are we going? What do you say?" Luo Qianqian's gaze was filled with 3 points of showmanship and 7 points of fawning. "Go." Zhou Xing didn't hesitate and pulled Luo Qianqian out of the theater early, took a cab, arrived downstairs at the Sophia Westlake Hotel. After booking a suite at the front desk, straight to the room. When Luo Qianqian finished brushing her teeth from the bathroom and walked out, the sky outside the window had gradually started to darken. Just after 5 in the afternoon, it just so happened that the duo was a little tired from working on their long flight and were severely physically exhausted. Simply call and have the hotel staff bring up the meals. After fixing dinner, Chao Xing is back into a busy long-distance traveling schedule. Luo Qianqian that was bitter. Until 9 o'clock at night, Zhou Xing packed his clothes and prepared to leave. Luo Qianqian, however, hugged Zhou Xing. "Hubby, I can't bear to part with you. Why don't you take me back as well? I also want to know what kind of people your parents are. Maybe also be able to please in-laws in advance. From now on turn over to be the master. In the future I am the main house. Anya is just a concubine." "Okay, then you're coming with me." Zhou Xing had a calm face and didn't refuse. "Really?" Luo Qianqian had a hopeful look in her eyes, obviously somewhat moved. "I never lie," Zhou Xing explained. "My parents are ruthless people who have been urging me to find a girlfriend since the end of my college entrance exams. So if I take you back, I can't say that if they are happy. They can even give you a big red packet. So I'm really going home with you?" Luo Qianqian repeated and confirmed. "Don't you regret it?" "Ha ha ha," Luo Qianqian said somewhat proudly. "I didn't think that I would be the first person to go home with you. If I let Anya know, she would probably be furious." Although the words were said, when it came to the moment of truth, Luo Qianqian still retreated. She was a little inexplicably nervous. "I'm not ready yet, and when I am, if you're still willing to let me come home with you, then I'll go with you. I'm afraid my in-laws won't be happy, right, and kick me out. That would be too bad for me." Zhou Xing confirmed again and again. Luo Qianqian still refused to go, so he had to give up. This is very Cynthia Law. Talks a lot and when it comes to real action, concedes faster than anyone else. Zhou Xing left the room and went downstairs, called a car. It took less than 5 minutes to reach his home. That lake house. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." Zhou Xing pushed open the door of his house. Inside, it was pitch black. The house was empty and quiet. The nanny heard the noise, came out of the babysitting room and turned on the light. Upon seeing Zhou Xing, "Chao Xing, you're back?" The nanny had also been with their family for a long time, growing up taking care of Chao Xing. "Auntie Wang." Zhou Xing said hello, then asked, "Where did my parents go?" Aunt Wang shook her head and said, "I don't know. They haven't come back for a long time. After your trip to Shanghai City, they're all busy and I can't be bothered to ask." Zhou Xing frowned. Aunt Wang looked at Zhou Xing. "Chao Xing, have you had dinner yet? Aunt Wang is going to make you some now?" "No need, Auntie Wang. I've already eaten outside." Zhou Xing walked towards the stairs while refusing. "Auntie Wang, you go back to rest first. I'll go back to my room first." "Come to the room. Throw your belongings around." Zhou Xing took out his cell phone and made a call to his mother. Zhang Lanfeng. Chapter 33, No warmth? Only the cold of money. "Hey, son." The phone connected and Zhang Lanfeng's voice came from the other end. "How was your time in Shanghai City?" There was also the noise of papers being flipped through quickly and people discussing. Zhou Xing was silent for a while, then said somewhat helplessly, "Mom, I've already returned to Jiangcheng." "Ha?" Zhang Lanfeng on the other end of the phone was a bit surprised. Then there was the sound of her getting up and walking, seemingly looking for a quieter place. Before Zhang Lanfeng said, "I was a bit busy and dizzy, so I forgot to tell you. Now I'm here at the Kyoto company headquarters. There are a lot of things to be busy with in my hands. It's estimated that it will take a month before I can come back. Your father has also gone abroad to talk about things and won't be back anytime soon." Zhou Xing rubbed his brow. "Can you forget about it?" He wanted to spit out the question of whether he was their biological son or not. "It was like that in my previous life. And it's still so casual in this one. If I had known this, he could have stayed in Hucheng and waited until school started. There's absolutely no need to come back. Sorry son, I guess mom and dad won't be able to give you a ride if you start school. Zhang Lanfang said. I'll call you $200,000 later as your living expenses and tuition fees. And if school starts then, you'll go and report yourself. I'll pick you up when you get back from winter break. Let's just leave it at that. I've got things to take care of on my end, so I'm hanging up. Toot toot toot. Zhou Xing listened to the blind tone on the other end of the phone and had mixed feelings for a while. Ding dong. Text message sent. Your account 2963 was credited on August 18th at 2201. HUAC 2000. 00. Merchants Bank. Zhou Xing put down his cell phone. This was a family he didn't want to be in for a moment. No warmth, only the coldness of money. Zhou Xing picked up his luggage, turned out of the room, left the villa, and quietly took a taxi toward the hotel where Luo Qianqian was. The next day, early morning, Luo Qianqian, who was in a flight attendant uniform, woke up Zhou Xing. She looked at Zhou Xing. I now have reason to seriously suspect that you weren't even there to go home. You just wanted to destroy me. She got a little teary-eyed thinking back to last night's misery, being pigeonholed by her family, and as a result, the one who ended up getting hurt was her Luo Qianqian. What's going on here? As a result, I just came back yesterday, and today I am returning to Shanghai. Though she was happy to be able to spend time with Zhou Xing for two, but it's something that can't happen too often. Otherwise her frame really couldn't take it. I hadn't thought of that either. Zhou Xing spread his hands. Since neither of his parents were home, there was no point in him staying here. Just choose to book this one flight that Luo Qianqian traveled on. Prepare to go back early. While there are still a few days left in the school year, elect to put the plan into action and get the company organized. Born again. He also can't just indulge in paperwork. Making business bigger and stronger and being on top of the world is likewise possessing fun. Now that the wind was at his back, he had no reason to turn it down. Then you have to promise to give me a day of rest when you arrive in Shanghai. Luo Qianqian said. Otherwise I'd rather die than go to Hucheng with you. Even if I take leave and resign, I won't fly on this flight. I'll let you rest. Zhou Xing responded. And only then did Luo Qianqian nod in satisfaction and re-wrap her arms around him. That's more like it. Zhou Xing, however, smiled faintly. He only promised to let Luo Qianqian rest. It's not like he let her rest for long. Besides, a proper workout is better rest. Airport. Zhou Xing ascended to his seat. To his some surprise, the normally cold business class was full today. The passengers, all of them, craned their necks and watched the flight crew expectantly. A look of anticipation. Luo Qianqian went forward and handed Zhou Xing a towel and slippers. Also somewhat puzzled, I don't know what day it is today, but there are a lot more guests in the business class. Zhou Xing shook his head. Whatever. Business class is full again. Just a few guests too. Luo Qianqian only needs to serve herself well enough. After all, the business class has another stewardess in charge. Totally busy. The other flight attendant headed toward the business class guests. That guest immediately sat up straight and looked at the flight attendant with anticipation. As a result, the stewardess just served the usual afterward, and then got up, ready to walk to another guest. Wait. The guests were dumbfounded. That's not what he saw yesterday. The flight attendant offered a kiss. That's why today he gritted his teeth and spent almost a whole month's salary on this airline's business class, just to experience this feeling. Aren't you forgetting something? The guest stopped the flight attendant. Excuse me sir, is there anything else I can do for you? The flight attendant paused, wearing a professional smile. Isn't there an unsolicited kiss for traveling business class? Guests are no longer hiding at this time. Sir, have you misunderstood something? We, the crew, are only responsible for getting you to your destination safely. The stewardess frowned faintly. How is it possible to provide you with the kind of service you are talking about while ensuring your safety again? It's completely out of the question. There's no service like this on any domestic airline. The guest, however, was anxious, pointing at Luo Qianqian and said, why not? I saw it yesterday. She took the initiative to kiss a business class guest. At that time I was sitting in the foremost row of the economy class. I could see it clearly. Are you referring to me? Zhou Xing stood up and looked at the guest, then took Luo Qianqian into his arms and kissed her on the cheek. I'm sorry, because she's my girlfriend. Luo Qianqian also smiled at her guest with some embarrassment. The guest sat in place, frozen for a long time, barely spitting out a mouthful of blood. What was he expecting? The thought of spending almost a month's salary on such a flight for nothing, and got nothing. He then got all fleshy and looked at the flight attendant in front of him. I'm going to sue your airline for fraud. The plane landed smoothly at Pudong Airport. Zhou Xing was waiting for Luo Qianqian at the airport as usual, and what happened on the airplane was nothing more than a small episode for them. Cynthia Law cares nothing about being discovered by the company for favoritism in a work situation. Even if you get fired from the company, she was able to live just as well, and now kept the job simply in the hope of pleasing Zhou Xing. Honey, Luo Chanxian carried the small box and quickly met up with Zhou Xing. The two of them then walked towards the parking lot. His Lamborghini was parked here when he returned to Jiangcheng, originally thinking to park for about half a month until it was more convenient to travel to the school when he returned from the beginning of the school year. I didn't realize that it was only a day before and after. Get in the car. Zhou Xing was about to start the car when the phone rang. Chapter 34 Activities. Caller ID. Chang Wenyu. Ha? Zhou Xing was slightly surprised. By the time he returned to Jiangcheng, he had already left this matter out of his mind. The original thought was that the other person would contact him or her quickly, but there was no message until 10 days had passed, and Zhou Xing thought that his guess had been wrong. Maybe people didn't even give the matter a second thought. It didn't matter to him, so he didn't hesitate and chose to go back to Jiangcheng. What's wrong? Luo Chanxian on the side asked curiously. It's okay. Zhou Xing shook his head and whirled around to pick up the phone. What have you been up to lately, bro? Chang Wenyu's laughter came out of the phone. How's the waist? It's okay. After all, I'm only 18. Zhou Xing returned. My day. Chang Wenyu didn't have the good sense to say. By virtue of being young you can do whatever you want. Right. When you reach my age, you will know. It's not a good thing to be too indulgent when you're young. What? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and said. You can't do it anymore. You have to start soaking goji berries in your thermos? Fuck off. Chang Wenyu laughed and scolded. I'm still a sword at 80 years old. How can I not? Besides, I'm only 27 years old. I'm in the prime of my youth. Okay. Why are you suddenly free to call me? Zhou Xing smiled. I've been busy with things. Not as dashing as you. With 4 whole years of college to roam around with abandon. Chang Wenyu somewhat bitterly said. Cherish your last 4 years of college life. When you get out of school, you will know. Rich second generation is not that good. Chang Wenyu lamented a bit, then said with a straight face. Last time at the bar, didn't he say that he wanted to come out for a meal together and have a chat? It just so happens that there's an event tomorrow. A group of us are getting together. Do you have time tomorrow? If so, come along and introduce a few friends to you. Zhou Xing thought for a moment, then asked, what kind of activity? Hey, Chang Wenyu smiled mysteriously. Anyway, it definitely won't let you down is all. It will definitely open your eyes. Okay, you send me the time and place and I'll be there tomorrow. Zhou Xing responded. You really know how to pick the time. I just came back from Jiangcheng, and I'm just at the airport now. Doesn't that prove we're meant to be? Chang Wenyu also laughed. Who's bonded with you? I didn't realize you loved it? Fuck off. I'm a straight man of steel, the kind that's welded together with steel. Don't you disgust me. Then who knows? After all, you rich people play quite fancy. So you're not rich, are you? After making some jokes, Chang Wenyu ended the conversation. Then let's say that, when we meet tomorrow, we'll have a good chat. Good. Zhou Xing hung up the phone. Sitting in his car, he eyed the front, thinking faintly. It seemed his guess was not wrong after all. Just a slight time lapse. As for the activities Chang Wenyu had mentioned, he didn't think about it that much. We'll see when we get there tomorrow. The circle of rich second generation in Shanghai is a mysterious existence in the eyes of others. For him, he can fit into any circle at all if he wants to, and it's the top of the line kind. It was the background, and the bottom line that the system brought him. He befriended Chang Wenyu and was just more curious about those and wanted to check them out. On top of that, it's more practical to think about what to eat for lunch when you're thinking about all this nonsense. Chao Xing started the car, carrying Luo Qianqian. She once again came to the downstairs of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After lightening up the room, simply choose to have lunch in the hotel and have the restaurant make it and send it up. Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for your great support to our Ritz-Carlton. This is our hotel's diamond membership card, which you can use at any hotel in the world. Not only can it provide you with discounts when you stay, but it also has many privileged services. Butler Wang respectfully handed over a sparkling diamond card. The Ritz-Carlton will do its best to provide you with better service so that you can have a pleasant experience during your stay. Zhou Xing picked up the membership card. He was not surprised. Hotels have their own system for customer membership review, but by and large, they are judged by the spending power, potential, and viscosity of their customers. There is no doubt about the spending power and potential of Chowan. So when he checked into his second hotel, the Ritz-Carlton didn't hesitate to send up his membership card. Smoothly loaded the membership card. Butler Wang also wisely chose to step back and no longer disturb their meal. After the wine and dinner, Luo Chanxian lay on the bed with a contented look on her face. This is the way to live, isn't it? The more this happens, the less I want to go back to work. Luo Qianxian said with some chagrin. Going to work is really too tiring, especially as a flight attendant. Every day I have to face countless odd guests, and many times I want to smash the meal in my hand onto their heads, but she didn't choose to do so, because once she did, it would also mean the end of her career. Not only will you be fired from your current airline, the word will also spread in the industry that no airline will ever accept her again. You can totally do that. Zhou Xing returned. In the past, Luo Qianxian didn't do so because she could only live on this occupation. Now that she's on her side, she has every confidence to do so. Still not. Luo Qianxian shook her head and said, with such a career, you guys will be more interested in me. If I quit, maybe you'll get tired of it in a few days and kick me out. Then I've really fallen from heaven to hell. I don't even have a job. I'm no match for Anya. So this is the only way I can keep your heart. Luo Qianxian propped up her chin with both hands and just looked at Zhou Xing. I'm just so pathetic. When a junior actually has to work diligently. Are you questioning your own charm? Zhou Xing stepped forward. Without this career, it's not really that different for me. Only weird. Luo Qianxian rolled her eyes. I don't know how excited some people are when they see me in a flight attendant uniform. What are you going to do? Luo Qianxian suddenly didn't feel quite right, as Zhou Xing had gotten closer and closer, and his hand was on her body. Let experience be the truth of my words. Luo Qianxian lost her color. Didn't you promise me that you would let me have a good rest? But I didn't say how long I'd let you rest. Zhou Xing rightfully said. Besides, you've rested long enough, and it looks to me like you're completely rested. No, I still need to rest. No, you don't. I'll be a dog if I ever take your word for it again. Woof woof woof. Chapter 35, Jealousy separates my plasmic walls. Zhou Xing opened his eyes. The sun is blinding. Looking at the time, it was nearing 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He got up and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. Zhou Xing looked at Luo Qianxian who was still sleeping beside him, breathing evenly. He nudged Luo Qianxian and said it was time to get up for lunch. Luo Qianxian, however, just frowned tightly, did not open her eyes, vaguely murmured a few sentences, turned over and fell asleep again. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh and didn't bother with her, washing up alone and then coming to the dining room. After casually eating something to fill up his stomach, he ordered with Butler Wang to have the dining room create a good meal and wait until Luo Qianxian woke up to send it up. Butler Wang naturally agreed, and will go to the estimated time, the chef at any time, to ensure that Luo Qianxian to eat the most fresh and delicious food. This is the right of being a VIP user of the hotel. After resolving these, Zhou Xing went downstairs, found the Lamborghini and got into the driver's seat. It's about time. Yesterday Chang Wenyu had sent him the time and place. Meet at the Bund at 2:30 p.m. Zhou Xing started the car and with a roar, drove out of the hotel and rushed towards the Bund. Followed the address to appear on the Bund. It made him a little puzzled. I'm not at the event. Why are you on the dockside? Brother, this way. Getting out of the car he was just about to call Chang Wenyu. He looked up to see a group of people in the distance standing in front of a dock with a 3-deck white yacht docked next to them. Chang Wenyu greeted him. Brother, you're finally here. I thought the appointment was at 2:30. It's still 5 minutes away. Zhou Xing glanced at his wristwatch and spoke in a bland tone. Good man. You're right on time then. Chang Wenyu gave Zhou Xing a thumbs up, then glanced toward the wristwatch on his hand and immediately said with some surprise, Richard Miller? You recognize? Zhou Xing also felt a little surprised. Did you think I was an unseasoned bumpkin? Chang Wenyu looked at Zhou Xing with a grudging face. Although this watch is not that famous, but in the past few years, this brand is very hot inside the circle, and many of my friends have bought it. I'd like to buy a piece, too, but unfortunately it's damn expensive. Chang Wenyu had a frank face, then asked, how much did this watch cost when you acquired it? 600, less than 700. Zhou Xing explained. A co-branded limited edition from McCullough. That's very generous of you. Chang Wenyu doesn't make the same mistake as Anya and assumes that it's the unit of measurement that's a block. Looks like you have a fondness for watches as well? He wasn't really surprised. After all, those are the only things sought after among the rich kids. Luxury cars, watches. It's been commonplace for a long time. It's okay, but I like luxury cars a little more than watches. Chang Wenyu was a little excited and wanted to ride on Zhou Xing's shoulders, but realized that the two were not tall enough, so he could only withdraw his hand and said, then you've come to the right place today. It's definitely going to blow your mind later. Chang Wenyu sold a story and then said, first, I'll take you to meet these friends. This is a friend I recently met, Zhou Xing, from Jiangchang. Chang Wenyu pointed at Zhou Xing and introduced him to the crowd. Don't look at him, he's only 18 years old, but now he's already a private high-end bank user of China Merchants Bank, and he's also equipped with a private secretary. Those who were present, their gazes flickered slightly after hearing the words. Chang Wenyu, on the other hand, smiled and introduced Zhou Xing one by one, pointing at one of the young boys wearing a green body type with a somewhat slightly chubby build and said, "His name is Chang Tong. He's my cousin, and like the same, he also likes tables. Hello buddy." Chang Tong's nature appeared to be very self-contained, completely lacking the stance of a second-generation rich man, and took the initiative to greet Zhou Xing. "Hello." Zhou Xing also smiled and nodded slightly. "You who? Richard Miller, or McLaren's co-branded model. I think it's close to 7 million if I remember correctly?" Chang Tong looked at the watch on Zhou Xing's hand and raised an eyebrow and laughed. 607. Less than 700. Zhou Xing added. "That's not cheap." Chang Tong asked with some envy. "What does your family do, brother, to give you so much cash flow when you're only 18? When I was 18, I tried to ask my family to buy me a Ferrari, and they were dead set against it." Chang Wenyu added from the sidelines. "People just bought a big bull." Chang Tong's face fell instantly. "Jealousy has separated me from my mass wall." Zhou Xing smiled faintly and explained beside him. "Do something industrial, energy. As far as I know, the energy side is full of industrial superstars." Chang Tong stared wide-eyed. "Your family wouldn't be the richest man in Zhangcheng, would it? No wonder just 18 years old can afford to buy nearly 7 million Richard Miller, or a super high-end private bank user of China Merchants Bank. It's just a small micro-enterprise. It's not worth mentioning." Zhou Xing shook his head. Chang Tong widened his eyes. "Is there a discrepancy in our understanding? So according to your meaning, cigarettes are also small and micro-enterprises? People are supposed to be, at this point, next to a somewhat physically thin, not tall, tattoo-covered young man said with a smile. Until now, people registered in the business above shows were small micro-enterprises, employees not more than 40 people, but also enjoy the tax benefits of small micro-enterprises at *********. Chang Tong somewhat disbelievingly took out his cell phone and searched, and after seeing the message he couldn't help but say, "It's still true." After saying that, he also didn't forget to spit out a bit. "This is really thick-skinned. The head office has less than 40 employees, and its subsidiaries are more than 40. Watch it. This map cannon is a bit wide open. You're basically spilling over to everyone in the room," the slim young man said from the sidelines. "Sorry." Chang Tong looked at Zhou Xing, and then turned his head to all the people present and said in a hurry, "I take back what I said just now. The small and micro enterprises that you guys are talking about are completely different from what I understand. And I'm sorry for all of you big brothers, so don't look for trouble from my little brother." The crowd laughed out loud at Chang Tong. Zhou Xing also laughed. "It's fine. Chang Tong was just like a living treasure. No wonder Chang Wenyu chose to bring him along. As long as he's around, then the scene won't go cold. This one you should recognize." Chang Wenyu again introduced Zhou Xing to the young man who had just spoken. The young man looked toward Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing also nodded his head and said with a smile on his face, "Of course I know. After all, how could I not recognize the existence of a big name in Shanghai City?" Chapter 36, How can you say that? The young man smiled slightly, looking kind, and extended his hand towards Zhou Xing. "Hello, I'm Qin Burning," the skinny young man in front of him. "Exactly. Qin Burn, who has the nickname of the Emperor of Shanghai. He was extremely famous. Basically, he was known from the photo of him calmly sitting in his car in the rain playing with his cell phone, which was set on fire. Wealthy family, fairly good-looking appearance. At one time, the man became the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. There are also conflicting opinions about his background. Some say he's the son of a bank director and worth tens of billions. Others say his father runs a casino with a frightening cash flow. At one point, he was even compared to Wang Xiaosong, the son of the richest man in the world. Zhou Xing naturally knew that Qin Burn's background wasn't that mysterious, and he had revealed the other party's family background long before he was reborn and came back. "My father made his fortune as a stacker, but again, that doesn't change his substantial family. Heroes don't ask questions. In today's day and age, having enough assets in hand is really something." "Hello Emperor Hushang. I'm Zhou Xing," Zhou Xing said with a smile. Qin Burn couldn't help but waved his hand at the words. "I wouldn't dare to take this title. Shanghai City is full of people who are better than me. They are all compiled by some boring netizens. I'm just an ordinary family. I realize now that you rich people are all more than capable of pretending." Chang Tong was a bit speechless next to him. First there was Zhou Xing from a small micro-enterprise, and then out came an old Qin from an ordinary family. "You call being modest a pretense?" Qin Burn didn't have the good sense to say. "What do you mean we rich people? Do you just collect rags for a living? Rich people are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, aren't they?" Chang Tong hemmed and hawed. "The little silver from my family is simply not enough in front of you. Cut the fucking bullshit." Qin Burn glanced at Chang Tong. "Still, you're the most capable of pretending. Chang Wenyu introduced the other two to Zhou Xing. Lin Feng, a rich young man whose family has a construction business, and Xia Pan, who owns a jewelry store. After the introduction, Chang Wenyu said to Zhou Xing, "It's about time, so let's get on the boat first for the rest of the words." On board? Zhou Xing glanced at the yacht docked in front of him. On a day like this, of course you have to get on a boat to have fun. Zhou Xing couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Thought that today's event could have something peculiar about it. Didn't think so. Surprisingly, it's just a regular yacht cruise. If the ship was full of bikini-clad models, he might still be interested. But with a group of big men, it's not really exciting. Don't worry, you'll see when we get to the boat, Chang Wenyu said after seeing Zhou Xing show his disappointment. Wouldn't you be interested in supercars? There are on board. We're not the only ones on board today. There's another group. Seeing that Chang Wenyu was still selling out, Qin Burning could not stand to look at him any longer and explained to Zhou Xing, "As you know, there are some items, such as supercars, especially the limited edition ones that are more difficult to come by." Zhou Xing nodded. "I just ordered a Lafa, and it's a bit hard to wait a full 6 months. You like Rafa too?" An inexplicable light shone in Qin Burn's eyes. "It's not just the Lafa. I like all the supercars. Supercars are a man's romance." Zhou Xing laughed. "Looks like we've met a fellow traveler. Let's discuss it later when we get on the boat." Qin Burn's tone was obviously a bit more cordial. Then he started to explain again. "So from time to time, in our circle, we will organize and hold an activity equivalent to an auction, just like this one today. Then some people put their treasured items out for auction to the highest bidder. So in here, not only can you buy limited edition sports cars, but you'll also be able to see all sorts of valuable items that are usually hard to see and largely out of circulation." It dawned on Zhou Xing that this, among other things, was the benefit of connections. The rich kids want things they can't get on the market and then can afford to pay for them. Naturally, there are collectors who are in a hurry for money and bring out their private collections. The two trade. All is well. Zhou Xing smiled and said, "I still really didn't know about this, thinking that it was just an ordinary yacht cruise, but I didn't realize that there was actually so much more inside. You are still young, only just out of the home. These things have not seen is also very normal. The back slowly contact will naturally know. I am also like this experience over." Qin Burn didn't find it surprising either. Chang Wenyu spoke up next to him. "Old Qin, you're not making much sense. I originally wanted to hide this from Zhou Xing and wait for him to be surprised. It would definitely be fun at that time, and I could still take it out as an embarrassing story for him. But I didn't expect that it would be destroyed by you straight away." "What hasn't he seen, Zhou Xing?" Qin Burn asked rhetorically. "If you treat him like this, be careful that when you get on the boat, people will hold you down and beat you up. With his height and size, I guess you're not an opponent if you let one hand. There's still you." Chang Wenyu looked at Qin Burning. "You are my most solid arm. Anyway, this is our territory. When the time comes, feel free to take out a pinch Zhou Xing. I think the two of us together, it's still us who get taken." Qin Burn said indifferently. "Say it like it is." Chang Wenyu sized up Zhou Xing, and with that 5'8" height, he was still very intimidating. Immediately, he touched his head and smiled sarcastically. The chance of trying to take an ugly picture of Zhou Xing by himself was probably gone. "In that case, it does pique my interest. Otherwise I can't really muster up much interest with a few of you big old men." Zhou Xing made a joke and also began to carry expectations for the auction that was going to happen on the yacht. "Zhou Xing, your words are a bit hurtful to a brother's heart," Chang Wenyu said with a sultry face. "Women are nothing but embellishments. Men playing with men, that's what makes it really fun." "Damn, Chang Wenyu, you're not right." Qin Burn looked at Chang Wenyu with a wary face, then skimmed his head to Zhou Xing. "You have to be careful with this kid. I'm fine. You're so handsome and young. It wouldn't be good if Chang Wenyu were to be targeted." Zhou Xing cooperated and said, "Yes, I've been on guard for a long time, and when he called me yesterday, I realized that there was something wrong with this person." Chang Wenyu was depressed. "In broad daylight and clear sky, you two actually dare to spit blood." The three of them just talked and laughed as they headed towards the yacht. Standing on the deck of the yacht, the view overlooking the Pooh River is still a bit different in daytime light than at night. The yacht is also launched. The motors are loud. Sail slowly away from the dock. The wind blowing along the river brought refreshment and dispersed the heat, all by itself. The yacht soon came to the center of the river and headed towards the middle of nowhere, until there wasn't a single boat in sight in a square radius around them. Only the turquoise water rippled slightly. The yacht just started to slow down. "When does the auction start?" Zhou Xing stood on the deck and asked towards Chang Wenyu next to him. "Take it easy." Chang Wenyu, however, had a bit of a bad smile on his face, and then gave a wink to Changtong. Changtong immediately understood and also gave a hefty smile, then got up and went to the stairway. shouted towards the inside cabin. Then there was movement from inside, followed by a group of girls with excellent looks and bodies, dressed in bikinis, stepped out of it, one right after the other. There are more than a dozen. With smiles on their faces, they stood side by side on the deck, large swaths of white skin, crystallized in the sunlight. Some of it stings. Chapter 37. And you're prepared for this? Reborn asked at Chang Wenyu with some surprise. This was a scene that he hadn't expected. That's for sure, Chang Wenyu said with a smug look on his face. Luckily I took precautions ahead of time and arranged all of this on the yacht, or else all the white ones would have been described as black by you too. If it does get out, how will I ever be able to make a living in the future? These gag you all. There shouldn't be any problem, should there? Reborn was stroking his chin at this time, and said to Zhou Xing with a pensive expression, only this much. It seems a bit not quite enough. I think so. It's only a few. Let the foreigners next door see it and think we can't afford to play. Zhou Xing also cooperated. Then if old Chang is so insincere, then don't blame us for not being polite. Reborn rushed at Zhou Xing with a bad smile on his face. Zhou Xing also smiled and nodded. Go back and help him with a wave of publicity, so that boys will try to stay away from him. Old Qin, old Zhou, both of you are my good brothers. Don't mess with me like this. Chang Wenyu's mentality collapsed. He said with a face of grief and anger, especially you old Qin. How many years have we known each other? How long have you and old Zhou known each other? So a while ago, you started to work together and screw me together. Have you forgotten that you should be on my side? That can't be. Reborn shook his head and said, the two of us are as close as hands and feet, beloved friends and relatives. Gotta add money. Zhou Xing echoed. Then they looked at each other and laughed out loud at the somewhat speechless Chang Wenyu. Come on, don't tease old Chang. Qin burned up positively. If he teases further, he is probably going to have a problem with his mind. Zhou Xing, you pick one first. It won't be boring to have someone to accompany the activities later. They, as the second generation of the rich, had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Zhou Xing didn't make any pretense and shot a glance towards the row of girls, then picked a girl who stood in the center. Not tall, but with a great body, but cute looking, with a pill head. It's just her. That girl's eyes lit up when she saw that Zhou Xing had ordered her, and with a sweet smile on her face, she took the initiative to come in front of Zhou Xing without being told to do so. The rest of the girls, seeing this, were also a bit envious. They would come here and naturally understood what kind of people appeared on the yacht. The super young man of Shanghai, Zhou Xing, was in the midst of it all, but he was like a crane in a flock of chickens, tall and handsome in appearance. Nothing draws attention. It was natural to be able to accompany a handsome, rich and young-looking young man. You guys have a sharp eye. Chang Wenyu looked at this girl. He also had his eye on her, but he didn't expect to be picked off by Zhou Xing. But he didn't think anything of it. Instead, it was proof that the two men had the same vision and were very much in sync. At that moment, he introduced to the girls. His surname is Zhou. Just call him Zhou Xiao. This one is not small. You serve him well. Make him happy. There is no shortage of benefits for you. Aha. The girl answered obediently, then looked at Zhou Xing with big soft eyes and took the initiative to pull up his hand. Young Zhou, just call me Tong Tong. Zhou Xing also laughed and swept Tong Tong into his arms. Tong Tong looked a bit shy, but did not put up any resistance, and was just so obediently held by Zhou Xing, while also cooperating by shrinking inside. Looks a little birdie. Chao Xing picks through. Reborn and the others also started picking before it was Chang Tong's turn as well as Xiepan's turn. You can see it in the little details like this. Putting him aside. After all, this was his first time here, and they unleashed their goodwill upon him. So let him choose to pick first. Chang Wenyu and Reborn should be inside this circle, with a higher status. It is the position of the dominant person. The class hierarchy will be even more rigid among the rich kids. Otherwise, how could Huang Mingyuan, who had been so reckless in front of Zhou Xing, not even dare to let out a single fart in front of Chang Wenyu? Come on, let's go relax first. Reborn took hold of a tall bikini beauty and greeted Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing also went to the front in a smooth manner. Here, there were quite a few squirt guns lying around, in this hot weather and on the river. Of course, there is no shortage of water play. Reborn's men had all picked up water guns, which were filled with water. Then they grinned badly and unanimously moved towards the girls, choosing to shoot them. The water hit the girls and their clothes were instantly soaked. Oops. Young Qin, you're so bad. Where can this be? The girls scurried away, with occasional dainty sounds. It made the deck. At once. Beautiful. Zhou Xing saw the scene. Can't help but change my mind about yachts as well. If you have the chance, buy a yacht, and then drive out to sea and have a great party. It's definitely a different experience. Compared to them, Zhou Xing was still a bit underinformed. Young Zhou, Aren't you going to play with them? Tong Tong looked at Zhou Xing, who was standing aside, and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. What? You want to join them? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Tong Tong glanced at the wretched girls and shook her head back and forth. I'm still following young Zhou. Whatever young Zhou says is what he says. Zhou Xing smiled and didn't say anything back. Xin Burn, Chang Wenyu and the others had been playing for half an hour and were already a bit exhausted. It was only then that I chose to call it quits. Then each of them put their arms around a girl and prepared to walk towards the inside of the room. Chang Wenyu came in front of Zhou Xing and said with a natural look, I'll go into the room first. There are many rooms inside. If you go in later, just look at the doors that aren't unlocked and you can find one to go in. Xin Burn, Chang Tong, and the others also chose to greet Zhou Xing before entering the room. There were fewer and fewer people on deck. In the end, only Zhou Xing and Tong Tong were left. Zhou Xing looked at the scenery outside for a while, then also felt that it was not interesting. So he said to Tong Tong, let's go in too. Tong Tong blushed a little and lowered her head, responding softly, aha. 2 hours later, Zhou Xing came out of the room and found Xin Burn and the others, all already sitting inside in the living room chatting. Seeing Zhou Xing come out, all eyes instantly fell on him. You're not supposed to have fallen asleep in your room, are you? Chang Wenyu with a derisive tone. In fact, it's okay, we are all men. There is no need to be strong. How it should be, how it is, we know in our hearts. Seeing this, Zhou Xing just said with a bland expression, I'm going to the restroom. Wait, I'll go with you. Chang Wenyu also got up and headed to the restroom with Zhou Xing. As a luxury yacht, the bathroom amenities, too, were extremely lavish. Inside, the decor looks no different from a 5-star hotel, except for a slightly smaller capacity. There are only 2 urinals. Zhou Xing and Chang Wenyu stood side by side. Chang Wenyu was about to release it, but he inadvertently glanced towards Zhou Xing's side. Then wide-eyed. Big surprise. You're a fucking donkey. Chapter 38 McLaren P1. Chang Wenyu returned to the living room with Zhou Xing with some toothache. There was some indignation in his eyes. On the basis of what? Zhou Xing, this kid, young and handsome, is not even a problem. Surprisingly, in terms of a man's dignity, it also finished him off and crushed him. It's about time, isn't it? Xin Burn glanced at the Patek Philippe on his hand and looked up at Chang Wenyu. Aha! Chang Wenyu nodded depressingly. It's almost time to start. Chang Tong got up with a sense of humor. I'm going to go upstairs and bring someone down. Zhou Xing also sat down, and Xin Burning said with some curiosity, where is your female companion? Why don't you bring her out? His female companion is probably going to take some time off. The guy is like a donkey. Who can stand it? Chang Wenyu's ghostly voice rang out. Xin Burns and their gazes instantly landed on Zhou Xing's body. Even the girls beside them looked at Zhou Xing with a curious expression. The heart was filled with envy. You guys can't see it. Deep down, Xin Burns said with a smile. Zhou Xing, on the contrary, appeared to be frank, smiled faintly, and did not say anything. Not a moment too soon. 3 men in suits stepped down. There was a young woman. Then there was also a middle-aged man. And at the end of the walk was an older man with some gray hair. Good afternoon, everyone. The young woman stood at the front of the room, wearing white gloves and looking at them with a smile. If there are no questions, we'll begin the present event? Zhou Xing frowned. This didn't seem to be quite the same as the auction he had imagined. Somewhat sketchy, and it looks relatively casual. Doesn't it seem that the auction looks, well, a little out of place? Xin Burn noticed Zhou Xing frowning and immediately asked with a smile. It is a bit. Zhou Xing nodded. That's normal. After all, this is actually not even an auction for us. It's just a temporary formation. And all these people you see, they all came out of the auction. Xin Burn explained. The kind of solemn auction you imagine. That's a scene that only occurs when the scene is particularly grand. The price of the item is strangely high, or it's a commercial tender. And normally, the auction also needs to make a profit. That kind of scene that can only be encountered once in a few years. If this goes on, the auction would have already closed down. They have a lot of resources in their hands, so they will also have private auctions. But in order to maintain the high grade and scarcity of their auctions, this kind of private auctions will only be revealed in a small range. Then the scene, if you will, is left to our choice. We are all young people, so it's fine to be casual. Xin Burn added. But don't worry, even though the scene looks very simple, there's not a single good thing inside. Zhou Xing then put his heart down. It seems, the scenes in the TV series still can't be taken seriously. Rich people also do not like so solemn environment. A little more relaxed auction items, surrounded by female companions, is not more pleasant? Just get started. Chang Wenyu said faintly. Well, since you're all ready, we won't delay your precious time. The young female auctioneer smiled and said. The number one auction item this time is the McLaren P1, which is known as one of the three godly cars, limited to 375 units worldwide. The car is nearly brand new, and the total mileage from the time it was purchased to the time it landed did not exceed 100 kilometers. The starting price is $15 million, and each increase shall not be less than $100,000. After the successful auction, the auction house will contact the buyer and have the car in your possession and transferred within 3 days. The female auctioneer seemed to see that Zhou Xing was the first time to participate in this form of auction, but also thoughtfully explained, our 3 auctions are guaranteed by the auction house throughout the whole process. The supervision of the Banking Regulatory Commission, the authenticity and security is beyond doubt. You can rest assured. McLaren P1. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. This car, as the top 3 divine cars, and one that was currently off sale and could no longer be bought from official hands. He's still interested. I didn't think that it would actually be able to show up here. He looked around the room, but found that Qin Bern and the others had no intention of bidding. As a guest himself, he was invited here by Chang Wenyu and the others, so if he was sharp as attack as soon as he arrived, he really did not know the rules. Bid if you want, this is an auction. No need to worry about our face. After all, we all know the rules. The highest bidder wins. Qin Bern sensed Zhou Xing's gaze then said, we won't be displeased even if you rob us of what we like. If you have enough cash, we won't have any problem even if you buy everything in this auction. On the contrary, it will only think you're awesome. Qin Bern's words immediately dispelled Zhou Xing's concerns. In that case, I'll bid $16 million. Zhou Xing said to the young female auctioneer. 1 million straight up at a time. This car, $16 million, is definitely not what it's worth. For a limited edition, a mark good enough to be included in the collector's level, it will only increase in value as more time passes. Then I'm welcome to it. Qin Bern smiled faintly and raised his hand. 17 million. Only after quoting the price did he look at Zhou Xing. I also like cars, so we can only compete with each other. I'm fine with that. Zhou Xing shrugged. Well, let's see who really loves cars a little more. Qin Bern responded with a smile. 18,000. The weekly line is quoted again. Qin Bern was also not willing to show weakness. 19,000. 2,000. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Xing spoke out again. Qin Bern looked a bit hesitant, but still said, 2001. Zhou Xing felt that adding up 1 million by 1 million was a bit too slow, and then it was to the auctioneer that he said, 2005. This gentleman is bidding 2005. Are there any more bids, please? The auctioneeress's spirits rose and she glanced around towards the people here. Chang Wenyu and the others looked at each other. I'm too intimidated to speak. Is this a showdown between the big boys? Chang Tong shuddered. You two are really boring. A car is actually able to speculate up to $25 million. Chang Wenyu couldn't help but say from the side. You know shit. Qin Bern turned his head to Chang Wenyu nonchalantly before cursing with a laugh. Shit. I'm kind of regretting it. I should have known I shouldn't have said so much to you. $25 million. What were you thinking? Without blinking an eye. McLaren P1 it's not worth that much. I don't think. With this kind of thing, it's a question of whether it's worth it or not. As long as you like it. Zhou Xing said with a smile. I agree with this statement. Only those who really love cars can appreciate it. Like how can these guys who only have women inside their heads understand it? Qin Bern nodded, not forgetting to taunt the others present. I don't know where you got so much money. I really can't compete with you. This car is yours. Qin Bern appeared frank. After all, it was $25 million, which wasn't a small amount for him. You have to take it easy. Don't spend so much at once, and when you meet a better one later on, you'll only be able to stare anxiously. Qin Bern laughed. Then I can't help you. Don't worry. I wouldn't have a problem eating some of the collection in your garage entirely if I could. Zhou Xing had Qin Bern's garage on his mind. He knew that Qin Berning was also a car lover, and his family had a lot of collections and customized models. Get lost and don't even think about hitting my car. Qin Bern looked at Zhou Xing with a wary expression. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Xing, don't even think about it. If you want Qin Bern's car, that's even worse for him than robbing his wife. Chang Wenyu added from the sidelines. Fuck off. Qin Bern chided in a good-natured manner before saying to Zhou Xing, when the car arrives, remember to let me touch it twice. There's always no problem to get over it, right? No problem. Zhou Xing readily agreed. If there are no more bids, then congratulations to the gentleman who has bid on the McLaren P1 for $25 million. The female auctioneer handed Zhou Xing a winning plaque with the number 001 written on it. After Zhou Xing took it, he heard the auctioneer explain in a small voice, when this auction is over, you take this token and come back to settle with us in unison. Zhou Xing nodded. The auctioneeress also smiled and returned to the front. Then the middle-aged auctioneer stepped forward. He put on white gloves and then took out a small delicate box. There is also a page of stamped paperwork, all in English. The middle-aged auctioneer opened the small box. Inside, a watch with a delicate dial, studded with a number of diamonds and glittering, lay silently. This next auction item is from Patek Philippe, one of the top 10 watches in the world. The king among watches. Patek Philippe Grande Complication Timepiece Limited Edition. 6104G001. Chapter 39. Hear thou, do men speak? The auctioneer carefully brought out the watch. Put it in your hand and hold it, for everyone to be able to enjoy it up close and personal. The dark blue dial features 3 metallic discs made of sapphire crystal, the part of which is surrounded by an oval circle showing the Geneva night sky. The stars are bright. This watch, a limited edition in white gold, is 18K white gold with diamonds, with 108 diamonds, with an alligator strap. Both the front and the back are more like an impeccable work of art. Patek Philippe. I believe I don't need to give you too much of an introduction. You all understand. Here is the certificate of authenticity from Patek Philippe. There is no doubt about the authenticity. Starting price, $10 million. Each increase shall not be less than $100,000. The middle-aged auctioneer put the watch back in the box and then looked at them with a smile. It's a nice watch, Qin Burn said. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. As a watch, it has been extremely successful to be recognized by all of them. Zhou Xing's gaze also fell on that watch, and he never took his eyes off of it. The shape of the watch really fits his aesthetic. Instead of an old-fashioned look, a more youth-friendly dark blue color has been chosen. And with the starry dial, the whole watch is radiant. Even if you just wear it on your hand, it can be an unmistakable presence. Not bad for a Patek Philippe. The workmanship of this look was impeccable even for Zhou Xing. Then let the bidding begin. As usual, the highest bidder wins. When Qin Burn finished speaking, he quickly said, 1,050, 1,001. Chang Wenyu also shouted, 12,000, 13,000. 2 men shouted up to 1,500. The faces were all a little hesitant, looking at each other, both waiting for the other party to give up voluntarily, and then so as to take this Patek Philippe. 16,000. As they hesitated, Zhou Xing's voice suddenly rang out. The two turned back at once. Zhou Xing has not been shouting in front of the price. They even thought that the other party directly gave up. Did not think. Actually killed out at the last minute. I see you guys are getting a little competitive, so I'll reluctantly come out and advise you in order to keep you from getting into an argument. Seeing both of them staring at him, Zhou Xing immediately smiled and said, the watch. Of course, he wanted it. Richard Mille, while good and nice, is somewhat overshadowed by this Patek Philippe. Shame on you. Chang Wenyu spat out. 15,000 is already my limit. I'm out. I'm out too. Qin Burn shrugged helplessly. Who told you to be rich and capricious? Just how long had passed? Zhou Xing had already spent a full $40 million. Looking at his still breezy appearance, he was really a bit curious as to how much cash Zhou Xing had on him. Then I'll laugh about it. Zhou Xing smiled and took the 002 sign. Then immediately following number 003 was a painting, which was auctioned off by that aged old man. Zhou Xing took one look and lost interest. And of course there is no option for an auction. It was bought by Qin Burn for $5 million, followed closely by a similarly rare collection. But for Zhou Xing, none of them were very attractive. He sat there, looking a little bored. As more and more items were auctioned off, the sky darkened. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction is also coming to a close. Everyone, the last lot of the day is about to come out. Zhou Xing, who was sitting there bored, suddenly came into the spirit. As an auction item, the last piece is usually the grand finale, relatively rare and valuable. He was a bit curious and wondered what the item was. The aged man, after a moment's pause, said, that would be Shanghai A66666 and Shanghai E888882 license plates. He picked up his IPAD and showed the crowd 2 blue license plates. These 2 license plates. The starting price is 5 million. Each increase cannot be less than 200,000. You all watch the arrangement. I believe that these 2 license plates, you all will choose to shoot. The old man looked at them with a smile. The importance of license plates cannot be overstated. A good horse with a good saddle. That license plate is the saddle. Just, all it takes to get a luxury car is money. However, it is extremely difficult to match a good license plate and can only be done by fate. A license plate, therefore, becomes a status symbol, especially in a metropolis like Shanghai. A purely numerical license plate is already extremely rare, not to mention the 5 6s and 5 8s, which have excellent symbolism, such as the leopard number. You drive a luxury car. Others may despise you, the rich kid who is living off his family's ass, but the car comes with a top-of-the-line license plate. When others see it, they will say from the bottom of their hearts, this man is awesome. Good license plates have always been a scarce resource, rarer than the likes of a McLaren P1. So the old man was in good hands. These are all rich kids in front of us, with countless luxury cars. And who doesn't want a good license plate to show off their status? The old man is also very sophisticated. There are only 2 of these license plates and they simply don't go to auction anymore. The choice is to let them negotiate for themselves, or the highest bidder. In any case, their auction house would not lose money. Zhou Xing, do you have any ideas? Qin Burn asked. Yes. Zhou Xing was also unabashed. Qin Burn was a bit surprised. Be aware that something like a license plate is not something you can use just because you have money. The license plate looks like it only costs 5 million. But behind the license plate, it is a question of social status, whether it can be guarded and subdued. That's what matters. It's not a good thing to use something like that without being at that level of status. Didn't you see Chang Wenyu and the others? They were all very sensible and didn't say anything. That's why he subconsciously asked Zhou Xing, and didn't think that Zhou Xing would respond. As a result, Zhou Xing was the one who made it clear without hesitation that he was going to take one of the license plates. After a short contact between Qin Burn and Zhou Xing, he knew that although the other party was young, he was definitely not that kind of rash, but a very smart young man, or else he wouldn't have been able to mingle with them so quickly. So he believed that Zhou Xing definitely understood the consequences of taking down the license plate, but he was still so calm, which meant that people possessed this kind of backbone. This couldn't help but make Qin Burn more and more curious inside. What exactly is Zhou Xing's origin? Taking out more than $40 million casually at such a young age wasn't his limit, as he had also been observing Zhou Xing during the auction. Zhou Xing had little interest in any of those auction items, and it wasn't a pretense, but every time he came out, he held a look of anticipation. It also means that he is still able to come up with more cash to bid. He just didn't need an item that was to his liking. Qin Burn's heart was slightly flabbergasted. Zhou Xing's origin was definitely not simple, and it might even be more exaggerated than all of them put together. Which piece do you have your eye on? Qin Burn asked. Zhou Xing stroked his chin and said, the 5-6 piece. 5-8 is a bit too high profile. 5-6 is a bit lower profile and more suitable for me. Qin Burn and his group were all a bit speechless. Is Chao Xing having a cognitive problem with the word? Understatement. If 5-8s are high profile, aren't 5-6s high profile? This is in Shanghai. Even inside a small county, 5-6s are equally noteworthy. Fine then. We won't bid on it either. Qin Burn nodded and said, this 5-6 license plate, $6 million goes to you. 5-8s on the license plate, $6 million to me. He looked at Chang Wenyu and the others, who all nodded their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Then these 2 license plates will be auctioned off by Mr. Qin and Mr. Zhou respectively. The old man said, then this auction has come to a successful end. Thank you all for your support for this auction. Next you can all come over to settle your accounts and then sign the contract. Excluding the items that cannot be delivered on site, the rest can be taken back. As the 2 main players in this auction, Qin Burn and Zhou Xing stepped forward, then handed the label in their hands to the young female auctioneer. The auctioneer first accounted for Zhou Xing's auction items before taking out his POS. Mr. Zhou, you have won a total of 3 items this time, with a total value of 47 million. Swipe your card. Zhou Xing took out his bank card and then entered the password. The machine spit out a debit voucher. Okay. Over here is your Patek Philippe 6104G001 watch along with the certificate. Please keep it. As for the license plate and the McLaren P1, you will be contacted on our end within 3 days. Once you get the call, just schedule a time and make the closing. Zhou Xing took the Patek Philippe box and then nodded. Being able to take out an auction with so many treasured items, he didn't have to worry that the other party would choose to roll him out of his remaining money. Mr. Qin, over here is your. Then we'll go back and leave you all alone. The aged man stood on the deck and smiled at the crowd. Then leading the 2 remaining auctioneers, he disembarked from the boat and headed towards the pier. The yacht had docked at the pier just as the auction was coming to an end. Then we go down too? Zhou Xing asked. Okay, just in time for dinner. Qin Burn and Chang Wenyu both responded. After an afternoon together, especially after the auction, Zhou Xing had managed to be recognized by them. At the same time the status and position, there is a qualitative improvement. Even if he didn't know Zhou Xing's family background, the strength he had inadvertently displayed, enough to be on the same level as them, and even somewhat far ahead of them. Chang Wenyu and Qin Burn were fine, but Chang Tong, the 3 of them, brought a point of respect to their treatment of Zhou Xing. The rest of the girls, they didn't think about it as much. They only knew that Zhou Xing had always been at the center of this pedestrian. The status is high, and at the same time, very rich, taking out almost $50 million at the drop of a hat. Still young, tall and handsome. Each and every one of them had their eyes fixed on Zhou Xing. All of them were like hungry wolves, itching to swallow Zhou Xing in one gulp. For Tong Tong was even more envious and jealous. Qin Burn had also been keeping an eye on Zhou Xing, and upon realizing that he had always frowned after getting off the boat, he immediately asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Hardly anything." Zhou Xing did not raise his head and said, "The micropayment of China Merchants Bank. The amount is too low, and it's annoying that I have to lose my password every time. I'm wondering if I can get China Merchants Bank to adjust the micropayment secret-free amount a little higher for me." Qin Burn looked at Zhou Xing in front of him, and even he was physically trembling. "You call almost $50 million a small amount? Hear thou. Do men speak?" Chapter 40, $500 million, but in dollars. Inside the restaurant box, a few people sat around. "Want the whole thing?" Qin Burn looked at Zhou Xing. "Forget it, next time." Zhou Xing refused. He was not an alcoholic, and he only drank some wine when he was free. When you're young, it's better to take care of your body. Can no longer be like the previous life. The money did not earn, close to 30 years of age, but the body is worn out, and cannot compare to some retired old cadres. Okay. Qin Burn didn't force himself. What's the point of drinking here? Why don't we just go to my bar later and renew our stand? I'll bring out some of my collection and make sure you're all satisfied. Chang Wenyu said with a smile. Qin burned a bashful smile. Is to ask, old Chang, you are prepared to keep guarding that bar of yours? There is no point. Other ideas? I also don't want to keep the bar and mingle and expand my business. Chang Wenyu said helplessly. It's a pity that there's been no opportunity. Now that the good opportunities have all been eaten up by the people at the top, it's great that we're able to eat some of the edges. That's true. Qin Burn nodded. Many of the plans I have in hand are not very prosperous either. What's the outlook for the investment industry these days? Zhou Xing saw the two of them talking about business, so he asked in passing. Qin Burn turned around. You're interested? Yes. Zhou Xing had no need to hide in front of them. It was only a matter of time before he opened an investment company, all in Shanghai City. It is simply impossible to hide it from them. Confession might also be able to get a lot of resources and first-hand information on them. No way. You're only 18 and you're thinking of opening an investment company. Chang Wenyu said with an incredulous look on his face. You just spent so much money and still have funds. You're not kidding us, right? These words were at the same time what Qin Burn wanted to ask. He had already guessed that Zhou Xing's family was wealthy, but I didn't expect to be rich to this extent. He's only 18. Freshman this year. Just now in the auction through nearly 50 million even if actually have the idea of opening an investment company. Investment companies are definitely not for ordinary people. That is the need for real money to smash out. No hundreds of millions of cash. Absolutely not. Dare to mention opening an investment company. There is still a little money in hand. Idleness is also idleness. Why don't we just open an investment company? And I see that the current prospects are not bad. It won't hurt to go in and try to make a mistake. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and took a sip of the apple cider vinegar in the cup. Tong Tong, who had just put it down next to him, obediently poured him another full glass. Old Zhou, get to the bottom of this with us. How much money do you actually have in your hands? Qin Burn couldn't help but ask at this time as well. Zhou Xing's identity was really too mysterious. They only knew that the other party had strength, but at what level was it unknown. But from his words and actions and talk, you can feel it. The bottom of the money brought by that stock of money. He is definitely quite a lot of money in hand. Have become the China Merchants Bank ultra high-end private bank users, but also equipped with a private secretary? The deposit must be hundreds of millions. But look at the old week afternoon auction swimming look, estimated to be able to have a 4 or 500 million. Chang Wenyu looked at Zhou Xing from the side with an envious face. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. Old Chang was right. It is indeed 500 million. Chang Wenyu and Qin Burn were both slightly stagnant. But, it's dollars. The rest of Zhou Xing's sentence, however, caused the two of them to stare blankly. $500 million. Chang Wenyu and Qin Burn, both of them couldn't remain calm. Not to mention Chang Tong, Lu Feng and Xiepan. Their assets were not comparable to Chang Wenyu and Qin Burn at all, and they belonged to the rank of juniors within this circle. Chang Wenyu and Qin Burn were already enough for them to look up to, without realizing that there was an even more amazing superstar hidden around. I did my best at guessing, and I didn't realize that you were even more amazing than I thought you would be. Qin Burn looked deeply at Zhou Xing with a complicated gaze. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Zhou Xing's words. At this level, there's no need to brag about your family's assets to get attention. They care more about the benefits that the asset background can bring to them. Everyone is a rich second generation. The family situation will be exposed sooner or later. With how much real gold, others are certainly able to feel. There's no point in continuing to pretend any longer. $500 million. the total assets of his family combined, and the cash he was able to take out, was less than that amount. Although the assets are in excess of tens of billions of dollars, many of them cannot be cashed out. Being worth tens of billions of dollars is not uncommon in Shanghai. At least there were quite a few people that Qin Bern knew, but someone who could casually come up with $500 million in cash, he'd never seen anyone able to do that so far. Even the son of the richest man, Wang Xiaosong, couldn't do it. Zhou Xing, you honestly explain to me, is your family running a money printing factory or not? Chang Wenyu was shocked. Printing money doesn't even come as fast as this in your house. Zhang Chang actually still has this kind of big brother. I actually didn't even know about it at all. It seems that I'm the one who was uninformed. Qin Bern also smiled to himself. I'm the same. Zhou Xing's words gave them a great shock. But the energy industry, there are indeed a lot of hidden bigwigs that we simply don't know about. Like the North doesn't have a family of males that inherited their family ships, with their hands in a bunch of heavy industry, but still very low profile. Qin Bern gradually calmed down, then said, if it wasn't for the news, we wouldn't have known at all, and we wouldn't have come to Shanghai City, and we would have been looked down upon. Old Zhou, do you also have this plan? Preparing to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Like inside a novel, waiting for someone like me to take the initiative to come to my door to provoke me, and then frantically punching me in the face and annexing my family. Chang Wenyu looked at Zhou Xing with a wary expression. Luckily, I didn't do anything wrong in the first place, or else I might be kneeling in front of Zhou Xing right now, praying for his forgiveness. You've been reading too many fucking tomato novels, haven't you? Zhou Xing looked at Chang Wenyu as if he were a retard, where in reality there are so many pretending to hit the face. If I hit the face I will spend millions in your bar? When I initially approached him, I thought the other guy was a smart guy, but I didn't realize that he was also a comedian. Fair enough, Chang Wenyu hemmed and hawed. Qin Bern was on the side but pondering. At the beginning when Zhou Xing proposed to open an investment company, he was still a bit unimpressed. But after Zhou Xing revealed his 500 million in cash, then the nature is completely different. It was said to be for fun, but Zhou Xing's background was absolutely unfathomable. And since his family would give him so much cash flow, they were still assured of letting him squander it. It also means that they have absolute certainty that there will be no problems with this money. It's hard not to. Zhou Xing has a special channel. Know something about investing? Qin Bern was a bit unable to sit still. Old Zhou, you said before that the investment prospects are quite good. What exactly is going on? Chapter 41, Standing on the Windy Gap. Even pigs can fly. What Qin Bern doesn't know is that Zhou Xing, who was sitting in front of him, did have a unique channel of information, not from home. Rather, it was the experience he had in his previous life. Zhou Xing smiled faintly and said, isn't it obvious that the domestic network era is booming? After the emergence of 4G, almost all industries have suffered a reshuffle. The turbulence also represents an opportunity. These years you see, from which was born how many billionaires? Qin Bern nodded, signaling Zhou Xing to continue. These truths, of course, he also understands. Before once also tried to intervene, but the network era has long been those giant crocodiles. He's still not strong enough to join in with his size. But the landscape of the internet has long been finalized. It has long been firmly gated by the three major internet companies. It's not that easy for ordinary people to get in, is it? Qin Bern asked. So many years, also did not see what the rest of the network company can stand alone, escape the checks and balances of the three major internet companies. China's population is so large, it is destined to be in the middle of the network era, like an inexhaustible gold mine. Not no opportunity, just did not find the right way. Zhou Xing smiled mysteriously. In a few years, Qin Bern won't ask such words again. The three major internet companies, the position is not unassailable. When Shakeology comes out, there's no one on the whole internet who can compete with it. When shared bicycles were introduced, they created a frenzy throughout China. Even with Penguin dominating half of China's gaming landscape, Original God still relies on export to domestic sales. It quickly exploded in the domestic market and jumped to become an emerging force in Chinese games. Qin Bern was listening to some of the clouds. He asked, then the investment company you are going to set up, do you have any direction? Which industry are you going to major in? There are just so many different industries that you can invest in. Even an investment company with a huge amount of money in hand can't afford to invest in all sectors. It will only pick the areas they are better at, or specialize in one or two directions, so that they can invest. Qin Bern in the beginning only thought that Zhou Xing just opened an investment company to try wrong. It's okay to be young and foolish and fail. Now it seems that this Zhou Xing clearly has a great grasp, a look of victory. I think the movie and TV and live streaming industry is great. Zhou Xing nodded and picked up the apple cider vinegar without going on. The movie and entertainment industry, I know, does have a lot of potential. The internet age has given them almost a second lease of life. And these stars are earning more and more outrageous incomes. Sheen Byrne spat out a sentence. In the past, tens of thousands of dollars can casually open their legs. But now it is a pretense of innocence. Pretending to be ice clean, I look at it as guilty of nausea. But, Sheen Byrne's words turn, this live broadcast industry, isn't it already going downhill? As the live streaming industry grows, the capital is expanding savagely. This has led to a mixed quality of Netflix appearances. The state has also timely promulgated laws and regulations for the live broadcast industry to rectify. This has caused the live streaming industry, at once, to take a huge hit. There is a vague appearance of a stumble, far from the splendor of the very beginning. Old wine that National Treasure TV is not doing very well. Invested such a large sum of money into it, and as a result the project is half dead. Sheen Byrne mentioned a word about Wang Xiaotsong, who was still on good terms with him. The other party would often contact him when he came to Shanghai City. Over time, they have become good brothers. Obviously he founded it, but as a result, now it is about to say nothing. The shares are all taken by the capital. The two capitals seize power from each other, and do not care about the death or life of the National Treasure TV. The old Wang recently talked to me about this matter, but also a burst of anxiety. Sheen Byrne said, but his eyes were always observing Zhou Xing. But the other side is just too old and hot. Only 18 years old, but living like an old fox. Not moving at all. Right. Chang Wenyu also nodded and said, Netflix, these guys who can't get on the stage, how much value can they create? Lao Zhou, I see that even though you are rich, you can't be so profligate. The movie and television industry can be engaged, but live broadcasting is better to stay out of it. It's not something that ordinary people can play. I know quite a few families that have joined the business and have ended up spouting off and regretting it. Zhou Xing smiled slightly. It didn't explain much of anything. How would they know that it was the internet celebrities who couldn't make it to the top in their eyes? What a burst of energy once Shakeology came out. Live banding and just how profitable it is. Even just regular MCN organizations are making a fortune. It is only by adapting to the development of the times that we can capitalize on the momentum to take off and rocket upwards. Standing on the wind, pigs are able to fly. Just how many people are sharp enough to catch a fleeting opportunity? He wouldn't feel that Sheen Byrne and Chang Wenyu's few people couldn't see through it. It's not like everyone is like him, born again, and knows everything about the future of the situation. Sheen Byrne asked a few more questions, all of which were lightly skimmed over by Zhou Xing. It tickled him and there was nothing he could do about it. Only able to say, that line. If you set up an investment company, if you have any problems and we say a word, the brothers will help to take a look at the time. You can save a lot of effort. Besides, this will have to wait until after I start school. Zhou Xing looked indifferent. Setting up an investment company was his long-term plan, so naturally he couldn't act sloppily. Now that school is starting, and not so much on setting up a company, he still preferred to keep the shares in his own hands rather than choosing a partner. Absolute control. That's true. Okay, when you start school, we'll come out and get together and talk. Sheen Byrne said, if this thing is reliable, I'll take part in it. I don't suppose you'd mind taking your brothers for a sip of soup? Sheen Byrne looked at Zhou Xing with a smile. Of course I have no problem. There's money to be made together. There's no end to the money. As long as you're willing. It's just that don't dislike me for this haystack when the time comes. Zhou Xing laughed. The meal, too, was kind of coming to a close. Come to the parking lot. Zhou Xing stood as if he was in the center, while Sheen Byrne and Chang Wenyu were on the left and right. Between subtle and subliminal, Zhou Xing became their centerpiece. And both Sheen Byrne and Chang Wenyu subconsciously took Zhou Xing's thoughts into consideration. Should we move on to the next one? Or, Chang Wenyu wrapped his arms around the model in his arms and asked Sheen Byrne. But Sheen Byrne pointed at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing shook his head and said, forget it, I'll go back and rest first. We'll get together next time. In the hotel, Luo Chanxian was still waiting for him. Fast food is fine for an occasional meal. Eat too much and you'll just get bored. Like a hand-raised Luo Chanxian. Doesn't she smell good? That's fine. I happen to have a bit of business to take care of as well. Sheen Byrne said to Chang Wenyu, then we'll get together at your bar next time. And it's almost time for me to leave. Chang Wenyu naturally had no objections. Zhou Xing opened his Lamborghini, took out 10 stacks of cash from it, and put it into Tong Tong's arms. I won't send you off. You go back first. I still have things on my side. Tong Tong hugged the cash, and although she was a little disappointed inside, she nodded her head obediently. I know, if you can. She wanted to go back with this one more than anything. After all, not to mention handsome, but also the most powerful existence within these people. If you can climb up this thigh, just leak a little bit, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. The rest of the girls, Their eyes went straight. Cash can give a far more immediate impact than a money transfer. Tall, handsome, and young. They were also so generous. Each of them twisting their waists and throwing winks at Zhou Xing frequently, hoping that the other party would notice them. If they hadn't been afraid of offending the rich young man they were accompanying, they would have swarmed up there in droves. Zhou Xing, however, turned a deaf ear and directly opened the car door, started the car, then took off as the crowd watched. A group of disappointed women were left, as well as looking at the cash in Ton Ton's arms with jealousy. Chapter 42, Reporting for School. August 31st. It's school season again. People come and go at the entrance of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Luxury cars are everywhere. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Porsche, Mercedes. Countless new students, with their aspirations for the school, accompanied by their parents, came to the new student reporting office inside the school. Rumble. Swiftly, the deafening roar of the engines resounded through the sky, from far to near. It caused countless people to gather around. The white exterior, streamlined body, and giant tail fins accompany the exhaust with a majestic sound, like a cheetah on the hunt. It is flamboyant yet elegant. That black barbed McLaren logo on the body, the license plate of Shanghai S66666 is even more striking. Even if there are countless luxury cars on the scene, in front of this McLaren, it can only be eclipsed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Local license plate of Hucheng, or 5/6s. Which son of Hucheng is this? The McLaren P1, one of the three great cars of the gods, has a starting price of more than $10 million, right? According to the current market, it's estimated to be more than $20 million, including the license plate. $20 million. It's enough for a down payment on a house in Thompson. This is definitely superb. I didn't think that our school actually has such a student. I've never heard of him before. It's not supposed to be a freshman, is it? No way. Freshman year is so scary. With the crowd watching, the door on the main driver's side of the white McLaren P1 slowly opens and lifts up towards the top. It's like a butterfly with fluttering wings. It's the butterfly door styling that McLaren is so proud of. Car. Slender legs fall. The young and handsome Zhou Xing walked down from the car. Black solid color t-shirt from LV. Graffiti blue jeans from Balenciaga. On his feet were Gucci's blue and white loafers. On the right hand, Patek Philippe's dark blue dial with the sun, moon and stars, sparkling diamonds, somewhat dazzling in the sunlight. Overall look, crisp and clean. The already young body, after 10 days of fitness, more and more productive, full of energy, overflowing with the vigor of youth. The aura of lightness in his body came to life, and after the accumulation of a short period of time during the vacation, Zhou Xing's speech and behavior had gradually detached from the appearance of his previous life. He was alone, carrying a black shoulder bag, heading toward the freshman reporting office. People in line, all couldn't help but give him a silent place. Most of them were holding cell phones and snapping at Zhou Xing nonstop. So handsome. Is this a new student at our school too? Simply handsome my face. The original novel inside the domineering president really exists. Rich, handsome, and with such a good body. He couldn't have stepped out of a manga. Just looking at him made me weak in the knees. What's my husband doing out here? Turns out he's a freshman too. So it's okay. Zhou Xing arrived in front of the freshman reporting office. A few of the seniors in charge of the report, inexplicably, stood up a little nervously. Class, are you a freshman too? The dark, thin senior with glasses asked. Zhou Xing nodded. Zhou Xing, freshman, music performance major. The dark, skinny senior was just about to ask a question when he realized that he was being pushed aside by a few girls who were traveling with him. Zhou Xing was instantly surrounded by 2 or 3 girls. They showed unprecedented enthusiasm. Hello schoolmate, please fill out the form over here. Especially the contact information. It's important. It's a hot day, isn't it? Schoolboy, would you like a bottle of ice water? It's okay, there's no rush. Let's sit down and fill it out slowly. The dark, skinny senior looked on a bit dumbfounded. These girls in the front, when they greeted the new students, were still visibly impatient. After all, with all this heat and having to deal with freshmen who don't know much about anything, patience has long been lost. The next second, there was a 180-degree turn in attitude. It's a complete world of difference. Schoolboy, where are you from? Why did you come to report alone? Where are your parents? It's your first time to report. There are a lot of things you don't understand without your parents. Why don't you add your sister's contact information? And if you don't understand anything in school, you can look for me. Schoolmate, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Sisters in charge of new student reports are so enthusiastic that they are not only inquiring about whether Zhou Xing has a girlfriend, but are also prying into his family. The body was even long pasted on Zhou Xing's body, talking and laughing with Zhou Xing's initiative. After Zhou Xing filled out the form, one of the senior sisters, however, stood in front of Zhou Xing, Jr. Your assigned dormitory building is a bit far away, and our Shanghai City Conservatory of Music is very big. It's very hard for you to look for it alone on such a hot day, so why don't I take you there from my side? She clutched the key to Zhou Xing's dormitory. No need, senior sister. I can just go there by myself. I've been to this school before. I'm probably clear about the location. Zhou Xing smiled at his senior sister. I won't trouble you, senior sister. It's okay. The senior sister, however, couldn't help but push Zhou Xing towards the outside. I'm not troubled at all. It's just on the way. I'll take you there. Zhou Xing was dumbfounded and couldn't say anything else. Then thank you, senior sister. You're welcome. The school sister was full of smiles and said, as school sisters, aren't we here to help you school brothers? Oh freshmen, that's our mission. Also, my name is Li Xin, so you don't have to be so polite to call me senior sister in one breath. Just call me by my name. Or call me Xin. Xin is fine too. Li Xin talked and laughed as she led Zhou Xing towards the dormitory, her back gradually disappearing from the crowd's sight. Damn it, this cunning Li Xin. I actually let her steal the show. The two remaining schoolmates, somewhat chagrined, stomped their feet. However, they were at the same time looking at the form that Zhou Xing had filled out, which clearly recorded Zhou Xing's phone number as well as his contact information. In unison, the two took out their cell phones and silently made a note of the call. With a phone, there's no worry about contacting Zhou Xing. Shocker! On the opening day of school, a mysterious young man reported in a luxury car worth millions. McLaren P1, limited to 375 units worldwide, currently valued at $15 million. A luxury car with 5-6 Hucheng license plates. What is the origin of this freshman? Once the weekly line is gone. On the internal forum of the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music, photos as well as videos of Zhou Xing began to circulate wildly. Chapter 43, Freshman First. Internal web forum of the Hucheng Conservatory of Music. Then just because of the school season, it leads to a great deal of attention. In an era where the internet was so advanced, it took barely a few minutes for Zhou Xing's photos and videos to start circulating widely within the forums. Tens of millions of McLarens. License plate of Shanghai A66666666. None of them were highlighting Zhou Xing's status and position. This freshman is coming from a good place. They were all speculating about Zhou Xing's identity. Some people who claimed to know him said Zhou Xing was the son of the chairman of the Bank of Communications, a returned rich young man, spent over a decade abroad before returning from college. Others say he is the son of an oil company and is at the top of his game in terms of status and position. Others say that Zhou Xing originates from a hidden family, and his family is worth trillions of dollars. So the so-called richest man in front of him is simply not qualified. There is a wide range of opinions. The more rumors spread, the more outrageous it gets. But not only did this not dampen the enthusiasm among the students, but on the contrary, it grew their desire to know Zhou Xing more and more. Handsome and rich, how in the world could there be such a perfect man? Did anyone notice the watch on his hand? It's a limited edition diamond-encrusted model from Patek Philippe, which also costs at least $10 million. This is more than rich. It's just trenchant. My true love has shown up. Can someone help get his contact info? I have a heavy chip on my side. This is my husband, so don't even think about it. He's buying me a milk tea to drink right now. I wish I could play a racing game with him so he could keep overtaking me. As more and more posts were made, Zhou Xing created a storm among the girls' group. Most of those who could come here were existences with good families. There is an endless stream of people worth millions and millions of dollars. However, Zhou Xing still made their hearts long for them with his absolutely crushing stance. There were even some that were willing to pay a high price in order to get Zhou Xing's contact information. It started out as a $5,000 payoff, to the back straight up to the extent of tens of thousands, and continues to soar. I unilaterally declare that he is the N01 inside this freshman. Who's in favor and who's against? I don't have a problem with that. Me too. On the first day of school, in less than half an hour, Zhou Xing became the one recognized by everyone as the most colorful among the new students. Freshman schoolboy, girls' dormitory. Look guys, inside this freshman class, there is a super rich second generation, driving a limited edition McLaren here. The license plate is still 5.6s, and he looks handsome too. A girl wearing black framed glasses, with a somewhat ordinary appearance, lifted her head with her cell phone and said to the rest of the girls inside the dormitory, her tone somewhat agitated, and her eyebrows were filled with excitement. I saw it too, and it was indeed handsome. That's too much money. The rest of the girls in the dormitory also echoed, if you can marry him, won't you really become a mansion wife? And you won't have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of your life. And wherever you go, you will be in the limelight. You'd better save your breath. How can people look at us? One of them retorted. If it had been Sissy, there might have been a slight chance. Psyche, have you seen that freshman on our school forum? The girl named Psyche was sitting quietly in her seat. The dark green silk fell straight down. Vegan. Her skin is fair and delicate, like a lotus flower. It was hard to hide the amazingly developed body under the loose robe. Shirshir sniffed and looked at the IPAD in her hand with a thoughtful look. I saw it too. It's really quite handsome. Then the IPAD was put to rest and placed on the table. Stretching out, the soft and amazing body is on display. The three girls in the dormitory, despite having seen it many times, had their eyes straightened. Sure, you're simply an angelic face with a devilish body. If you appeared in front of that freshman, it's estimated that he would be instantly mesmerized by you as well. Psyche laughed softly and didn't say anything more, but turned around and took out her clothes from inside the closet and entered the bathroom. Not a moment too soon. A small, revealing tank top with a light blue shawl. The career line cries out. Denim hot pants. Little white shoes. Even more so, the pair of white and slender thighs were reflected to the fullest. Standing there, an aura of purity and lust melded in her. The flowery face even without powder. Still sparkling. Sissy, where are you going in this heat? The roommates couldn't help but ask with some curiosity when they saw Psyche dressed up and looking like she was going out. Shirshir turned around and said with a bland look, I've been in the dormitory for too long, and I'm a little bored, so I'm going to go out for a walk, just in time to eat something in the cafeteria before it's too late and the cafeteria is filled with freshmen, and I don't like too many people. That's true, it's a new student report today, and the cafeteria will surely be full of them as well. Shirshir, wait for me, I'll go with you. The ordinary-looking roommate wearing black-rimmed glasses was also in a hurry to get ready to change his clothes when he heard about it. I'll go too. Maybe I'll even be able to run into that boy from the forum in the cafeteria. What kind of person is he? So rich, how can he eat in the cafeteria? It's not in the cafeteria. So what if we run into each other on campus? As a freshman, he must be unfamiliar with the school, and as a senior, I can still help him by giving him enthusiastic directions and adding friends. You less daydreaming. People do not know how many girls take the initiative to stick up. Where is your turn? That's not necessarily true. There were two girls left, and they began to change their clothes. Psyche crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe of her dormitory door, looking over at their conversation. The moist red lips rose slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Lee Xin pointed at the 6-story dormitory building in front of her and said, School brother, here it is. This is your dormitory. Building 11, 601. Remember not to go the wrong way, yo. Hokage, I'll go up with you. Lee Xin volunteered. If you go up there, you definitely need to clean and tidy up the dormitory. Everyone else has their parents around to help. You're just one person. It's hard to get busy. I can give you a hand too. No schoolteacher, Zhou Xing, who was not yet aware that he had already set the campus forum on fire, refused. It's already hard enough for you to lead the way, so I wouldn't dare to trouble you again. Okay. Lee Xin lowered her head in some disappointment, then took out her cell phone. Let's add a friend then. Zhou Xing did not refuse and took out his cell phone to add her friend. Schoolboy, if you have anything, you can ask me on WeChat. Lee Xin lowered her head and ran her hair a bit sheepishly. Whether it's a problem you've met at school or you want to simply chat, it's all fine. I've got time. When she finished speaking, she raised her head and found that Zhou Xing's gaze had been falling on the key she clutched in her hand. Also could only reluctantly hand the key to Zhou Xing. Then school brother, I'll leave first? Lee Xin took one step and turned around 3 times. In the end, after realizing that Zhou Xing was indifferent, he could only sigh slightly before walking away quickly. Zhou Xing held the key in his hand and looked at this familiar dormitory building in front of him, as well as the familiar dormitory number. With a faint smile, he stepped inside. Chapter 44, Who gave you permission to touch my things? Dormitory 601. Zhou Xing has not yet entered. Then the sound of discussion was heard inside. I wonder what the last remaining roommate looks like. What do you care? If it fits, how about it all fits? It doesn't fit. There's no need to forcefully blend in. Just don't be such a thing pusher and take care of everything. Then we'll all be good brothers. Today's opening of the School of Beauty really much I see the 80 points above. Just at least in a dozen. Worthy of being a beautiful woman like clouds of Shanghai City Conservatory of Music. Really did not come to the wrong. Should we pack up and the brothers go out later to look for opportunities? Zhou Xing came to the door. Inside sat 3 boys, cigarettes in their hands, talking and laughing there. Inside the dormitory. Smoky. Zhou Xing frowned. These people are still the same. Smoking he will not feel anything. After all, in his previous life, when he was stressed at work, he also liked to come to a relief. It doesn't matter as long as you get your roommate's permission or respect them a bit by choosing to go to a more ventilated place like a balcony. But apparently, these three roommates don't have that kind of awareness. The corner of Zhou Xing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. In their previous life, not only did they openly smoke inside the dormitory, but they faced Zhou Xing's discouragement with total disregard, even threw his cigarette but in his place somewhat provocatively, for no other reason. These three, all locals of Shanghai City, had very good families. It quickly hit the ground running, facing Zhou Xing, an outsider with ordinary conditions, that was not so good-tempered. The whole thing does not treat the dorm room as a public space, but only as their backyard. It was never usually cleaned, and all of it was because Zhou Xing just couldn't stand to look at it, so he chose to step in and clean it. Not only did they look on coldly, they were there to sneer. Simply Zhou Xing's conditions were not good enough, and in the face of their invitation, chose to refuse, defeated their excitement. A three-man huddle. Zhou Xing can't do anything at all. He also wants to move out of the dormitory or transfer out, but he didn't have that much living expenses on him, enough to support him going out and renting a room. On the counselor's side, it's also more of the same. So when college was over, naturally, I chose to cut ties with them. Of course, these people probably wouldn't give Zhou Xing a second thought. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed. These three people in front of him wouldn't even know that he was actually able to re-enter this era. Also off the hook, Zhou Xing walked into the dormitory with an expressionless face, carrying his shoulder bag. The three immediately discovered Zhou Xing as well. Ha! One of the boys who wore glasses and was tall and thin surveyed Zhou Xing with some surprise, then suddenly stood up from his chair. You're Zhou Xing? Of course I'm Zhou Xing. Isn't my name posted on the table? Zhou Xing said indifferently. This person is called Yang Zhenlong. His family conditions are far less than the other two, just living in the old city of Shanghai. The family crowded in less than 50 square feet. Dark and sunless house. When I was first in the dormitory, I appeared to have low self-esteem. Originally, he and Zhou Xing were supposed to be in the same boat, only they weren't. He quickly found two other roommates to lean on and did whatever they both said. In turn, within the dormitory, ostracized Zhou Xing the most. When Zhou Xing was in conflict with the other two, he was also the first to step forward and play the vanguard to show his loyalty. No. Yang Zhenlong stood in front of Zhou Xing at this moment, but he was so nervous that he stammered a little. You're the freshman who reported today? Zhou Xing glanced at it and was losing his patience. Are you sick? Who here isn't reporting to school today? Yang Zhenlong faced Zhou Xing's reprimand, but not a little annoyed, turned a little excited. You are the one who drove more than 10 million McLaren today. The license plate is still Shanghai A56. Don't you know? You are in the school forum. Hot. Everyone is discussing you. It also says that you're number one inside the freshman class, and a lot of girls pay a lot of money for your contact information. I didn't realize that you were actually my roommate. This statement was made. The other two roommates sitting there had a slight change in their complexion. Silently, he took out his cell phone and boarded the campus forum. As soon as I opened the forum, the screen was filled with news about Zhou Xing. There are also photos and videos of him. The two men's faces changed for a moment when they saw the McLaren P1 and the license plate. Both of them, their families are pretty good. A native of Shanghai, early demolition led to the family's assets adding up to a small tens of millions. Come here. Upon reporting his family's situation, Yang Zhenlong, a person who was obviously from an ordinary family, began to brag about them. They are also quite popular. Without realizing it, came an even more amazing roommate. It left a bit of a gap in their hearts, at the same time with defiance. But more than that, there was a sense of powerlessness. A car that people casually drove out was enough to be worth their entire family's assets. And with that license plate, as long as one was a normal person, one would be able to know that the two sides were not at all at the same level. It's not something they can mess with either. Zhou Xing, are you also a native of Shanghai City? Sitting against the door side of the boy stood up. He looks a little handsome. All over the body is a luxury goods big logo mark. Afraid of other people cannot see that he wears luxury goods. That's just right. Our 4 dormitory are Shanghai City locals. This way to communicate with a convenient, but also friendly. Get acquainted. My name is Gong Yiluan, from the Pudong district. We're all going to be living together for 4 years from now, so we'll take care of each other. Gong Yiluan looked at Zhou Xing with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm not from Shanghai. Zhou Xing shrugged. Gong Yiluan's face stagnated, then reluctantly smiled. It doesn't matter if you're not a local of Shanghai City. After all, the school is for students from the south and north of the sky. That's right. Yang Zhenlong nodded in agreement from the side, then asked with some curiosity. Zhou Xing, you're not from Hucheng. Why do you still have a Hucheng license plate? I think the family business is in Shanghai. Gong Yiluan smiled and interjected. I don't know what kind of business your family does. So rich. Freshman year you can drive a McLaren P1. When I started school, I wanted my parents to buy a BMW. They were dead set against it. You guys can still buy a car in college. Like me. Wanted to get an Apple phone. My family didn't even agree. Yang Jinlong looked at Gong Yiluan with an envious face. Gong Yiluan was quite flattered in the face of Yang Jinlong's bragging. Looking at Zhou Xing with a smile on his face. Your condition is very good, but I am not bad either. Zhou Xing had no interest in paying attention to them and shook his head in some disappointment. Thought I could still provoke them. Just the thing to give yourself a reason to strike. But these people, obviously shocked by his background. Gong Yiluan, a being who couldn't see the good in others, all smiled, not to mention Yang Jinlong, who was blinded by the sight of money. I'll be damned. The one who hadn't been speaking and had a somewhat slightly chubby build looked at Zhou Xing's wrist as if he had found some kind of surprise item. Wide-eyed, he quickly got up and reached out his hand to touch Zhou Xing's wristwatch. You're a Patek Philippe limited edition, aren't you? Or a Geneva star dial with so many diamonds. It's estimated to be more than $10 million, right? Zhou Xing glanced at him. The man was called Zhang Su. The family is equally good. Usually like to study some luxury goods, especially on the watch is extremely love. Often holding up his Rolex green water ghost in the dormitory show off. So it was no surprise to Zhou Xing that he could recognize Patek Philippe. He smiled slightly, worried that he hadn't found an opportunity to vent his emotions properly to these roommates. He actually took the initiative to send it to his door. So don't blame him for not being polite. Zhou Xing grabbed Zhang Su's hand and backhanded him in the face. Who gave you permission to touch my stuff? Chapter 45, Avenge on the Spot. Zhou Xing's expression was cold, gazing at Zhang Su, Gong Yiluan and Yang Jinlong. Both of them did not anticipate that Zhou Xing would suddenly make a move. Half a day without a word. Silence reigned in the dormitory. Zhang Su covered his face, feeling a burning and hot pain coming from his cheeks. He clenched his fists tightly and stared angrily at Zhou Xing. In his previous life, Zhang Su's family's condition should be the best. According to his active disclosure and usual outflow, it can be clearly felt. His family is supposed to have hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Gong Yiluan, who is a high profile and loves to show off his wealth, is still not as good as Zhang Su, being the only son in the family. At home it's all in your mouth for fear of melting and in your hands for fear of dropping. Outside others are also jealous of his family's wealth and flattered in every way. When had Zhang Su ever received this kind of aggravation? Instead, he was slapped in public, a humiliation that enraged him. But he looked at Zhou Xing, but was slow to make a move. If it was Gong Yiluan or Yang Jinlong who made a move on him, he would not have any hesitation. In front of Zhou Xing, however, he lost his bottom. One's own so-called family situation is not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of others. Driving tens of millions of luxury cars and wearing thousands of watches. This kind of person is the true pride of heaven. Once offended, it will be devastating. Along with the family situation behind him, they all have to suffer together. Zhang Su can't afford this kind of retaliation. So Zhang Su wimped out. I'm sorry, I'm the one who took offense. I just suddenly saw the watch you were wearing, and I preferred. Didn't hold back for a while. Zhang Su covered his face and yes, Zhou Xing look at old Zhang He. He's just heartbroken and has no intention of touching your stuff. Seeing this, Gong Yiluan also smiled and stood out to round off the situation. We are all roommates. Zhang Su was reckless a little bit, but it doesn't matter. But also to get along for 4 years. Since he has already apologized, then simply more is better than less. As the saying goes, let's go out for a drink together and still be good friends. In the future, inside the school, the four of us still have to be more united, lest we be bullied by the others. Yang Jinlong was too scared to speak from the side. All of them were bigwigs that he couldn't afford to offend, and it wasn't even his turn to interrupt, so he could only choose to nod his head. Zhou Xing shrugged it off. The eyes showed disappointment. He was still thinking that the men would rise to the occasion a bit and choose to fight him to the end. This way, college life won't be so boring. Although Zhou Xing hadn't thought of living inside the dormitory from the start, coming back from time to time and teasing these roommates was a good way to relieve the boredom. Just these 3 roommates. They are just people who are afraid of softness and fear of hardness, completely missing the previous domineering and bossy. Zhou Xing came to his bed, throwing the black shoulder bag down in the air. I don't like the smell of smoke inside my dorm room, Zhou Xing said indifferently. Understand. Don't worry. Before it was that you hadn't come yet, but now that you're here, of course we have to respect our roommate's opinion. After all, the dormitory is a public space, and we'll be more careful when we smoke in the future. Gong Yiluan hurriedly said. Yang Jinlong was also busy agreeing. Zhang Su hesitated for a moment, but still chose to obey. I'll go to the balcony to smoke. I hope you remember that. Zhou Xing glanced at them. Don't make a mess of the dormitory. I'll take care of the hygiene. Yang Zhenlong beat his chest with a thud. I'm usually the most clean person. At home basically I'm also cleaning. In the future the dormitory cleaning. I'm a one-man contract. To ensure that clean and dry. Looking at the way the three of them said nothing to themselves, Zhou Xing instantly lost his mind to continue to find trouble with them. The gas is out too. He finally realized why the rich were able to always keep a normal mindset. Because they have a vendetta on the spot. With no scruples whatsoever. The thoughts are flowing. It is natural to be at peace with people in the midst of life. Zhou Xing didn't believe that those who could become rich were good old men. The primitive accumulation of capital. That's all bloody. No exceptions. Zhou Xing lost interest in them and shook his head. So he prepared to go out. Seeing this, Yang Zhenlong asked, Zhou Xing, where are you going? I'll go with you. It just so happens that I've stayed inside the dormitory for a long time. And I'm a little bored. It's good to go out and move around. He didn't think that what Zhou Xing had just done was wrong. But instead, he was majestic. A slap down. Jiang Su was so godly in front of him and Gong Yiluan. But when it came to Zhou Xing, he didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Zhou Xing was the big brother inside this dormitory. If he could get on good terms with him, then his status could rise. Holding on to Zhou Xing's thigh was what he had in mind. Other than that, it doesn't matter at all. Then I'll go out with you. Gong Yiluan also said with a smile, and then even pulled Jiang Su. Jiang Su could only squeeze a smile out of his face to look at Zhou Xing at this time. Only that his cheeks, which were still a bit red and swollen, looked a bit funny. Zhou Xing, just now is my wrong. This is also almost to noon. My treat, we go out to eat a meal. As I give you to make amends, how is it? You don't also put in the heart. As he thought back to what had just happened, it did seem as if he had been more reckless. People are rich. What with their status and position? It is not something that an ordinary person can just touch. If he were Zhou Xing, I guess his reaction would have been even greater than Zhou Xing's. After thinking this way, Jiang Su felt much better. Zhou Xing said indifferently, I'm going out for a stroll alone and have a few things to do. Jiang Su was rejected and touched his nose a little awkwardly. Alright then, you go and get busy with your business. We'll get together again when you have time. Zhou Xing just walked out of the dormitory. Jiang Su's voice then sounded, Yang Zhenlong, what do you mean by this? Just now when you treated the two of us, you weren't so enthusiastic. Why is it that as soon as you met Zhou Xing, you couldn't wait to stick to someone else's side? How? Also thinking of hugging Zhou Xing's thigh so that you can ride on our heads? Yang Zhenlong hurriedly explained, it's not. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Gong Yiluan. I remember that the two of us didn't mess with you, right? We're all local people in Shanghai City, and we were originally talking about uniting together. But as a result, when we met Zhou Xing, we're ready to join forces with him to brutalize us? You also don't take a piss to see what you are like. People, Zhou Xing beat me. That's because I deserved it and offended people. Jiang Su's voice contained anger. You also want to trouble us. Are you qualified? It's really not like this. Yang Zhenlong's voice was lowered, and among the duo, it was obvious that he did not have any power of speech, and was only able to explain in a lowly manner. Zhou Xing's footsteps slightly lurched, then a sneer. These two people really can't change their nature. Only this time the target of the bullying has changed. Zhou Xing they couldn't afford to offend. Then it could only take the fire out on Yang Zhenlong. It can be expected. Yang Zhenlong's life inside the dormitory would not be good in the future. But what does this have to do with Zhou Xing? Yang Zhenlong, he that deserved it. Dog Eat Dog is pretty good too. Chapter 46, Let's Get Acquainted. Zhou Xing strides across the campus. Live again. Returning to campus again. The mindset is completely different. College life. It's the last easy thought in a lifetime. No worries. When you graduate from college, you will suddenly feel that the pressure of the society comes to you. Breathless. Zhou Xing in his previous life had an extremely deep experience. Although Zhou Xing now had no worries, he still wanted to feel good about his 4 years of college life. And he couldn't waste it for nothing. Come to the check-in area. Zhou Xing's appearance immediately caused quite a stir. Many people whispered at Zhou Xing. He's Zhou Xing? I don't think it's very good looking. Just a little bit more handsome than me. Handsome, how much do you not have a point in your heart? You are soft all over. Only your mouth is still hard. So handsome. Worthy of being the #1 freshman. Che, it's not because of the money. That car gave him an increase. I want to have that car. I'm the #1 freshman too. I smelled the sour smell all the way out here. So it was you. The sour dog. The people at the freshman reporting office also noticed Zhou Xing. When Li Xin saw Zhou Xing, she immediately stood up, her face slightly red, and looked at Zhou Xing shyly. Senior, are you here to see me? Zhou Xing smiled and flashed the car keys in his hand. Li Xin looked slightly embarrassed and somewhat disappointed. Still, she had a smile on her face. Is this a packed dormitory? Hokage? So out for a stroll around campus. Zhou Xing nodded. Li Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Then school brother. I'll accompany you to stroll around. I've been in this school for 2 years. It's all very familiar. There is also a milk tea in the south cafeteria that is particularly good. I will take you there. No schoolteacher. I still have some things to do. Next time I'll treat you to milk tea. Facing the enthusiastic Li Xian, Zhou Xing also had a bit of a headache, and quickly waved his hand to refuse, though he craves the body of a beautiful woman. But at the moment, it seemed that there were more people who were craving his body. Okay. Li Xian sat back down and said with a smile on her face, that school brother mustn't forget that tomorrow you're going to start the freshman military training. There will be no time at that time. Zhou Xing answered himself and then pressed the car key unlock button, opened the butterfly door. Under the envious gaze of countless people, he sat in. Boom! The car starts. Like a revived beast, the streamlined body, like a cheetah, galloped away and disappeared from sight. The rest of the girls who were in charge of the new student check-in together were secretly happy to see Li Xian return without any success. Then took out his own cell phone and opened WeChat and swiped it several times. None of them have added friends successfully. Immediately, he got a little discouraged. The good news is that Zhou Xing is very high and mighty about Li Xian, who offers her affection and doesn't fake it. The bad news, on the other hand, is that he's so high and mighty with all the girls. They secretly memorized the phone number and wanted to use it to add last week's line of WeChat. But after the friend application was sent out, all of them were like a stone sinking into the sea, without any news. But they didn't give up. As long as Zhou Xing didn't have a girlfriend yet, and they had first-hand information about him, they still had a chance, and could be completely close to the water. Be prepared to try calling Chao Xing again when the evening comes. It's hard for men to chase women. It's not the same with women chasing men. As long as they're willing to put their foot down, they still have a good chance. Chao Xing's McLaren P1 chugs along the campus tree-lined paths. The cafeteria was soon reached. Zhou Xing ordered a few dishes at the window, ready to reminisce about his youthful years. Find an out-of-the-way, unoccupied seat and sit down. After taking a bite of scrambled egg with tomato and putting it in his mouth, Zhou Xing burst into tears. It's still a familiar flavor. Still tastes as bad as ever. Even if Zhou Xing had lived a new life, he couldn't figure out how these college cafeteria cooks could make such cold and unpalatable food with 37-degree hands. After simply coping with the situation, Zhou Xing packed his plate and prepared to leave the cafeteria. At this point, the cafeteria, however, was a bit restless. Countless boys poked their heads towards the entrance of the cafeteria. A girl stood in the doorway, accompanied by her 3 roommates. Slender legs, proud body, clean face with a visor. Whether in terms of temperament or dress, it was an extremely noticeable presence within the cafeteria. Crane-like, it gives the impression that people are too human to be touched. Who is this man? A freshman asked curiously. You don't even know about her. Don't you read our school's campus forum? Someone with an excited look said. Min CCC, goddess of the music department, junior this year, since freshman year, has repeatedly reigned in the school students voted recognized goddess of the top 10, although it is not the first, but she that is the school's various evening party regulars. Not only does she play the piano, but she is also very good at dancing, and is said to have studied folk dancing, and 3 years in college. She has never had a boyfriend. She is ice clear and clean. She doesn't even pretend to men. And I don't know how many people worship her as their goddess. Now that I look at it, it's true that the goddess who was voted out on her own is even more beautiful than in the photo. I'm announcing now that she's my goddess for 4 years of college. And if she can be my girlfriend, this life will be complete. Many of the new students, too, looked at Min CC with anticipation. Gathering his hair, he tried to put his best face forward, hoping that Mincy would notice him. Instead, Min CC stood at the entrance of the cafeteria for a moment. The eyes looked around, as if searching for something. Swiftly, her gaze lingered. The freshman in that orientation perked up and pointed at himself. Is she looking at me? Yes, she was looking at me and coming toward me. The freshman coughed and tried to calm his excitement before sitting upright. He also stood up when Mincy got closer and closer. Extending his right hand, he pulled out what he thought was the most gentlemanly gesture and smile he'd ever seen in his life. Hello. The words were not yet finished. Mincy then crossed right over to him and came to the end. The new student's movements, too, stayed there, with a look of embarrassment. Zhou Xing didn't pay much attention to the sensation in the cafeteria. After placing the plate in its place, he was ready to draw away, turning around, but found that Min Cici, who was the center of attention of everyone in the cafeteria, was already standing in front of him. A smile spread across her small, white, clean face as she stretched out her slender hand. Hello, you're Zhou Xing, right? My name is Min Cece, junior in the music department. Let's get acquainted? Chapter 47, Am I Not Pretty Enough? Cafeteria. Silence. The hearts of countless boys, however, were broken. Min ZZ, the well-deserved goddess of the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music. 3 years of college. Never had a boyfriend. No pretenses about men, nowadays. But stood in front of Zhou Xing, a new student, with a smile like a flower, and offered to get to know each other and make friends. Their worldview suffered a great shock. Was this still the Min Cece they knew? Zhou Xing gazed at Min Cece as she stretched out her small, clean and tender hand, but she did not make any movements, and said with a bland expression, I'm sorry, senior sister. I don't like making friends too much. He admitted it. Mincy does look good. Even among the girls he knew, the looks were at the top of the list. Compared to Anya, Xiao Lan Lan, Luo Qianqian, they are in the prime of their girly years and are brimming with girly charm. Mincy has a youthful exuberance about her that they don't have. Just in time. But that didn't mean that Zhou Xing was going to have anything to do with her. There are so many girls in the whole world. Even if Zhou Xing was rich, it was impossible for him to get them all in one go. He doesn't have that much energy either. Faced with Min Cece, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, Zhou Xing didn't know what the other party was up to, so he didn't choose to give the other party any face. Min Cece's smile also stuttered slightly when she heard this. She also did not anticipate Zhou Xing would actually refuse so decisively in the face of her unsolicited invitation. Without a moment's hesitation, gazing at the boy in front of her for a moment, her smile remained unchanged, her hand still raised in midair. Hokage, it's not good to be too withdrawn. It's still important to reach out to others. Everyone has their own personality. Maybe the people you met before weren't too fond of them, but where does that mean that the people now are just like them? Mincy raised her hand. Maybe I can be that most special friend of yours and change your mind completely. Besides, it's not like you have to be friends to get to know each other. So what's the harm in trying? Min Cece still had that smiling look. How about it? Do you want to try it? No. Zhou Xing said expressionlessly. I don't have that much time or effort. So, sorry senior sister. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Zhou Xing turned around and prepared to leave. Min Cece, however, stopped in front of him and said with a puzzled expression. Why? What for? Mincy pointed at herself. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? You're very pretty to look at. Zhou Xing said truthfully. Why? Then, did you reject me? Min Cece looked at Zhou Xing and said, Is it because what about me makes you feel uncomfortable? Or maybe you don't like girls? My turning you down has nothing to do with whether I like girls or not. Zhou Xing said indifferently. At the same time, if you're good looking, that's your business. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It doesn't mean that just because you're good looking, I have to have something happen with you. I like pretty girls too, but I'm not that bored. And at the same time I don't think only with my lower body. He wasn't the kind of guy who couldn't walk away from the sight of a pretty girl. Good looking again. That has nothing to do with myself either. He likes. It's natural to actively pursue it. But it's also impossible to put yourself in a position of inferiority and delude yourself into thinking that by caring, you're going to be able to touch a girl. Relationships between men and women. It's nothing more than seeing who has the upper hand and has the advantage to gain the initiative. Girls certainly have the initiative in front of guys in most relationships, but that doesn't include Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing he has this kind of backbone and qualification. Girls with outstanding looks are a scarce resource in society. And his kind of. That is the existence of a phoenix and a rare horn. Zhou Xing looked down at Min Cece, his complexion not fluctuating in any way. So, do you have anything else besides this matter? Senior sister. If not, please get out of the way. I still have something to do first. Min Cece stood still and was silent for a moment. Then he looked up and asked, Can't we even get acquainted? I've stated the obvious. Zhou Xing frowned slightly. Min Cece didn't say anything, but silently stepped aside. Zhou Xing glanced at her, and instantly, under the attention of the crowd, didn't have a single lingering thought, until the back disappeared out of the cafeteria doors. The sound of a rumbling engine. Zhou Xing drove the McLaren P1 away from the dust. Min Cece stood there, looking at the empty doorway with a thoughtful look, thinking back on the exchange with Zhou Xing just now. In her eyes, there wasn't a hint of discouragement. Instead, her smile grew wider. Zhou Xing was nothing like what she had imagined. More interesting and harder to approach. This makes her curious about Zhou Xing, even more. It also reinforced her idea of getting to know Zhou Xing, always with a smile on his face, not the least bit embarrassed by the rejection. He came to the three roommates as if no one else was there, as if nothing had happened. Let's go see what's for dinner. The three roommates, too, felt a bit surprised by this behavior of Min Cece. This was completely different from the Min CCC they knew. It even feels a little strange. It was important to know that they had lived inside the dormitory with Min CC for 3 years, and there were countless boys who had pursued Min CC during the 3 years, but they were all rejected by her. Never seen her move on a boy. Today she just offered to come out for a walk and stop by the cafeteria for a bite to eat, but it didn't occur to her that her target was actually Zhou Xing, and so bold. When they were rejected, they were also calm and acted as if nothing had happened. The 3 roommates were all a bit hard to accept for a moment, but they subconsciously nodded and followed Min CC to the window, watching the backs of the 4 people ordering food. It took the crowd in the cafeteria a moment to come back to their senses, as if they were waking up from a dream. There was a look of shock in their gazes. Just saw something. The school goddess, Min CC, took the initiative to go to Zhou Xing and was actually rejected mercilessly. This Zhou Xing, what exactly is his origin? It was actually able to make Min CC put down her stance and remain indifferent under this kind of initiative. If they were in their place, even just a flash of smile from Min CC to them was enough for them to be excited for a long time. Zhou Xing could still bear to refuse. Inside the cafeteria, it was crowded. Another thing like this happened, involving 2 people who were still the talk of the town inside the school. One is a campus goddess. The other was Zhou Xing, the school grass who had just reported today and had made a name for himself, claiming to be the #1 freshman. No doubt about it. The news, with great speed, rushed to the school forum, and it quickly became a hot topic of discussion among them. Chapter 48, I'll be very annoyed if Zhou Xing is taken away from me. Dance goddess Min CC chases after freshman Zhou Xing but is rejected miserably. Shanghai City Conservatory of Music, Campus Forum. The post was met with a great response. Just under half an hour. The replies below the post came to several hundred floors. The goddess is confused. Damn you, Zhou Xing. I'm so jealous that I'm gnashing my back teeth. This is worse than killing me. Goddess, let's wake up. You come to me. I will never turn you down. How I wish I was Zhou Xing at this moment. The life of a high-flying handsome. We can't imagine it. Countless people who had crushes on Min CC had their hearts broken. Their unattainable goddess, facing Zhou Xing but being so proactive. The blow to them could not be described as big. Originally, he thought that Min CC was an exiled fairy who had descended to Earth and did not eat earthly food, without ever realizing that she could be this realistic. After seeing Zhou Xing with money, he took the initiative to pounce on him. Endless denigration ensued. 3 years of college without a boyfriend. Turns out you haven't waited until you're rich enough. Deserves to be rejected. Really think you can catch a rich man just because you look a little bit good? After 3 years on the end, I finally couldn't hold it in. So I guess the original is out. Your so-called goddess is nothing but a woman who sees money. This is now considered completely famous inside the school. Let's see how Min CC can still stay inside the school in the future. I guess she can't even stay. The fox didn't get caught, but got into trouble instead. The replies to the tirade are endless. While there were from those who hated each other out of love, most of them were the same girls. They were already jealous of Min CC. The fact that Min CC hasn't had a boyfriend in 3 years is just a pretense of innocence. In his heart, he was actually envious of Min CC's endless stream of suitors. Why should Min CC be held in such high esteem? Every time the campus voted for a goddess, she was highly voted for and ranked in the front row, high up in the boys' hearts. And they are the ones who have trouble even finding a decent boyfriend. Now Min CC's reputation had suffered a great deal of heavy damage. Where would they miss this perfect opportunity to fall on their asses? Have chosen to leave comments below the post, attacking Min CC. The extent of the speech was such that even some passers-by couldn't stand to watch and joined the fray afterward. Speaking for Min CC, inside the dormitory, the roommate wearing black-rimmed glasses, swiping the campus forum, but her face was furious. How can these people talk about Sure like that? It's just too much. It's not like she did anything wrong. Sure. Min CC, however, was lying on the bed, as if she didn't take those tirades to heart at all, with a breezy face. Seeing this, her roommate couldn't help but ask, Sure, aren't you angry at all when they scold you like that? Angry? Min CC calmly said, what do I have to be angry about? The mouth is on them. I can't stop them from doing what they want, and I can't lose a piece of meat if I'm scolded. But, the roommate couldn't help but say, there are more and more people cursing you, so you should at least come out and clarify, or else if you let it go on like this, your reputation in the school will be completely ruined. What's the point of clarification? Min CC's eyes flashed with disdain. People who want to scold you, how are they able to find a reason? I think these people are also usually endured for a long time, and now they finally found the opportunity, so they shall not be allowed to give vent to their anger. Wouldn't I be spoiling their fun by stepping up and posting now? Besides, even if I come out and explain, who will be able to listen? The roommate was silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Ugh. She looked at Min Cece with a somewhat complicated gaze. Cece, what you did today was indeed a bit hasty. You shouldn't be like this. In her opinion, Min Cece, even if her behavior today was a bit of gold worship, but there is no excuse. Just don't do it so blatantly, in front of the entire cafeteria, without hiding it at all. That's why it attracts so much criticism. Sloppy? Mincy shook her head. I don't think so. I thought the weekly walk was pretty interesting. At least it was interesting to go and make contact today. Min Cece had a smile in her eyes. Otherwise it would have been missed. That 4 years of college would have been a real regret in life if she didn't talk about her boyfriend. So why did it have to be him? The roommate was puzzled. There are so many good boys inside the school. If you want to talk about a boyfriend, with your condition, you can totally find one that meets your heart. Why bother to look for a freshman? What does a freshman have to do with it? Min Cece said in disbelief. He is handsome, young, and his family's condition is also good. As long as it's a girl, she will want to find such a boyfriend, right? Now that I've met it, why don't I be brave and wait until I've missed it before I regret it? Mincy appeared to be very frank and didn't hide anything at all. Her comment left her roommate speechless. She didn't know what to say either. Just thought, after 3 years of living with Mincy in college, she still didn't know each other at all. The appearance Min Cece presented today was completely something they had never seen before. It's really a bit strange. Dropping. Suddenly, Mincy's cell phone alarm went off. She glanced at the time and turned off the alarm clock. Then he got up and came down, took out a set of dance clothes in the locker, and was walking towards the dormitory door. The roommate glanced at Mincy with a look of wanting to say something. Eventually, she spoke up. Sure. You're going to teach a dance class again. You've taught more than 20 classes this week, and you're also working part-time at a milk tea store in the evening. Your body won't be able to handle it if you keep going like this. Why don't you take a few days off? There's no rush. And, the roommate hesitated for a moment before saying, the students at the school are a bit non-committal about you right now. Isn't it a good idea for you to go out now? Mincy's footsteps gave a slight lurch. Then she turned her head to look at her and smiled slightly. A smile that made even her roommate, a girl, look a little heartbroken. If we don't make some money as soon as possible, how are we going to deliver water to Zhou Xing during military training? Min Cece said. I'd be chagrined if Zhou Xing was snatched by another girl. With that said, she raised her head and walked away. Quiet dormitory room left. She was still the same Mincy, as spontaneous and direct as ever. Chapter 49, Destined to be Unhelpful. The next day, dawn. Zhou Xing snorted and drove the McLaren towards the school. Although the 3 people in the dormitory, Zhou Xing didn't put in his eyes nowadays, and the 3 of them didn't dare to do anything to themselves, and they were even more obedient, but he never had the idea of living in the dormitory. That's why I chose to stay over at Barbara's house last night. The 2 talked freely late into the night. Zhou Xing, who had slept for less than a few hours, was still a bit sleepy. It looks like, is going to have to buy a couple houses. Zhou Xing pondered. It's not the same thing to always reside on the little Barbie side of the house. In the future, if you don't live in the dormitory for a long time, you have to have a place of your own, and it's more convenient to hide a girl in a golden house like this. Consider for a moment. Zhou Xing's car, then, had driven straight through the school gate and into the school grounds. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at the time. 5:30. There's still time. Today is the first day of the school year for military training. While military training starts at 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Xing, who originally wanted to skip class directly, chose to give up the idea after considering it 3 times. After all, this looks like a life that only happens once. Besides, with the intensity of the military training at the Hucheng Conservatory, it wasn't that great. For Zhou Xing, who had been working out for half a month straight, all of this was just child's play. More like relax. It's also nice to enjoy campus life during military training. When school starts, he's going to get progressively busier. Not a moment too soon. Zhou Xing came to the 6th floor, 601 doorway. The door to the dormitory opened. Yang Zhenlong and the 3 of them had all woken up and were washed up and wearing their military training uniforms. Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan were there chatting about how they should be able to see a lot of beautiful women after the military training later. There was talking and laughing. Yang Zhenlong, however, sat on the sidelines and watched them blearily, but did not dare to interrupt. Brother Zhou, you're back? Yang Zhenlong's eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Xing appear at the entrance of his dormitory, and he greeted him with a smile on his face. After what happened yesterday, he had already been isolated by Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan, and the duo simply ignored him, causing him to fidget within this dormitory. The only way to solve the problem was to have a good relationship with Zhou Xing. It's the only way to be able to fit in completely. It's just that he waited all night and Zhou Xing didn't come back to the dormitory. Now that you have met the opportunity, you naturally have to cherish it. Yang Jinlong pointed to the military training uniforms that were neatly folded on Zhou Xing's table, and said with a slightly ingratiating smile, "Brother Zhou, I know you'll come back to get the military training uniforms, and I'm afraid that the time is so urgent that you won't be able to catch up, so I folded them ahead of time for you, so just wear them directly." "Aha," Zhou Xing faintly answered, expressionlessly picking up his military uniform, then walking towards the bathroom, changing his clothes. As for Yang Jinlong's currying favor, he readily accepted it, with no intention of pitying the other party at all. He is to blame for all of this. When Gong Yiluan and Zhang Su saw that Yang Jinlong had curried favor with Zhou Xing, but the other party did not take it very well, they snorted with a sneer in their eyes. He was in the way of Zhou Xing, who was also there, so he didn't speak out in mockery. Yang Jinlong, on the other hand, scratched his head, not knowing where he had gone wrong. He prepared it carefully, and Zhao Xing didn't seem very touched by it. Still so cold. Come to think of it, he didn't seem to have offended Zhou Xing either. It should be the reason that his character itself was rather cold. Thinking of this, Yang Jinlong felt much better. Indifference of character, then it also means that if it can be recognized by him, it's a good way to get on the bandwagon, and the friendship is much closer than that of an ordinary friend. Yang Jinlong was instantly filled with motivation, coldly looking at Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan. What these two had done today was memorized by him. When the day came, Zhou Xing recognized him. Then he will absolutely pay it back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A few minutes later, Zhou Xing changed into his military uniform and walked out. 6'5", head held high. Underneath the clothes, vaguely visible muscle lines emerged. The expression was bland, and that air of confidence that everything was under control floated. Nothing less than remarkable. Exclusion. Seeing this, Gong Yiluan couldn't help but give Zhou Xing a thumbs up. You're the only one who can look so handsome in military uniforms. More than a soldier, it's really a pity that you don't go to the entertainment industry with your looks. Zhang Su also chimed in. But, with your strength, you shouldn't be able to look at the entertainment industry either. Yang Jinlong wanted to please Zhou Xing, and the two of them were no exception. Although Zhang Su had some friction with Zhou Xing, he didn't think it was much of a thing. Zhou Xing's status and position was not comparable to theirs at all. If they could get on this huge ship, some of the resources it casually gave would be enough to multiply all of their family's assets several times over. Being roommates and being close to the water, with an opportunity like this, of course they wouldn't miss it. Having a good relationship with Zhou Xing would only have benefits and no disadvantages. Just, their plan, doomed to bankruptcy. Zhou Xing didn't pay any attention to their boasting, and instantly, he just took a step towards the dormitory door. Zhou Xing, wait for us, let's go together. Seeing this, Gong Yiluan and Zhang Su also hurriedly chased after him. Yang Jinlong was not shy either, but the weakly line seems to. There was no intention of waiting for them, walking alone in front of them. The three of them looked at Zhou Xing like this, and it was not good for them to rush up again, or else it would be a bit counterproductive to make people bored. Being roommates and spending a lot of time together anyway, they're in no hurry, just take your time, not a moment too soon. Zhou Xing then arrived at the military training square of the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music. It's a huge area. It was enough to accommodate all the freshman squads for military training here, so their school didn't need to organize themselves to go to a special place in the suburbs for military training as other schools did. The place had been packed for a long time, so it was all blue and white military uniforms, making it hard to tell them apart at all. Zhou Xing was ready to look for the square he was in, yet someone noticed him, and then couldn't help but shout, "Zhou Xing!" Then quite a few people in the square looked towards this side. Obviously they were all interested in this man of the hour who had resounded through the school and the freshmen by his reported name. There was a burst of whispering as he pointed at Zhou Xing. He's Zhou Xing. He doesn't look anything special. All two eyes, one nose and one mouth. Zhou Xing looks so handsome, worthy of being the #1 freshman. Even wearing a military uniform is so handsome. I want to go up and ask for contact information, but he's just too cold in character. Even Min Cc was rejected. Wouldn't it be a shame if I were rejected in public? Cold personality? I'm even more excited to hear you say that. It's like the bully has stepped out of a book. Actually, I won't hide it from you guys. Last night I looked at Zhou Xing's picture and keyed it for more than an hour. I couldn't hold back. I'm starting to understand Min Cc now. This kind of handsome and rich man. Who can resist? Zhou Xing ignored the voices and followed the guidelines, preparing to walk towards the square formation where he was. At this point, the crispness of one rang out. Zhou Xing, this way. Zhou Xing skimmed his head to see that in the shade of a tree in the distance, there stood a girl in a long white dress with long flowing hair who was smiling and waving at him. Chapter 50, I want to chase you. Min ZZ. Zhou Xing frowned, Why was this person here again? Yesterday, his refusal was already very unforgiving, but it didn't occur to him that Min CCC woke up in the morning as if nothing had happened. Min CCC kept waving at Zhou Xing there. However, Zhou Xing had no intention of going over. Min CC puffed out her mouth and covered her small skirt with some discouragement, jogging all the way over toward Zhou Xing's side. When it came to Zhou Xing, she was already panting a bit, breathing less evenly. A fine layer of sweat also appeared on the white forehead. Even at 6 o'clock in the morning, the temperature in Shanghai City was still a little high. Mincy, why is she here? After being scolded like that on the internet yesterday, how dare you still have the courage to come to Zhou Xing? They say she looks innocent, but it's all a lie. She was actually adopted by a rich man in high school. I see the post is saying that as long as there is money, can all adopt her? No wonder she was rejected by Zhou Xing and actually shyly came over to him. So persistent. It seems the rumors are true. Some of the older siblings said that Min Cici's family is not well off, and she often goes out for part-time jobs, and working at the school's milk tea store, so I guess she's very short of money. That's why she's so gold-digging. What's with the innocent-looking schoolmate who looks like such a person? And who knows? Knowing people. The freshmen, who were preparing for military training, also noticed this side. When they saw Min Cici appear once more, they couldn't help but start talking. The voices, though, are more whispered, but both Min Cici and Zhou Xing heard it, and Min Cici looked bashful, as if she hadn't heard those voices, tilting her head to look at Zhou Xing. I called you just now. Why didn't you even answer me for a second? Forcing me to have no choice but to run to you in person. Zhou Xing looked at Min Cici's face that was not powdered, but also pure and lovely, and then pointed at the people who were discussing it and said, what are they talking about? Campus forum. He's not concerned, so never went up to see it. So naturally I didn't know some of the things that were happening. Just from the words of these people, he was able to hear. It seemed that Min CCC had been scolded, and scolded badly. The reason for this had a lot to do with himself, and it was because of Min Cici seen in the cafeteria yesterday that he had attracted all sorts of talk. Instead, Min Cici said with a smile on her face, you're concerned about me? He. Min Cici lowered her head in a shy manner, and said with delight in her tone, I'm still a bit weirdly embarrassed. Not giving Zhou Xing a chance to speak, Min Cici took out a cup of milk tea from the back and handed it to Zhou Xing. Knowing that you're in military training today, and that the first day is probably going to be very uncomfortable and hard, I've prepared a cup of milk tea for you, and you should be able to relieve yourself of the heat if you drink it. Hurry up and take it. It's a bit icy. It's weirdly cold after holding it for so long. Mincy snapped. Zhou Xing looked at the cup of milk tea that was still steaming cold, and instead of extending his hand, he asked, what exactly do you want to do? He asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Mincy was acting a little too perversely. She was neither the pure gold-digging type of woman nor a nymphomaniac. Mincy on the contrary is still smart. Someone as intelligent and good-looking as her had absolutely no need to be so forthcoming. Girls like them are better at waiting to be actively pursued. So, Zhou Xing couldn't see through what Min Cici was really thinking. I want to chase you, Min Cici said with a matter-of-fact face. Could it be that I haven't shown enough obviousness? But I've made it clear. I know. Before Zhou Xing could finish his words, he was interrupted by Min Cici. It's like you said yesterday. Whether I look good or not, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. By the same token, it's my business to pursue you, as long as I'm not harassing you and interfering with your normal life. Min Cici blinked her eyes in a playful manner. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't affect my pursuit of you. And, I'm still your schoolmate. Being pursued by a girl like me should be a great fulfillment in any boy's heart, right? Min Cici said. I didn't affect you either. I just brought you a cup of milk tea. You shouldn't reject me, right? Just take it. Min Cici urged. If you don't keep it, I'll drink milk tea and get fat. And throw. It's a bit too wasteful. Zhou Xing gazed at Min Cici, but the latter always kept her gaze, her face still brimming with a moving smile, like a sunflower in full bloom. Zhou Xing finally, still a little soft, he held out his right hand, then took the milk tea. Thanks. Min Cici looked at the cup of milk tea in Zhou Xing's hand, but she unconsciously gulped. Insert the straw into the cup. Zhou Xing bit down on the straw and took a sip. The milk tea, cold with a hint of sweetness, fills the mouth. He hadn't eaten breakfast, so a cup of milk tea would be nice before military training. The whole thing is much more refreshed. How's that? Is it good? Seeing that Zhou Xing didn't reject his milk tea, Min Cici immediately asked happily, this is a flavor that I carefully selected. It tastes great. I just don't know if you like it. Zhou Xing was not a saint. Faced with a youthful, good-looking girl in front of her, 100 times to please, the heart will also be moved. It's not bad. It's quite tasty. Zhou Xing's tone also eased a few points. It's good enough to drink. Min Cici's eyes were bent into a crescent moon, her happiness visible to the naked eye. If you like it, I'll continue to buy it for you later. No need. Zhou Xing subconsciously wanted to refuse. Min Cici, however, didn't even care about him. Then it's a pleasant deal. I'll bring you milk tea later. I'll leave you to your military training. Min Cici stretched out her small white hand and shook her head in front of his eyes. I'll leave first. Then the head tossed and the long hair fell away, only leaving Zhou Xing with a back shadow. He carried his hands behind his back and left Zhou Xing's line of sight cheerfully. Zhou Xing held the milk tea in his hand. The look was a little complicated. Without saying anything more, he turned and returned to his square. Suddenly something seemed to come to mind. Grabbing his cell phone, he boarded the campus forum and flipped up a thread. Take a closer look. Then he locked the screen again and slipped the phone back into his pocket with a grimace. Things started because of him, but looking at Min Ccc didn't seem to be affected, and I don't know if it's because she doesn't care per se, or if it's just a natural camouflage for girls. Zhou Xing thought between. Their instructor had appeared before them. Chapter 51, 3 human kinds of people have not learned. The instructor stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. He was dark-skinned and couldn't tell his age. Slate face, eyes on the crowd. The students were unconsciously quiet and subconsciously stood up straight. With some trepidation, he surreptitiously surveyed the instructor in front of him, with more curiosity and apprehension in his mind. Zhou Xing, however, knew. This instructor in front of me is not a real soldier. His name was Huang Hui, a member of the instructor team of the Huqing Conservatory of Music, a junior this year. Each year, the HCC Conservatory of Music assembles a team of instructors. They are militarized as well as trained on a daily basis. Then at the time of the coming year, then they will be responsible for the military training of the new students. Most of the instructors, again, were students, and treated the students with a relatively easygoing manner, without any attitude, getting along. It's also more pleasant. 15 days of military training will even create deep friendships with these people. It's possible to become good friends after military training. Similarly, there are some people, self-esteem is high. It is even more so when it comes to intentionally suppressing freshmen, thus highlighting their status. While the new students were getting more and more lousy, they were inwardly pleased with themselves. Huang Hui is a good example of this. In a previous life, when he was in charge of Zhou Xing Square, he posed the instructor's spectrum to the extreme. On the one hand, by virtue of their status as instructors, they are putting the screws to the freshmen. The slightest misstep is a thunderous chastisement. Class push-ups and running the playground were just routine. It's also extremely common to get handsy and have someone come out alone to get beat up and be the butt of everyone's jokes, striking at the other person's self-esteem, treating ordinary-looking girls harshly. When confronted with a little bit of beauty, they take advantage of the opportunity to teach and openly create opportunities for physical contact. The students in military training are all freshmen, not even realizing that the instructor in front of him was just a fellow student. First-timer. The heart is timid, so as long as they don't go too far, they basically choose to tolerate it. There are also many whose families are extremely well off and grew up in fine clothes. When have they ever suffered such treatment and rebelled with indignation? Instead, Huang Hui would join forces with other well-connected instructors and punch and kick them. Then it was reported to the school and the other party had a bad attitude and refused to cooperate with the military training. School discipline, or even expulsion. It left them with no choice but to swallow the breath. Huang Hui, on the other hand, was even more intensified, without any concealment, giving these so-called prickly students all sorts of difficulties. Answer that. Those with a little power want to use it every now and then. 3 parts of the person did not learn, but 7 parts of the behavior is played to the fullest. The bad habits to learn extremely proficient. After the end of the military training in his previous life, the freshmen who had suffered a lot of anger, when they learned that Huang Hui was just an ordinary junior student, they were immediately enraged and felt that they had been greatly insulted. Then, Huang Hui was inexplicably beaten and lay in the hospital for more than a month. Just after recovering from being discharged from the hospital, he was beaten into the hospital again with his head covered. Huang Hui is scared by the beating, opted out and then never heard from him again. But that was also after military training. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, and already had a decision in his mind. When military training is over in the morning, then find a way to get out of this military training. Huang Hui stood above and looked at these new students, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Hui. Starting today, for 15 days of military training, I will be your instructor. In my place. There is no reason, there is no way, there is only one thing you need to do, and that is to obey me absolutely. Huang Hui's voice was loud and clear. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I say you're pigs, you can't say you're dogs. Do you hear me? Heard that. A few responsive voices rang out sparsely among the crowd. It seems like you guys don't take my words too seriously. Ha! Huang Hui's fingers pulled out his ears. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, but his eyes revealed a touch of coldness. Since this is the case, then all of them, everyone, 10 laps around the playground. Immediately. The team was in some commotion. The people looked at each other. Everyone was young and energetic young people. Facing Huang Hui as soon as he came up, he gave them a downward spiral, and 10 laps around the playground. This is a formal university playground. A circle has a full 800 meters. 10 laps down. If you don't die, you'll lose your skin. Instructor, with a young man with dyed yellow hair stood out. A face of indignation said, other team instructors are letting them introduce themselves, play some small games, and get to know each other. How to us here? Once they come is to run 10 laps. Inside the square, there are still so many girls, and most of them did not eat breakfast. 10 laps down. Not many people can stand it. If this runs out of steam, what about the rest of military training? His words were instantly echoed by everyone. That's right. We're here for military training, not to be dogs. Even if you're an instructor, there's no reason for this. Huang Hui's face sank as he sniffed. Are you questioning me? Am I the instructor or are you the instructors? Remember, you're under me, not the rest of the party, and if you don't want to be here, that's your business, and you can choose to leave at any time. Huang Hui had a contemptuous smile on his face. Of course, you can also try and see if the other squads will choose to accept you. So don't come to blame me if you don't have anyone who wants you. Can't complete your military training? And even the normal start of the school year is affected. A blatant threat. For the freshmen, however, the results were remarkable. After all, even students from extremely outstanding families, if their families know that they have been expelled from school, they will not be able to avoid a beating when they return. Huang Hui saw the students gradually quieting down. The disdain in his eyes intensified by a few points. Stay here with me, then obey all my orders. I don't care what happens to others. At least here, my words are absolute authority. That little yellow hair, since you're so willing to be in the limelight, then you'll be the one to take the punishment in place of all the students. Huang Hui pointed to the yellow hair who started talking. You go run 10 laps. On what grounds? Yellow hair also came into a temper and glared angrily at Huang Hui. Huang Hui, however, suddenly stormed out. Quickly arriving in front of yellow hair, he punched him in the face and then landed a heavy leg kick. A hard kick to yellow hair's stomach. Yellow hair fell to the ground instantly from the pain. Huang Hui had his hands behind his back and looked at him with a cold gaze. I'll give you two choices. Either run 10 laps obediently for me now, or get out of the square, and I'll report to the school on your refusal to fulfill your military training obligations without any details. Chapter 52. Aren't you forgetting something? Yellow hair lay on the ground, his fists clenched tightly, veins emerging from his forehead as he stared angrily at Huang Hui. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever suffered such treatment from his privileged family? But he also didn't dare to take his future diploma and gamble with Huang Hui. After a few moments of silence, you wait. Yellow hair stood up, and after dropping a line at Huang Hui, he chose to grit his teeth and run 10 laps around the playground. It's not certain who waits for whom. Huang Hui looked at Huang Mao's figure and sneered. He's a very vindictive man. 15 days is a long time. There's plenty of opportunity to properly clean up yellow hair. Huang Hui turned around. The freshmen were a little chilled. They also didn't expect Huang Hui to be so bold as to dare to punch and kick the freshmen. And this scene also shocked them. Huang Hui saw the awe in their gazes and revealed a satisfied smile. That was the effect he wanted to see. I know. You guys are definitely not convinced in your hearts. Huang Hui looked around. After all, those who can come here are mostly the existence of prominent families. And as far as I know, someone came on the first day of the report in a supercar. High profile. You grew up in fine clothes, living a life of high status and honor. But it doesn't work with me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a family like this. Huang Hui let out a light laugh. Even if your family is good, it's useless here in my place. Because this is a university. A place to teach and educate people. Not a place for you to be here, flaunting your family's wealth and attracting girls' attention. Even if you guys are not convinced, you should hold it in for me. Don't ever let me see it. Otherwise I don't mind educating you properly for your family, so that you can collect yourself and can study in peace. Huang Hui bellowed. Do you hear me? The new student was extremely quiet and didn't make any noise. Their gazes were coincidentally all directed towards Zhou Xing, who stood in the very back row. Huang Hui's words, although they were directed at all of them, as long as they were clear-eyed, They were all able to understand that it was pretty much left to naming and shaming. It was clearly running towards Zhou Xing. One was an instructor, and the other was a popular freshman with extremely mysterious origins. They also wanted to know exactly what Zhou Xing's attitude would be like. If they could suppress this instructor's arrogance, then they would definitely raise their hands in approval. That's why they were all in the mindset of watching the show and were extremely excited about what was going to happen next. Zhou Xing's expression also went cold. He had always watched with cold eyes because with Huang Hui's demeanor, sooner or later, someone would have to clean him up, so he didn't want to bother. Anyway, in the afternoon, he won't be around much longer. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this Huang Hui in front of him wasn't prepared to let him spend a morning in peace. Hear that? Huang Hui raised the volume again. The crowd looked at Zhou Xing, who frowned and didn't say anything, and the rest of them did the same, all choosing to remain silent. Zhou Xing stepped forward. Within Huang Hui's gaze, there was a coldness that radiated through his eyes as he straightaway locked onto Zhou Xing, who was standing at the very back. Zhou Xing didn't choose to move, but stood still. Huang Hui's eyes already carried a hint of anger as he arrived in front of Zhou Xing. I told you to step out. Are you deaf? Zhou Xing, however, only glanced at him faintly, the gaze that didn't even put him in his eyes, but it deeply pierced Huang Hui's pride. He came to the Hucheng Conservatory of Music, where his family's ordinary background made him seem out of place among a group of rich young men, and caused him to have an inferiority complex. So Huang Hui chose to enroll in the extremely difficult conditions of the instructor team. First time leading a team sophomore year, he then turned his inner inferiority complex into hostility and vented it all in the freshman military training. Those who are rich are even more of a target for him to focus on. Huang Hui suddenly realized, normally those rich people that he could only look up to and stand tall were just ordinary people, and when they faced him, they were even more lowly. Huang Hui's vanity was greatly satisfied. After that, he became even more aggressive, and the rich young men all chose to tolerate it, fueling his anger more and more. So what if he's rich, but he's still being trained like a good obedient dog? During military training, he was the absolute dictator, in control of everything. Do whatever you want. Zhou Xing, he had noticed it a long time ago. Min Cc, also the one Huang Hui has been crushing on. On his first day of college, he saw Mincy and fell in love. It was only because of his low self-esteem that caused him to have been afraid to get in touch with Min Cc, resulting in 3 years of not even saying a word to Min Cc. When he saw that Min Cc took the initiative to pursue Zhou Xing, and was still miserably rejected, he was angry to the core. Why should these rich people, who can easily get what he can only dream of, not cherish it? More and more, his hatred of the rich was aroused. When he saw Zhou Xing's name, it appeared on the list of squares he was responsible for. Huang Hui was excited. He wanted to trample Zhou Xing to the ground ruthlessly, letting everyone see that this freshman no. 1. So what? Let Min Cc show that Zhou Xing is not qualified to compare with him except for being rich. That's why he couldn't wait for military training to begin. It was just that his various actions only received a flat look from Zhou Xing. There was no contempt or looking down in those eyes. Some of them were just light, in an overlooking position, as if they were just looking at a mole cricket jumping up and down. He joined the instructors and spent 2 years building up his confidence. In front of these eyes, all pretenses were completely useless, and were dismantled in an instant. It was as if he had gone back to the first time he entered the school. With that low self-esteem and helplessness, Huang Hui was furious, disobeying an instructor's orders and treating military training like child's play. Huang Hui roared, "Now, get down on the ground. 100 fist push-ups. I want to see the skin on your hands. What are you?" Zhou Xing sneered. Originally he didn't even want to pay attention to this kind of person, because a person like Huang Hui was just a pathetic clown. Someone would naturally clean him up. It wasn't Zhou Xing's turn to make a move at all, and he didn't have the qualifications to do so. What? Huang Hui froze, thinking that he had misheard. From the time he joined the instructor team and started military training for new students, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. You really think you're a soldier when you put on a military uniform and join the instructor team? Zhou Xing smiled contemptuously. Huang Hui, haven't you forgotten something? You're just an ordinary student in the junior music department of the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music. Do you really think that after wearing this outfit for a long time, you're a real soldier? Chapter 53 Bugs, just run them over. Wow. This statement was made. The freshmen were in an uproar. There was a look of shock in their gazes. This instructor, who is not a real soldier from the army, is just an ordinary college student with an aim, just like them. The furious Huang Hui was also like being poured a pot of ice water, instantly calming down. His anger no longer. He looked incredulously at Zhou Xing in front of him. How did Zhou Xing know? Keep in mind that the school never divulges their identities. or any information about the instructor team. The purpose is to, among other things, keep the freshman in a state of awe in the midst of military training. Instead of suffering any repercussions for what he did last year, he was praised by name by his teachers at school. It also fueled his anger. Let him feel free to do whatever he wants this year. Just, Zhou Xing's words knocked him back to his original form. I don't know what you're talking about. Huang Hui hurriedly rebuked angrily. All I know is that right now, my status is that of your instructor, and you must obey my orders. In the words, inexplicably, there was a little less bottom, not as loud as it was at the beginning. Huang Hui was flustered. All of his confidence came from his status as an instructor. Now that the identity no longer works, then he will be an ordinary student who is not yet out in society, and still a more vulnerable student than many. Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. It's okay, you can deny it. He patted Huang Hui's shoulder, then leaned over to its ear and whispered, I know in my heart what kind of person you are. We could have been at peace with each other. What you did, although disgusting, has nothing to do with me. These 15 days of military training, you do your instructor, enjoying the vanity that your status brings to you. Crushing a stinker like you will only make me feel sick to my stomach. But, your behavior made me change my mind. And since you're a bedbug, it's better to simply crush it. Zhou Xing looked calm, loosened his grip, and looked down at Huang Hui. Get lost. Huang Hui subconsciously stepped aside in a daze. Zhou Xing then took off his hat and left the playground straight away. Huang Hui stood still for a long time. When he woke up, realizing that Zhou Xing had long since disappeared, Huang Hui hurriedly turned his head to look at those new students, but found that on these people's faces, the initial half-fear was completely gone, replaced by various sneers. He inwardly thumped. A bad feeling rose. There was some steep regret in his heart. He couldn't see any difference between Zhou Xing and those rich people among the freshmen he used to train, because 100 million and a billion are both equally out of his reach. So he took it for granted that even if Zhou Xing was even richer, he would still have no room for resistance in front of himself. Until now, he realized he was very wrong. Zhou Xing knew his information like the back of his hand, which was no longer something an ordinary rich man could do. Recalling Zhou Xing's words earlier, he was a little worried. I don't think so. Huang Hui hastily consoled himself. Zhou Xing was rich, but he wasn't a relative of the principal, so how could he possibly dictate the attitude of the school administration? Even if he had gone a little too far, there was no way the school would come and punish himself for that. Instead, he was able to take Zhou Xing's disobedience to the instructor's orders and report it to the school. There's no chance the other side will be disciplined. Thinking of this, Huang Hui was slightly relieved. He coughed a bit, then reopened his face and said to the freshman, Zhou Xing, he has repeatedly contradicted the instructors, and is even talking nonsense and ignoring the military training. Such unorganized and undisciplined behavior. I will report it to the school later on, and what will greet him will only be a disciplinary action or even expulsion. Remember who I am. I am your instructor. Unless you all want to be expelled just like Zhou Xing, then listen to me obediently. After Huang Hui finished his words, there was silence below. He had thought that this way he could undo the loss of temper he had just experienced, but having already seen what he was really like, the freshmen looked at him as if they were looking at a clown. Department of Music, Dean's office. Zhou Xing stood at the door and knocked. Enter. A voice came from inside. Zhou Xing then pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside the office, sitting there was a middle-aged man of about 40 or 50 years of age with a slightly chubby physique. His hair is thinning and gray, and he wears black-rimmed glasses. Sitting there with his head down looking at the papers in his hand, Zhou Xing didn't have any constraints, and sat himself down on the sofa and waited patiently. After a while, Dean looked up. Upon realizing that it was the young-looking Zhou Xing, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. You are? Hello Dean. I'm freshman Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing stood up and introduced himself to the dean. Freshman? The dean frowned. By all rights, shouldn't you be in military training right now? Coming to me? Is there something going on? It's like this. Zhou Xing smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, although I have just arrived at the school as a new student of the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music, it hasn't been long since I arrived, but the school's rules and concepts have captivated me and given me a strong sense of belonging. Being my alma mater and needing to spend 4 light years here in the future, I want to progress with this school as well. It just so happens that I have a little bit of ability, so I wanted to do my bit for the school. Zhou Xing said indifferently, I'm going to donate $5 million to the school as an expression of my respect for the school, and I don't know how to go about it, so I've come to trouble the dean. 5 million? The dean's eyes moved slightly as he sniffed, then he sat down to take a closer look at Zhou Xing. Another nod, a look of relief. As a student of the school will surely all be happy that you have this intention. Just, without moving, the dean asked, This donation, is it your idea? Or your parents'? Of course I do. So on your parents' side, Zhou Xing laughed. Dean can rest assured. This cost, I can still make the decision. Do not need to go through my parents' consent. Full power to me to do it. Dean's eyes brightened a few points and a slight smile began to appear on his face. Then he got up and came to sit in front of Zhou Xing. Tentatively, he asked, donating $5 million for no reason at all. Is there any claim on your side? Actually, the claim is still a little bit there. Zhou Xing was also blunt. Of course most of them still want the school to grow better. Oh, Dean said. Tell me about it. Chapter 54, Insatiable Greed. Dean. Zhou Xing spoke. My family gave me some money so that I could go into a small business and give it a good try while I was in college. As I'm sure you're aware. Zhou Xing looked at the dean. Once business gets busy, there won't be that much free time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of some of my studies, so I'll have to ask the dean to be accommodating in this regard. Dean understood instantly. Zhou Xing this is not wanting to participate in military training. He wasn't surprised. There are a handful of freshmen who come to my door every year because of this. These rich kids, who are used to being lazy in their day-to-day lives, where can they bear the pain of military training? $5 million in donations just to waive military training. Dean was a little stumped. Without moving, he looked at the Patek Philippe watch on Zhou Xing's hand. The sparkling diamonds are a bit dazzling. He licked his lips. The color of greed flickered in his eyes. It was easy to come up with $5 million, which was obviously easy for Zhou Xing. If only more donations could be taken out of him. Such a large amount of money, though, was certainly not going to reach him. With the school authorities taking over full control, there's no chance there will even be a dedication ceremony for Cao Xing. But, as long as one of the accounts passes through his hands, it's like taking meat from the fridge and putting it back. The meat is intact. He still gets some grease and meat on his hands. More or less. Dean's mind came alive. The only way to get more oil on his hands is to have a larger number. Dean internal pondering. The surface but did not show any expression. Is still smiling, like a practical for the students concerned about the appearance of the teacher. Military training this thing. I'm afraid some difficult to do. Zhou Xingyu, as a member of our school, should also be able to understand that the principal of our school is from a military background. That's why he brought this philosophy into the school. The military spirit to educate people. Zhou Xing nodded. These he certainly understood. That's why we formed a team of instructors and militarized them, with the aim of setting an example for the students that even if they go into the arts, they should be disciplined, sharpen their will, and build up their physique. The dean said, the military soul nurtures people throughout our school's philosophy, and this military training is the top priority. The HCMC Conservatory has been enforcing this policy for decades now, and it runs deep. The dean frowned and said, trying to seek a special exception is just too difficult. This claim of yours, student Zhou, is really a bit less than desirable. Zhou Xing, however, heard a hint of clues from this dean's words. Not so much. That also means that it's not that it can't be done, but that there's not enough leverage. He looked at the bald dean in front of him and sneered in his heart. 5 million won't even be enough to stuff his mouth. The appetite is a little too big. Zhou Xing was displeased in his heart, but he didn't show it and said with a slight smile, it just so happens that the dean mentioned the instructor team. And I have one more thing. When the principal set up the instructor team, the original intention was definitely good, to choose a group of students, as role models among them, to enhance the cohesion of the whole school. Just, Zhou Xing turned his words around, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds, and among the students, they are not all those who are at ease with their studies and seek advancement. Instructor team, but there are a lot of dregs, relying on the hands of a little power, as a new student military training instructor, is wanton, often on the students to scold and insult, will be the sacred military training, turned into a stage for him to drive the right to act badly to the extreme. Zhou Xing said, we must also trouble the dean to report this matter to the school, and properly investigate the instructor team thoroughly. Absolutely cannot allow this kind of person to exist, otherwise the military training that the school has carefully organized will not only fail to serve any purpose, but will instead cause a great deal of resentment among the students, which will not be conducive to the unity of the school. Dean looked solemn. There is such a thing? Zhou Xing didn't say anything. Before he didn't dare to guarantee it, but now he was basically sure that this dean definitely knew something, but he didn't even bother. Maybe he's a man who, for his own performance, it would also strongly encourage the instructors to do so, in cahoots, with them, and without enough backbone. Where would someone like Huang Hui get the courage to deal with the freshmen? Aren't you afraid that the freshmen will completely revolt and make a scene? In his previous life, Zhou Xing did not have any contact with the dean and did not know much about his person. Now after a little contact, I realize that this old thing, too, is not a good person. Compared to Huang Hui's kind of blatant, his kind was what truly ate people without spitting out bones. If the school can thoroughly investigate the instructor team and strictly screen the personnel, I am willing to add another $5 million, a total of $10 million, to be donated to the school free of charge, and I won't have any recourse as to what the school uses it for. Zhou Xing opened his mouth. $10 million. The dean's eyes flickered, obviously a bit impressed, but eventually he composed himself. Instructor, this matter, even if there is no donation, you can rest assured. I will also report it to the school and deal with it. This concerns all the new students, as well as our school's teaching philosophy. We absolutely cannot let him have any problems. The dean said righteously. As the dean, it is my duty to not allow any of the scum to maim our new students. Alas. Abruptly, Dean sighed. I'm ashamed to say that I should have been responsible for what happened. I am determined not to let this unethical wind continue to blow. The dean hypocritically said. It's just that. The instructor team is handled directly by the university, and I, as the dean, don't have any right to interfere, and when it's reported up, I don't know how long it will take to get something done. Student Joe, although you are willing to donate $10 million without compensation, this hard I'm going to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the school. After all, there are too few students like you who have a heart for the school. The dean let out another long sigh. Unfortunately, this number seems to be very large, but for the entire school, it's just like one cow and one hare. It simply can't cause any attention on the school side, or else you'd be able to take the opportunity to bring up something about the instructor team, and I'm sure that they'd be able to deal with it right away. Oh, Zhou Xing crossed his legs and sat paralyzed on the sofa. Then Dean, how much do I need to donate in order to get the attention of the university to straighten out the instructor team? He had a smile on his face, but his gaze was a cold one. This Dean had an appetite beyond his imagination and was simply insatiable. His patience, it was completely worn out. The dean pretended to be contemplative for a moment, then shook his head again and said, this shouldn't be your responsibility. After all, it belongs to the school. Student Joe, don't worry, even if it takes a long time, I will report it to the university. The instructors team will definitely straighten things out and give all you freshmen a clean slate. Zhou Xing laughed. The dean's official hand, playing can be said to be out of the ordinary, pure fire. By the time he goes to make the rectification, he probably won't have any messages until he graduates from college. It's okay. Zhou Xing waved his hand and said, Dean, feel free to say, whether the number is something I can bear or not, I will decide. When the dean heard this, the old man that he was, he couldn't suppress his inner elation somewhat. His face muscles moved, then opened his palms. $50 million. I guess that's about right. Zhou Xing sniffed. His face instantly sank, and he quickly got up, his foot stepping on the coffee table, and grabbed the dean by the collar. The eyes were cold. Old mongrel, did I give you a fucking face? Chapter 55. Let's see who gets out first. Insatiable old mongrel. Give you a few colors and you started dying session. Think everyone is that stupid to be fooled by you? Really think I don't have a temper, don't you? Zhou Xing yanked on the other party's collar with a forceful tug. The dean, who was sitting there, immediately stumbled and almost fell to the ground in a heap. He would not have wanted this. Campus corruption. Instructor brutality. These have essentially nothing to do with him. The implications are too complex. But the dean's face really made him look a little bad. Huang Hui is certainly detestable. All he can do is bully the freshmen during military training, while the greasy and obese middle-aged man in front of him. But as a party dean, under the management of the entire music department, tens of thousands of students, his every move and word is relevant to his students. In his position, but not in his job. Corpuscles, instead of thinking about how to benefit the students, all they think about is dirty and nasty and how to enrich themselves. This kind of person, inside the school, is a complete tumor. There is enough unfairness in real life as it is. The other party is a teacher, but he still has to put his hand on the students, making this ivory tower, adding countless bad odors. Even Zhou Xing, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, could not be indifferent when faced with such a person. Anger raged in his heart. The dean also did not anticipate that Zhou Xing would suddenly storm out. Reacting, he did his best to struggle away, but he is old, and usually negligent of sports, addicted to alcohol, sex and wealth. And how can be a young and victorious Zhou Xing rival? With all his strength, Zhou Xing's hand was like an iron hoop, firmly grasping his collar and not moving. It didn't help that Dean's face was red, unbridled. His face quickly sank and he slapped his hand on the sofa, saying angrily, I'm your dean, and you, as a student, not only don't have the slightest bit of respect for your teacher, but instead, you dare to make a move on me. Your behavior is so bad that it's to the extreme that I'm going to report it to the school and give you disciplinary action. Just you? Zhou Xing heard it, but with a sneer. He said, being a teacher and still holding a high position, the instructor's team bullied the freshman recklessly, and you turned a deaf ear and condoned it below, not working for the welfare of the students, but only thinking about how to collect money. Zhou Xing slapped the dean's face. Really think I don't know what you're playing at, and you really dare to ask? $50 million for you. Do you have the ability to eat it? And not afraid of rising up? Dean's face changed for a moment as he sniffed. His expression gradually calmed down and he let out a long sigh. Student Joe, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? The $50 million I'm proposing, that's just to help you with your claim. After all, this is a donation, which is the responsibility of the university from start to finish, and has nothing to do with me at all. The dean intoned. How can I profit from you as a freshman? As a dean, it is my duty to solve problems for students. The matter of the instructor team, I have nothing to hide. It's not that I don't want to take care of it. It's true that there's no way to do so, and I feel deeply guilty about it, and have promised you that I will definitely report it to the university. As for whether or not they will deal with it or how long it will take, I'm just a dean, and I really don't have the ability to solve it. Besides, whether to donate or not is your freedom. I have no right to interfere. From beginning to end is also by you to make a claim. I want to find a way to solve it for you it is not at all possible to hit you donate the idea. The dean took a deep breath, then said, of course, this matter I also have the responsibility. Maybe where I said not too right. Let you misunderstanding, cause you so angry. As a young man fire a little bit are very normal. I also as the past person, can understand. If there's any misunderstanding, let's just sit down and talk it out slowly. You let go first. If the donation thing doesn't work, we'll figure out something else together. What do you think? Zhou Xing looked at the dean performing there, but he burst into a cold laugh. Misunderstanding? Worthy of being the dean for so many years? His hand of Tai Chi was out of this world. There is nothing at all to be found in the words. The inexperienced may even wonder if they have really misunderstood each other. But it's not that good of a trick. The dean's nature you have not learned. Shirking responsibility. You are extremely good at it. The average person might listen to you and be fooled by you. Zhou Xing. Seeing that his words had no effect on Zhou Xing, the dean's expression was also a bit huffy, and his tone intensified. Do you know what you're doing right now? As well as what the consequences of this matter will be? Breaking into the dean's office, making a move on me, and I'm your dean as well as considered your teacher. All of this is enough to give you a major demerit, or even expulsion. Your parents made you come to school so that you could learn, not to be here disrespecting your teachers and acting recklessly. After the dean finished, he persuaded bitterly, if you let go now, I can forgive you. Young people make mistakes, especially you as a freshman. These are normal, but if you are stubborn, then don't blame me for dealing with you severely. You don't want your parents to see you expelled or even have a record. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. The soft ones didn't work. Now you're starting to come hard, aren't you? Zhou Xing, don't go astray. The dean's face sank again and he lost his patience. I'm issuing a warning to you now. The words were not yet finished. He then realized that Zhou Xing clenched his fists and kept enlarging them in front of him. It finally hit him hard in the face. There was a click. Broken nose. The blood soared wildly. The dean's pig-killing screams were emitted. He did not expect that Zhou Xing would actually dare to make a move against him. He covered his nose as blood flowed out from the cracks of his hands, and the intense pain he felt almost made him so angry that his hands were trembling as he pointed at Zhou Xing. How dare you make a move on a teacher? Students like you who are lawless, deceitful, and have no respect for their teacher's character don't deserve to be in our school at all. I'm going to expel you. Keeping people like you inside the school will only discredit the school. The dean was furious. I will also call the police, so that you will be sanctioned by the law, to see your future. There are still schools that will admit scum like you. Security, Dean yelled. Somebody, pop. Zhou Xing smacked back the dean's words. His gaze was stern. Having reached this point, this fellow actually thought of threatening others, treating them as if they were 3 years old. With a casual push of Zhou Xing's hand, the dean fell to the ground as if he was throwing trash. He was panting heavily, dripping blood and looking hideous. Zhou Xing tidied up his clothes and made sure that they were not stained with blood before he leisurely sat down on the sofa and looked at the other party with a calm face. Introducing myself once again. My name is Zhou Xing, and my father's name is Zhou Jianpain. It doesn't matter if you don't know my dad. I'll give you time to find out. And of course you can take that time to go to the police or discipline me. But we can try and see who gets the hell out of school first. Chapter 56, Protective Parents. The weekly action was real fire. Since this dean is going to use his power to oppress people, then Zhou Xing will have some fun with him. Look at who's really in the background. Be a little more hardcore. His family, though, is not enough to see eye to eye within China. But against a district dean, that was still more than enough. Zhou Xing swaggered away from the dean's office. Walk out the door. He then pulled out his cell phone. Dialed a number for Zhou Jianping. Do. The phone rang 3 times and the other side picked up. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Zhou Jianping's voice came out from the middle of the phone. Is it that there is no money on your body and you don't dare to look for your mom? So you hit on the idea of coming to me. Dad. It's like this. Zhou Xing straight away told what happened today. One by one. There was no cover-up, including the fact that he made a move on Dean. When Zhou Xing finished speaking, Zhou Jianping on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are you injured?" "No." Zhou Xing shook his head. "That's okay." Zhou Jianping muttered in a low voice before saying, "Well, I know." "Good." Zhou Xing also responded. The other end hung up. The corner of Zhou Xing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Communication between father and son is so simple and direct that it rarely lasts more than a few minutes. Just get the meaning across. The rest of the matter didn't need Zhou Xing to worry about at all. Zhou Jianping's words were already obvious, letting him study at ease and proving that he would personally take care of the next matter. With Zhou Jianping stepping in, all things naturally settled. He had thought about it from the time he was ready to do it. He basically stood on the side of reason, even if his parents knew about it. According to Zhou Xing's understanding of them, he would not hesitate to stand on his side. Zhou Xing did not guess wrong. Zhou Jianping, although brief and concise, but also did not think that there was something wrong with his behavior. No matter how much their life trajectory changes, they are still the same protective parents. No change. Inside the dean's office, Dean crawled up covered in blood and looked a little intimidated. The injuries he sustained, however, were not fatal and were not life-threatening. He was more angry. A freshman who actually dared to take a shot at his dean and beat him up like this. It's simply lawless. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and was ready to call the security guards to get Zhou Xing under control first, lest he escape. Take your time to clean each other up afterward. As the dean, it was too easy to clean up a freshman. Just as quickly as the cell phone had dialed out, he hung up again. In his mind, he recalled Zhou Xing's words before he left. The other party's level of calmness was beyond his imagination. Anyone who dares to treat himself like this and doesn't see a hint of panic on his face is either emboldened or a psychopath. With his contact with Zhou Xing, not only is the other guy not stupid, he's smart. The Patek Philippe he was wearing was also proving that he was not from a small source. Dean just felt his head swell up a little and he had a headache. Originally, he had only thought that the other party was a thug with a bit of money, but now it looked like it might not be that simple. Dean hurriedly sat in his seat and turned on his computer. Ignoring my injuries, I searched. Zhou Jianping. Dean pondered the name for half a day before typing it into the search bar with some uncertainty. Press the OK button. The internet speed, however, is not very stable and the browser keeps going in circles. The yard just felt like a bit of a day. Finally, 10 seconds later, the page was rendered and appeared in front of him. Zhou Jianping was born in Hangzhou in 1975, chairman of Jianghan Heavy Industry Group. The group's industries include steel, metallurgy, machinery, energy, a number of industries. The aerospace metals sector is also involved. Jianghan Heavy Industry Group has been selected as one of the top 500 domestic companies in China for many times and ranked among the top 100. So far, the company has not gone public and it is not possible to estimate a valuation. But, according to the assessment of relevant organizations, the total valuation of Jianghan Heavy Industry Group has broken the trillion. The shares in the hands of Chairman Zhou Jianping are at least $300 billion. Dean sat down in his chair and almost fell off. 300 billion. This could already stabilize the richest man in China. Meanwhile, behind that stature lay countless things, none of which he could afford. Rich people. Dean wasn't afraid. After all, he was in a college as well. Still in Shanghai City. The school is self-contained and the principal is not of a low status. It's unusual for a rich man to have his hand in it at all. That's why he dared to covet Zhou Xing's donation and offered $50 million. Even if the students found out, there was nothing the other side could do with him. But, it's just plain rich. Zhou Jianping, obviously, is not one of them. 300 billion. When money reaches a certain level, it causes a qualitative change. It's not for nothing that money talks. With this family background alone, Zhou Xing was not an object he could afford to offend. Most importantly, Zhou Jianping is in the heavy industry and is also involved in aviation. The implications are self-evident. This is not simply have the ability to do. More proof of Zhou Jianping risked extremely hard. Relationships are even more widespread throughout China. Other people couldn't get their hands in, so this Zhou Jianping wasn't so sure. Maybe not only could he reach in, but he could jerk him off the top of the seat. No wonder Zhou Xing could be this confident and not give him a second thought. Even before he left, he looked like he was winning. He this time hadn't kicked the iron plate anymore, but on top of the steel plate. Dean froze, sitting there with a pale face. For a long time, he didn't look back, just staring blankly at the top page of the computer. There was an introduction about Zhou Jianpain. Tick-tock. A drop of blood ran down the table. The pain of a broken nose remains. Dean, however, had no time for it. He was no longer thinking about how to get back at Zhou Xing. His mind was full of thoughts about how to get through this and preserve the position in front of him. Go beg the principal. A light erupted in the dean's eyes before quickly dimming again. Once this matter was brought to the principal's attention, then his matter, which could not be hidden any longer, would surely be exposed. Moreover, it was estimated that even the principal might not be able to set Zhou Jianpain straight. Thought about it for the better part of an hour. Dean dismally realized that there was nothing he could do to deal with this one. In front of such characters, he was as humble as a mole cricket. Finally, the dean's body slumped in his chair as if he had lost his soul, a look of despair on his face. He suddenly realized, this time, seems like it's going to be over. Chapter 57, There's a reason for what happens. Rising sun. The sunlight spreads through the shade of the forest and all over the campus. Inside the principal's office, the principal sits in front of the desk, the military origin. Even if he is close to the age of armor, the waist is still straight, solemn face, the nameplate in front of the desk with his name on it. Pay weekly spectrum. Principal. This year's freshman military training has been prepared, excluding students with special circumstances or physical reasons. All the rest of the freshmen have joined the military training in an orderly manner. The school director, with a statement in his hand, reports on the work. Fu Zhoupu nodded his head at the words. His voice thumped out. It is necessary to carry out the military training. Absolutely not be able to let the military training in our school become a kind of formality. Process things, at least in these 15 days, so that the new students can feel the benefits that military training brings to them. Of course, Fu Zhoupu's words turned. The weather is hot. The heat prevention work should be done well, to avoid any freshmen having accidents because of this, and do our best to let the military training go on in a good and smooth manner. Understood. The school director nodded and said, the medical staff has been equipped and will be the first to rescue any student in case of heatstroke. The principal can rest assured. That'll do. A trace of a satisfied smile also surfaced on Fu Zhoupu's serious face. He was just about to dismiss the meeting when the landline on his desk rang. Fu Zhoupu picked up the phone. Hello, this is Fu Zhoupu. Pei, it's me. On the other end of the phone, a somewhat hoarse voice came out. The old squad leader. Fu Zhoupu's spirit was shaken. His face then smiled brightly and said, Old class president, we haven't seen each other for several years. Why are you suddenly free to call me? Pei, this time the squad leader called you to talk to you. The phone said, you as the principal of the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music. To know this responsibility on the body, the burden cannot be lighter than in the army. The school inside those children are the future of our society. Do not dare to have the slightest negligence. Fuzhou Spectrum was silent for a moment, with a look of doubt in his gaze. He immediately nodded his head and said, this also please rest assured that the old class president, I am naturally aware of this. In the more than 10 years of being a principal, I have always adhered to the teachings of the people, and do not dare to have any slackness. Ahem. The old class president coughed twice, and then said, you can have this realization. Not enough. The school is a piece of holy land. You also need to more constraints on the people under you. Absolutely cannot allow crookedness, corruption into the campus. The school is the last bottom line. If even the children are affected, the future of society and how to do. Old squad leader. Is there something I didn't do well enough? Something that happened? Fu Zhoupu frowned. If at this time, he still couldn't understand the meaning of the old class president's words, then it would have been in vain to stay in the position of principal for so long. The old squad leader, as his former squad leader inside the army, later chose to enter the education system himself, while he went into politics. Nowadays, the status is not even lower. He doesn't just call up for no reason and lecture himself on something seemingly pointless. Things happen for a reason. It's not that you're not doing enough. It's that the school is so big that it's inevitable that it will harbor some vermin. And where do you, as the principal, have so much energy in one person that you can keep everyone in check? The old squad leader explained. The responsibility doesn't lie with you, but you have to go out of your way to discipline your men more. And as soon as you find a spearhead, you have to snuff it out and nip it in the bud so it doesn't come back to haunt you. Old squad leader. What was it about? As Fuzhou Spectrum listened to the old squad leader's words, things seemed to have gotten a bit serious. Don't ask any more questions. I just received some information in advance too, so I'm reminding you that you'd better go and check on the leaks now, and fire those who should be fired, and discipline those who should be disciplined. The old squad leader sighed and said, don't let the higher-ups send an inspector. It'll be too late by then. Fujo Spectrum was shocked in his heart. It really wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. The old squad leader's words were too vague, and he hadn't heard anything about this huge campus, and what had happened to the people underneath him to actually be able to alarm the inspector. It was a bit of a bind. Fujo Spectrum can only hope on the old squad leader. Old squad leader. From the year I joined the army as you take me. All these years I have always remembered your goodness in my heart. But this time, I really don't know what happened. Can you give a little hint? Kind of helps me out. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Fujo Spectrum also listened patiently, then waited for a response. After a long time, it was only then that the old class president said, there's a son of the Zhou family, who just reported to your school this year, and it seems that he had some friction with the dean of their department. This would have been a small matter, but the head of the Zhou family called us directly to the top, angrily denouncing the school's corruption as a trend. The higher-ups are taking this matter extremely seriously at the moment, and if you can't solve it, then it's only up to them to take action. Corruption. Fujo Spectrum's eyes widened. It is important to realize that the higher-ups have always had zero tolerance for schools, and will never allow any form of corruption to appear in schools and cripple the future of society. If it is only a conflict between two people, this is only a small matter. Once it rises to the level of corruption, the nature will be completely different. In this situation, if the higher-ups came to inspect, they really found out what was going on. Even if he doesn't have any problems, he will still have collateral responsibility. It's not just the principal's position that you can't keep. There are even more severe penalties. Fu Zhoupu couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and a gust of fear. This thing, the estimation is true. If it wasn't for the old squad leader's reminder, he probably would have been kept in the dark. By the time you find out, it's too late. Old squad leader really thanks you. If not for you, I'm afraid I'd be in deep shit. When this year's National Day comes, I'll bring 2 bottles of good wine and pay a visit to the door to thank you. Fujo Spectrum thanked him repeatedly. However, the old class president said, put this matter aside for now. You'd better deal with the matter at hand before you say anything. The Zhou family put their child in the school. It's a sign of trust for our Huaxia. You can't afford to let him down. Yes, I understand and we'll get right on it. Fujo Spectrum with a serious face. The old squad leader, can you slightly penetrate a word of mouth? That Zhou family. What is the origin? I also need to treat the right thing, so as not to make people dissatisfied. The Zhou family. Which other Zhou family can there be in China? Think towards Zhengcheng. The old squad leader hesitated for a moment, then whispered, there's something about a line of heavy labor. It's him. Fujo Spectrum's heart fluttered. Chapter 58, Check hard. After hanging up, Fu Zhoupu was calm on the outside, but inwardly, he was in a state of shock. Jiangcheng. Surname Chao. Heavy industry again. He really couldn't think of anyone other than Zhou Jianpain. Face to face with this character, who on the surface appeared to be just the chairman of a heavy industry group, but anyone who really thinks of him as an ordinary businessman is mistaken. Zhou Jianpain seldom appears in the public eye, but his identity and energy are far more than those who show their faces to the rich and powerful, especially since he is also in the system. He can better understand the significance of what Zhou Jianpain Zhenghan Heavy Industry Group represents behind the scenes. Just one phone call alerted the higher-ups, even to set up a supervisory office. This is evident from the principal. What happened? When the school director saw the serious look on Fu Zhoupu's face, he immediately opened his mouth and asked. Fujo Spectrum, however, did not answer his words. Once he remembered that Zhou Jianpain's son was at the school and had clashed with the dean under his command. It also involves corruption. A character like Zhou Jianpain wouldn't be aimless. Then that dean. That means there is something very wrong. Although he didn't know exactly which dean it was, after he almost lost his position because of him, he became enraged and slapped his hand on the table fiercely. Go check it out for me. Check it out fiercely. Check it out. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to return the campus to a clean slate. With the information provided by the old class president, under the authorization of Fu Zhoupu, they soon locked in on Zhou Xing, the new student. Nothing else. His fame, it's just too much. Driving a multi-million-dollar McLaren and owning 5-6 leopard-numbered Shanghai City license plates, Fujo Spectrum could almost conclude that he was Zhou Jianpain's son. Since Zhou Xing's identity was already known, it was up to him to start following the trail. There are no impermeable walls. The matter of Zhou Xing having a conflict with Huang Hui and then heading to the music department dean's office was in itself a clear-cut matter that easily fell into the hands of Pei Zhoupu. Fu Zhoupu looked at the top of the report. which contained an extremely detailed account of what had happened. There were even comments from the students about Huang Hui and the dean. Look at the bad things Huang Hui has done. Fu Zhoupu had long been enraged. The instructor's corps, which he proposed and formed. At one time it was a place of pride for him, and he actually didn't realize that under his watch, places like the instructor's team, which were meant to serve as role models for students, had become places to hide dirt. These instructors wantonly bullied the freshmen and were brutal during the military training. Freshmen suffer. As a dean, this was ignored. No wonder Zhou Jianping is furious that the school is full of unethical practices and corruption is rampant. In his wisdom, he was not far off from deducing what was going on. Fu Shou Spectrum was so angry that his hands were shaking. These things, of which he was completely unaware, happened right under his nose. Assholes, scum. Fu Zhoupu gritted his teeth and couldn't hold back any longer. Directly leading a group of leaders from the school, he came straight to the dean's office. Boo! Fu Shou Spectrum kicks in the door. The dean was found slumped in his chair. His eyes were dull and his face was still dripping with blood. The loud noise woke up Dean as well. He looked up and found Fu Zhoupu standing there with a gloomy face, looking a little alarmed. School, principal, why are you here? Fu Zhoupu simply couldn't care less about the other party's injuries. Clenching his teeth, his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Huang Dahai, but there really is something for you. I made you this dean so that you can be in this position. Corpses and corruption. Fu Shou Spectrum's voice was extremely loud, carrying anger. Huang Dahai Huang Dean's face muscles twitched. His heart snapped. Still holding some fluke asked, Principal, what are you talking about? How come I don't know? Do you still want to hide it from me after all this? Fu Shou Spectrum couldn't hide his anger anymore and bellowed. Poof! Huang Dahai was directly paralyzed with fear. His face was pale and ashen. The yellow sea knows. This is something that can't be hidden. I didn't expect the news to reach Fu Zhoupu's ears so quickly. Zhou Xing's energy was far beyond his imagination. Principal, help me. Huang Dahai looked like a person who would drown and grabbed a life-saving straw, crying out to Fu Zhoupu, this is the first time I've had an evil thought. I've never had one before. I didn't know that freshman was coming from such a big place. The principal gave me a chance. I'll go apologize to that freshman. Anything to spare me. Being in the education system and making this kind of mistake is a lot more than a simple suspension. In all likelihood, he'll be going in on a sewing machine for the rest of his life. A lifetime of business. All ruined. That's why Huang Dahai was so devastated. Humph. Until now it's been delusional. Fu Zhou Spectrum coldly snorted, looking at Huang Dahai's gaze. All ice-cold peace, whether you are the first time to be investigated. Naturally no. Security. Get him under control before handing him over to the top for investigation. The security guards are also following orders. As soon as he held Huang Dahai down on the ground, Huang Dahai kept struggling with a face of snot and tears. He knew that there was still a chance in front of Fu Zhoupu. Once he was involved in the investigation, then how could he, an inherently unclean person, stand up to an investigation? Doomed. Fu Shou Spectrum, however, did not show any mercy, and his eyes still retained residual anger. Confronted by such assholes, and it almost got him in trouble. If it wasn't for the old squad leader's reminder, he'd probably be done for. It's still heartbreaking to this day. How could he choose to open his net to Huang Dahai? Ignoring Huang Dahai's shouts, he was directly taken out by the security guard. Huang Dahai looked sad. He knew that his life of glory was destined to end. Recalling Zhou Xing's calm words, he was the one, after all, who was going to be the first to get the hell out of school. Had he known that Zhou Xing's origin was so great, he would never have done that. Regret filled his heart. It's just a shame that there are no pills of regret to take in the world. Fu Shou Spectrum was again turning to the school director and said, now pass the notice down, ordering all military training to be suspended. Pause? The school director said with a shock in his heart. Exactly. Fu Zhoupu said, resume military training again tomorrow, then have all members of the instructor team gather. Thoroughly investigate the entire corps of instructors. Be sure to get rid of all the scum and vermin once and for all, even if it means turning over the whole campus and shoveling out the roots. Chapter 59, The Man Who Has Made Himself a Man. Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Military Training Plaza. Hot summer day. For the rest of the squares, the instructors chose to head for shady areas where the freshmen could rest a little. The square formation led by Huang Hui, however, stood still, against the heat. After Zhou Xing's revelation of his identity, it resulted in the freshmen not having much fear of him. There are even frequent freshmen who have toppled over. One or two is okay. He could not end it if it caused a public outcry. After being jittery for a while, Huang Hui realized that Zhou Xing had only left and was not affected in any way. Then he also put down his heart. I'm sure Zhou Xing was just putting down harsh words. If he really had that ability to command the school, why would he appear in the military training team? Huang Hui was relieved to regain his confidence. Facing these freshmen, he naturally had his ways. Choose to let them get a good dose of the sun, simmer their hearts and minds, and let them sort out who was really the king of size. As for Zhou Xing, when the morning's military training was over, he would naturally choose to report it, and the disciplinary action would be his to suffer. Huang Hui was secretly pleased with himself. Offending him would only be asking for trouble. A morning's exposure was enough to give these freshmen a good drink. He could already see that a few of the girls were grimacing and about to lose their grip. The next step is when His Majesty is restored. Huang Hui, let them go and take a rest, lest they get heatstroke and are afraid of not being able to account for it. A fellow instructor from the instructor team couldn't stand to watch and came over to persuade. Huang Hui, however, was unimpressed. The new students nowadays are all too unruly, one by one, pampered and spoiled. Think about how hard our training in the instructor team was at the beginning. This is what they count. I'm also doing this for their own good, sharpening their will, lest they can't even withstand the military training. Then don't rush it. Huang Hui snorted. You're not worried that I'll train these new students too well and steal the first square's name after military training, affecting your evaluation as an advanced instructor, are you? Alas, the instructor saw this Huang Hui's oil and salt, and didn't bother to say anything more, sighed, looked at these new students with some pity, and turned his head to leave. He was also acting out of good intentions, and since Huang Hui couldn't listen, he wouldn't be blamed for what happened. Huang Hui watched that instructor leave, but his gaze was gloomy with it. The mind is extraordinarily disdainful. Letting go of these freshmen, how could it be? How he had just lost his face. He had to get it back 100 times over. On these guys, just when he was feeling smug, several middle-aged men in shirts, however, walked towards him. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man about 40 years old, wearing glasses and a country face. Huang Hui saw them, but he was shocked. The director of the hospital. Why are you here? In front of the students. He is the instructor who flaunts his authority. But in front of the teacher, he dares not have a little bit of domineering. Hello, director. Seeing the director coming towards him, he quickly bowed in greeting. The director, however, didn't respond and just looked at him expressionlessly. You're Huang Hui, right? It's me. Did something happen to the teacher? Huang Hui asked cautiously. The director turned toward the freshman under the scorching sun, immediately frowned and pointed at his nose and chided. The weather is so hot. All the other teams are choosing to rest or do indoor activities. How come you're the only one arranging for them to stay in place here? How did you become an instructor? If something happens to them, you can afford it. Asshole. A series of words. It left Huang Hui a little confused. Facing the director, he was unable to speak half a dozen words, and with some anxiety in his heart, he hastened to explain. Director. Don't say it. The director, however, interrupted impatiently. You're coming straight over with us. The principal wants to see you, so if you have anything to say, you can talk to him. Headmaster. Huang Hui, wide-eyed and apprehensive inside, had no idea what was going on and was sweating profusely. He simply couldn't figure out why the principal wanted to see him. Zhou Xing's figure popped up in his mind. It can't be him, can it? It was then quickly shaken out of his mind, which was absolutely impossible. Zhou Xing was only a freshman. How could he have such skills that even the principal was involved? Director, what did he want to see me about? The principal? Huang Hui asked boldly. What is it? You know by heart. The director snorted coldly and looked at him with an icy expression. I can't imagine that you, this unimpressive fellow, if I didn't come here today, I really wouldn't have known that you were bold. Hold him down before the boy gets dishonest. The director gave the order. The security guard stepped forward. As soon as he had Huang Hui under control, he was about to be carried towards the principal's office. Huang Hui was even too slow. This time also understood. The director came in hot and heavy, and it was definitely not a good thing. He was scared, constantly struggling, but his limbs were trembling with fear, and he couldn't make any strength at all, being dragged by the security guards, like a dog in a mess. Where is the shadow of the half of a little bit of bravado just now? The freshmen saw this as if they were eating a mouthful of chilled watermelon on a summer day, and it hurt like hell. Huang Hui the instructor. They abhor it. The worse the opponent was, the happier they were instead, the better to get him right out of this school. The director ignored Huang Hui, but turned to look at these freshmen, his expression easing a bit. You guys go back to your dormitories for the time being to rest. Today's military training is suspended. Wait for the school to notify you later. Long live the director. The freshmen sniffed and cheered. Each of them had a look of excitement on their faces. Some of these smart people had already combined it with the director's treatment of Huang Hui and seemed to have thought of something. There was some immediate gloating. Huang Hui is really to blame. It's not good to mess with anyone. It had to find Zhou Xing's head. Now it's better. I'm sure things were made too big to be good. The freshmen shook their heads. The sky was the limit. Huang Hui was dragged by the security guards and was constantly mobbed by the students coming and going. And he couldn't care less about the whole disgrace thing. Today he is sixfold. Don't know anything about it at all. Seeing the director catching up, he immediately brightened up and hurriedly shouted, "Director, what exactly is the situation? I've always obeyed the law in the school, or a member of the instructor team, dedicated to help the school train the new students, and I'm still an advanced instructor last year, leading a square formation that is the first in the whole school. What did I do wrong?" The director looked at Huang Hui's hysterical appearance. If not for the principal's investigation to learn, it is really inconceivable that, as a student of the university, actually also able to distort to this. Not a moment too soon. The crowd then arrived at the principal's office. The director stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Enter." Fuzhou Spectrum's voice came from inside. Push the door open. Huang Hui, who had been struggling continuously, suddenly quieted down, and he looked dead at the young figure sitting on the sofa. Weekly row. How could he be here? When Zhou Xing saw him, the corners of his mouth also rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Why, you seem surprised to see me?" Chapter 60, I think it's just right. Huang Hui's legs went weak. He was paralyzed, as if all his strength had been drained from him. His greatest fear. It happened after all. Fuzhou Spectrum didn't even glance at Huang Hui, but kept reading the statement in his hand. All of these come from what students have to say about Huang Hui. Deliberately targeting freshmen. Public humiliation. Taking advantage of the rights of instructors to take advantage of girls and cajole female students. The more Fuzhou Spectrum saw the back, the more he couldn't build up the anger within him. Poorly spotted. There is hardly anything positive to be seen about him in the entire article. He really couldn't imagine that the instructor team that he had created with his own hands would actually harbor such a character. Huang Hui is not the least of these. There are a number of instructors among them, as well. It's just that Huang Hui is typical and does things recklessly, doing whatever it takes to establish his authority, not treating freshmen like human beings at all. Fu Zhoupu only felt his body go cold all over the place. Fortunately, during the previous military training, even if Huang Hui had done something so out of the ordinary, there was no heat stroke or injury among the new students during the military training. Otherwise, even if he had heavenly skills, the position of the principal would not be able to keep. The Yellow Sea is so. The same goes for the instructor's team. Those two could totally put him on death row if word got out. Without the old squad leader's warning, he's still in the dark. Until the day of the incident, he would never have thought that his career was actually ended by the instructor and Huang Dahai. Huang Hui, Fu Zhoupu shouted angrily, "Do you know your mistake?" Huang Hui's lips moved, wanting to open his mouth to defend himself, but he found that his body couldn't exert any strength at all. The fear was so extreme that his legs kept trembling. The school asked you to join the instructor team because they want to train you, to look up to the military, and to give the freshmen a lead. Not so that you can act recklessly if you think you have a little bit of power. The more Fuzhou Spectrum said, the more angry he became, letting you be an instructor. You are so domineering and don't put the new students in your eyes. If I let you be the principal, won't it be that the entire school's students are going to be crippled by you? Don't you forget. You're just a student too. Our school. How could we teach a student like you? Your class guide. The captain of the instructor team. All of them are to blame. Fuzhou Spectrum snorted coldly and turned his head to the school director. Have Huang Hui's homeroom teacher write a 10,000 word review properly and hand it over to my desk tomorrow. Understood. The school director nodded. As for the captain of that instructor team, Fu Zhoupu frowned and pondered for a while. Have him suspended on probation. The instructor team will be temporarily disbanded. This time I will personally select the members of the instructor team. He's coming down hard this time. Prepare to completely rewash the instructor's team. Never let your pride turn into a stain on your body. Okay, I know. I'll pass it on later. The school director looked at Huang Hui, who was paralyzed on the ground, then inquired, then what should be done with him? Fuzhou Spectrum swept a glance at Huang Hui, and then quickly averted his eyes. His eyes were full of disgust. He was disgusted. Being a soldier by birth, his character is upright, and he can't rub a piece of sand in his eyes. Huang Hui, as a member of the instructor team, not only does the soldier not have a little bit of consciousness to serve the people, instead, they imposed their personal selfish desires on the new students. If he was in the army, if Huang Hui treated the people this way, shooting would not be too much. Dismiss him from the instructor's corps immediately. Never to be employed, Fu Zhoupu said in an icy tone. At the same time, he will be given a major punishment and expelled. This kind of student is not welcome in our school. Principal, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Huang Hui heard this, but he did not know where the strength came from and wanted to stand up. But unfortunately his legs were weak and he was only able to half kneel on the ground. With a sniffle and a tear, he cried, I will never dare again, please give me a chance. His greatest dependence, the status of the instructor team, was now gone. Then he would be knocked back instantly, plus expulsion. He almost blacked out and passed out. Huang Hui had no idea where he would go if he was expelled from school. He was himself of timid character and inferiority complex. The family is poor, otherwise it wouldn't have swelled so quickly by being an instructor. The identity of the instructor's team is gone. He still had a slight chance. The big thing was to be inside the school and put up with some of it. One more year to go before graduation. With a diploma, you can still get a barely decent job. Once fired, can't get a diploma, he's a high school diploma. That time, there will really be nothing left. He kept kowtowing and begging the principal to open his net. Pay weekly spectrum are indifferent. As a principal, in that position, for decades, how could he not see that? Until now, Huang Hui didn't even have the slightest intention of repenting. He admitted his mistake, just because dismissal would be an unbearable punishment for him. He dreads being fired. Instead of knowing what you're doing wrong, perhaps in his mind, he always stubbornly believed that he had done nothing more than something insignificant. Fusho Spectrum let out a long sigh. As the principal, these people were his students, so if he was able to net them and nurture them properly, how could he not? He found out too late. Once a person grows crooked, it's hard to correct them. Keeping him inside the school is an injustice to the other students. So Huang Hui had to go. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it. Fusho Spectrum coldly spat out a few words, then waved his hand at the school director, and the other party immediately signaled. Arranged security guards racked this Huang Hui out, no matter how much he screamed. The school director saw to that. Somewhat unable to bear it, he opened his mouth and asked, this punishment of expulsion, for Huang Hui isn't it a bit too heavy? Dismissal after all. It's the harshest punishment in school, even if Huang Hui is inferior. He also came up from the teacher step by step. The heart still wants to go to help a student. To be able to redeem him is no better. Fusho Spectrum didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Zhou Xing, who had been sitting there with a bland expression. A big part of what he did today, although it was done for himself and in anger, but invited Zhao Xing over. Or is it to do it to him and seek his satisfaction? So obviously Zhou Xing's opinion. It's a little more important. Student Zhou, do you think this punishment, is it heavy? Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. Heavy? I think it's just right. Chapter 61 Prophet is the strongest of all. Huang Hui's downfall. It's there for all to see. He lost his status as an instructor and college student. When the school notification comes out, he will be notorious, like a hyena with its teeth pulled out. With his ability and character, he is not destined to do well in the future. Pity? Zhou Xing didn't feel it. Whether it was in his past life or today, all of it was Huang Hui's fault. As an adult, Ben should have been responsible for his own behavior. The school has shown leniency by not holding him criminally responsible. To the community, the others wouldn't give him that look. A mistake is a mistake. They weren't Huang Hui's parents, but no one was spoiling him. The end will only be more miserable. Schools are supposed to be tolerant of students and follow good advice, but they also have to be gracious. Otherwise they will only connive more and more to produce people like Huang Hui. Zhao Xing said, that's not a good thing for the school. Exactly. Fusho Spectrum nodded and looked at Zhou Xing with admiration. I didn't think that at such a young age, student Zhou would have such profound insights. It seems that our school has picked up a treasure. It's just my own crude personal perception. Zhou Xing smiled. The principal surely knows much deeper than I do. You shouldn't be modest. Student Zhou, since it's reason, there's no such thing as rough or not. Fusho Spectrum waved his hand and said, governing the school should be like this. Absolutely cannot let people like Huang Hui get away with it. He is a student. Was he hurt by him as not a student? The school director was instantly silenced and stopped talking. Classmate Zhou, I really have to thank you this time. Fusho Spectrum came to Zhou Xing's front and said with some emotion, if it wasn't for you uncovering these people in time, I would still be kept in the dark. Those students who were harmed can no longer be eliminated. But it's a good thing that there aren't any more people affected by this, or else I wouldn't have been able to make amends even after exhausting my entire life. His gratitude to Zhou Xing came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Jian Pain's call though alarmed the top to set up an inspection. It was also a wake-up call for him. Without this reminder, Huang Hui and Huang Dahai were allowed to dominate the school. By the time it happened, it would be futile for him to do anything, at least for now. Xiao Xing gave him the chance to make up for it in time. Take this time to clean up the campus environment before you sit on pins and needles in the principal's chair. You're welcome, principal, the school being my alma mater. By maintaining the campus, I'm doing myself a favor. Zhou Xing smiled. I'm already impressed that you have this heart. The principal sighed and said, this school, it's like a child to me. I've been running around for decades and watched it grow up along the way. If all the students at the school had your heart for the school like you do, this wouldn't have happened. Fu Shou Spectrum shook his head and said, speaking of which, this matter is still my responsibility, and that's why I gave someone else the opportunity to defile this child. Zhou Xing glanced at the principal. Old stuff, taking advantage of me, ha? On his face, he did not move and smiled. The principal has a lot of work to do day in and day out and manages tens of thousands of students, so it's inevitable that this kind of thing will happen. So just solve the problem in time if it arises. This is also for you to rest assured. Student Zhou, Peizhou Spectrum with a serious face, I will strengthen the management in the future. Absolutely impossible to let my children. Any problems? To the majority of students, leaving a piece of mind to learn the clean land. You fucking said it. The muscles in the corner of Zhou Xing's eyes twitched a few times. Headmaster, I'm sure you're well aware that there was something about me wanting to donate money to the school earlier. Zhou Xing simply chose to digress and said, it's just that the process wasn't very pleasant to talk to Dean Huang, so it was put on hold halfway through, and it just so happens that you're here. So I'd like to ask what form of this payment into the school's account would be better? He had always adhered to the philosophy that if others honored me 1 foot, I would return the favor. The matter has been settled. Of course he had to throw in the towel. A large part of the reason Fu Zhoupu treated him so politely was for his father's sake. But, things like face are false. Profit is the most solid thing. Pei Weekly Spectrum invited him into his office and watched him take care of these things. Face has been given. Zhou Xing naturally had to choose to respond as well. Fu Zhoupu gave Zhou Xing a smiling look. The conversation wasn't very pleasant. That was more than less than pleasant. Breaking someone's nose. However, he did not put it in his heart. Huang Dahai, this kind of person. Death is not enough to be regretted. Student Zhou, don't mention the donation again. Fu Zhoupu frowned slightly and said, when something like this happens, I, as the principal, already have no face to face you students, so how can I have the face to accept your donations? It's a personal favor. Zhou Xing had already anticipated this and said with a calm face, no matter what kind of things happen, the idea of donations has never changed for me, so as before, I'm prepared to contribute $10 million. $10 million isn't much, but as a member of the school, it's enough to be able to do what you can to help the school out. Fu Zhoupu let out a long sigh. Having a student like you is a great honor for the school and for me. $10 million is a lot, not a small amount, and this is money well spent. Something that will benefit the entire school. Fu Zhoupu said, since you're so insistent, then I'll take this donation with a thick face. It just so happens that the school is at a time when it's in need of money, and quite a few of the facilities inside the school need to be repaired. On behalf of the university and all the students, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Peizhou Spectrum face turned serious. Zhou students, you rest assured. After a period of time when you are free, I will organize a donation ceremony, and then inject the funds into the school, which every sum of money source is clear and unparalleled. You can always go to the investigation. Verification. Will not let your money. A waste of money. It's a small matter. No need to make such a fuss. Just donate privately. No need to make a big deal out of it. Zhou Xing refused outright. He didn't get this money to show off in front of the whole school. Besides, he didn't have to go and make a name for himself in front of the whole school that way. I've seen the principal for what he is, and I'm absolutely comfortable with the use of this funding. Zhou Xing laughed. Fu Zhoupu glanced deeply at Zhou Xing, not arrogant, not angry, not discouraged, acting modestly and courteously. Students like you are really too valuable. The young people nowadays are really getting better and better. That's also thanks to your generations of cultivation, principal, and without you teachers, it would be hard to have great students. Zhou Xing said this without blushing. Compliments don't cost anything anyway. Even if Peizhou Spectrum was just a small person to his family, but at least he was the local snake here, so he had to be polite. Make things easy for yourself with others. Ha ha ha. Fu Zhoupu let out a loud laugh. Obviously Zhou Xing's words, poking into his heart, made him happy. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, I'll go first? Zhou Xing said. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Just sit down a bit more, and in the future, when you are free, you can also come to my office and accompany me as an old man. Fu Shou Spectrum, however, looked enthusiastic. People, when they get older, they start to feel lonely. It just so happens that I also like to deal with young people. and communicate with you more so that I can integrate into the young people nowadays and learn how to nurture the growth of my students. This, not good, is it? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. What does it matter? I'm not as busy as you think I am. I have plenty of time. Well then, it's only fair that the principal doesn't mind my nagging in the future. What do you call the principal? It's too formal. I'm so many years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me uncle. Then I'm flattered. Uncle Pei. Chapter 62. What does this have to do with Zhou Xing? Huang Dahai, dean of the school's music department, seriously violated the school's political discipline, organizational discipline, integrity discipline and life discipline while in office. The repeated embezzlement and bribery while in office had extremely serious repercussions. The university is currently suspending him and referring him for investigation. Huang Hui, a junior music student, as a member of the instructor to assist the freshman military training, not only did not unite students, positive, but on the contrary, relying on the status of the instructor, a large number of bullying students, resulting in an extremely bad influence. The nature of the seriousness of the school authorities on the demerits of his punishment, and be expelled from the treatment. The emergence of this incident is a dereliction of duty on the part of the school administration, which would like to sincerely apologize to the majority of students, and at the same time, hope that the majority of students will take this as a warning. Once the school's briefing was out, the whole school was in an uproar. Most of the students had no idea what was going on. How do you wake up? It was as if an earthquake had struck the school, as dean and members of the instructor team were disciplined one after the other. Did I miss something? The campus forums are also full of people who have voiced their doubts. They were flabbergasted. Thought I had a slow internet connection and missed something big. As a result, others have shown that they are not well informed. At this point, with one stood out and explained, this matter, in fact, has something to do with Zhou Xing. If it weren't for him, the school wouldn't have been able to crack down hard. The others wondered. The name of Zhou Xing, the number one freshman, was not unfamiliar to them, like thunder. But the dean and the instructor team were suspended and fired one after the other. What does that have to do with him? I'm in the same party as Zhou Xing and in the same class, so I know better. The man who claimed to be Zhou Xing's classmate once again came forward to explain. Then the ground of the matter was told in detail. After Zhou Xing and this Huang Hui had a conflict, someone saw him walking straight to the dean's office, and then the afternoon briefing came out. You guys pin. Fine taste. Who else could it be if not Zhou Xing? Now the whole class has become Zhou Xing's fanboys and fangirls. If it weren't for him, we're just going to have a hard time for the next 15 days. As soon as this explanation was issued, it was immediately pushed to the top of the hot list. In the meantime, more and more people from Zhou Xing's class came out to corroborate this claim, proving that the other side was not lying. Things were confirmed. The students at the campus forum were, once again, deeply shocked. I'm sprouting plants. It's my narrow vision. I thought Zhou Xing was already powerful enough. I didn't expect him to be more than powerful. It's simply a heifer sitting on an airplane. Suddenly I'm starting to understand Min CC. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm a guy, I'd want to offer myself. Zhou Xing is too handsome. Huang Hui was my instructor last year. He's a pussy that made the whole square hate him. And now he's finally moistened. And Zhou Xing has done the people a favor. Zhou Xing, this is simply poking my heart and growing on my aesthetic. Handsome enough to make my mood as thrilling as a fountain. What exactly is this Zhou Xing's origin? Actually, even within the Shanghai City Conservatory of Music, he was able to easily lift the dean off his horse. Nothing from anywhere, just my husband. The homework assigned by Mr. Zhou Xing is just too much. The humidifier Xing Chao got me arrived so we won't wake up dry at night when we go to bed /shy JPG. Within the campus forums, there was a renewed fervor. The students in the same class felt it most clearly, and they were also the beneficiaries of it. Therefore, in the face of Zhou Xing's behavior, not only would he not feel any resentment, he would only be grateful to him. What was sent out was also extremely fair. It's basically on Zhou Xing's side while embellishing a bit more. Simple conflicts into their hands, almost as if he had become the model of a domineering president in a TV drama. Especially the girls. That colorful depiction. It made countless girls on campus, all of whom couldn't help but long for Zhou Xing. The students themselves are in a young, righteous situation. Normally, when they meet this kind of situation, they have no way to deal with it and can only bow their heads and swallow. Zhou Xing, however, stood out and became a hero and role model in their hearts. The number of girls who admired Zhou Xing increased. Zhou Xing's fame, once again, rose, a leap that vaguely has the meaning of being among the most popular boys in the school. Meanwhile, with his hands raised, he was able to get the school authorities to come out and take care of Huang Dahai and Huang Hui so quickly. Combine that with his 5.6 license plate, the The more speculations they had about Zhou Xing's background, the more they grew. Background on Zhou Xing. More mysterious. It touches the hearts of countless people. Zhou Xing closed the campus forum. The look was a little complicated. It was originally just boredom trying to pass the time and browsing the forums. Unexpected. All of the above have posts about themselves. Those replies below are a bit unpleasant. Especially the girls. After all, it's on the internet and no one even knows who they are. The nature is exposed and there are no scruples. Drive up. It simply doesn't give a damn about the boys. Even he, who had endured countless cartwheels in the latter part of his life, was a bit overwhelmed. It's okay to watch a fun, but the person driving the car is himself, and that's not so pleasant. Shook his head and stopped thinking about that. Figured it was about time. Today's military training was temporarily cancelled. In accordance with the style of the soldiers of the Fujopu, I'm sure the adjustments will be done soon. Normal training resumes tomorrow. After all, things like military training are not child's play, more above the level of significance, and it is unlikely that they will be given too many days off. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, originally wanting to go to the cafeteria to settle dinner. Then I thought about the flavor inside the cafeteria. Let him give it up. His requirements for food were not really that high. Luxury food was edible and roadside stalls were acceptable. It's just the cafeteria food that's a little too magical. In all the years he had been out in society in his previous life, he had never tasted food that had stuck with him so vividly. There are some things that are better when you try them once. Immediately, he walked towards the dormitory building, where his car was parked in the parking space underneath the dormitory building. Not a moment too soon, Zhou Xing came in front of McLaren, take out the key, was about to unlock the car. Instead, someone from the rear patted his shoulder and said in an excited tone, Zhou Xing, I've been looking for you all afternoon without finding you. So you're here. Chapter 63, what are you doing here? Zhou Xing turned around. Reflected in the eyes was a striking head of yellow hair. It was the one who was punished by Huang Hui to run 10 laps during the morning military training. He looked a bit excited and scratched his head at Zhou Xing. I went to your dorm room to look for you. I didn't find you. Then I tried to see if I could try my luck here in your car. And I didn't think that it would really let me run into it. Looking for me for something? Zhou Xing couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. He remembered that he hadn't had many encounters with this yellow hair. Hi, I'm sure I have to thank you for taking the heat for me, Yellow Hair said with a pained face. Huang Hui, that sun thief. As soon as he came, he made a move on me, and made me run 10 laps. I'm losing my face. This beam is considered to be knotted. I was contemplating how to take out my anger properly, but I didn't expect you to do me this big favor instead. Yellow Hair was extraordinarily enthusiastic and said, I have to show my gratitude to you and treat you to a meal for what it's worth. It's just a small thing. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. That Huang Hui's many actions will lead to his own death. Without me, there will be someone to clean him up sooner or later. That's right. Mentioning Huang Hui, Huang Mao also gritted his teeth. I never thought that it was actually just a junior, but also dared to be so reckless in front of me. I still plan to pack him up properly after the military training. Count on this grandson to run fast. Otherwise, I definitely won't spare him. Zhou Xing raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a suspicious face. Shouldn't the past life inside, the one who made a move on Huang Hui, has him, right? You're from Kyoto? Zhou Xing asked as he listened to his mouthful of Beijing dialect. Past lives. They are in the same class though, but there wasn't much of a crossover, as this Ken Dang would rarely show up in class. It was just a slight impression. His yellow hair was too flashy to be noticed. I just heard from other people's mouths that this one seems to come from a lot of money and is also a rich second generation. Beyond that, no other message is known. Zhou Xing didn't take it to heart at the time, because there were just too many rich kids in the class. That's right, just came to Hucheng, not familiar with the place, thought that grandson was a soldier sent by the school, and didn't dare to squeak, ran a full 10 laps, almost didn't tire me out. Yellow Hair said and slapped his head. I almost forgot. Get acquainted. My name is Ken Dang. Dang Jian stretched out his hand. In the future our classmates. On the basis of what you do today, in the future there is something, call me on the line. I promise to be obliged. Let's go. Let's not talk about anything else for a while. Let's buy you a meal. Deng Jian was the one who greeted Zhou Xing to eat together. Not for dinner. Zhou Xing shook his head and said, it's not a big deal. I'm just standing up for myself. He's not the type to take credit. This matter, he was to take it out on himself. And this kind of Deng Jian was only incidental. It didn't matter if others were grateful to him or not. Sensei those, at least my anger is out. That Huang Hui also gray and moist. My heart is free. Deng Jian said regardless, at least a classmate. Let me treat you to a meal. This opportunity cannot ignore it, right? Let's go to eat off campus. just so I can experience this McLaren P1 of yours. I wanted to buy it before, but my family wouldn't agree, so today I can have a good time. Deng Jian had a very active personality and faced Zhou Xing without much restraint. No need. Zhou Xing faced with Deng Jian like this. It is not good to continue to refuse said. Go to the cafeteria on the line. There is no need to go outside. Too much fuss. What's the point? Even though my family business can't compare to yours, I still have the money to buy you a meal out. Deng Jian did not care about it. You should be more familiar with Shanghai City. How about this? You choose the location. I'm responsible for paying the bill. What do you think? That cafeteria stuff, it's not even for people to eat. So where's the sense in me to invite you to eat in the cafeteria? Ha ha ha. Zhou Xing smiled. It seemed that everyone had a similar opinion about the taste of the cafeteria. Just go to the cafeteria. Zhou Xing said. There is no need to be too wasteful. Eat too many mountains and seas. Occasionally learn to remember the bittersweet, is not it? Ken Deng's eyes widened as if to say, are you kidding me? No. You're a rich young man like you. You're used to eating mountains of food. But I'm not. Tang Jian wrinkled into a bitter face and said pitifully, just released from home, still thinking that the sky is high, ready to let you take me to see the flowery world of Shanghai City. You this time and gave me back my original form. There's plenty of opportunity for that later. Zhou Xing wore a smile on his face and didn't say much. Unlocking and opening the car door. Go, get in. Okay. Deng Jian had no choice but to nod in the face of Zhou Xing's request. Upon watching the cool butterfly doors open, his bitter face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of excitement as he kept surveying the car. Deng Jian looked at the interior, eyes filled with envy. A burst of TSK, worthy of the three-grade god car. When I graduate. No. Before my sophomore year I must find a way to let my dad buy me one too. Boom. The car starts. Immediately inherited and went away. Although on campus, it's not destined to be driven too fast. Still, Ken Deng appeared to be emotionally agitated and kept exclaiming in shock. Not a moment too soon. The car pulled up in front of the cafeteria. Deng Jian got out of the car somewhat unfulfilled. In a crowd of people watching, but also a little fluttering, wanting to take Zhou Xing's shoulders, only to find that he is shorter than him by half a head. Can only resentfully give the hand back, and then said, go, Zhou Xing, eat whatever you want. The cafeteria won't break 50 by holding up one person. Zhou Xing was a bit speechless. Listening to your tone, those who don't know would think you're going to treat someone to a full banquet. That can't be. Deng Jian grinned, revealing his white teeth, without a bit of embarrassment. Wasn't it me who told you to eat outside? You didn't go and had to come to the cafeteria. You can't blame me. I'll buy you a nice dinner next time. Zhou Xing immediately walked with Deng Jian towards the inside of the cafeteria. By now it was mealtime, so it's overcrowded inside. Deng Jian brought Zhou Xing a plate, then stood behind him, waiting to pay him out. Zhou Xing casually looked in a few windows. Then came a time when the window was in one place. The footsteps were halting, compared to the other windows, which were filled with grandparents. Here stood a slender young woman, with a ponytail and a simple t-shirt. It's hard to hide a proud figure. The old-fashioned apron, in turn, had a simple beauty about it on her. The woman happened to raise her head and locked eyes with Zhou Xing. A bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Zhou Xing, what brings you to the cafeteria? Chapter 64. Handsome is great. Min ZZ. Zhou Xing couldn't help but sigh that this world was indeed small. Met her again around the corner. It was in the cafeteria when we first met, and it's still in the cafeteria today. Why are you here? Zhou Xing couldn't help but ask. I work here. Min Cece held the rice spoon in her hand. Her face did not have any embarrassment from being seen by Zhou Xing as a part-time job, and she said with a frank face, originally, I had a job at the milk tea store, but it's just that lately I've been having a bit too many controversies, so the owner of the milk tea store told me to take a break. Min Cece said with some distress. There's no way but to find a job in the cafeteria first. Zhou Xing was reticent. Of course he knew exactly what the controversy Min Cece was talking about. In all seriousness, it has a lot to do with myself, but it doesn't matter. The work here, it's only busy at mealtimes. The rest of the time it's so free. I'm perfectly capable of doing other things. Min Cece smiled cheekily, full of unconcern, although it's a bit lower compared to the salary at the milk tea store. But a few more dance lessons and back again. Do you want to try some of my food here? It still tastes pretty good and I can sneak you some more. Min Cece looked at Zhou Xing. You're so tall. You still need to eat more. You look a bit thin. Zhou Xing frowned slightly. He suddenly found himself somewhat unable to see through Min Cece. He wasn't very familiar with Min Cece from his previous life. Just a little bit. After all, when he first entered college, Mincy was a junior and about to graduate. The memory is a little fuzzy. I only remember this one. Min CC, who was never rumored to have a boyfriend for all 4 years of college. Her icy personality has intimidated countless boys, and it has even been suggested that she doesn't like boys and is only interested in girls, which has caused many people to choke on her. So when Min CC came to herself and took the initiative of wanting to get acquainted, Zhou Xing's first reaction was surprise. It then chose to decline. For one thing, he couldn't figure out what Min CC was planning to do, and Zhou Xing didn't have that kind of effort to get involved. The second is that Min CC is too abnormal, and he remembers too many discrepancies. There must be a demon when things go wrong. He was too lazy to get involved. Min CC was certainly pretty, but she wasn't the only girl who was pretty. Maybe the other person has the gold-digging component that campus forums talk about. But really, it's a gold digger. How could you go 4 years in college and never have a boyfriend in your previous life? With her appearance, it would be too easy to go for a rich man. There is simply no need to choose to work part-time in a place like the cafeteria. 1 month, less than 2,000. Not as much as the other women make for a few drinks. But then she took the initiative to come over to herself, with a look of not stopping until she gets what she wants. Even when he was rejected, the first day of military training, he came over as if nothing had happened, smiling and offering him milk tea. Although he was good-looking, he wasn't narcissistic to such an extent that he thought people had fallen in love with him at first sight in this Shanghai City Conservatory of Music, where handsome men and women were piled up. Zhou Xing rubbed his brow, completely unable to figure it out. What the hell is this Mincy thinking? Why was it that she, who hadn't faked out boys for 4 years in her previous life, was so stubbornly sure of herself in this one? Talking about what? Deng Jian walked over with his plate and pointed to the dishes that were full inside his plate. Hua, I've finished ordering all the dishes, and you've combined a little bit and haven't even hit it yet. He glanced suspiciously at Zhou Xing, then at Min CC at the window, and his eyes instantly straightened. No wonder, Zhou Xing didn't move this half day. It turned out to have such a beautiful beauty. Have I come a little out of place? Tang Jian hemmed and hawed, scowling at Zhou Xing for a while. Hello, Min CC, however, fell to waving at Jin Deng. Are you a friend of Zhou Xing? Barely. Deng Jian scratched his head and glanced at Zhou Xing somewhat less favorably. At least I treat him as my brother. That. You two know each other. Or are you a couple? Ken Deng asked with some curiosity. Looking at the appearance, it didn't seem like Zhou Xing had just met people, so he chose to stay here and strike up a conversation. Not a couple yet. Min CC couldn't help but have a slight blush appear on her face as well. But, I'll try my best to chase Zhou Xing into my hands. What? Ken Deng's eyes were about to glaze over. He almost wondered if he'd heard wrong. Tang Jian's back teeth were about to be clenched as he looked at Min CC's asphodel-like face. Surprisingly, it was nothing like he thought it would be. Thinking that it was Zhou Xing who took the initiative to hit on Min CC, it turned out to be this beautiful woman. Chasing Zhou Xing backwards. Zhou Xing doesn't seem to like me very much. As his friend, can you do his job for me? I'll treat you to dinner. Min CC raised the spoon in her hand and just looked at Tang Jian with an expectant face. Ken Deng felt another stab in his heart. Unbelievably, he looked back at Zhou Xing, and in his gaze it was like saying, this kind of beauty. Others chased you backwards, and you still rejected others. Zhou Xing, you deserve to die. Deng Jian squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. He couldn't figure out why Zhou Xing was so popular with the girls when he first entered the campus, and he purposely dyed his hair yellow. As a result, from beginning to end, not many girls took care of him, let alone actively pursued. It's great to be good-looking. Deng Jian looked at Zhou Xing's face and couldn't help but spit out a sentence, turning her head just in time to look at Min CC's pair of eyes. They all landed on Zhou Xing's body, never choosing to move away from it from beginning to end. He hung his head at once. Being good-looking is really something. Don't listen to her. Zhou Xing was a bit speechless. 10 out of 10 sentences from this man's mouth are false, and cannot be taken as true. Deng Jian raised his head, but found Min CC smiling cheekily. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, just looking at Zhou Xing, neither refuted nor acknowledged. He thought it was strange too. Who the hell is telling the truth? I think Min CC's words are fake. I guess they are good friends or something. That's why they are joking so much. Backtracking is out of the question. Thinking of this, Deng Jian is alive and well again. His spirit is doubled, and he has regained his own self-confidence. So what if he's handsome? He's still a single dog like me. Deng Jian grunted and looked at Zhou Xing, his heart balanced. Go. Zhou Xing crossed over to Min CC's window with his plate. Where to? Ken Deng didn't look back for a moment. Where else can we go? Dinner, of course. When Tang Jian faced Zhou Xing's gaze that was like looking at a retard, the social cow couldn't help but lower his head in embarrassment. Bye. Min CC, however, waved at them and then said to Tang Jian, Remember to help me do more weekly work. Oh, no problem. Ken Deng smiled and answered with his mouth full. He really thought he was a cutie. Trying to hide it from him again was impossible. Chapter 65, I'm too simple. The next day, Ken Deng looked at Zhou Xing, standing in the shade of a distant tree. Min Sisi cheerfully came in front of Zhou Xing, her delicate white little hand, handing out the cup of milk tea that was steaming cold. Deng Jian was stunned, but the voices of the others came to his ears. Why is she here again? Tang Jian's mind moved, and he turned his head over to ask, Brother, what's going on here? The man was a little surprised. You don't even know about this. Don't you go to the campus forum? Man, I don't really know about that one. Tang Jian smiled. Brother, tell me more about it. Min Sisi, the school's campus goddess for 3 consecutive terms. Last time she openly pursued Zhou Xing, was rejected by him, and then began to persevere in sending milk tea to Zhou Xing. The student shook his head and said, she was here yesterday too. Didn't you notice? Tang Jian looked slightly puzzled. What was he doing yesterday himself? As if stepping on time to get here, he started bragging and chatting with a group of people, not even noticing Zhou Xing over here. He looked at Min Sisi's fluttering face after Zhou Xing received the milk tea. The face went white. Abruptly, he covered his chest. It felt like a stabbing. It turned out that Min Sisi was really chasing Zhou Xing backwards and had been rejected by the other party. After Zhou Xing's denial yesterday, he was still mentally balanced and thought Min Sisi was teasing himself. It's true that the prettier the girl, the better she is at lying, and threatened to believe one more word of hers and be the size of a cutie herself. Results, he became a real size cutie. Really, I'm too simple. Tang Jian had the feeling of wanting to burst into tears. Zhou Xing, you deserve to die. I shouldn't have believed your bullshit in the first place. Bro, even though Min Sisi is pretty, Zhou Xing isn't bad either. The people next to him couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this and saw it. There's no need for you to react so strongly when people are chasing Zhou Xing backwards, right? Ken Deng, however, wanted to cry even more. He remembered yesterday after leaving from the cafeteria, in front of Zhou Xing, making a big deal out of it, saying that Mincy's lies had long ago caught up with him. He was merely cooperating with the other side. That smug look, and Zhou Xing's meaningful gaze. He didn't quite get it before. The toes are now completely taut. I'm so stupid. Even if Tang Jian was a social cow, he was somewhat unable to accept this scene of social death. Shade. Zhou Xing took a sip of milk tea, then pulled out his cell phone and said, how much do you WeChat? Yeah? Min Cc was a bit surprised. Is it because I delivered milk tea for 2 days and finally touched you? That's why you want to add my contact information? She didn't squirm, so she took out her cell phone. Zhou Xing glanced at it. It's a white cell phone. It looks worn and the model number wording on it is worn and indistinguishable. But Min Cc was lovingly taken care of, and the phone looked clean and unbroken. She took her cell phone, not embarrassed, and opened WeChat with a big smile. Only the phone is a bit laggy. It took a while for the tweets to load. With her onion-tender fingers, Min Cc poked the screen, then unfolded the QR code and placed it in front of Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing did not explain, silently scanned the QR code, and then added. Mincy's side quickly agreed. Ding dong. Min Cc opened it with some anticipation, and it turned out to be a red envelope. What do you mean by that? The smile on Mincy's face stopped somewhat. It's nothing. After drinking several cups of your milk tea, it's impossible to make you pay for it. Zhou Xing said indifferently. I'm not in the habit of letting girls pay. Take this red packet for now. Zhou Xing raised the milk tea in his hand. Thank you for the milk tea, but don't send it later. I don't really like to drink sweet things. The weather is too hot, and there's no need for you to come over so early every day. After all, you have your own things to do. Oh, Min Cic's beautiful eyes, somewhat dimmed, muttered. I thought you would like to drink this milk tea. After all, I think it's quite tasty. She gulped, then looked up. Okay, blah. I know. With that, she lowered her head, as if pondering something, and left the place. Noon. Min Cici held half of a watermelon and stood in front of Zhou Xing with a smile on her face, handing him a spoon. Zhou Xing froze. Why are you here again? Ha? Min Cici said in disbelief. Wasn't it you who said you didn't like milk tea, so I bought you half a watermelon? Still chilled. You just finished military training. It's quite good to eat a few bites to cool down. I don't suppose you don't like watermelon either? Min Cici's small face wrinkled. Then this is also too wasteful. Why don't you have a couple bites? Zhou Xing helplessly held his forehead. Is that what he meant by what he said this morning? One has made it clear, along with transferring the red envelope, just so she doesn't come back in the future. Zhou Xing looked at Min Cici's blank little face. I don't know if she really didn't get it or if she was just playing dumb. How much? I'll transfer you. Zhou Xing sighed and had to pick up the watermelon. Hey, there's not much to it. When Min Sisi saw that Zhou Xing still took the watermelon and would not waste it again, she was instantly happy and bounced away with her small hands behind her back. It didn't give Zhou Xing a chance to continue speaking at all. Zhou Xing had to go along with her. In the military training that followed, Min Sisi appeared in front of Zhou Xing on time every day. Every other day, they were changing their patterns and handing Zhou Xing all sorts of items under the envious eyes of the crowd. Fruits, beverages. The price is not expensive, but the object of the gift. But the campus goddess Min Si Ken Deng stood there with a ghostly look on his face. After so many days, the freshman basically knew Min Sisi as a person inside. Min Sisi's reputation on the campus forum was gradually reversed. After all, even if you're a gold worshipper, it's not easy to last this long. And Xiaoxing is really quite a mover and shaker. A lot of people, even, are starting to pay sustained attention to just what the final outcome will be. 15 days of military training. Blink of an eye. When the instructor announced that the military training was over and that they would organize a party together in the evening, everyone erupted in excited cheers. With the team disbanded, Zhou Xing turned around and prepared to leave. Not surprisingly, Min Sisi held a bottle of mineral water in her hand and handed it to Zhou Xing. Then looking at Ken Deng standing next to him, he said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I forgot about you again." "It's okay." Ken Deng smiled reluctantly, because he was used to it, and Min Sisi had forgotten about him for 15 days. Zhou Xing took the mineral water, unscrewed it and took a sip, then skimming his head, he looked at Ken Tang and said, "You go back first today. I'll take care of things. You come with me for a minute." Zhou Xing finished speaking to Min Sisi and was walking towards the parking place. Chapter 66 Michelin Restaurant. Zhou Xing took out his car keys. Unlock. The distinctive crescent headlights come on. Zhou Xing pulled open the car door and sat in. However, he found Min Sisi standing there, not moving for half a day. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car," Zhou Xing said. Min Sisi at this time but entangled his hands, slightly anxious, said, "I don't know how to open a car door." Zhou Xing couldn't help but smile. The usually generous Min Sisi also has such a side. Underneath the window, there's a groove. Put your hand on it and the door pops open automatically, Zhou Xing said. The McLaren's door openings are all touch sensitive, with no physical buttons. Min Sisi tried to try the method Zhou Xing said. Hands crossed. The car door then popped open and lifted toward the top. Min Sisi covered her mouth and let out a gasp of surprise. This was really a bit of a novelty for her. I hadn't thought that the car door would actually be able to open like that. Carefully sitting in the car and then closing the door, he looked at the interior of the car and then couldn't help but twist his head to ask Zhou Xing, "Where are we going?" Zhou Xing didn't reply. Press the start button. The car roared to life with a deafening sound. The streamlined body, in the evening, crossed the campus and headed straight towards the outside of the school. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the bund and came to a building. Zhou Xing parked the car, opened the door and walked out. Mincy followed suit and stood by his side, looking at him somewhat blankly. "Go." Zhou Xing took a step and said with a calm expression. "Where to?" Mincy was puzzled. "You gave me so many things during military training. Wouldn't it seem inhuman if I didn't treat you to a meal?" Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. "Eat here?" Min Sisi pointed to the European-style building in front of her. "It looks a little worn, but it's extremely classy." Still being on the bund, it's obvious that a restaurant that can open here is not going to be cheap by any stretch of the imagination. "Actually, if you want to buy me dinner." Min Sisi looked a little hesitant. "The spicy hot pot in the cafeteria tastes just fine. It's completely unnecessary going to such great lengths to come here. It's expensive, not to mention that it might not taste as good as the cafeteria." Zhou Xing glanced at her. $6 for spicy hot pot? What? It's okay. Zhou Xing smiled and walked straight into the building. Actually, many times when you choose an expensive restaurant, it's not the taste of the food that you're eating. Even the most overpriced food is not that enjoyable to eat inside your mouth. The style and elegance is what makes it sought after by the wealthy. Seeing that Zhou Xing had no intention of leaving, Min Sisi had no choice but to follow him in the same footsteps. Together, they took the elevator to the third floor. What comes to mind is a string of French. Mincy couldn't read it at all. "Welcome to Latelier Joel Robuchon Gourmet Place Restaurant. Do you have a reservation?" Just as he approached the restaurant, the waiter greeted him. "Yes, my last name is Cho," Zhou Xing said. He had already asked Zhang Yan to book a restaurant for himself in advance. "This is a Michelin Western restaurant with the famous French chef Joel Lubzin at the helm." "Okay, Mr. Zhou, over here you are reserved for the afternoon. 2 in total." The waiter confirmed it, then guided Zhou Xing and Min Sisi towards the inside of the restaurant. "Please follow me." While Zhou Xing walked in with a bland face, Min Sisi surveyed the surroundings. The inside is decorated in mahogany colors, giving it a worn yet elegant look. The lighting is gorgeous. The center is decorated like a liquor bar. Chairs and Western tableware were set up on all four sides. Right in the center stood a middle-aged foreign man with blue eyes and a chef's uniform dressed to the nines. After Zhou Xing and Min Sisi sat down, the middle-aged foreign man wore a smile on his face and enthusiastically followed them around. It all sounds French. Zhou Xing couldn't understand him at all. The waiter on the side leaned over and translated. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is our chef, Mr. Joel Lubzan, who is also the founder of this restaurant. He is greeting you and then asking what kind of food you would like to try. He goes to prepare the ingredients. We do it all on the spot here by Mr. Chef. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment before saying, then let the chef make the decision for us and arrange the menu for today. Okay. The waiter immediately translated Zhou Xing's words to Joel Lubzan. When Joel Lubzan heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Then he couldn't help but give Zhou Xing a thumbs up. He said he appreciated your trust, sir, and that he would never let you down. The waiter translated. Right. And a bottle of table wine to go with it. Zhou Xing said to the waiter. Latour will be fine. The last time I was in the hotel, I was tasting the Latour and it was pretty good. Hello? We only have the 97 Latour in the store at the moment and it's currently priced at 116,800. Would that be okay with you? The waiter asked. Mincy's pupils dilated. A bottle of wine. More than 100,000. Almost 120,000. Just a meal and wine. Used to serve with meals. Zhou Xing nodded slightly, and the waiter turned around to fetch the wine. Not a moment too soon. She then carefully held a bottle of Latour and slowly walked towards Zhou Xing. After showing him the icon and seal, she was ready to open it for Zhou Xing and pour it into the wine dispenser. Joel Lubzan saw the waiter bring Latour, but he looked excited, and there was a burst of gibberish. What's he talking about? Zhou Xing asked. The waitress pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Joel Lubzan praised you for your discernment, and this wine couldn't be better for a dinner wine. Zhou Xing bared his teeth and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Min Sisi asked with some confusion. Zhou Xing glanced at the excited Joel Lubzan, then said, what vision? It's still not money to be made, that's why he's so happy. In fact, the so-called Michelin restaurants are not much different from roadside stalls, except that they are created to be high-end. Those so-called tastes, vision, are nothing in front of money. The waiter who was pouring the wine, his hand slightly stalled and almost spilled the wine. She had listened to all of Zhou Xing's words inside her ears, except she wouldn't choose to translate that to Joel Lubzan as much as make a fool of herself. Joel Lubzan also turned and started to get busy. Not a moment too soon. Two exquisite small plates were then placed in front of Zhou Xing and Min Sisi. The waiter stepped aside and introduced. This is the dessert. Caviar with lobster jelly and puree of broccoli. Please enjoy. Zhou Xing picked up the spoon and was saying to Min Sisi beside him. Eat. Chapter 67. Sitting on the well and watching the sky. Mincy learned to pick up the spoon next to her. Take a dig. Put it in your mouth. Lobster jelly as a base. Alaskan king crab meat topped with Ostra sturgeon caviar. It was fresh and clean in her mouth. And the raw deliciousness of the fusion of three extremely fresh ingredients instantly melted in her mouth. Well, Min Sisi suddenly felt a bit flushed and ashamed for what she had just said. Such ingredients are just simply cooked. The flavor would be far from the cafeteria. The environment in particular is vastly different. Sitting here, eating high-end ingredients from the south of the country, looking at the exquisite decor of the store, and looking up at the view of the Bund out the window, spiritual and physical enjoyment. She suddenly had some clarity. There is a reason why these restaurants can be so expensive. She had been puzzled before. Why is it that the rich, all of them seem like ingrates? If she had money, she would never be so extravagant and wasteful. Until now. It's only now that I'm starting to get a little confused. Regal is not a cutie. Cold cherry soup with pistachios and frozen milk cheese. New Zealand crayfish spaghetti dumplings. Roasted black cod with cabbage and coconut foam and Malabar black pepper sauce. Slow-cooked eggs with Parmesan mousse. French foie gras cooked in grape juice. Port wine sauce and beef consommé. Min CCC looked at the dish that couldn't even be named. An eye-opener. Turns out, eating can be so elegant. No need to rush your food through a noisy environment. Only when they had tasted the previous dish, would the chef proceed to prepare the next dish and serve it in front of them. Always the freshest. When the food is just out of the pan and can be savored. Soothing piano music sings in your ears. Food leaps at the taste buds. Min Sisi took small bites of the food on her plate, looking a little restrained, skimming her head and looking at Zhou Xing next to her. Zhou Xing's bright-side face was illuminated by the light. Young, fair skin, bland demeanor. One can't help but be somewhat mesmerized by it. The only beautiful thing was that he was confronted with all this exquisite food, but he had no thoughts of pity. One forked up a piece of foie gras, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it twice, feeling a bit mushy. Then he tore off another half a piece of bread and chewed on it. Do what you want. There was no hint of the idea that because this was a fancy restaurant, you had to follow the etiquette of the place. I had expected the chef to be upset when he saw this. Unexpected. Instead, the chef was all smiles, constantly giving Zhou Xing a thumbs up and nodding in satisfaction. The waiter explained from the side. Mr. Chef said that he was honored to watch Mr. Zhou eat. The food he made was able to make Mr. Zhou feel satisfied, and at the same time, he felt a sense of accomplishment himself. Mincy, rich people, who don't have the heavy etiquette that TV shows act out, observe everything. It's all about being spontaneous and having fun how you want. She didn't dare to go overboard in this restaurant, just because it was her first time here and she was afraid of being seen as inexperienced. On the contrary, Zhou Xing has enough backbone. The so-called Michelin restaurant, in his eyes, and the street stalls are no different. He doesn't need to fake it, he just needs to present the real thing. She suddenly had some low self-esteem. The older thought that a rich person's life, just the food, would be better. Just as a farmer fantasizes that the emperor is carrying a golden hoe to plow the land. She's too short-sighted. The rich people are extremely calm and confident in the face of anything, and they can't learn from these people. Mincy smiled to herself. She laughed at herself for being so naive, and for being a bit of a sitting duck and not knowing any better. No wonder so many people want to marry into a rich family and fly to the top from then on. It's no wonder that he took the initiative to pursue Zhou Xing himself. Zhou Xing was indifferent. It wasn't that she wasn't good looking or because Zhou Xing wasn't interested in girls. It's just because she thought of Zhou Xing too simply. What hasn't a man like him seen? Looks were presumably the least valuable thing in front of him. The reason why girls who are not bad looking can impress rich guys and become someone's mistress or wife is simply because those guys aren't rich enough. A real rich man is like Zhou Xing. Appearances and goodness. In truth, what he shows without thinking is enough to turn people away. One night, Mincy ate it all dreamily. It doesn't even feel that real. Until Chao Xing swiped his card for the bill. She saw the number at the top of the bill, a sum approaching $200,000 with a 10% service charge. Mincy then slowed down. Go. Zhou Xing wiped his mouth and stood up. Back to school? Mincy asked subconsciously. No, out for a walk. Zhou Xing said. The night view of the Bund is quite nice, and I've had a bit to drink, so I just happened to go out for a walk to get some air. He can't do a DUI and drag a traffic cop for miles. The more volume of rich kids, the more careful you are with your words and actions, the more careful you have to be. You can be debauched and do whatever you want, but it all has to be based on the extent to which you haven't violated the bottom line. Otherwise, even if you are rich and powerful, you will not be able to bounce around for long in front of the state apparatus. The more you bounce around, then the more you fall. Mincy nodded and followed behind Zhou Xing. The attendant personally escorted them to the elevator and pressed the elevator for them. When the elevator opened, the waiter bowed to them before returning to the restaurant. Came downstairs. At night in Shanghai, the Bund is brilliantly lit with neon. The heat was also slightly dispersed with gusts of cool wind. Mincy looked up at the laughing crowd on that cruise ship by the river, and she still felt that it was all incomparably far away from her. Just as Zhou Xing stood in front of her, Mincy felt less familiar with him. In its place was strangeness. Take a few steps along the river. The two appeared to be somewhat silent. Zhou Xing didn't say anything. Mincy lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about, and also never spoke. Not as lively as it was at first. What are you thinking? Zhou Xing suddenly stopped, his hand on the railing of the riverside, eyeing the river view in front of him and asked, in thinking about, I seem to be a bit obsessed myself. Mincy ruffled her wind-blown hair and smiled openly. Zhou Xing turned his head and eyed Mincy for a moment. Now, can talk to me about your thoughts? Chapter 68. I want to be rich, but you're too rich. What idea? Mincy revealed a smile. I said I just want to chase you. Nothing else whatsoever. Zhou Xing didn't say anything and just looked at her like this. After a few moments, Mincy skimmed her head a little unnaturally. Or forget it. There's nothing to say. I'm ready to give up anyway. Give up? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Right. Mincy nodded, her pretty eyes looking at Zhou Xing, a complex color in her gaze. This meal tonight has made me realize that it was me who was too whimsical. Even if you're standing right here, there's still a gap between us. If there's no hope, then why go on? Zhou Xing, however, looked at her with interest. Then why did you start out in the first place, and act again? For the money. Mincy was frank, from the beginning inside the campus forum. I knew that you are rich. Zhou Xing was not surprised by this. Although he was good looking, He wasn't to the point of making Min CC see this crazy. Since it's all about the money, Zhou Xing frowned. He was a bit puzzled. Why does it have to be me? With your condition, it should be very simple to find a rich one. It's not easy at all. Mincy shook her head. Because I want a lot. How much? $400,000. Ahem. Zhou Xing couldn't help but cough twice. He had originally thought it would be something astronomical. A mere $400. 000. It was reasonable that with Min Cici's good looks, it couldn't be easier to find someone to pay this price. After all, in a city like Shanghai, spending $100, 000 a month to support a college girl is a bargain. What do you want the money for? Zhou Xing couldn't help but be a little curious. Min Cici looked back at him deeply before asking, my story is actually quite cliché. Are you sure you want to hear it? Zhou Xing nodded. Min Cici took a deep breath and said, actually, I'm a native of Shanghai City. By all accounts, my family should be quite good. And that's exactly what happened. My family was quite good when I was a child. So it was able to sustain me to take piano lessons and folk dance lessons. And it's just that it all changed when I was in middle school. My father he himself drunk driving accident. Lower body paralyzed. Paralyzed at home. Follow-up treatment costs. Is an astronomical figure? My mother has no choice but to sell the house. And then go out to work a few more jobs to subsidize the family. But not long after that, my mom fainted from exhaustion and went to the hospital for a checkup. And the doctor said it was kidney failure. Only that there was no suitable kidney source at the moment. And she was only able to choose to keep dialyzing and waiting for a kidney source. Then, a year ago, the doctor said there was a matching kidney source. But the cost of the surgery, it would cost $400,000. Min Cici blinked her eyes and laughed at Zhou Xing. It's funny, right? When there was a kidney source, it turned out that I couldn't get that much on my body at all. And in the end, I ended up being reduced to my mom coming over to comfort me. She told me that people have their own destinies, that everyone's fate is ordained, and told me to study hard and not to worry about such things, while warning me never to think of making money by selling my body, or she would rather die. Min Cici paused and said, after that, I figured out, I have to find a rich man, not only to help my mom with her surgery, but also I'm fed up with this life. I also want to live the life of a rich man. I don't want to only sleep 5 hours a day, in order to squeeze out time to go earn my tuition and living expenses. I don't want to drink white porridge in the cafeteria for a month straight. I don't want my roommate to give me an IPAD for my birthday and I'm happy for half a month. And I don't want to work at a milk tea store and end up not being able to afford even a cup of milk tea. Min Cici smiled at Zhou Xing. Actually, every time I gave you milk tea, I wanted to taste what it tasted like. I heard others say it tasted great, and I gulped several times when I watched you drink it. But really, I can't get past the old men on my own. Mincy said, I know I'm in no position to bargain myself, but I'm just such a greedy, pretentious girl. After the story, you should find it pretty boring, right? Zhou Xing was silent for a moment, not judging Min Cici's experience too much, and then he was asking, so you came to me? Exactly. Min Cici narrowed her eyes and laughed. When I first saw you on the forum, I was actually a bit moved. Handsome and rich, or newborns are more simple and easy to cheat. As a result, I didn't realize that you actually rejected me in public, which made me a bit bitter, and at the same time, I became that little bit curious about you, a bit unconvinced. I wanted to try more, not realizing that half a month's worth of work had passed in the blink of an eye. After sticking with it for so long, it's kinda hard to get used to the idea of suddenly giving up. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and said, since you've been insisting for so long, why did you suddenly give up? Don't you quite want to live the life of a rich man? Maybe in a few days I'll be moved. All of this is not a matter of concern. I was trying to be rich, but you're too rich. Min Cici shook her head and said, this dinner today has made me understand these things. I'm nothing but my appearance. Not many people would be willing to drag me such a drag. After all, my family is a bottomless pit. A rich man like you, with a good character and good looks, you're suited for better. Someone like me can't reach it even if I try to tiptoe around it. Min Cici laughed. To be honest, even if it wasn't for the money, after spending this time with you, maybe I would have had my heart set on a sweet relationship. I'm not as nice as you think I am, and I can't give you sweet love. Min Cici nodded her head and said, I know, with a condition like yours, it's expected that there will be quite a few women coming up to you, and you must have several of them around you. Zhou Xing was silent and chose to acquiesce. I was mentally prepared for this before I approached you. Min Cici laughed to herself. Like me. Thinking about it, how could such a good thing fall on me when you are devoted to me from the beginning? Even being adopted by you, I wouldn't dare to ask for that. So many things have happened to me. I didn't have low self-esteem when I had a part-time job. I didn't have low self-esteem when I drank white kanji on steamed buns in the cafeteria and was pointed at, but I had low self-esteem when I met you. Min CC said. You showed me that the gap between people turns out to be something that can't be described by distance. What's the status of your mother's kidney supply? Zhou Xing suddenly digressed and asked. This kind of thing can only depend on luck. I heard the doctor say a batch will come in next week. I don't know if it will be a match or not is still a question. Mincy sighed. Besides, even if I were matched, I simply can't afford to pay that much. I'll pay for your mother's surgery. Zhou Xing said indifferently. Ha! Mincy didn't slow down for a while. Zhou Xing, however, smiled and said, anyway, this is what you think. It's just as well that I'm paying to keep you. You've been insisting for so long. I have to respond a little. Chapter 69, does this feel like being adopted? Zhou Xing initially wasn't sure exactly what Min Cici was thinking. Until just now, after everything is understood. There was something about Mincy's experience that he didn't want to go overboard with. But from his point of view, at least the other party was doing sort of a good job. And if it was him, there was no way he could do better than Min CCC. $400,000 for a kidney transplant. For the average family, it is indeed an astronomical sum. Enough to crush countless people. It didn't bother him to pay the money, and it was worth it to save a life. Besides, and a beautiful schoolmate for nothing. This is going to smell so good. 15 days of military training after all. There is a beautiful girl with outstanding appearance, overflowing with youthfulness, shushing in front of her, and sending water and fruits from time to time. Unmoved. That's a lie. Instead of watching Mincy go off the deep end, she chose to bow to the world. Then it's not as if he's paying for this. Anyway, the last thing he needs is money. Are you pitying me? The smile on Min Cici's face, however, dissipated as she gazed calmly at Zhou Xing. Why do you say that? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically. If you pity me, better yet, forget it. Min Cici shook her head and said, after all this time, I've survived, and I don't feel sorry for myself, so I don't need anyone's pity either. The only thing worth anything on me is this body of mine, and I can't really think of anything else besides that. Zhou Xing, really, please, we kind of know each other. I already have very little self-respect in front of you, and I've said everything I need to say, so please let me keep my last shred of self-respect. Min Cici, with such a straightforward character, already had a begging tone between her tones, a fondness for day-to-day life. This statement is not false. Min Cici had been in contact with Zhou Xing for so long and was faced with a handsome and sunny boy with a kind personality and money. It's hard to have girls that won't develop a crush. So did Mincy. Showing her wretched side in front of Zhou Xing, she had done her best to make herself look, well, less sad. Even she was not willing to lose all her self-respect in front of the person she liked. That's why she was so self-conscious after dinner tonight. Realizing the gulf between him and Chao Xing, he chose to give up. The money for your mother's kidney was partly because I wanted to help you, but it was more because of you. Zhou Xing said. You mean? Mincy was a little hesitant. You're kind of interested in me too? You can read it that way. Zhou Xing nodded. You're not saying that because you're afraid of hurting my pride, are you? Min Cici, however, had a look of disbelief on her face. I never lie. Why did you, then, turn your back on me before? Mincy wondered. Don't you know it well? Zhou Xing smiled. Of course, Min Cici knew that Zhou Xing was wary of herself, and it was only when she told the truth about herself that Zhou Xing's attitude eased. Are all you rich people so wary? Mincy couldn't help but mutter. That's also because you, for one, are acting too unusually. Zhou Xing looked at her and let out a light laugh. I'm also not so narcissistic that I think I can make a campus goddess fall in love at first sight and then actively pursue her. Actually, I think you do look quite handsome and easy on the eyes, Mincy said directly. Zhou Xing smiled without saying anything, and Min Cici lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. Alright, although there is an element of money that I approached you with, but when I got in touch, you were indifferent to me, but you gave a very comfortable feeling, and your looks were also very handsome. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long without choosing to give up. Zhou Xing didn't say anything, but Min Cici was a bit curious. Then am I considered to have been adopted by you? But it always feels like something isn't quite right yet. What's not quite right? Zhou Xing said after a moment of contemplation. You come with me. Min Cici suspiciously followed Zhou Xing and just walked along the streets of the Bund. This area has a wide range of stores. Zhou Xing paused to stop in front of a store. It has the Apple logo on it, but not an Apple store. But it didn't make much difference to Zhou Xing. Then he brought Min CCC and walked in, saying to the clerk inside, give me a set of the Apple family bucket from your store. Sir, iPad Pro, iPhone 6s, MacBook, do you need them all? The clerk froze, then confirmed it. Exactly. Zhou Xing nodded. Then please confirm the memory configuration and pick a color. The clerk politely said. What kind of colors do you like? Zhou Xing turned his head to ask Min Cici, who was stunned. Forget it. Zhou Xing ignored Min Cici and said to the clerk, choose the largest memory for all of them. Then black for the tablet, rose gold for the phone, and as for the laptop, choose silver. Okay, you wait a moment, this side for you to get the goods, please this side to pay a payment. The clerk did not hesitate and guided Zhou Xing to the front desk. Hello, the model you selected, totaling $54,664. Zhou Xing handed out his bank card. The swipe is complete. Another clerk, who had already brought the unopened machine over. This is the machine you have purchased. Take a look and see if there is any problem anywhere. Zhou Xing looked at the things laid out on top of the table and stroked his chin as he nodded. The 16-year-old Apple family bucket does seem a little short. AirPods such as these have been unveiled at this year's launch event, but there's still some time to go before they go on sale. But these things, too, are at least enough. What are you waiting for? Take the stuff. Zhou Xing opened his mouth to Min Cici, who was frozen at the side. These are for me? Mincy pointed at herself. Who else could it go to? Zhou Xing asked rhetorically, and then he was preparing to walk towards the outside. There is no intention of hand-carrying these at all. Min Cici looked at Zhou Xing, and then at all these devices that had been loaded by the clerk, and was only able to take out her hand and carry it in her hand. Things are a little heavy. After all, there was a laptop that she was still struggling a bit to lift together. Min Cici carried her things and quickly caught up with Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, this is too heavy. Help me carry it. Will you? Min Cici cried out in a petulant manner. Zhou Xing stopped and picked up the heaviest notebook in her hand. Min Cici shook her hand, then tilted her small face with a puzzled expression and asked, why did you suddenly buy me so many things? Didn't you say you were happy for most of a month when someone gave you an iPad? And now that you've been given a family bucket, you should be happy for quite a while. Zhou Xing laughed. How about this? Does this have the feeling of being adopted? Chapter 70, Enjoy your dance. Yikes. Min Cici looked at the street where people were coming and going, and subconsciously had to cover Zhou Xing's mouth. Turns out it wasn't big enough to reach it. Can only be exasperated stomped his foot, and then whispered, do not say that the package is well. How difficult to hear. How embarrassing to be heard by others. Turned his head and looked at the hands of the latest models of cell phones and flat panels, but also some uneasy, besides. Package also do not have you like this in case I am lying to you these money is not all blew away? Just now. I said you were alert, but now you can't. You look like this. Don't let your other women cheat all the money out of you. It would be miserable to become poor by then. Zhou Xing touched his chin. He was thinking about his $500 million. If he was swindled, $5 million at a time, how long would the other party need to swindle? What if we add Zhou Jianping's assets? Zhou Xing frowned. This was a little less calculated. Zhou Xing laughed softly, unconcerned about it. The person who dared to lie to him had not yet been born. You'd better be careful. Min Cici spoke up. By the way, can I ask you how many girls you have around you? Exactly? 3, Zhou Xing said without thinking. Min Cici scrunched up her pretty little face. This is too much. What? You regret it? No. Min Cici shook her head and looked at Zhou Xing with her own beautiful eyes wide open and said, it is. I'm still here, so you won't lie to me. Wasn't that what you were going to ask? Zhou Xing didn't understand. Besides, I never lie. Geez, you don't know anything about a girl's heart. Min Cici pouted. Girls are such complicated creatures, it's obvious that you're lying, but as long as you make me happy, all those things won't matter. Well, at least lie to me and make my heart happy. No. Zhou Xing smiled and said, I don't lie to people, much less to my own women. I've told them before that if one day they don't want to stay by my side anymore, I can let them go at any time, and I'm going to give them a ton of money, including you. We each get what we want, so you'll be honest with me, and I won't hide it from any of you. Go or stay as you please. Min Cici beamed her pink little mouth, a little depressed. Soon, however, she returned to her normal self and suddenly asked, so, do you have any of these 3 girls from school? No. Why the sudden question? Zhou Xing was curious. Just don't have one. Mincy patted her heart with a wave. Wouldn't that make me your only female companion at school? Min Cici abruptly cheered up. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she looked at Zhou Xing with a smile. Then in the future when I'm at school, can I call myself your girlfriend? You stay at school most of the time anyway, and your other girls, they're not at school, so I basically don't see them. Zhou Xing couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Aren't you deceiving yourself and others? I don't care. Min Cici pulled Zhou Xing's arm and shook it and pouted. Just promise me, or else I'll be inside the school, and word will get out that I'm your little wife. How embarrassing would that be? I thought you didn't care about that? Zhou Xing asked. Min Cc hadn't seen her show anything when she was scolded so badly on the forums in the first place. Who really doesn't care? Except that it's all an act. Min Cc rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Being scolded. Of course my heart is uncomfortable. So just promise me, so that I can still go back and take a good breath. And let them see that even though I'm the youngest wife, inside the school, it's just the bright and honest girlfriend. Ha ha ha, whatever. Zhou Xing shook his head, and was also completely amused by this from Min Cc. You promise? Mincy was a little surprised. I never denied it either. Zhou Xing didn't care about it at all. His girlfriend's name had been given out several times, so it wasn't that bad. Plus, others might worry that having a girlfriend around would be intimidating to other girls. Even if he was married, not many girls would say no if he wanted them. Min Cc cheered up and took Zhou Xing's arm. Who says there's no such thing as sweet love? Isn't this it? Zhou Xing glanced at Min Cc. Maybe that was her nature. The spontaneity she usually showed. That was forced out by life. How else would there be a few girls, in their prime, who aren't perky and cute? The two just took a walk. Put the stuff back in the car. Zhou Xing called a chauffeur and then another car. Go to the Ritz-Carlton. Zhou Xing said to the driver. The car starts. Min Cc sat there, her hand still holding Zhou Xing's, only to inexplicably clench her hand when she heard the name of the hotel. Half the time he didn't say anything. The heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as well. Not a moment too soon. The car was parked firmly under the Ritz-Carlton. The valet also parked the car and offered the keys. After Zhou Xing received the key, he led Min Cc straight inside. Hello Mr. Zhou, your room is ready. Have not yet entered the gate. Butler Wang then hurriedly greeted him and presented the room card with both hands. Zhou Xing has lived here for a long time, added Wang Butler's WeChat, and when he needs to open a room, just one sentence is enough, so he greeted Butler Wang in advance. Thanks. Zhou Xing said thanks. You're welcome. You're our Ritz-Carlton honored guest. These are all things we should do. Butler Wang bowed slightly. Zhou Xing smiled, and was leading Min Cc towards the elevator room. Butler Wang also had the good sense not to follow, instead choosing to silently stand there in the lobby. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Still familiar with the 51st floor, Zhou Xing came to the door of the suite and swiped his card, opened the door to the room, turned on all the lights in the room. For a moment, Min Cc couldn't help but be shocked by the extravagance of the room. Either wide-eyed and scrutinizing for a long time. How much does it cost? This night? Min Cc couldn't help but marvel. Not much. Zhou Xing smiled. I don't believe you. After all, you can eat almost $200,000 in a single meal. So maybe these figures really aren't much for you. Mincy rolled her eyes, looking extra cute. Do you want to take a shower first? Zhou Xing asked lazily as he sat on the sofa. Take a shower? Doing what? Even though Min Cic's face was already red and the roots of her ears were burning, the blushing still couldn't help but play dumb in the face of Zhou Xing's words. I thought you said you were studying folk dance, so I wanted to admire your dancing. Chapter 71. Zhou Xing is my boyfriend. Rumble. The white McLaren pulls onto campus. It was already time for classes, so there were quite a few students inside the school, but when they saw the McLaren, they all unanimously gave it the right of way. The gazes were all tinged with a bit of envy. They all knew that the owner inside this car was Zhou Xing, a freshman this year. The car didn't stop under the school building, but drove straight toward the girls' dormitory. Not for a moment. The McLaren then pulled up in front of the girls' dormitory. At this time, the dormitory people come and go. There are a lot of girls holding textbooks, ready to rush towards the classroom. But he found the car and knew it was Zhou Xing. There was some excitement to stop and watch. The car door opens. Zhou Xing stepped out of the car. Many of the girls, among them, were excited. So handsome. Worthy of being Zhou Xing. Handsome me. Zhou Xing, let's play king together. I montan you dodgier. No more chit-chat. My husband is picking me up from class. I'm speechless. What's Zhou Xing doing in the girls' dormitory? Aren't you really afraid that I'll propose on the spot? The girls gushed. Being the mainstay of gossip, they are far more interested in what goes on within the forums than the boys. So basically these girls, they know exactly. This year's military training saw the emergence of a super recognizable freshman. Not only is he rich and good-looking, but he has also driven the dean and the instructor out of the school by his own strength and with a light touch. This looks like a man. Enough to make them long for their fantasies in the middle of the dormitory. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm naturally happy, just like a stargazer scene. Just the next moment, the passenger door was similarly open. Min Cc got out of the car, her brows furrowing slightly as she got out. The voice ended abruptly. They were a little incredulous as to what was going on. How Min Cc and Zhou Xing are together. And it was also Zhou Xing who personally sent her back to the dormitory. Wouldn't that mean that they spent all of last night outside? The girls are heartbroken. Hated it with a vengeance. This woman. What makes her able to hook up with last week's line? You should know that inside the forum, quite a few of the scolding posts about Min Cc came from them. Seeing Zhou Xing and Min Cc together now was worse than killing them. Min Cc faced this situation, but smiled proudly, then ran all the way to Zhou Xing's front, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. Only then did she smile and open the trunk of the car, taking out the Apple family bucket gift that Zhou Xing had purchased for her yesterday. Then I'll go up first. Min Cc waved at Zhou Xing and said in a delicate voice, "Aha." Zhou Xing also nodded, then turned around and returned to the car, facing the girls' varying gazes. Min Cc didn't care about them at all, and just hugged the gift and walked towards the upper floor. She had never felt so unimpeded. Zhou Xing gave her her first time. Back in the middle of the dorm, her roommates were up and washing up. Seeing Min Cc returning with a large bag, she couldn't help but exclaim, Sure, you've gotten rich. Why did you suddenly buy so many Apple machines? And they're all the latest models." "No, it was given to me by Zhou Xing." Mincy smiled. Zhou Xing. When the roommates heard Zhou Xing's name, they immediately stopped their hands and stood in front of Min Cc in unison and asked, "What's going on? Didn't he reject you?" "That was before. Now Zhou Xing is my boyfriend." After Min Cc received Zhou Xing's approval, she said it without any psychological burden. Wow. The roommates had envy in their gazes. "No wonder you didn't come back last night, so you went on a date with Zhou Xing. Is he awesome?" "Very impressive. How great is it? Basically the three of you together are probably no match for him. When will you bring them out for dinner together? We want to get in touch with this legendary most handsome freshman too. Let me ask him when he's available when I get there." "Holy shit. Sure, you really picked up a treasure. Looking so handsome and rich is also handsome. Actually also treat you so well. People are also powerful. To envy us to death." One of the roommates asked. "It must be nice to be happy with him." "That goes without saying." Looking at Shurshu's smile that can't be strained as soon as she enters the dormitory room, "You can tell that I would definitely be happy too if I had a boyfriend like Zhou Xing." Mincy pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Instead, he held his cell phone. Inside the account was lying the $400,000 that Zhou Xing had transferred to her last night. With him, it was not only blissful, but also reassuring. Zhou Xing drove the McLaren P1 and pulled up to the classroom floor. After locking the car, he headed upstairs to the classroom. Military training is over. Today is the first day of school. Having spent a full 4 years here in his previous life, he had long been familiar with this place. Soon it was time to arrive at the classroom on the 3rd floor. It's a little late to realize that. The male class guide, in his mid-30s, is speaking from above. Zhou Xing knocked on the door with his hand. "Sorry teacher, I'm late." The class guide noticed and immediately stopped talking, and when he realized that it was Zhou Xing standing in the doorway, he was a bit flattered. It's fine, Zhou student. You go in and find a seat at any place. And next time, if you're late, just come in. You don't have to knock on the door." As a teacher in the school, the dean was brought down by Zhou Xing himself. How could he not know Zhou Xing's great name? Originally, when he knew that Zhou Xing was in his class, he had a headache, fearing that Zhou Xing's unruly character was not easy to manage. Now a glimpse, he couldn't help but be impressed. All this status and position, but also to him such an ordinary teacher. So respect. The moment filled his brow with happiness. Zhou Xing nodded, and just as he was about to find his place, he realized that in the last row, Deng Jian waved at him. "Old Zhou, here, I've taken a place for you." Zhou Xing then came to the last row and sat next to Deng Jian. "Okay, classmates are all here. Then I'll introduce myself. My name is Lu Lei. I'm the class guide of your term, and we're going to live together for 4 years from now on." Lu Lei had just opened his mouth, but the silent classroom resounded with a crisp bell again. The eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the source of the sound. However, he found that it was coming from Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing felt that his pants leg phone was vibrating and was also a little embarrassed, so he immediately took the phone out to take a look. The eyes flickered. Arching his hand at Lu Lei smiled and signaled that it was okay. Zhou Xing then left his seat and walked out through the back classroom door, coming to the corridor and picking up the phone. Chapter 72, Bite Jump. "Old Chow, what have you been up to lately?" On the other end of the phone came Qin Burn's voice, counting the days. "Your military training should be over, right?" "Just finished. It's finally over. I've been waiting for you to sprout." "Why? Something wrong?" Zhou Xing asked with a smile. "It's not the same thing you mentioned to me last time. Don't you want to register an investment company? My office location has been found for you. When are you free to come over and take a look?" Qin Burn couldn't help but spit out. This is the first time I've ever seen that begging someone to do something in turn makes them wait here. And if it weren't for you, I'd probably be too lazy to care. Okay, thanks. I'll buy you dinner then. Zhou Xing was not surprised. He had been thinking about it before he entered military training, setting up an investment company. So in the meantime a call was made to Qin Burn. Let him help find office space, and once that's finalized, you can start registering the company and hiring. A meal is not enough. You look like a dog, big house shall not ruthlessly slaughter you. Qin Burn joked. Zhou Xing smiled, but then he heard Qin Burning say with a straight face, right, to give you a piece of information. What? Qin Burn mysteriously said, just what you said before at the dinner party. More optimistic about that company. According to internal news, it is estimated to be a bit topsy-turvy, and is now preparing to start the 4th round of financing. Bike jump? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Qin Burn laughed. It looks like it should be. Its recent days are not very good. Has not been able to find the direction of revenue. This news, I guess it is also bite put out, caused by the momentum, is not small. I do not know how you think. Actually interested in this company. Alright, don't sell out. If you have a fart, hurry up and let it go. How come you've also started to learn from that Changwenyu guy and started not holding your farts? Zhou Xing didn't have the good sense to say. Ha ha. Qin Burn, however, wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he laughed out loud and said, I also heard some gossip only recently, and I heard that it released quite a lot of shares this time. How many shares are you aware of? Zhou Xing's mind was moved by Bike Jump, the giant ship of the future. If you have a chance to get on board. Once the Shakeology Mass Murderer came out, it was basically a godstopper on the internet. Worldwide. Before he was reborn, there were whispers that Bike Jump was preparing to sprint to IPO, with the hidden intention of going public. Private estimates of its market capitalization range from $3.7 trillion to $5 trillion. It's very watery though, but bike jumping in the internet is also absolutely later, like a giant crocodile existence. No one would hesitate to get in the car if they could at this point. Shares, this is less clear. The news is too vague. Qin Burn mused for a moment, but with an action this big, how could it be at least close to double-digit shares? Just I see the situation. As if the bites are ready to fight to the death this time. The number of direct financing, more than $1 billion. Are you interested? Of course I have. Zhou Xing said without hesitation. You took it? Qin Burn couldn't believe it. He originally just held a joking tone and casually asked, raise $1 billion or more. Still investing in a project that doesn't see a future at all. How can Zhou Xing take out so much? If I can't get it, don't I still have my old man? Zhou Xing let out a light laugh. Are you crazy? Qin Burn couldn't help but lose his voice. This is more than $1 billion. Or dollars. If it fails, there will be nothing left. As I said the last time I had dinner with you guys, Byte is kind of a program I'm pretty high on. Zhou Xing said, I think it will, in the future, definitely have the opportunity to take off. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. People are now profitable direction have not found. You look good. This is real money into more than gambling are scary. If the Bytes cannot get up, that $1 billion, a full $6 billion will be nearly $7 billion of Chinese currency. So gone. Your father shall not kill you. Zhou Xing didn't explain too much. All these things were just hidden in his memory. He wouldn't choose to talk to anyone. Just smiled and said, are you interested in investing a share with me? I'll make sure you make a lot of money. I'd better forget it. I'm not as big as you are. If I throw myself in and play it out, then I'll really be out of people. Qin Burn said resentfully. Zhou Xing did not continue to persuade. Talking, especially when it comes to money, is very taboo. To make shallow words. Just point and click. Since Qin Burn didn't have this intention, it could only be said that he was sensible enough. But a lot of times, trying to inflate the value of the body, one has to do behavior that seems crazy as hell to an outsider. I am quite interested in that investment in Netflix that you said last time. At the very least, if you lose money, you can still play Netflix, so your heart will feel better. Qin Burning smiled and asked, are you really ready to open an investment company? Netflix live in this business? That's bullshit. What else would I have you looking for an office building for? Zhou Xing was speechless. Last time you said that, in the end there is no mess. You give brothers a bottom. If there is a certainty, I also want to try. Follow you to invest. Qin Burn wasn't quite sure. He said. Zhou Xing was silent for a moment. I can't be 100% sure about something like investment. After all, you know very well that there is no difference between investing and gambling. It's just that I think this industry has a good future and there is something worth investing in. So I gave it a try. Qin Burn, listening to Zhou Xing this, said you are a dog. Big money really did not wrong you. I am now especially curious. Your family is not printing money. Printing money cannot prohibit you so everywhere to spend When are you free? I mean it, come out to see your office building, and chat about this area. If I can, I'll step in. Not invest so much, at least dilly-dally with some shares. Sheen Burn added, looking at that old wine guy. Everyday Netflix doesn't leave his body. Grandma, I'm also a little envious. Tomorrow. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment before saying, I'll look for you tomorrow morning. It just so happened that he also wanted to have a more detailed conversation with Sheen Burn about bike jump. Okay, no problem. So let's say it's like this for now, and we'll talk more about it when we meet. Sheen Burn had no objections. Zhou Xing hung up the phone and exhaled slightly before returning to the classroom. Zhou Xing is back. As a result, Zhou Xing had just stepped into the classroom when he realized that everyone was watching him. Then Ken Dun led the applause. The whole class then burst into applause, and even Lu Lei was smiling and clapping. Zhou Xing froze. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 73, The Power to Kill. Zhou Xing, just now, during the time you were away, I organized the class committee elections. Lu Lei smiled and explained. The number of votes to elect you as the class president is way ahead. Everyone is welcoming you. It seems that you are well liked among your classmates. Then I'm sure you'll be a good class president. Tang Jian squeezed his eyebrows at the side. Squad leader, you have to lead us well in the future, or else we are going to revolt. Zhou Xing couldn't help but be a bit speechless as well. Is there anything more ridiculous than that? He wasn't even there when the class president was elected. So how come the position of class president went to his head? Teacher, let's forget about this class president position. I'm usually busy. Zhou Xing refused without thinking. The position of class president may seem to have a great deal of appeal to the unusual student. So did he in his previous life? It is just a pity. He knew at the time that he wasn't class president material, so he didn't run for office. I didn't realize it until I was out in the community later. The class president is not useful at all, and when he's inside the school, he looks like a bully, but he's a bunch of shit. It's hectic, not to mention thankless. When you apply for a job after graduation, the company won't look at you favorably and give you a raise just because you were the class president in college. He also had business to attend to, and didn't have the heart to care about the position of class president. Lu Lei, however, waved his hand and said with a smile, you have things outside, proving that you have the ability to do more. Those who can do more work. This class president's position you should not resign. The students' voices are so high, and then you rejected it will not be conducive to the unity of the class. Squad leader, squad leader, squad leader. Deng Jian took the lead in coaxing, and the other students, too, began to follow along and shouted together. After these 10 days of military training, although they weren't familiar with Zhou Xing, they sort of knew his temperament. Not so big, and could afford to joke around. As long as it doesn't touch his bottom line, then he's still very amiable as a person. Zhou Xing had no choice but to sit back down. Fuck off. Zhou Xing saw that Deng Jian was still coaxing, and said in a bad mood, just you blindly coaxing. I see this class president position. I guess it's you who is flirting, right? Hey. Tang Jian smiled and said, this is not really, but the people's will. Who asked you to be so charismatic? Before I even had a chance to say it, when the class guide selected the class members, everyone unanimously said that they wanted you to be the class president. It's not bad to be the class president. How awesome. You can also contact so many girls in the class. With your charm, maybe if you hook your hand at them, they will be like Min Sisi. Ken Dun got halfway through his sentence, then stopped. What he was enjoying himself. I don't know why, but my heart suddenly stung a little. Class president is so good. Why don't you be it? Zhou Xing glanced at Deng Jian. I'd like to, but unfortunately I'm also in an important position now, so there's no way for me to be the squad leader. So you'd better be your squad leader honestly. Tang Jian patted Zhou Xing's shoulder and said, since you can't refuse, why don't you just lie down and enjoy yourself? What's your position? Zhou Xing sniffed and asked, not surprised that Deng Jian could be a class member. After all, this man was from Kyoto, a mouth that snapped and spat out like a comic strip, self-contained personality that can play with anyone. The vote should be pretty high if you stand on stage and run for commissioner. I'm the vice squad leader. Deng Jian heatedly smiled, revealing a row of large white teeth. You are the class leader. I am the vice class leader. From now on this class is chaotic or not. We both hold the power to kill. It just so happens that we are still good brothers. Absolutely. Get out. Zhou Xing's heart became even harder after hearing Deng Jian's words. Even if you're a class president with a lot of shit to do, you'd expect to be approached by a beautiful assistant class president. Turns out the vice squad leader is this guy Ken Deng. He lost interest at once. A somewhat boring end to the first day of school. Zhou Xing snorted and came out of the classroom, with Deng Jian following behind. Let's go. Let's eat. Before he could finish his words, he saw Min Cece standing in the doorway, smiling like a flower. She looked at Zhou Xing. When Zhou Xing came out, Min Cece immediately stepped forward, wrapped her arms around him, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. Hubby, you're out of class. Do you want to go eat together? Hey, Ken Ding, you're here too. Want to join us? Tang Jian's gaze was suspicious, constantly scanning over Zhou Xing and Min Cece, then cried out, the two of you, when did you get together behind my back? Zhou Xing, you deserve to die. This is worse than killing me. I'm not going. You guys go ahead. Deng Jian waved his hand with disinterest, then turned around and walked away. Only his back looked a bit forlorn, muttering some words like, damn, why did he get a girlfriend? It gradually disappeared from the sight of the duo. What's going on with him? Min Cece looked at Tang Jian and asked with a puzzled expression. Zhou Xing smiled and didn't say anything. Let this guy get away with it in class, and now he's getting what's coming to him. He did not put it on his mind. After all, Tang Jian, this guy, a big grin, will not care about this thing. Tomorrow wake up again alive and well. Come on, let's eat. What do you want? Zhou Xing asked. I'm all for it. I'll eat whatever you're eating. Hubby, Min Cece said with a delicate smile on her face. Let's have the $6 spicy hot pot then. Zhou Xing couldn't help but laugh. Or don't. I'm a little too tired from dancing last night. Why don't we leave a little left over and eat it for $1? I can't take any more. And when I'm recovered, we'll see if we can order more. That's okay. He, husband, you're so nice. Reward you with a kiss. By the way, hubby, my roommate said she would like to meet you and have dinner together. Do you think it would be convenient? There may not be much time for that these days, so let's wait for a while. Okay, day. I'll do whatever you want. A wink. The next morning, Ritz-Carlton, Presidential Suite. Zhou Xing glanced at Min Cece, who was still asleep, and then picked up his clothes. That is, he went into the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs. Feel free to eat some breakfast. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when I came to the door of the first floor. The sunlight was a bit harsh. Zhou Xing moved his body and squinted his eyes before walking out of the hotel lobby. Came to the parking space for the car. There was already a girl standing over here, and when she saw Zhou Xing coming over, she hurriedly just bowed. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 74. The air conditioning isn't very good. The woman wore her hair in a bun, revealing a polished forehead and delicate features. Slightly light makeup on the face. At just over 6 feet tall, the proportions look perfect. The legs are well proportioned and rounded, with black silk, don't have a lot of flavor. Zhou Xing's private secretary at the China Merchants Bank, Zhang Yan. Today, he needs to go and finalize the office building, and then go to register the company. And many of the things in here need to be accompanied by Zhang Yan to help him deal with it. That's why Zhou Xing contacted her yesterday, not realizing that Zhang Yan had actually arrived, standing next to the car waiting and not sending him a message. Trouble. Zhou Xing said to Zhang Yan. It's no trouble. It's my duty to serve you well. Zhang Yan bowed once again. No need to be so polite. Zhou Xing waved his hand and said, we're both of a similar age. Just be casual. I'm not that harsh. Okay. Zhang Yan nodded, a professional smile still on her face. Zhou Xing was a bit helpless and could only ask, how long have you been here? Next time if there is still such a situation, you cannot have to wait outside. Directly send me a message on the line. This weather you stayed outside for a long time. If you have a heat stroke, I am not good to explain it to the Lin Bank president. Hasn't been here long. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and smiled. In fact, these are nothing. Like when I first entered the bank, braving the nearly 40-degree heat, running around outside for a day pulling in business is also a very normal thing. Besides, you are a VIP of our bank. I should. Stop. Zhou Xing immediately interrupted Zhang Yan's official way of speaking, glanced at her with some surprise. Originally thought that it was brought by Lin Yuxing. In the middle of the bank has a certain relationship. Maybe he's also related to Lin Yuxing. Listening to Zhang Yan said so. She also from the grassroots to do. Zhou Xing immediately asked, have you had breakfast? Already ate on the way here. Okay, then get in the car. Zhou Xing nodded without saying anything more, unlocked the car, opened the door and sat in the main driver. At the same time, he reminded Zhang Yan of the way he drove. Zhang Yan sat in the co-pilot and closed the car door before saying to Zhou Xing, thank you, Mr. Zhou. It's okay. Zhou Xing started the car. The sound of the V8 engine rang out. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, curiously surveyed the McLaren P1's interior, her brows furrowing slightly. It didn't seem quite the same as what one would expect from a luxury car. The interior is too Spartan. Completely without the 10 million luxury car should have the appearance. Lin Yuxing Lin Governor usually travel car is a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Inside the interior looks a lot more luxurious than this car. The The seats are also a bit hard and not as comfortable to sit in. What? The interior of the strange sports car isn't as luxurious as expected, but instead looks so humble that it doesn't even compare to a couple $100,000 worth of cars? Zhou Xing noticed Zhang Yan's expression and couldn't help but smile. Sitting isn't very comfortable? Ha! Zhang Yan sniffed and hastily waved her hands. No. It's okay to have. Zhou Xing smiled. This is what a sports car looks like. Looks good on the outside and sells for a high price. But in fact, the manufacturer basically shrunk everything they could in order to reduce weight and increase performance. So the inside looks, well, a little unsatisfactory. Whether it's comfort or interior, it's not comparable to $1 million business car. So it is. Zhang Yan smiled somewhat less favorably. I didn't know before that. Zhang Yan again some curiosity. Bright eyes gazed at Zhou Xing. Why do boys still like sports cars very much? Obviously sitting up comfort favors sports a little bit. Ha ha. That you wouldn't know. Zhou Xing laughed. The sports car drives handsomely is one thing, and the other is, the car's air conditioning isn't very good. Air conditioning not so good? Zhang Yan was a bit puzzled. I think this air conditioner is okay. You're in a banking job and you've seen a lot of rich people, so you should know that a sports car is also a symbol of status and, frankly, bragging rights. Zhou Xing explained. Zhang Yan couldn't help but nod her head, deeply understanding Zhou Xing's words. There are so many means by which the rich manifest their status, and each of them is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhou Xing said, so when you travel in a personalized sports car, while playing handsome, it's also to be able to attract some more girls' attention. Can you understand by saying so? Zhang Yan immediately snapped out of it, and her small face suddenly turned slightly red. The words have come to this, how could she not understand? Especially being in the bank, contacting an unknown number of rich people, some of the counter staff of the bank, the more outstanding looks, will be easily tempted by money. During her tenure, there have been many bank tellers who have therefore chosen to resign directly, willingly going to be someone else's mistress. Rich people don't have one more head than ordinary people, they just have more resources and more of this effort to pretend. In fact, they still can't get away from human nature. Zhou Xing added. Put. Zhang Yan was amused by Zhou Xing's words. Wouldn't that also put him in his own words? Immediately in front of Zhou Xing, he was not so formal. Mr. Zhou, this is not a good thing to say. You are a rich man yourself, so I'm no different. I drive a sports car for the same purpose, Zhou Xing said with a faint smile. After Zhang Yan heard Zhou Xing's words, she also glanced at him with some surprise. Rich people she's seen a lot of. Hypocritical rich people even more. Originally, I thought that Zhou Xing, like this, carrying $500 million on his body, must have come from an extraordinary family. That was why she would have some unconscious nervousness when facing Zhou Xing. However, it did not occur to me that Zhou Xing and her did not have any barriers, spoke interestingly, and got along with a very kind personality, making people feel comfortable. There was no trace of the rich man's frame. It was completely like ordinary friends getting along with each other and chatting in general. Especially Zhou Xing words between the extraordinarily frank. Buy sports cars as to play handsome and girls, simply will not have too much disguise. For this problem, find a grand excuse. Zhang Yan also did not have the constraints of the beginning, and the words gradually increased. In his heart, he was curious about Zhou Xing. He has the energy and humor of a young man, while at the same time some of his words carry a maturity that doesn't match his age, plus rich status. One can't help but wonder what kind of environment it was that allowed such a wonderful boy to come out. Between the two conversations, the McLaren had also pulled into its destination and parked below an office building. Chapter 75, Shanghai Center Building. Shanghai City Center Building. When Zhou Xing got off the bus, Qin Burning and the property manager of this place had long been waiting here. Hello Mr. Zhou, I'm the property manager here. Chen Manhwa. You can just call me Xiao Chun. The property manager, who was around 30 years old and wore a gray suit, took the lead and warmly received Zhou Xing, shaking his hand. Zhou Xing nodded and shook his hand. Hello, Manager Chen. You're finally here. Qin Burn came towards Zhou Xing, appearing much more casual, and swiftly glanced at Zhang Yan, who was standing behind Zhou Xing. This is Private Secretary of Merchants Bank, Zhang Yan. Chao Xing introduced it. Zhang Yan also went forward and greeted Qin Burning. Mr. Qin. Hello, I am Zhang Yan. Hello. Qin Burn also smiled in response to Zhang Yan. Then he returned his attention to Zhou Xing. Let's go and see if the office building I picked out for you is to your liking. He was worth a lot of money, so private secretaries like Zhang Yan had long been commonplace. There were no surprises at all. Okay. Zhou Xing nodded. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qin. This way please, I'll show you the way. Chen Manhwa hurriedly stepped forward and led the three towards the inside of the building. came to the elevator room and pressed the elevator. Ding! The elevator opens. Chen Manhwa stood at the doorway, waiting for all three to enter before he stood inside, then asked for advice towards Zhou Xing and Qin Burning. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qin, let's go to the upper floors to take a look first. Aha! Zhou Xing had no objection to this. He had heard of the reputation of the Shanghai City Center building, known as the tallest in China, high-rise office in the clouds, overlooking the whole Shanghai city. It feels naturally out of the ordinary. Okay. Chen Manhwa pressed the button for the 106th floor, and the elevator quickly climbed upwards, extremely fast. Inside the elevator, however, it seemed stable and relatively quiet. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your support of our center building. I'll introduce you on my side first. Chen Manhwa stood in the elevator and took the lead in breaking the silence, saying with a smile, our Shanghai City Center building, located in the financial center of Lujiazui, is called one of the three most iconic buildings, and our center tower is not only the tallest of the three iconic buildings, but more importantly, it is China's first tallest and the world's second tallest super skyscraper, with a total height of 632 meters, reaching into the sky and standing at its top, overlooking the city as far as the eye can see. The office building is fully furnished and equipped with a front desk that provides daily reception services, as well as an upscale small to medium-sized multifunctional conference room, pantry, lounge and smoking room. Working at the top of the Hucheng Center building, you are able to look out over the whole of Hucheng without any obstruction, enjoying a unique first-line view. It's also extremely well connected, with our second basement level connecting to Metro Line 2, as well as Line 4, which is under construction. The center tower is interconnected with the World Financial Center, Jinmao Tower and IFC. I believe we will definitely give you a different experience if you choose to work here. Zhou Xing is undeniable about this. The environment and conditions here are indeed considered top-notch in the whole of Shanghai City. Since you are going to choose to open an investment company, it is only natural that the facade should not be shabby. A man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. If the company's facade is ordinary, how can people have enough trust in your company? Let's see the office space first. Zhou Xing said indifferently. The elevator doors came to the 106th floor just as the words fell. Okay, this way please, Mr. Zhou. Chen Manhwa guided them towards the area where they were. Not a moment too soon. Then he came to an empty office room. Chen Manhwa entered the password and the glass door opened automatically. Zhou Xing took the lead and walked in. At a glance, there was endless emptiness and great space. Everywhere you look, it's almost a 270-degree formation of glass walls. Come to the glass wall and the clouds. The panoramic view of Shanghai City is all in one place. It gave a feeling, as if it was above the whole city. Gives great satisfaction and fulfillment. It is indeed a refreshing thing to work here. How big is this place? Zhou Xing rushed at Chen Manhwa and asked. Mr. Zhou, this office room is 1,800 square feet. Zhou Xing nodded. 1,018 square feet of office space was barely enough. What about rent? Zhou Xing asked again. About the rent. Because Mr. Zhou, you are Mr. Qin's good friend. The price we will certainly be preferential. At the same time, our center building was just completed at the beginning of this year, so it is also very welcome to the major well-known enterprises to move in, but also has a certain preferential discounts. Chen Manhwa said, based on the original price, we need $15.09 per day for 1 square foot here, and the property management fee is at $20 per square foot per month. The rent for a year's starting rent is at $107, $352, $200. If you can choose to book it, then I'll give you a discount of about 80% on top of the total price over here, which means that a year's rent will only cost about $8,588,000. This is already a great deal and affordable price, Chen Manhwa explained. At the same time, it's also the lowest offer that our company can offer. I don't know if you have any comments or thoughts on this price, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Xing stroked his chin and pondered for a while. A rent of more than $8 million a year is indeed considered to be a very affordable and cost-effective point. After all, this is one of the top office buildings in Shanghai. Whether it's the location or the environment or the service, it's impeccable. Without much hesitation, he said, okay, then book here. Yes, I'll prepare the contract for you right away on my end. A trace of joy also appeared on Chen Manhwa's face before he respectfully said, please also wait for a while. I will first take you to the restroom for a slight rest. No, you go right ahead and prepare the contract. I'll be fine here, Zhou Xing said. Okay. Chen Manhwa naturally had no objections, and hurriedly turned toward the elevator room. How about the office building I picked out? Are you happy with it? Qin Burn said to Zhou Xing with a smile, rather with the intention of inviting credit. Nice vision. Zhou Xing smiled back. That's You don't look at me. How long did I personally run around in order to find an office building for you? But your old man is quite enjoying himself. It took less than 20 minutes before and after to finalize it. Qin Burn wrapped his hands around his chest. This shall not kill you a hard time. This one is minor. Zhou Xing skimmed his head and looked at Qin Burning. Yesterday you said bites. Financing in the end when?